In a world altered by cataclysm, a mysterious resurgence mirrors reality, heralding the arrival of calamity. At the age of 18, every individual awakens their Beastmaster Lord abilities, gaining access to a lordly domain, which materializes after a month, transforming them into a sovereign of their own territory. Each lord is granted a recruitment pool upon awakening, enabling them to enlist their own troops. They must plunder resources, strengthen their forces, expand their dominion, and fend off monstrous invasions. Ren Qi begins his journey by recruiting a mutated succubus, capable of ascending to the rank of a fallen angel. Can it be that someone can recruit a succubus? What are you envious of? Succubi lack combat prowess. They're decidedly weak. Once his lordly domain materializes, he will likely be swiftly devoured by the monsters. Haha! I awaken a top-tier troop, the Golden Tiger. I am invincible. Shortly thereafter, Ren Qi's territory expands to a scale reminiscent of the Warring States period, surrounded by a cadre of fallen angels, gazing down upon all monsters. Even the weakest of these fallen angels possesses semi-divine strength. Chapter 1. Succubus? Mutated succubus. What type of troops did you recruit? I awakened to a mere ordinary cavalry recruitment pool. Its combat strength is inadequate. Yours is still quite fortunate. I awakened to a slime recruitment pool. Can you believe it? This isn't merely a question of strength. It fundamentally lacks any combat effectiveness. Wait a moment, what on earth is a slime? I awakened to an elemental mage recruitment pool, capable of enlisting various elemental mages. It could be considered an A-level recruitment pool. Before we discuss recruitment pools, we must prepare for tomorrow's lordly ability assessment. This will determine the extent of national support and resources we receive, so we must be ready. Listening to his classmates' discussions, Ren Qi's gaze flickered. A century prior, a global transformation occurred. A mysterious resurgence reflected in reality, and calamity descended, leading to the formation of monster layers across the lands. Various monsters continuously emerged from these layers, wreaking havoc and drastically reducing the human population. Eventually, humanity awakened their Beastmaster Lord abilities, allowing every individual who turned 18 to access a lordly domain. The initial lordly domain manifests as a castle within the ocean of consciousness of the awakened, equipped with a recruitment pool to enlist various troops. Timber, stone, and diverse resources can be utilized to upgrade and expand the territory, while the flesh and blood of monsters can enhance troop combat capabilities. A month later, regardless of troop development, the territory will materialize, becoming a formidable force against the monsters. Although lordly abilities can be learned, the strength of the troops plays a crucial role, making each awakening a source of both joy and sorrow for many. However, even if the troop's strength is lacking, they can still engage in auxiliary roles, gathering timber and stone, or even hunting lower-tier monsters for their flesh, which can be sold to powerful lords in exchange for higher-tier monster materials to enhance strength or even gain protection. This situation revolves around the allocation of resources and the maximization of their utility, making lordly abilities exceedingly important. Thus, a century ago, the Dragon Kingdom initiated free compulsory education, allowing children to study lordly abilities until the age of 18. On the day following their awakening, the Dragon Kingdom conducts assessments for the awakened. Those who perform exceptionally can obtain resources bestowed by the state. Some high-tier monster materials are treasures unattainable by newly awakened lords, aiding in the rapid enhancement of troop strength and facilitating their establishment once the lordly domain materializes. Classmates, tomorrow marks the assessment date. As long as you achieve good rankings, there will be generous rewards of resources and monetary gains. Everyone must strive to combine your acquired lordly knowledge with your troops and attain excellent results. At the podium, the homeroom teacher was motivating the students below, while Ren Qi gazed wearily out the window. His awakened troop was rather unique. Having toiled throughout the night, he felt quite fatigued today. Ren Qi, what troop did you awaken? You have the highest lordly knowledge in the school. If you awaken a good troop, you will surely achieve a commendable result tomorrow. His desk mate and neighbor, Liang, inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Ren Qi replied, I awakened a succubus troop. Liang was taken aback, his throat constricting as he appeared to recall something, his face slightly flushed. Is it that kind of succubus? Observing Liang's breath growing heavier, Ren Qi resignedly confirmed. Indeed, it is precisely the type you are imagining. A succubus with an exquisite figure, irresistibly alluring, capable of ensnaring your soul with a mere glance. Having arrived in this world 3 years prior, he had devoted himself to studying lordly knowledge, yearning for various formidable troops, only to awaken to this. According to the educational materials, succubi possess exceptional charm, but lack any significant combat capability. The last lord to awaken a succubus troop had resorted to the flesh trade to sustain the construction and safety of his territory. Li Yang's expression shifted as he regarded Ren Qi's resigned demeanor. ultimately refraining from suggesting that he should seek personal gratification, instead offering consolation. While troop strength is vital, Ren Qi, you can still leverage your lordly knowledge to achieve good results and acquire resources early. If all else fails, you could transition to an auxiliary-type lord, which would also allow you to survive well. Ren Qi nodded reluctantly, yet a sense of discontent lingered within him. After school, he returned home, closed the door, and immersed himself in the ocean of consciousness to continue managing the affairs of his lordly domain. The initial lordly domain resembled a dilapidated castle, modest in size, akin to that of a small villa. Ren Qi manifested in his own likeness and entered the castle. "Master, you've returned." Upon entering, two alluring voices greeted him, as two succubi approached from either side. The two succubi, though differing in appearance, both possessed striking figures, their garments barely concealing their modesty, radiating an aura of seduction with every movement. Each bore a pair of black wings and a curved, elevated tail, their enticing crimson eyes fixed intently upon Ren Qi, their expressions imbued with utmost respect. Ren Qi nodded towards them, surveying the arrangement of the Lord's domain with a sense of satisfaction. Drawing upon the knowledge acquired about lordship, he understood that before the domain had materialized, one could manipulate the positioning of items within the territory through sheer will. After awakening in the early hours of the morning, Ren Qi promptly set about organizing the layout of his territory. Utilizing the meager resources at his disposal, he constructed several traps and defenses around the domain, laboring tirelessly throughout the night. After surveying his surroundings, his gaze settled upon the recruitment pool ahead. The two succubi nearby had emerged from this recruitment pool. Before the pool stood a colossal statue, which essentially depicted the beings that could be summoned from it. The statue before Ren Qi was that of a succubus, enveloped in a shroud of inky mist, which rendered her less alluring than one might expect. Her features were obscured, flickering in and out of visibility within the dark fog, while 9 pairs of wings unfurled behind her, exuding an imposing aura. Wait, 9 pairs of wings? Ren Qi paused momentarily. Upon learning of the succubus recruitment type the previous night, he had lost interest in further investigation, prioritizing the rearrangement of his territory instead, and had overlooked the fact that this succubus statue possessed 9 pairs of wings. Subsequently, he examined the attributes of the succubus statue. Succubus recruitment pool, mutation special and unique. Recruitment pool tier, first tier. Before materialization, 2 succubi can be recruited daily. After materialization, 10 energy crystals are required to recruit 2 succubi. To upgrade the recruitment pool to second tier, 100 energy crystals and 2 magic crystals are needed. P.S. The first tier, mutated succubus recruitment pool, has an extremely low probability of summoning a mutated succubus. The higher the tier of the recruitment pool, the greater the chance of summoning a mutated succubus. P.S. Future upgrades of the recruitment pool will require additional resources. Upon reaching 9th tier, it will permit the direct summoning of fallen angels. Chapter 2. A Shattered Mindset? Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback. A mutated succubus recruitment pool? A singularly unique one at that. Realizing the implications, he hastily examined the attributes of the 2 succubi beside him. Mutated succubus. Rank. Tier 3 succubus, capable of mutation. Level 1. With a 10 chance of rank elevation every 10 levels. Loyalty, 100, utterly devoted. Note, a Tier 9 mutated succubus has a chance to transform into a fallen angel every 10 levels. Note, the minimum Tier 2 fallen angel reaches adulthood at level 50, equating to a demigod status. Both succubi shared identical attributes, both being mutated. It dawned on Ren Qi that the statue was not merely a succubus, but a fallen angel. With even the lowest tier, 2-winged fallen angels reaching demigod status upon maturity, how formidable could an 18-winged fallen angel, akin to the statue, truly be? Yet, the probability of encountering a mutated succubus within a first-tier recruitment pool was exceedingly slim, and he had miraculously summoned 2. Elevating the recruitment pool's tier was imperative. However, Ren Qi furrowed his brow. Promoting to a second-tier pool required a staggering 100 energy crystals and 2 magic crystals, a daunting prospect. To put it in perspective, elevating a standard recruitment pool to Tier 2 only necessitated 10 energy crystals. Energy crystals could be acquired through the hunting of magical beasts. But magic crystals were a different story, obtainable solely by vanquishing creatures of 5th tier or above, a task of considerable difficulty. Moreover, in the month leading up to the manifestation of his territory, he could only recruit 2 succubi daily, and after manifestation, he would need 10 energy crystals to recruit just 2. While the prospect of mutated succubi thrilled Ren Qi, the demand for energy crystals was even greater than that of an ordinary lord. However, any advancement was welcome. If he could only recruit standard succubi, survival in this world would be untenable. The first-place candidate in this examination would receive a bounty of 100 energy crystals, indicating that he must strive for the top position. Although he currently possessed 2 Tier 3 mutated succubi, opportunities still abounded. After all, The seductive prowess of mutated succubi surpassed that of ordinary succubi by over 5-fold. With proper utilization, he could achieve remarkable results. The following day marked the examination. All students over 18, who had awakened, gathered in the expansive playground of Qingyun High School. At the forefront of the grounds, an ancient bronze mirror hovered gracefully, emanating a gentle glow, inscribed with a secret character. This was the secret mirror, a treasure of a Tier 9 lord, containing a sealed magical dungeon for assessment purposes. The examination was conducted nationwide, with each participant entering the same magical dungeon and facing identical tasks. The first to complete their assignment would emerge victorious. Provincial champions would be recognized as the top of their respective regions, while the national champion would earn the title of Zhuan Yuan, the top scholar. Students, once the secret mirror activates, the assessment shall commence. Each of you will enter the mirror's space separately, where task prompts will be provided. Complete your tasks to pass the examination. The chief examiner's voice resonated across the playground, igniting excitement among the participants. Uncertain of the examination's tasks, students hoped for compatibility with their chosen troops. Striving for a position within the top 10 was imperative, ensuring access to valuable resources for better survival following the manifestation of their lord's domain. My troop is the Golden Tiger. Being the top in the school is insufficient. I aim to claim the top spot in Jiangnan. Everyone was eager and prepared, for the secret mirror offered a rare opportunity to secure resources and safety. At precisely 10 o'clock, the brightness of the secret mirror intensified, and a luminous portal opened, causing all examinees to tremble in anticipation as they headed toward the light. Stepping through the portal, each participant's consciousness was flooded with the attributes of the magical dungeon and their respective task objectives. Secret Mirror, Spider Demon Dungeon. Rank, Tier 2. Level 10 Spider Demon. Difficulty, Simple, Difficult, Nightmare. Task, traverse the lengthy Spider Demon Dungeon and retrieve the Shadow Stone from its depths. Requirement, troops must not perish. Death equals failure. Friendly reminder, while spider demons lack formidable combat prowess, the omnipresent traps and webs will pose your greatest challenge. Feeling this influx of information, the participants collectively exhaled in relief. A Tier 2 Spider Demon Dungeon was not overly threatening. Magical creatures were categorized into 9 ranks, with higher ranks indicating greater strength upon maturity. A level 10 Spider Demon was still juvenile and of Tier 2, significantly alleviating pressure for most examinees, especially considering they had only awakened the day prior and their troops were all at level 1, equally immature. Recalling last year's examination, which had featured a Tier 5 dungeon, many candidates had suffered grievous losses. The endeavor had proven futile. However, as Ren Qi absorbed this information, his brow instinctively furrowed. The Spider Demon Dungeon was relatively obscure, not covered in textbooks, but he had perused other materials and recognized the complexities of the Spider Demon Dungeon. Within its confines lurked various spider demons, each capable of producing silk with diverse effects, presenting significant complications. Even though it was merely a Tier 2 dungeon, penetrating its depths remained exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, Ren Qi pondered briefly before selecting the difficulty and stepping into the Spider Demon Dungeon. At that moment, on the playground, all class instructors were present, as were the principal and students from the first and second years, occupying the audience seats. The examiner waved his hand, and a massive curtain arose above the playground, displaying the scenes of each examinee entering the Spider Demon Dungeon. An overview. It was uncertain how many individuals would opt for the difficulty. Typically, higher difficulty levels yielded higher scores. Unless one's troops were exceptionally powerful or one possessed immense confidence, it was advised against blindly selecting greater challenges, as failure or wasted time would be counterproductive. Wow, look, there's a bold contender. They've chosen the nightmare difficulty. A voice of astonishment instantly drew everyone's gaze. In all the years since Qingyun High School's establishment, no one had ever selected the nightmare level of examination. The nightmare difficulty, while promising the highest score upon completion, exponentially increased the challenge. Even within a Tier 2 dungeon, with initial troops at level 1, how could one dare to undertake such a risk? Could it be that they had recruited a troop of 5th tier or above? Instantaneously, all eyes were drawn to the screen showcasing Ren Qi, where his recruited troops and their levels were displayed. His troop is a succubus? The succubus, a mere Tier 3 troop, lacked strength, even ranking on the weaker side among Tier 3 troops. What audacity did he possess to select the nightmare difficulty? Could it be that he had played too long with the succubus the previous night, impairing his judgment? Lords could interact with their troops, but such interaction required the troops' consent. Otherwise, loyalty would wane. The lord who relied on succubi for base dealings was on the verge of losing all loyalty. The principal of Qingyun frowned. A Tier 3 troop choosing the nightmare difficulty was sheer folly. Ren Qi's homeroom teacher, Li Dongyang, was equally taken aback, his expression one of profound shock. Ren Qi was the top student in the school, a figure of composure. He had often observed him and noted his steadiness. Yet, with the pressure of the examination looming, he had refrained from inquiring about his troop, only to discover he had taken a monumental risk. A Tier 3 troop passing the nightmare difficulty? Was this not a laughable notion? Had the succubus truly warped his mindset? Chapter 3. The Potent Allure. As Ren Qi's feet touched the ground, he realized he had emerged in a dim, cavernous space. The atmosphere was humid, exuding a faint, unpleasant odor, while the path ahead stretched long and dark, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread. A Tier 2 Spider Demon Dungeon. Nightmare difficulty. The spider demons here are elevated directly to a formidable level 50 in adulthood, rendering the initial level 1 infantry virtually doomed upon encounter, even if the adversary is merely of the 2nd tier. Unless one possesses an exceptional unit awakened to the 6th tier or above, no one would dare to attempt such a venture, as the risk of demise is akin to preemptively conceding defeat. Memories of the spider demon lair flooded Ren Qi's mind as he took a deep breath and ventured forth. Upon awakening, units can only manifest after materialization. However, during assessments, they can be summoned from the Lord's domain. With a mere thought, 2 vibrant forms materialized beside Ren Qi, 2 succubi, whom he named Iris and Shiri. Instead of opting for the conventional approach of having his units lead the way, Ren Qi instructed Iris and Shiri to flank him, enveloping him in their presence as they advanced together. As they traversed the terrain, Ren Qi exerted his utmost to sense the surrounding environment. After walking several paces, 2 crimson lights suddenly ignited in the darkness above, and a scarlet thread shot towards Ren Qi with alarming speed. It had appeared. Ren Qi swiftly retreated a step, evading the crimson thread, while Iris stepped forward, a pink glow emanating from her palm as she directed her attack toward the assailant. A colossal scarlet spider demon emerged from the cavern ceiling, its entire form radiating a searing aura. The crimson thread struck the ground, instantly scorching a pit into the earth, releasing wisps of smoke. The blazing spider demon, a type native to the spider demon lair, possessed webs imbued with explosive fire effects. With this knowledge coursing through his mind, Ren Qi prudently withdrew to a safe distance. At that moment, the pink light in Iris's palm had concentrated upon the scarlet spider demon, causing its red eyes to flicker and then transform into a heart shape. Boom! The massive blazing spider demon plummeted to the ground, crawling toward Iris with a hunched posture, its gaze filled with lewd intent. A smile graced Ren Qi's lips. He had succeeded. The allure of the mutated succubi was quintuple that of ordinary succubi, and coupled with the 3rd tier's dominance over the 2nd tier. Even with a 50-level disadvantage, the enchantment was still effective. Upon successfully captivating the creature, Ren Qi could ascertain the duration of the enchantment. 1 minute. Though brief, it sufficed. Ren Qi, flanked by Iris and Shiri, approached the blazing spider demon, instructing Iris to command it to charge swiftly into the cave. Along the way, a series of crimson lights illuminated their path, revealing several figures of blazing spider demons. However, upon witnessing their fellow demon racing beneath Ren Qi, those poised to attack hesitated, their expressions turning perplexed. The spider demons, lacking in intelligence, could not comprehend why one of their kind was escorting potential prey. By the time they grasped the situation, Ren Qi and his companions had already vanished from sight. As the minute approached its conclusion, Ren Qi instructed Shiri to continue enchanting the blazing spider demon beneath them. Pressing onward, the enchantment required a 3-minute cooldown after use, with a mere minute of effectiveness, leaving a gap in between. Yet, with half a minute remaining on the enchantment, Ren Qi ordered the blazing spider demon to halt. The creature beneath him was foaming at the mouth, utterly exhausted from the relentless pace. During the enchantment's duration, Ren Qi commanded it to sprint at full speed, effectively wearing it out. Ahead lay an expansive area suffused with a deep crimson hue, spanning several hundred meters, entirely composed of the blazing spider demon's webs, exuding intense heat. This region posed the greatest challenge for the students undertaking the assessment. While the webs of ordinary difficulty would not cover such a vast expanse, traversing this extensive area of fiery threads remained exceptionally arduous. However, for Ren Qi, it was a trivial matter. His pause was merely to allow the enchantment cooldowns of the 2 succubi to replenish. According to his recollections of the spider demon lair's information, the webs signified the territory of the next spider demon. Should the blazing spider demon charge in recklessly, it would surely be attacked by its brethren. Once Iris and Shiri's enchantments were ready, Ren Qi directed Iris to charm a new blazing spider demon, leading them toward the fiery threads ahead. With a blazing spider demon as their steed, the path through the webs became as effortless as walking on solid ground, and they swiftly progressed. Ahead, a chilling aura prompted Ren Qi to raise an eyebrow. They had entered the domain of the ice spider demon. A clash of ice and fire. Hiss. An enraged hiss echoed forth as a massive ice spider demon appeared, lunging towards Ren Qi. Ren Qi commanded Iris to direct the blazing spider demon into battle. While they awaited Iris's enchantment to cool down, the clash between the blazing and ice spider demons was fierce, and Ren Qi observed that the control duration over the blazing spider was rapidly diminishing, with mere seconds remaining. It appeared that combat weakened the enchantment's potency, likely exacerbated by Iris's lower tier. As the blazing spider demon broke free from the enchantment, it shuddered upon realizing it had ventured into the territory of the ice spider demon, promptly retreating toward its own domain. Seizing the opportunity, Ren Qi instructed Shiri to subdue the approaching ice spider demon, employing the same strategy to continue their advance. At this point, Ren Qi's maneuvers were being broadcasted on the screen, leaving the audience in a state of astonishment. Initially, they believed Ren Qi had entered the nightmare-level spider demon lair, anticipating he would not survive 5 minutes. Instead, he had traversed 1/5 of the distance with remarkable ease and finesse. As they observed other candidates desperately battling the spider demons, struggling to navigate the web-covered terrain, the spectators felt a sense of surrealism. Was this truly just a third-tier succubus? The neighboring fifth-tier golden tiger had become ensnared within the fiery webs, howling in agony as it endeavored to advance against the flames. Could this really be a succubus meant for amusement rather than combat? Why did it seem so formidable? Indeed, while choosing the nightmare level, he had already confronted the ice spider demon, whereas the fastest of the ordinary tier had only just entered the fiery web area. The allure was undeniably potent. Did a third-tier succubus possess such formidable charm? I too wish to awaken a succubus recruitment pool. It aligns so well with my studies. What are you all staring at me for? Unbeknownst to Ren Qi, his actions had sparked shock throughout the arena, even swaying some first and second-year students to aspire for a succubus recruitment pool. Chapter 4. Everything is calculated. The cacophony from the playground reached the principal's ears. As he listened to the intermittent chatter about awakening succubus units, he raised an eyebrow. These young minds, still immature, must not be enchanted by the succubus's appearance. Although their forms are indeed captivating, I'm referring to their allure. These youngsters are not equipped to handle it. They must not be swayed by superficial appearances. Contemplating this, the principal turned his gaze toward Ren Qi's screen, intending to use this live example to educate the surrounding students. However, as his eyes fell upon Ren Qi's display, he was taken aback. How in the world is this lad nearing the third spider demon's territory? Did he not select the nightmare level? Shouldn't he be trembling at the entrance with his succubi? How is he advancing so swiftly? Li Dongyang lifted his gaze, observing Ren Qi's screen, a look of approval gracing his features. To navigate swiftly into the third spider demon territory using succubi units indicates that Ren Qi's accumulated knowledge was not in vain. The surrounding students were equally captivated, drawn to Ren Qi's speed, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. Is this truly a nightmare-level spider demon lair? Why does it appear simpler than the ordinary variant? What are you thinking? Did you not see that all the spider demons inside are at level 50? It must indeed be a nightmare level. There is nothing particularly astonishing. It is merely the allure of the succubus, still a subpar unit destined for demise upon manifestation. According to the textbook, succubi are classified as inferior units within the third tier, possessing low combat capability aside from their charm. Even though the trials in the spider demon cave may favor the succubi, in reality, once manifested, they are no match for other combatants against surrounding monsters. The surrounding students nodded in agreement, as the perception of succubi as weak had been deeply ingrained in their minds, thanks to the Lord who exploits them for carnal pursuits. What do you know? This is not merely a matter of the succubus's charm. Have you not realized? Ren Qi is exceedingly familiar with the spider demon cave, capable of precisely identifying the replacement timings of the various spider demon territories. Li Dongyang snorted disdainfully. The students around him paused momentarily, then scrutinized the situation, discovering indeed that it was as he said. While others cautiously explored the spider demon cave, this individual seemed to possess an inherent understanding of what lay ahead, exuding confidence. I just remembered, Ren Qi has consistently ranked first in every simulation exam in our school. His knowledge as a lord far surpasses that of anyone else. The spider demon cave is a relatively obscure one, seldom understood by many, yet Ren Qi knows everything about it. Some first and second year girls began to sparkle with admiration in their eyes. How handsome. Is this what it means to compensate for the shortcomings of a unit through lordly knowledge? I had always dismissed such claims, yet here it is, manifesting before our very eyes. The principal observed Ren Qi's performance with narrowed eyes, finding the young man quite intriguing. Furthermore, observe how, in the absence of charm time, he adeptly directs the two succubi beside him to evade the spider demon's attacks. Moreover, his own speed is commendable, allowing him to avoid the spider demon's strikes independently, without placing his units in perilous situations. He must have been training. I often see senior Ren Qi jogging around campus. Most units are significantly stronger than their owners, so it is rare for anyone to engage in personal training. Who would have thought it could yield such results? Just then, a desert spider demon shot a silk strand towards Ren Qi, while simultaneously lunging at him with two of its legs. Everyone felt a jolt of surprise. Yet they soon watched as Ren Qi calmly dodged the silk thread from the desert spider demon, and one of the succubi nearby seized the opportunity to charm the creature. The charm time was perfectly restored. How fortunate. What a narrow escape. Had the charm not been ready, this assessment would have concluded right then and there. No, this is not mere luck. Look at Ren Qi's expression, completely unchanged, as if the succubus had been prepared all along. Everything was calculated by Ren Qi. The entire audience was astounded. Such precise calculation abilities are nothing short of extraordinary, especially in the midst of battle. Most individuals undertaking their first assessments would be nervous, let alone performing calculations, struggling just to maintain composure. Yet Ren Qi remains unruffled in the nightmarish trials, executing precise calculations. Coupled with his profound understanding of the spider demon cave, even the so-called inferior succubus unit exhibits exceptional prowess in his hands. This is sheer brilliance, is it not? How impressive. The elegant dodges render even the level 50 spider demons utterly powerless against him. Look at the positioning of the two succubi. It is remarkably clever. One succubus stands in front while the other lingers behind, effectively separating their positions, each facing two spider demons. Given the compactness of the spider demon cave, despite the aggro of 4 spider demons, only 3 can actually target them. Can he truly manipulate the monsters like this? Observing the others floundering, it is evident that he stands alone in excellence. Excellence. This is the consensus of all the teachers and students regarding Ren Qi's performance. No other words could more aptly encapsulate his current display. Masterfully positioning himself, calculating the charm time with precision, even while both succubi are in recovery. He continues to evade all spider demon assaults with his calm demeanor. Exceptional. He has reached the pinnacle of excellence. Students and faculty alike raise their phones, eager to capture the spectacle unfolding on the screen. After all, this video would be broadcast online, allowing everyone to witness his remarkable finesse. The principal and the accompanying teachers were equally impressed, marveling at Ren Qi's composure and calculation. He is indeed a student from your class, isn't he? His performance is quite commendable, the principal remarked with a newfound smile towards Li Dongyang. Li Dongyang replied, yes, Ren Qi has consistently been first in the school. If he could awaken a slightly more powerful unit. The principal paused momentarily, recalling the familiarity of the name, lamenting, alas. Although the succubus unit is being utilized to great effect in his hands, its inherent weakness in combat capabilities ultimately limits its potential for advancement. Li Dongyang shook his head in resigned acknowledgement, lamenting the loss of such a promising talent. The succubus unit is destined to face limitations. Nevertheless, this does not detract from his current display of brilliance. All eyes were firmly fixed upon Ren Qi on the screen, transitioning from an initial expectation of his imminent elimination to a burgeoning hope that he might indeed succeed. If he manages to overcome this challenge, it would truly be a testament to his brilliance. A masterclass display. Chapter 5. The knowledge point emerges. The screen continued to showcase Ren Qi's performance. Now having arrived at the 4th spider demon territory, this realm belonged to the waterfall spider demons, characterized by a humid environment where cascading water obstructed the path. Ren Qi paused, his brow furrowing slightly, as the waterfall spider demons lay concealed behind the curtains of water, striking swiftly only when enemies approached. Should any other examinee be present, they would need to lure the spider demons to the water's edge, enticing them forth for elimination before proceeding. However, such a tactic would place their units in grave danger, as the speed at which the waterfall spider demons burst forth from the water could be lethal in an instant. A slower unit would likely succumb immediately, not to mention that this was a nightmarish spider demon cave. A mere brush with a level 50 adult waterfall spider demon would spell doom for a succubus. Fortunately, Ren Qi had a simpler plan. He commanded the previously charmed desert spider demon to approach the water's edge. With a resounding crash, the curtain of water parted, and a massive waterfall spider demon surged forth, lunging at the desert spider demon. Seconds later, the charm on the desert spider demon dissipated, and it hastily retreated, leaving Ren Qi with a newly acquired waterfall spider demon, adorned with heart-shaped eyes. An exchange, a fair trade. Next, he rode forth on the back of this waterfall spider demon. The surrounding waterfall spider demons, sensing the presence of a fellow, would refrain from unwarranted attacks. However, given the proximity of the water curtains, when both succubi's charm times expired, they would likely provoke a swarm of waterfall spider demons into attacking. The waterfall spider demons are considerably more formidable than their predecessors. The expanded space and increased combat range, coupled with the dense water curtains, would likely see 7 or 8 waterfall spider demons converge upon him when the charm times of his 2 succubi expire. This could very well spell disaster. Should even one of those spider demons make contact with him or either of the succubi, it would likely result in an instant defeat. It seems Ren Qi's streak of brilliance may be at an end. However, to reach the penultimate challenge of the nightmarish spider demon cave using a 3rd-tier succubus is already a commendable feat. The audience watched the screen, convinced that Ren Qi would surely falter against the waterfall spider demon challenge, as they had all come to understand his strategy, relying on the charm of the spider demons to traverse their domain, deftly avoiding attacks during the recovery phases. While indeed impressive, the waterfall spider demon territory offers little room for brilliance to shine. Soon, the enchanting time of the 2 succubi came to an end, leaving the water veil arachnid beneath them exhausted and frothing at the mouth. Sensing the presence of Ren Qi and the 2 succubi, the arachnids within the water veil began to stir restlessly. At that moment, Ren Qi and the 2 succubi calmly produced strands of spider silk and cast them into the surrounding water veil. "This is the silk spat out by the desert arachnid earlier," exclaimed a keen-eyed student. "What does this mean? I was puzzled earlier when he and the succubi spent a considerable amount of time gathering the silk from the desert arachnid. Could it be that by throwing this silk into the water veil arachnids would refrain from attacking them? Indeed, it is quite peculiar." Just as the crowd was filled with confusion, the strands of desert arachnid silk that Ren Qi had thrown into the water veil rapidly dissolved, transforming into barren soil and instantly tainting the once clear water veil with a yellow hue. A chorus of shrieks and roars erupted from within the water veil as the water veil arachnids began to expel silk, cleansing the now murky waters. None of the water veil arachnids emerged to confront Ren Qi. They were all busy spewing silk to restore the waters to clarity. Ren Qi and the two succubi even took a moment to rest on the ground. What is going on? Is this even possible? This is simpler than what came before. Here comes a point of knowledge. I just perused the information on the arachnid cave. The water veil arachnids have a severe cleanliness obsession regarding their hidden waters. The silk from the desert arachnid can pollute the waters, prompting the water veil arachnids to clean them with utmost urgency, neglecting all else. The entire crowd was astonished. No one had anticipated that Ren Qi could navigate the territory of the water veil arachnids in such a manner. Wow, truly, he is remarkable to possess such obscure knowledge. I've learned something new. It turns out this is how it works. I had always believed that powerful units were paramount, but now I see that knowledge of the Lord is equally vital. Don't hold me back. I must strive to improve, whoever it is. Don't call me to the internet cafe for an all-nighter and early market tomorrow night. The surrounding students were invigorated by Ren Qi's actions. His remarkable maneuver had made it abundantly clear to everyone that the knowledge of the Lord is indeed invaluable. Observing the enthusiastic students around him, the principal smiled, surprised by the ability to inspire so many. However, it is indeed miraculous to achieve this level using third-tier succubi. All eyes were fixed on Ren Qi before the curtain, filled with emotion. Even those who had initially mocked the succubi as inferior units now expressed admiration. Regardless of the succubi's perceived weaknesses, Senior Ren Qi is undeniably exceptional. With the desert arachnid silk, Ren Qi and the two succubi swiftly cleared the territory of the water veil arachnids. The space ahead expanded significantly. With a water veil separating the inner and outer realms, the area in front remaining eerily silent. Ahead lies the final challenge of the arachnid cave, the domain of the Poison Spider King, with the Shadow Stone situated just beyond. The Poison Spider King is a third-tier arachnid, accompanied by a nightmare grade, level 50 adult form. Passing through here seems implausible. Yes, the third-tier Poison Spider King possesses significantly enhanced abilities against the succubi, likely rendering them ineffective. This may indeed be the end. As they observed, many students had begun to review the arachnid cave's information to familiarize themselves with the final boss. Generally, in the last challenge, it is imperative for units to engage the Poison Spider King and retrieve the Shadow Stone. Naturally, that applies to the ordinary level. As for nightmare level challenges, it can only be a war of attrition. However, a third-tier adult Poison Spider King likely cannot be charmed by a first-tier succubus. It seems that the illustrious Ren Qi might be halted here. Yet, despite these thoughts, everyone held their breath, fixated on the curtain depicting Ren Qi, eager to witness if he would unveil any further extraordinary tactics. Here it comes, he's about to enter. Amidst the collective gaze, Ren Qi gradually stepped into the domain of the Poison Spider King. An oval-shaped space materialized before him, occupied by a corpulent arachnid the size of 8 water veil arachnids. Its large, green eyes fixed intently on Ren Qi and the two succubi. The sense of oppression was palpable. Chapter 6. Such a grandiose presence. Ren Qi gazed upon the massive Poison Spider King, a hint of gravity settling in his gaze. Subsequently, the information regarding the Poison Spider King surfaced in his mind. Poison Spider King. Tier, 3rd. Level, 50. Description: its colossal size and abundant venom make the Poison Spider King a nightmare for the weak. Exercise utmost caution regarding its venom. For even 4th-tier beings, if poisoned by the Poison Spider King, face certain demise. This formidable creature will not be easy to contend with. Firstly, its immense bulk constricts the available space for evasion. Secondly, as a 3rd-tier monster, Ren Qi was uncertain if 5-fold charm would hold any efficacy. Nevertheless, having come this far, Ren Qi had no intention of conceding. With a flicker of thought, Illis raised her hand, unleashing her charm upon the Poison Spider King. Boom. The pink charm energy struck the Poison Spider King, causing its body to momentarily stiffen as heart shapes began to dance in its eyes. 10 seconds later, the Poison Spider King regained its senses, likely incensed by the succubi's enchantment. It roared angrily and charged at Ren Qi. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. Even with 5 times the charm power, it only managed to momentarily halt the Poison Spider King for 10 seconds. Illis and Shiri, the two succubi, could only manage 20 seconds, yet their recovery time spanned 3 minutes. 20 seconds is hardly sufficient for them to reach the back of the Poison Spider King. Ren Qi could see that several hundred meters behind the Poison Spider King, a massive throne rose, with the shadow stone hovering above it. The area behind the poison spider king was strewn with toxic pits, requiring careful navigation. Speed could not be too hasty, and 20 seconds would certainly not suffice. In a flurry of thoughts, Ren Qi and Illis swiftly evaded the poison spider king's charge, retreating from its domain. The poison spider king's green eyes fixed on Ren Qi and his companions for a moment before it gradually retreated. Within the confines of the assessment's secret realm, the poison spider king could not venture beyond its territory. Otherwise, if it were allowed to roam freely, no one could pass. Having retreated, it seemed Ren Qi had no further options. Indeed, under such circumstances, it appeared to be an insurmountable challenge. After all, his units were merely third-tier succubi. Even at an ordinary level, passing through would likely be exceedingly perilous, let alone at the nightmare level. There seemed to be no room for further brilliance. This should be the end. The students outside, observing the scene on the curtain, shook their heads and sighed. Meanwhile, other candidates had begun to catch up with Ren Qi's progress, but most could only eliminate arachnids to advance. So the fastest among them had merely just entered the territory of the water veil arachnids. Ren Qi's brow furrowed in concentration, seemingly contemplating something. Yet the situation before him appeared to present no solutions. Just when everyone believed Ren Qi would concede, he once again led Illis and Shiri into the domain of the poison spider king. Look, Ren Qi has entered again. He truly is relentless. However, considering they have come this far, how could he possibly give up? Yet, should he force the issue, he risks losing these two succubi. As the assessment prioritizes the safety of candidates, but units are not protected, losing two succubi would significantly diminish his combat strength, increasing the survival pressure when the territory materializes. Indeed, having reached this point could already be deemed miraculous. If it were me, I would surely take what I have and withdraw. The school would offer certain rewards based on performance. Regardless of the discussions outside, the moment Ren Qi stepped into the poison spider king's domain, he, along with Illis and Shiri, surged forward with determination. While he was outside earlier, he meticulously observed the trajectory of the venomous spider king, choosing to enter precisely when it was closest to the entrance of its territory, then swiftly dashed out, hoping to bypass the creature. However, how could the venomous spider king allow Ren Qi to succeed? As soon as he entered, the spider king raised its forelegs, rapidly thrusting them towards Ren Qi. If it were anyone else, they would likely have succumbed to the seductive powers of the succubi nearby, momentarily halting the spider king. Yet Ren Qi did not falter. The combined seductive force of Illis and Shiri lasted only 20 seconds, and he could not afford to waste a single moment. With a death slide, Ren Qi narrowly evaded the attack, the spider king's foreleg grazing him so closely that he could feel the fine hairs on it brush against his cheek. The primary attribute of the succubi is agility. Thus, Illis and Shiri managed to evade with greater ease than Ren Qi. Onlookers in the playground gasped in astonishment. No one had anticipated that Ren Qi would choose to charge directly through. Such composure. If I had been in his place, I would have been utterly terrified. He had evaded the Spider King's attack, but the mission was not to defeat the creature. Acquiring the Shadow Stone was the true objective. Could a miracle truly unfold today? What was he thinking? Even if he dodged one attack, what did it matter? The Spider King had yet to unleash its venom, and with the poisonous pit ahead, Ren Qi had no means of passage. Hiss! The Spider King, displeased with its failure to strike the three slippery little creatures below, hissed angrily and lunged towards them. Though its massive body was not particularly swift, it towered far above Ren Qi. In the blink of an eye, the Spider King was upon him, its mandibles snapping towards Ren Qi. What a formidable bite! Even from a distance, he could smell the foul stench emanating from its mandibles. If he were to be bitten, it would likely spell his doom. Without hesitation, Ren Qi commanded Illis to unleash her seductive power against the Spider King. Instantly, the creature's body stiffened, and Ren Qi executed a roll, propelling himself forward. 10 seconds later, the Spider King regained its senses, furious at being outmaneuvered, and, upon seeing Ren Qi pass its body, its spider legs sprang into action. The enormous creature leapt into the air, landing directly behind Ren Qi. Its mandibles opened wide, unleashing a torrent of green, venomous silk. These silks, laden with potent toxins, would corrode anything they touched. The sheer size of the Spider King's silk was akin to a vast crimson carpet, enveloping Ren Qi and the two succubi. Ren Qi felt the sky darken above him and turned to see the enormous toxic silk descending. There was no escape. Even if he attempted another seduction, the colossal silk would not cease its advance. In the anxious gaze of all the students and teachers, Ren Qi could not evade the silk's grasp. The toxic strands enveloped him and the two succubi. Chapter 7. Completely unresolvable. It's over. It seems that Shioer's path of brilliance has come to an end. The Spider King's toxic silk will likely annihilate the two succubi. I say he was too reckless. Akin to walking a tightrope. He had already reached his limits and should have stopped. Indeed, considering the nightmare level difficulty, overcoming it was far too challenging. On the playground, many expressed their regret, believing Ren Qi should have retreated in time to avoid losing the two succubi. Not so. Ren Qi had not been teleported out. The scene on the screen remained, and he had not yet failed. A voice rang out, startling everyone. Then they saw, beneath the green toxic silk, 3 faint blue glimmers. Pop! The sound of bursting bubbles echoed, and Ren Qi along with the 2 succubi reappeared before their astonished eyes. Those are the silk strands of the water curtain spider. The water curtain spider's silk had actually blocked the venomous silk of the Spider King. Incredible. How did he know this? A scholar indeed, always providing unexpected surprises. Could this truly be possible? Ren Qi discarded the broken strands of water curtain spider silk, glanced back at the venomous Spider King, and swiftly ran towards the Shadow Stone with Illis and Shiri. The water curtain spider's silk, possessing remarkable resilience and penetrative power akin to water, primarily serves to purify. A substantial quantity of this silk could effectively shield against the Spider King's venomous strands. However, such a tactic could only be employed once. The mature Spider King possessed considerable intelligence and would not fall for the same trick twice. Nevertheless, the effect had been achieved. They were now merely 500 meters away from the Shadow Stone, the best outcome they could hope for. What remained was to exert all their strength to acquire the Shadow Stone. The enraged voice of the Spider King echoed behind them, its humiliation spurring it into a frenzy. With a powerful stomp of its legs, the Spider King surged forward. As Ren Qi had predicted, it ceased its venomous assaults, intent on closing in on the 3 little creatures. Simultaneously, the ground ahead began to erupt with venom, revealing traps laid by the Spider King. The hearts of all present on the playground raced. Ren Qi's unexpected maneuvers had once again astonished them, and they were drawing ever closer to the Shadow Stone. In that moment, no one could ascertain whether Ren Qi would succeed. Ahead lay the Spider King's venomous traps, which required careful navigation, inevitably slowing their pace. The Spider King was exceedingly swift, particularly in its current enraged state, and would certainly catch up to Ren Qi. This time, it would directly use its body to attack. What means could Ren Qi possibly employ to defend himself? Reaching the edge of the venomous ground, Ren Qi quickly surveyed the area, then collected the water curtain spider silk from Illis and Shiri, charging forward. He did not reduce his speed. Instead, he accelerated slightly. The ground beneath him varied between solid and toxic pits, and a momentary lapse could lead to a fatal plunge. Taking a deep breath, Ren Qi remained calm and composed. Should the ground prove unstable beneath him, he would instantaneously place the water curtain spider silk beneath his feet, blocking the venom as it erupted, allowing him to swiftly pass over. As long as his speed was sufficient, he could traverse the silk of the water curtain spider without falling victim to the venom. Observing Ren Qi's maneuvering, the onlookers on the playground gasped in awe once more. What level of physical conditioning had this individual attained to achieve such velocity? Soldiers can rapidly enhance their abilities through the blood and flesh of magical creatures, surpassing their own limitations. Thus few would invest time in their own physical training. However, who could have anticipated that, at this moment, such training would prove so advantageous? Had Ren Qi not honed his physique, he likely would not have been capable of this speed, insufficient to traverse the spider silk over the venomous pit. The 2 succubi, being even swifter and lighter, found it far easier to accomplish the same feat. The principal observed this scene and nodded approvingly. At this age, few persist in physical training. Though their own strength may never surpass that of soldiers, any enhancement in their physical prowess grants them a greater chance of survival once the territory is solidified. After all, it is not solely soldiers who engage in battle against magical creatures. This is no game. Should the territory be breached, the stronger one is, the greater their chance of survival. The venomous Spider King relentlessly pursued them, its speed remarkable, swiftly closing the gap on Ren Qi and the 2 succubi. Ren Qi did not look back, instead instructing Shiri to unleash her seductive power. The enchanting power has a recovery time of 3 minutes, and Illis has already utilized hers. This is the final instance of her charm. Bang! The charm takes effect on the poisoned Spider King, rendering its body rigid and immobile in an instant. Seizing this opportunity, Ren Qi and the 2 succubi have traversed the poisonous pit, with the throne just ahead, and the Shadow Stone resting atop it. The arena is enveloped in silence, every spectator holding their breath. Could it be that a miracle is about to unfold today? A 3rd-tier succubus conquering the nightmare level? How surreal does that sound? If they succeed, Ren Qi would truly be a marvel. The eyes of the audience gleam with fervor. A 3rd-tier succubus overcoming the nightmare level assessment is nothing short of a fantasy. Yet, such an event is poised to transpire before their very eyes. At that moment, the poisoned Spider King, under the influence of the charm for 5 seconds, suddenly let out a deafening roar. Enraged, it broke free from the enchantment, its green eyes morphing into a deep crimson hue. Even the surface of its body began to be cloaked in a shade of scarlet. Feeling the roar behind him, Ren Qi glanced back, his heart sinking. It has gone berserk. Typically, a boss-level creature has a certain probability of going into a rage, usually when its health is critically low. However, this poisoned Spider King, having been toyed with, was too psychologically fragile and succumbed to a fit of fury. So close. Ren Qi hastened his pace, intent on securing the Shadow Stone atop the throne. Just then, the poisoned Spider King surged forward with astonishing speed, leaving behind a crimson afterimage. And in the blink of an eye, it was upon Alice, its elongated spider legs piercing toward her like spears. Gasps erupted from the crowd. No one anticipated that the poison spider king would rage at this moment. This strike would be insurmountable for a first-tier succubus, likely resulting in her being impaled. The mission stipulates that the units cannot perish, even if Ren Qi were to sacrifice the 2 succubi to buy time for the Shadow Stone. The mission would still end in failure. It was utterly hopeless. Yet, achieving this much was already remarkable. A hint of regret flickered in everyone's eyes. It appeared the miracle was about to reach its conclusion. Just then, an astonishing scene unfolded before all. Ren Qi swiftly retreated, positioning himself directly in front of Alice. Chapter 8. Emotional Resonance. Comprehending Skills. No one had anticipated that Ren Qi would leap in front of the succubus about to be attacked. In most perceptions, it is the units that shield their master from harm. How could a master place themselves in harm's way for their unit? What is happening? Has Senior Ren Qi abandoned the pursuit of the Shadow Stone? Indeed, even if a unit is killed, resulting in mission failure, acquiring the Shadow Stone would still yield a significant score boost. Is Senior Ren Qi truly prioritizing the preservation of this succubus? After all, the assessor cannot perish within the secret mirror. That shouldn't be the case. A mere succubus surely pales in comparison to the importance of obtaining the Shadow Stone. Is it not akin to picking up a sesame seed while discarding a watermelon? Unaware of the external discussions, Ren Qi, after a brief contemplation, made his decision. Save Alice. For she is the sole hope for passing. The primary attribute of a succubus is agility. They are swift yet incredibly fragile. Although a first-tier succubus may appear familiar, she remains immature, and under the poison spider king's strike, she would surely perish. Conversely, Ren Qi, having reached adulthood at 18, coupled with his physical training and the small shield provided by the assessor, possesses a defense that far surpasses Alice's. Thus, it is optimal for him to withstand this blow, allowing Alice to seize the Shadow Stone. Quickly retreating in front of Alice, Ren Qi raised the small shield before him, pushing Alice forward. Go. Retrieve the Shadow Stone. Alice, oblivious to the nature of the assessment, was momentarily stunned as Ren Qi pushed her away. With a loyalty of 100, she was always prepared to sacrifice herself for her master, never expecting him to push her out to save her. A peculiar emotion washed over Alice, moistening her alluring eyes. Master, she called out, torn between the urge to return and save him or to obey his command and retrieve the Shadow Stone. Bang! In a flash, Ren Qi was struck, the immense force propelling him backward and carving a furrow in the ground. Spitting out blood, he felt as though his body might shatter, his limbs seemingly detached from him. Ignoring his injuries, Ren Qi shouted toward Alice, "Go get the Shadow Stone." At that moment, the frenzied poison spider king lunged forward, its foul mouth agape, ready to tear Ren Qi apart. Alice was still a distance from the Shadow Stone, but the poison spider king could easily bisect Ren Qi. A multitude of sighs rose from the arena. Alas, what a pity! Although Senior Ren Qi astonishingly withstood the poison spider king's strike, he could not endure this one. Should he face life-threatening danger, the secret mirror would extract the assessor, effectively concluding the assessment. Yet, now it felt like a dream, a nightmare-level assessment. Sustained to the end by a third-tier succubus, I must sing praises for Senior Ren Qi. Just as everyone lamented that Ren Qi's journey was at its end, a pink glow began to radiate from Alice. Her gaze became resolute, and the inexplicable emotion within her seemed to envelop her entire being, prompting a transformation. A pink shadow materialized beneath Alice's feet, and in an instant, she vanished. When she reappeared, Alice stood before the throne, her delicate hand gripping the Shadow Stone tightly. Meanwhile, the poison spider king's jaws were nearly closed, and Ren Qi could feel the chilling sensation of its razor-sharp teeth about to descend upon him. Suddenly, the poison spider king's body froze, as if ensnared by a binding spell, rendered completely immobile. Oh my goodness! Look, that succubus has obtained the Shadow Stone. Senior Ren Qi has passed. A shrill scream pierced the air, drawing the gaze of those who had shifted their attention back to the projection of Ren Qi. Staring at the Shadow Stone in Alyssa's hand and the frozen Ren Qi, everyone was left in awe. What just happened? I merely glanced away for a moment. How did she manage to acquire the Shadow Stone? Wasn't that succubus still a distance from it? What is going on? Does this mean that Senior Ren Qi has succeeded in the assessment? Has he conquered the nightmare level? The crowd fell into a stupor, struggling to grasp this outcome. Meanwhile, Ren Qi's mind was flooded with information within the secret mirror. Alice, due to your rescue, has activated her potential and comprehended the skill, Shadow Step. Alice, mutated succubus. Rank, Tier 3. Level 1. Skill, Shadow Step. Instantly move forward 100 meters, leaving behind a shadow at the original location. With a recovery time of 1 hour, Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Alice would comprehend a skill. Typically, units only have a chance to learn skills upon leveling up, and that chance is exceedingly low. Yet, Alice managed to grasp a skill in the face of despair. This is not merely a game. It is not a mere accumulation of data. The influence of emotions has led Alice to learn a skill ahead of time. Ren Qi had thought they were destined for failure, only to be met with this astonishing surprise. Oh my! Senior Ren Qi has truly conquered the nightmarish level of the assessment, and he achieved this feat at the fastest speed in the entire school. Given such swiftness, coupled with the extreme difficulty of the nightmare level, he is poised to become the top performer in Jiangnan. Ascension? What do you mean by the top performer in Jiangnan? With Senior Ren's extraordinary skills, he could very well rank among the top 3 in the nation. Let us be confident. Senior Ren is likely to become the champion. Li Donyang, Ren Qi's homeroom teacher, was so overwhelmed with excitement that he stood up. Given the nightmare level difficulty and such a remarkable completion speed, Ren Qi undoubtedly has the potential to vie for the title of champion. This would be a historic achievement, as since the establishment of Qingyun, the highest rank attained was merely 3rd in Jiangnan. If we were to produce a champion this time, it would be monumental. The principal, too, could hardly contain his excitement, his expression transforming dramatically. Every year, the champion is remembered throughout the nation, while the runner-up fades into obscurity. If Ren Qi were to become the champion, it would bring immense glory to the entire school. Furthermore, the government provides subsidies to schools that produce champions, ensuring that a single individual's success elevates all. Qingyun would thus be immortalized in history. As the atmosphere brimmed with exhilaration, beams of light began to rise, and numerous candidates were teleported out. Each emerged with faces smeared with dirt and expressions of defeat. These individuals had all failed the assessment, with many losing their units within the mirror of secrets, their spirits visibly crushed. Another flash of light erupted, and Ren Qi appeared on the playground, drenched in blood, clutching the shadow stone tightly in his hand. Chapter 9. Qi. YYDS. As the teachers and students gazed at the candidates materializing on the playground, silence enveloped them. For apart from Ren Qi, all had been unsuccessful. Failure in the assessment not only meant the loss of rewards and a day's worth of units, but also indicated a lack of strength in their units. The Mirror of Secrets is designed to safeguard their lives. However, once the Lord's space materializes, survival would become exceedingly challenging. Ren Qi's earlier performance was so remarkable that it led me to believe the assessment was relatively simple. Indeed, others could not replicate Ren Qi's extraordinary prowess. They could only defeat the spider demons one by one. For most candidates, although the spider demons are merely second tier, they are fully grown, and many found themselves needing to adopt evasive strategies to pass, often resulting in failure. Only those who awakened higher-tier recruitment pools had the capability to bulldoze their way through. Yet that was still no easy feat. Few could navigate the assessment as cleverly as Ren Qi, utilizing the seductive abilities of the succubus to succeed. It was far too difficult. I faltered during the second stage, lingering for an eternity, and my final attempts ended in failure. Yes, I awakened the Blue Lion unit. Although it is a 4th-tier unit, it was only level 1. I navigated cautiously to the 4th stage, only to meet my demise. Oh, what can I say? I was stuck at the entrance of the 1st stage for half an hour, contemplating various strategies, but once I entered, 2 slimes were eliminated in an instant. Had I known, I would have surrendered right away. My poor slimes met a tragic fate. We managed to clear 4 stages, which is commendable, and there are still rewards. Besides, you possess a 4th-tier unit, so the pressure in the Lord's space will not be too great. For those of us who fell at the 1st or 2nd stages, we can only transition into support-type lords, relying on assisting other lords to earn protection. Most of the defeated candidates felt disheartened, yet not to the point of despair. After all, shifting to a support-type lord allows for a precarious survival, even if great achievements seem out of reach. However, not all support-type lords are ineffectual. Some awaken as alchemists or blacksmiths, inherently suited to the support role, capable of crafting higher-tier potions or forging superior weapons and armor, thus earning significant status. Even powerful lords may seek them out for protection. All roads lead to Rome. As long as we persevere, we may yet rise to prominence. As fellow students, if the Lord's space materializes nearby, we must look out for one another. Some classmates have already gathered their spirits and begun preparing for the Lord's space materialization a month from now. While they were engaged in discussion, they suddenly heard younger students exclaiming words like extraordinary, speculating about the champion, and marveling at how swiftly one could conquer the nightmare level. With sentiments like, I want to bear your children, Senior Ren Qi, come to my home tonight. I'm alone. They were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Had someone truly passed? And at the nightmare level, no less? Ren Qi? As the top performer in every simulation exam, the candidates certainly knew him. However, the news of Ren Qi awakening the succubus unit had circulated just yesterday. How could he possibly have succeeded? Especially at the nightmare level. Am I hearing this correctly? A 3rd-tier succubus should have no chance of passing, right? Indeed, my 4th-tier blue lion barely made it to the 4th stage, and that was only at the ordinary level. Ren Qi isn't foolish. How could he challenge the nightmare level with a 3rd-tier succubus? Wait, do you see who that is? Isn't he holding the shadow stone? A voice rang out, and several gazes turned toward Ren Qi, who stood a short distance away, clutching the shadow stone, their expressions frozen in disbelief. It is indeed the shadow stone. Ren Qi has truly succeeded. Doctors rushed over to treat the injured candidates. A resounding wave of applause and cheers erupted from behind, sweeping across the entire playground. Senior Ren. Incredible. Extraordinary. Chi. YYDS. I want to bear your children. Ren God, come to my house tonight. I'm home alone. Ren Qi, still somewhat dazed, felt the pain coursing through his body as he held the shadow stone. While Alith and Shiri had already returned to the Lord's space. Suddenly, he saw Principal Zhao, known for his composure, sprinting towards him from the podium. His face flushed with excitement as he grasped Ren Qi's right hand. Then, Ren Qi heard the principal, his face beaming, utter two words filled with enthusiasm. Incredible. Subsequently, Principal Zhao called overly Dongyang, lavishing him with praise. Turning his gaze back to Ren Qi, Principal Zhao's warmth was palpable. Ren Qi, the assessment has concluded. You have successfully completed the nightmare level assessment in half an hour. Your scores will be announced within 3 days, and I assure you, they will be exceptional. Please take care of yourself and await the news. Oh, by the way, in recognition of your outstanding performance, I, on behalf of the school, would like to reward you with 100 pounds of first-tier magic meat. More rewards will follow once your ranking is determined. Hearing Principal Zhao's words, Ren Qi's eyes sparkled. 100 pounds of first-tier magic meat should be sufficient for Alith and Shiri to level up several times. Looking at the shadow stone in his hand, Ren Qi reflected on its value. The shadow stone is a remarkable item, capable of enhancing the level and potential of dark attribute units, even aiding in skill comprehension. Once the assessment is passed, the shadow stone becomes yours, the chief examiner remarked. He was sent by higher authorities, and the mirror of secrets belongs to him. Ren Qi cast a glance at the chief examiner, filled with envy. To be appointed as a chief examiner, one must be at least a 7th-tier lord, a formidable presence. Such precious items as the Shadow Stone are likely beyond the reach of most, reserved for those with substantial wealth. The Mirror of Secrets offers protection, and with the healing effects of the doctor's potions, Ren Qi suffered no significant injuries. He merely needed to rest for a day or two, without the need for hospitalization. He returned home to recuperate. With a half-hour completion of the nightmare level assessment, Ren Qi felt he could contend for the top rank in Jiangnan. As for the title of champion, he did not dwell too much on it. After all, there are numerous candidates across the nation, many of whom awaken high-tier units. And even those possessing similar control abilities are not rare. The strategies he could conceive were not beyond the imagination of others. However, the rewards for being the top of the Jiangnan leaderboard are sufficiently abundant, at least enough for his succubus to ascend several levels. The manifestation of the Lord's domain and the rapid elevation of troop levels are imperative for survival. Ren Qi decided to take a brief respite, intending to utilize the 100 pounds of first-tier demon meat to elevate the levels of Iris and Shiri starting tomorrow. Just as he was sinking into a drowsy slumber, Ren Qi suddenly sensed a presence beside him. With his eyes barely open, he beheld a stunning woman with an alluring figure, golden hair, and azure eyes. Gazing at him with a look of concern, she was leaning over, inspecting Ren Qi's injuries, her voluptuous form brushing against him, causing a slight tickle at his nose. Chapter 10. The Upgrade of Demon Meat. Ren Qi jolted awake, a hint of surprise in his voice. Sister, what brings you back? This golden-haired beauty was none other than Ren Qi's adoptive sister, Ren Cheryl, taken in by his parents. After their passing, Ren Cheryl had been his guardian until she awakened at 18 3 years ago. Following the manifestation of her Lord's domain, she had not returned, only communicating through messages. Ren Qi had learned that her domain had manifested in the northwest, a region rife with demon lairs, where she was fully engaged in resisting threats, hence their infrequent contact. I had to rush back for your assessment, but I was still a bit late. You've already completed it, Ren Cheryl remarked with a smile, smoothing her slightly disheveled hair. Ren Qi, puzzled, responded, Sister, didn't you mention a demon tide over there? I thought you couldn't return? With the demon tide's emergence, a massive deployment of demons was expected, and logically, Ren Cheryl should have been in the thick of the fight. She playfully tapped Ren Qi's head. Do not fret about me. I am now a 3rd-tier lord and have joined a medium-sized alliance in the northwest. Resisting the demon tide is entirely manageable. Besides, I merely came back to check on you, so there is no cause for concern. Listening to Ren Cheryl's words, Ren Qi felt a surge of emotion. He understood that after the manifestation of a Lord's domain, one faced numerous challenges, and before establishing sufficient strength, no one would dare to leave their territory. After all, the territory is foundational. Should one venture out and have their domain destroyed, obliterating their recruitment pool, it would be catastrophic. Yet, for his assessment, Ren Cheryl had returned. Alright, seeing as you're 18 now, it's time to mature. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what troop type did you awaken? How did your assessment go? At this point, Ren Cheryl's expression turned serious. For the type of troops one awakened is crucial for future endeavors, and this assessment significantly impacts the early development post-manifestation of the Lord's domain. She had awakened a 4th-tier troop, the Gale Leopard, and had performed reasonably well, which allowed her to progress to a 3rd-tier lord within 3 years. Ascending as a lord relies on the overall strength of one's territory, and being a 3rd tier is indeed commendable for a minor lord. After a moment's hesitation, Ren Qi spoke. I awakened the succubus troop type, and for this assessment. Before he could finish, Renshi frowned. Succubus troop type? A subpar choice among the third tiers. Realizing her tone was inappropriate, she hastily added, but little Qi, do not be disheartened, although succubi are. Renshi interjected with a smile. Sister, you needn't worry. My succubus is rather unique, possessing a charm that surpasses ordinary succubi by several folds. So it shouldn't be deemed too dismal. An anomaly? Renshi raised an eyebrow. Generally speaking, troop tiers are rigidly defined. A third tier remains a third tier, and a fourth tier remains a fourth tier, determined upon recruitment. However, through the nurturing of exceedingly rare spiritual materials, certain troops can ascend, known as mutations. For instance, her fourth-tier Gale Leopard could be termed a fifth-tier mutated Gale Leopard if it were to be elevated. Renshi nodded slightly, fully aware that his mutated succubus is fundamentally different from such tier advancements. This mutation is essential, while the succubus remains third tier. There exists a chance for elevation to a fallen angel. Renshi acknowledged this. That is acceptable. However, succubi are not particularly powerful. You likely did not pass this assessment, right? No matter, once your Lord's domain manifests, I will send you some demon meat to help bolster your strength. In this world, there are indeed second-generation lords. Some may awaken weaker troops, but with powerful parental territories, they can easily soar. Although Renshi cannot transform Renshi into a second-generation lord, she can at least assist in enhancing his strength to ensure his survival in the early stages. However, being only a third-tier lord, her assistance is limited. He would ultimately need to rely on himself. Perhaps transitioning into a support-type lord would be a wise decision. Just as Renshi was about to offer this suggestion, Renshi declared, Sister, I passed the assessment. Nightmare level difficulty. In half an hour, I should be able to claim the top of the Jiangnan leaderboard. Renshi was momentarily taken aback, doubting her hearing. Little Qi, do not jest. I am aware of the assessment tasks. And even a mutated fourth-tier succubus would find it exceedingly challenging to pass, let alone at nightmare level. With a smile, Renshi recounted how he had succeeded, leaving her in stunned amazement. Marvelous. I never knew such a method existed. Little Qi, you remain as clever as ever. So, am I about to have a brother who tops the Jiangnan leaderboard? Renshi exclaimed, embracing Ren Qi with exuberance. Ahem, sister, I can barely breathe, Renshi gasped, feeling smothered by the exuberant embrace. Renshi quickly released him. Apologies, I got a bit carried away. I forgot you're still injured. After chatting a while longer, Renshi presented him with a watch. This is a positioning watch. Once your Lord's domain manifests, I can locate you through it and send you some supplies. Renshi donned the watch. In urban settings, mobile phone positioning is quite convenient, but once manifested in the wild, there would be no signal. At such times, this positioning watch becomes essential, crafted by lords who have awakened mechanical intelligence troops, and is available for external sale. There are also other instruments, like detection devices, which are necessities generally required upon becoming a lord. For instance, the spider demons in the spider lair rely on their assessments within the secret mirror to gather information. But outside, information on demons necessitates a detection device. Additional communication devices for interaction, and even auction and trading instruments, are also required. Renshi, brimming with excitement, conversed with Renshi for a while longer. As dawn approached, she prepared to depart, for the demon tide was imminent, and she needed ample time for resistance. Her return was merely to check on Renshi's condition. With the unique mutated succubus and the rewards from the assessment, along with her promise to provide additional resources, Renshi felt assured that Renshi would survive. Once Renshi left, Renshi finally closed his eyes and took a moment to rest. By noon he awoke, feeling considerably rejuvenated. After finishing the provisions he had prepared, he reclined on his bed and immersed his consciousness into the Lord's domain. Inside the domain, the 100 pounds of first-tier demon meat awarded by the principal had already arrived. Before manifestation, troops within the Lord's domain could not venture outside. Except for special places like the secret mirror, yet external items could be brought in, albeit at a significant cost of mental energy. Transporting this demon meat had drained much of his mental energy. Summoning Iris and Shuri, Renshi prepared to feed them the demon meat, intending to assist them in leveling up. Chapter 11. Rankings announced. National third place. Iris and Shuri gazed at the 100 pounds of first-tier demon meat on the ground, their eyes gleaming with excitement. For troops to elevate their levels, demon meat is nearly the sole pathway. The higher the tier of the demon meat, the more pronounced the enhancement effects. You both worked hard yesterday. This is prepared for you. Renshi observed the two individuals, eager to witness how the soldiers enhanced their levels through the consumption of magical flesh. Did they consume it directly or absorb its energy? Elise and Shuri respectfully expressed their gratitude. Thank you, master. With that, they promptly kindled a fire and commenced their barbecuing. It turned out that soldiers also indulged in cooked food. Renshi had previously assumed they merely devoured it raw. However, some beast-like soldiers likely consumed magical flesh without hesitation. As the two grilled the meat, they simultaneously feasted, the speed of cooking barely keeping pace with their appetite. In no time, 50 pounds of magical flesh had been consumed, and Elise and Shiri showed no signs of pausing. It appeared that soldiers did not experience the sensation of being full once the magical flesh entered their bellies. It transformed into energy. At that moment, Elise and Shiri had already ascended to level 5. This 100 pounds should elevate them to level 10. Ren Qi couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. After all, every 10 levels gained provided a chance for the mutated succubus to evolve. Should they ascend to the 4th tier, it was undeniable that their charm would be significantly amplified. Noticing the slow pace of their grilling, Ren Qi decided to join the barbecue brigade. At that instant, he discerned some differences between Elise and Shiri. Previously, Elise had awakened the skill phantom. Now, a faint red glow enveloped her, seemingly adding a layer of allure compared to Shiri. Upon inspecting Elise's attributes, Ren Qi was astonished to find her loyalty had surpassed 100. Loyalty, 120, unyielding. Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback. While soldiers typically began with a loyalty of 100, disheartening actions could diminish this loyalty. Yet now, Elise's loyalty had breached 120, rendering it unyielding. This indicated that even if Ren Qi were to compel her into dubious dealings, Elise's loyalty would remain intact. Before long, 100 pounds of first-tier magical flesh had entered the mouths of Elise and Shiri, and their bodies began to undergo notable changes. A pink radiance enveloped them, cocooning them in an egg-like shape, as if they were gestating something remarkable. This state persisted for half an hour, after which the light dissipated, revealing Elise and Shiri once more. Their auras had grown significantly stronger, and Elise had undergone a remarkable transformation. The color of her black wings had deepened, and her tail had elongated. Even the 2 prominent peaks on her chest seemed to have become more pronounced. Ren Qi checked their attributes. Shiri, mutated succubus. Tier, 3rd. Level, 10. Loyalty, 100. Shiri had not changed significantly, merely attaining an increase of 10 levels, with boosts to her strength, speed, and various attributes. Elise, mutated succubus. Tier, 4th. Level, 10. Loyalty, 120. Skill, phantom. Elise had leveled up to the 4th tier, which thrilled Ren Qi immensely. Should Elise reach the 9th tier, she would have the opportunity to advance to a fallen angel. Such beings were of demigod caliber. Moreover, both individuals had experienced enhancements in their attributes at level 10, ensuring their survival post-territory manifestation. Following the rankings, additional rewards would be forthcoming, potentially allowing further elevation of their levels. At that moment, Ren Qi contemplated the dawn of a new day, one that would allow him to recruit new succubi. Without hesitation, he approached the recruitment pool and initiated the process. Soon, 2 brand new succubi emerged from the pool, kneeling before Ren Qi. Master, the newly summoned succubi were also 3rd tier, and Ren Qi instructed Elise and Shiri to train them within the confines of their territory. While soldiers possessed innate combat abilities, battle experience was accrued over time. The same type of soldier with more extensive combat experience would exhibit greater prowess. In a swift passage of 3 days, the assessment results were released. Ren Qi checked his score online. Score, 950 points. Ranking, 1st in Tiannan, 3rd nationally. Congratulations to Ren Qi for becoming the 3rd place scholar. 1st in Tiannan, 3rd nationally. Ren Qi clenched his fists, thoroughly satisfied with this achievement. After all, his soldiers were not particularly formidable. He had merely skillfully utilized the power of charm alongside his understanding of the spider demon cave, and of course, a stroke of luck that allowed Elise to awaken the phantom skill. Otherwise, he would never have cleared the challenge. The news of a 3rd place scholar emerging from Qingyun High School sent shockwaves throughout the city. This was the first time Qingyun City had produced such an honor, compounded by the controversial 3rd tier succubus soldiers, which catapulted Ren Qi into the limelight. Numerous media outlets flocked to the school, fervently interviewing students and faculty. What are your thoughts on Senior Ren Qi? I find it challenging to encapsulate my feelings about Senior Ren Qi, but if I had to choose a single word, it would be exceptional. His maneuvers could only be described as transcendent. God Qi is my idol. You have no idea how gallantly he navigated the challenge. His suave demeanor inspires in me a reverence as boundless as the Yangtze River, akin to the unstoppable flood of the Yellow River. Oh, you're asking about Senior Ren Qi? My opinion is simply that he is stunning, absolutely mesmerizing. Through these interviews, headlines across various media outlets erupted with sensational reports. Shocking. 3rd place scholar Ren Qi achieved success through this method. It's simply astounding. A 3rd tier succubus soldier surpasses a 6th tier dark lizard soldier. How is this feat even possible? 30 young women are infatuated with the 3rd place scholar, vowing to bear his children. What a tangled web of love and longing. In an instant, every headline was saturated with news regarding Ren Qi. In the principal's office, Principal Zhao also participated in an interview, sharing his insights on how he had recognized Ren Qi's uniqueness from the outset. Simultaneously, Principal Zhao announced a formal reward from the school to honor Ren Qi's achievement as the national 3rd place scholar. 1,000 pounds of 1st tier magical flesh. 500 pounds of second-tier magical flesh, 100 pounds of third-tier magical flesh, 100 energy crystals. The rewards from Qingyun High School were nothing short of lavish. Given the significance of being the national third-place scholar, they had truly spared no expense. The official entities of Qingyun City and Jiangnan Province also extended their rewards. Qingyun City sends congratulations, awarding Senior Ren Qi 100 energy crystals and 1 million energy coins. Jiangnan Province sends congratulations, awarding Senior Ren Qi 200 energy crystals, 10 million energy coins, and 1 magic crystal. Various Lord Alliances also sent congratulations and gifts, hoping to forge a favorable relationship. However, due to Ren Qi's soldiers being succubi, the number of alliances sending congratulations and gifts was relatively few, as many perceived succubus soldiers as lacking combat strength. Even though he had become the third-place scholar, they still viewed it as somewhat dubious. Ren Qi paid little mind to such opinions. To evade the frenzy of journalists outside, he opted not to collect his rewards in person, instead having them delivered directly to his home. As he observed box after box arriving in his room, Ren Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was undeniably a novice's bounty. Chapter 12, Alliance Recruitment. Once all the rewards had been moved into his room, Ren Qi meticulously organized and verified the entirety of his possessions. 3,000 pounds of first-tier magical flesh, 1,000 pounds of second-tier magical flesh, 500 pounds of third-tier magical flesh, 520 energy crystals, 30 million energy coins, 1 magic crystal. These were the cumulative rewards from both the official entities and gifts from various alliances, undeniably substantial. The 30 million energy coins alone could procure 30,000 pounds of first-tier magical flesh, amounting to significant wealth. This is the allure of the college entrance examination. With these rewards, Ren Qi could swiftly enhance his strength within the Lord's space post-manifestation, fortifying his defenses against surrounding demonic incursions. It is essential to recognize that this is no mere game. There are no protective periods to speak of. The moment the Lord's realm materializes, it becomes susceptible to potential assaults from monstrous entities at any given moment. Therefore, this month serves as a critical window for all lords on the brink of manifesting their realms to enhance their prowess. Some second-generation lords can leverage their parents' resources during this time to elevate the ranks of their troops and fortify their territories in preparation for materialization. Conversely, impoverished students have spent the preceding years scrimping and saving, seizing every opportunity to earn money in the month following their awakening of troop types. Naturally, should one awaken an exceptionally powerful troop, they might soar to great heights and receive national rewards through assessments. Even in instances of underperformance during these evaluations, numerous alliances would be eager to extend their assistance in bolstering one's territorial strength, contingent upon their willingness to join. However, Ren Qi has declined several alliance invitations, as his troop type is unique and he wishes to keep it under wraps. Though joining an alliance offers a degree of protection, it also imposes numerous constraints, which do not appeal to him. Regardless, the rewards he has accrued thus far are sufficient to ensure a robust start once his territory materializes. After organizing all his possessions, Ren Qi commenced the arduous task of transporting them into the Lord's realm. This endeavor demands considerable mental fortitude and cannot be accomplished hastily. Nevertheless, Ren Qi remains unhurried. At present, he only possesses for succubi, requiring minimal resources. He intends to utilize the demonic flesh judiciously, striving to cultivate a battalion of succubi before the realm's materialization, ideally ensuring that several reach the impressive level of 50. Otherwise, even if transformed into mutated succubi endowed with formidable allure, their combat effectiveness at the third tier remains disappointingly low. Having transported a portion of the demonic flesh, Ren Qi took a moment to rest, feeling fatigued from the considerable exertion involved. At that juncture, his phone, which lay nearby, began to vibrate incessantly, inundated with calls and messages as if attempting to overwhelm him. Glancing at the screen, he promptly dismissed the calls, offering only succinct replies to messages from teachers and classmates extending their congratulations. He ignored all other communications, including those from various alliances, some of which absurdly urged him to abandon his territory in favor of pursuing a career as a city idol. Such suggestions struck Ren Qi as ludicrous. While many cities are indeed shielded by ninth-tier lords, rendering them relatively safe, relinquishing one's territory in this world is the height of folly. Abandoning one's domain, regardless of how renowned one becomes or how exorbitant their earnings might be, leaves one vulnerable to the whims of higher-tier lords. Only those with an exceedingly short-sighted perspective would forsake their lordship to languish within the confines of a city. Furthermore, individuals without territories are often looked down upon in urban environments, their wealth notwithstanding, as their social standing remains significantly diminished. Principal Zhao also contacted Ren Qi, sharing information regarding national alliance recruitment. Although Ren Qi's troop type is a third-tier succubus, his exceptional performance has garnered him the title of Flower of the Exam, making him a prime candidate for recruitment by the Dragon Kingdom Alliance. After all, any troop type can find its place within a national-level alliance. Ren Qi furrowed his brow, disinclined to join the National Alliance. Though it offers the highest level of security and the most favorable conditions, it also imposes the most stringent limitations. Moreover, his troop type thrives in obscurity. Within an alliance, he would likely attract undue attention. Nonetheless, he deemed it prudent to at least meet with the National Alliance representatives. Shortly thereafter, another flurry of calls erupted, which Ren Qi promptly rejected, noticing they were from distant relatives who, having learned of his status as the flower of the exam, now sought his attention. Some even messaged him requesting assistance with resources, which he found utterly laughable. With various lordly realms having materialized and some firmly established, it was absurd for them to solicit resources from someone still preparing for their realm's manifestation. Such shamelessness was astounding. Seated in his chair, Ren Qi pondered how to wisely allocate his 30 million energy coins. He had no intention of saving. Rather, he aimed to expend this fortune before the materialization of his realm. After all, the location of the realm's emergence remains uncertain, and should it manifest in an area rife with monsters, unpreparedness could lead to dire consequences. Some thrifty lords hoard resources, waiting until after their realm materializes to assess their surroundings and maximize their resource utilization. While those fortunate enough to materialize in regions with fewer monsters can indeed optimize their resources, those who are less fortunate may find their resources consumed before they can be utilized. Such short-sightedness should be dispelled early on. The essence of a lord lies in their troop type, and the most judicious use of energy coins is to acquire demonic flesh. However, Ren Qi's stock of demonic flesh is ample. Thus he resolved to procure some defensive items to bolster his territory's defenses. As he opened his phone to research territorial defenses, he was taken aback to find it inundated with news about himself. Third-tier succubus becomes the flower of the exam, conquering the nightmare-level assessment. What is his secret weapon? A Qingyun student with a third-tier succubus troop type surpasses talents from across the provinces to become the flower of the exam. This is nothing short of miraculous. Shock. Numerous female students declare their intention to bear the child of the flower of the exam, leading to a fracas that left their garments in tatters. Let us report live from the scene. Ren Qi could not help but marvel at the sensationalism of the headlines. A veritable legion of clickbait. After briefly perusing some materials on territory defenses and regaining his composure, Ren Qi stood up and made his way to school, intending to meet with the National Alliance's recruitment personnel. At that moment, in the office of Principal Zhao at Qingyun High School, he was conversing with a haughty individual clad in a suit, referred to as Alliance Leaderly. Isn't it the National Alliance that is here to recruit Ren Qi? Why have representatives from the North Chuang Alliance come instead? Principal Zhao inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. Although the North Chuang Alliance is a vassal of the National Alliance, it is not the same entity. Alliance Leaderly scoffed. Do you truly believe a mere individual who has awakened a third-tier succubus troop is worthy of the National Alliance's attention? Were it not for his fortunate rise to become the flower of the exam, I wouldn't have bothered coming at all. The National Alliance's slots are filled. I'm here merely out of courtesy. Speaking of which, where is this fellow? I'm doing him a favor. If he makes me wait any longer, I might just leave. Chapter 13. This flower of the exam is nothing but a joke. Principal Zhao's expression darkened as he listened to Alliance Leader Li's remarks. Yet, given that he was merely a city-level principal, he could not afford to offend someone from the National Alliance's vassal. But didn't the message indicate that the National Alliance was sending representatives for recruitment? Changing personnel at the last minute seems inappropriate, he replied cautiously. While the North Chuang Alliance is indeed formidable, it does not rival the National Alliance, and Principal Zhao wished to advocate for Ren Qi. After all, there is a significant disparity between joining the National Alliance and the North Chuang Alliance. Before Alliance Leader Li could respond, the recently recruited students behind him began voicing their discontent. What is the meaning of this? Do you look down upon our North Chuang Alliance? One exclaimed. A waste who has merely awakened a third-tier succubus is already fortunate to be considered for our North Chuang Alliance. This is an opportunity he could never have hoped for in 8 lifetimes. Exactly, in my opinion. Someone who merely lucked into becoming the flower of the exam doesn't warrant personal recruitment from Alliance Leader Li. A simple notification would suffice. TCH. If it weren't for the unique circumstances of this assessment, allowing the succubus's allure to shine through, I doubt he could even pass a standard assessment. If I were a succubus, I could easily become the flower of the exam too. But I would rather forego that title than be associated with a troop type that possesses no combat prowess. What use is there in recruiting someone so utterly lacking? Ren Qi's swift completion of the nightmare-level assessment utilizing a third-tier succubus naturally astonished the majority, yet it also incited envy among some. After all, their awakened units surpassed the 4th tier, yet they couldn't even secure a place among the top 10 in the Tiannan rankings, let alone the coveted 2nd place. Their dissatisfaction with Ren Qi's accomplishment was palpable, as they vociferously proclaimed that they could achieve the same. Indeed, the ineffectiveness of a third-tier succubus has been previously established. The last individual who awakened such a unit was still engaged in unsavory dealings. Those who attain the 2nd place through sheer luck are hardly worth the effort to recruit. As one progresses, the combat effectiveness of a succubus becomes increasingly inferior compared to other units, rendering it of little use to the Alliance. From the moment he awakened the succubus from the recruitment pool, it was clear that he was destined to be deemed useless. Thus, this so-called second place is nothing more than a complete farce. I suggest we refrain from wasting too much time on him, and instead focus on recruiting individuals higher up the Tiannin rankings. Su Haowei, recently accepted as a disciple by the leader Li, directly expressed his disdain for Ren Qi, this so-called second place. You, why are your words so venomous? Li Dongyang couldn't contain himself any longer. Stepping forward, he retorted angrily, what do you mean luck? Ren Qi has consistently ranked first in our school's mock exams every year. This time, he achieved such remarkable results due to his extensive knowledge of the arachnid cave and his audacious yet meticulous maneuvers. On what grounds do you dismiss Ren Qi's efforts with a single sentence? What gives you the right to label him as useless? Hearing this, Su Haowei's face flushed red with embarrassment. However, having just become a disciple of the leader and being ranked 10th in the Tiannin standings, he was too proud to back down. No matter how much you talk, his third-tier succubus is still irrelevant. Otherwise, why would the Alliance overlook him? It's because they don't value him. Lords are meant to combat monsters, not to take exams. Are you suggesting that when faced with monsters, he should charm them into submission? This second place is nothing but a joke. You. Li Dongyang was so enraged that he felt compelled to throw a couple of punches at Su Haowei. What? Do you intend to lay hands on my student? Leader Li raised an eyebrow at Li Dongyang's demeanor. Li Dongyang's expression stiffened, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Leader Li was a 7th-tier lord, possessing formidable, intimidating power. Upon becoming a 5th-tier lord, the strength of the units would reflect upon the lord themselves, and consuming monster flesh could augment their power. Although the absorption rate was a fraction of the unit's strength. Over time, Leader Li's might remain considerable. Principal Zhao hurriedly intervened. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Let's all speak civilly. Just as Principal Zhao prepared to pacify the situation, the office door swung open, and Ren Qi walked in with a calm demeanor. Useless? A farce? You seem to have a grand opinion of yourself. Whether you're the top scorer or the second place. How dare you speak so boldly about me? The second place. Ren Qi's gaze fell upon Su Haowei. His expression tranquil, yet brimming with sharpness. Su Haowei instinctively lowered his head, but upon realizing this, he grew indignant. I am Su Haowei, ranked 10th in Tiannin, with a 6th-tier Crimson Flame Phoenix awakened. Your 3rd-tier succubus is nothing but a waste, a farce in my presence. A waste? A farce? I must ask you, if you had awakened a 3rd-tier succubus, would you dare to select the nightmare level difficulty for the assessment? Ren Qi replied nonchalantly. Su Haowei froze for a moment, his face reddening, yet he found himself at a loss for words. If he had awakened a 3rd-tier succubus, he would likely have given up entirely, even finding the normal level daunting, let alone the nightmare level. Ren Qi continued dismissively, then let me ask you, having awakened the 6th-tier Crimson Flame Phoenix, what difficulty did you choose for your assessment? Su Haowei's complexion shifted, stammering, difficult. Ren Qi coldly remarked, you, who only dared to select a difficult difficulty after awakening a 6th-tier unit, have the audacity to criticize me for choosing the nightmare level difficulty with my 3rd-tier unit. You truly have some nerve. You. Su Haowei was nearly choked with indignation, retorting angrily. That's merely because this assessment favors the succubus. If the content were different, your 3rd-tier succubus wouldn't even know how it perished. No matter how you argue, a 3rd-tier succubus remains a waste, and you, the 2nd place, are nothing but a farce. Ren Qi narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Su Haowei. Very well, if you claim I am a farce, dare you accept my challenge in the secret realm? Let us see whether your 6th-tier unit or my 3rd-tier 2nd place prevails. Su Haowei, taken aback, quickly scoffed. Have you lost your mind? A 3rd-tier succubus dares to challenge me? This is a death wish of the most foolish kind. My Crimson Flame Phoenix would obliterate your succubus with a mere touch, and all your accumulated units would vanish, leaving you with nowhere to lament. Before the Lord's space materializes, accumulating units is of utmost importance. After all, recruitment post-materialization requires energy crystals, which are significantly more challenging to obtain than monster flesh. Losing even a day of unit recruitment could jeopardize survival in the Lord's space. Ren Qi regarded Su Haowei coolly. Why waste words? Do you dare accept my challenge? If I am unable to defeat you within 10 minutes, I concede. Chapter 14, The Wager. 10 minutes to defeat me? Utterly arrogant. Su Haowei laughed in fury. With your 3rd-tier succubus, I could eliminate you in 5 minutes. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. Then let us proceed. Su Haowei laughed derisively. Fine. I accept. I shall see how you intend to defeat me. He then turned to Leader Li and Principal Zhao. Teachers, you have all heard this. It is this fellow who insisted on provoking me. A 3rd-tier succubus challenging my 6th-tier Crimson Flame Phoenix. If I refuse, everyone will mock me. However, you all must bear witness. If I inadvertently destroy his unit, it will be his own doing. Principal Zhao furrowed his brow. After all, the opponent possessed a 6th-tier unit. Even though Ren Qi had secured the 2nd place, he was still unlikely to match Su Haowei. However, before he could speak, literally interjected, "Very well. Since it is so, let us bear witness and see whether this second place holds any merit." The surrounding teachers from Qingyun High School shook their heads in disapproval. Ren Qi was being impulsive. The gap between a 6th tier and a 3rd tier unit was immense, leaving little chance for victory. Indeed, let alone a 6th tier unit. Even a 4th tier unit could likely overpower Ren Qi's succubus. Li Dongyang appeared anxious, yet with Ren Qi having said so, he could not intervene. Su Haowei arrogantly declared, "Let us now enter the secret realm. Before the Lord's space materializes, battles can only be conducted through the secret realm." "Wait," Ren Qi called out to Su Haowei. Su Haowei scoffed dismissively. "What? Are you having second thoughts now?" Ren Qi smiled. "Not at all. I merely find this challenge rather mundane. Why not add a wager?" Su Haowei paused. "A wager? What do you wish to bet?" "I recall that the 10th place in the Tian-Nan rankings receives a magic crystal as a reward. I have one here as well. Shall we use the magic crystal as our wager?" Ren Qi regarded Su Haowei, as if finally revealing the fangs of a wolf. He was not acting on impulse to duel Su Haowei out of anger, but rather for the sake of the magic crystal. Magic crystals are exceedingly precious, likely to be produced only by high-tier monsters, and the probability is quite low. As the 2nd place, he was rewarded with only one, and the 10th place received only one each as well, though their other rewards were considerably less than Ren Qi's. To upgrade the recruitment pool to the 2nd tier requires 100 energy crystals and 2 magic crystals. He currently had an abundance of energy crystals and only needed 1 magic crystal to elevate the recruitment pool. The 2nd tier recruitment pool would then have a greater chance of recruiting mutated succubi and might even yield a 4th tier mutated succubus, which would be a significant temptation for Ren Qi. Upon hearing the words, Su Haowei hesitated for a moment. After all, magic crystals are exceedingly precious commodities, with the price of a single crystal now reaching approximately 80 million energy coins, and even then, they are often hard to come by. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Su Haowei nodded decisively. "Very well, I shall wager a magic crystal. I am truly grateful for such a generous gift you have bestowed upon me. It is merely a 3rd tier succubus, which is essentially akin to gifting oneself a magic crystal. There is no reason not to agree." Before long, Ren Qi and Su Haowei found themselves within an expansive secret mirror. Observing Ren Qi ahead, Su Haowei could hardly contain the smile on his visage. A mere 3rd tier succubus, he believed he could easily vanquish it in no time. Once he secured that magic crystal, would it not be a delightful triumph? Li Dongyang, watching Ren Qi's figure, had regained his composure. He understood Ren Qi well enough to know that there was no way he would challenge Su Haowei without a valid reason, and given Ren Qi's current calm demeanor, it was evident he possessed confidence. A flicker of thought crossed Su Haowei's mind, and 4 Crimson Flame Phoenixes gradually materialized behind him. The Crimson Flame Phoenix is an aerial unit, boasting an extensive attack range, primarily utilizing fiery assaults, and being a 6th tier unit, its offensive power is formidable. Historically, aerial forces have always maintained an absolute advantage over ground units, especially when pitted against a 3rd tier adversary. Su Haowei felt there was no reason he should lose. Meanwhile, 4 succubi from the Alicia faction appeared beside Ren Qi. Alicia and Shiri were both at level 10, but the new 2 succubi were merely at level 1. Fortunately, both were mutated succubi, possessing 5 times the allure of an ordinary 3rd tier succubus. Ren Qi observed the 2 newly summoned succubi and noted that the 2 Crimson Flame Phoenixes should have leveled up, although they had not yet reached level 10. The remaining 2 were just recently recruited at level 1. The higher the tier of a unit, the more magic meat is required for leveling up, even with some rewards. Su Haowei had not managed to elevate the Crimson Flame Phoenixes to level 10 in just one day. "Humph, a mere 3rd tier succubus, prepare to meet your demise." Su Haowei scoffed confidently, snapping his fingers to command the aerial Crimson Flame Phoenixes to charge at Ren Qi. He even struck a dashing pose, believing his phoenixes merely needed to dive and unleash their fiery breath to incinerate the opponent's succubi entirely. Ren Qi remained unperturbed as the Crimson Flame Phoenixes approached. The 2 newly summoned succubi initiated the attack by employing their alluring powers, successfully enchanting the 2 diving Crimson Flame Phoenixes. Su Haowei's expression shifted abruptly, in his estimation. A 3rd tier succubus could never enchant a 6th tier Crimson Flame Phoenix, especially with such a significant tier disparity. Yet, to his astonishment, the enchantment had succeeded. However, Su Haowei soon exhaled in relief. He could sense that although the opponent's enchanting power was potent, it was still considerably mitigated by the tier suppression. While the phoenixes flew chaotically, they were not entirely under control. "Humph, let us see how long your enchanting power can withstand." Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. Despite the tier suppression, he surmised that the newly summoned 3rd tier succubi could likely maintain control over the 6th tier Crimson Flame Phoenixes for about half a minute. This realization gave Ren Qi insight into the allure of his mutated succubi. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren Qi commanded Alicia and Shiri to take action. Both had reached level 10, with Alicia having ascended to level 4, thus enhancing her enchanting capabilities. Shiri too managed to charm 1 Crimson Flame Phoenix, causing it to flail about in the air for a minute. though she could not fully control it. In contrast, Alicia successfully enchanted and controlled one crimson flame phoenix. As the enchanted phoenix's eyes glimmered with pink hearts, it, under Alicia's command, spewed forth flames and furiously attacked its 3 fellow crimson flame phoenixes. How is this possible? Su Haowei felt a sudden pang of panic as he sensed the control over his crimson flame phoenix waning. How could the opponent completely dominate his phoenix? No. Su Haowei cried out, yet he could only watch helplessly as the phoenix, under Alicia's control, rampaged towards its 3 companions. Chapter 15. A bet is a bet. Bang. The flames expelled by the controlled crimson flame phoenix struck one of the erratically flying phoenixes, dispersing its fiery aura and igniting it. While the crimson flame phoenixes possessed a degree of immunity to fire, the extent was not significant. The flames of a 6th-tier counterpart were trivial in terms of defense. With a mournful cry, the affected phoenix became a fiery orb, plummeting rapidly to the ground. Alicia maneuvered the enchanted crimson flame phoenix directly towards another nearby phoenix. The latter, unable to resist due to the enchantment, fell victim to the assault. The sharp talons pierced through flesh, burying deep within. With a wail, the crimson flame phoenix was torn asunder, blood splattering everywhere. The remaining phoenix was also swiftly attacked. Under the enchantment's influence, it offered no resistance and was almost instantaneously eliminated. Alicia orchestrated the attack with remarkable fluidity, commanding the enchanted phoenix to eliminate the foes with precision. In merely 20 seconds, she had dispatched all 3 crimson flame phoenixes. No. Su Haowei's eyes turned red. The higher the tier of a unit, the scarcer their recruitment. Each day, he could only summon 2 crimson flame phoenixes. And once the spatial territory materialized in a month, recruiting further phoenixes would necessitate 20 energy crystals. The loss of 3 crimson flame phoenixes was a significant blow. Not merely a loss of energy crystals, but a detriment to his early combat strength. With 4 fewer phoenixes, his combat prowess would be considerably diminished when the Lord materialized. Ren Qi exhibited no trace of mercy, directing Alicia to send the final enchanted crimson flame phoenix hurtling towards Su Haowei. Enough! A resounding voice echoed within the secret mirror. And both Su Haowei and Ren Qi were abruptly expelled from the mirror. Su Haowei stumbled slightly, casting a glance at the grim-faced leaderly beside him, and lowered his head slightly. He had lost. He had been defeated by a 3rd-tier unit while commanding a 6th-tier one. And so swiftly and completely at that. Was Ren Qi's succubi charm truly so formidable that even a 6th-tier unit could be enchanted? By all accounts, this should not have been the case. Previous records had not indicated such a level of enchanting capability. Could it be that Ren Qi's succubi were actually 4th-tier mutated succubi? The office erupted in discussion, as it was evident that only a 4th-tier mutated succubi could enchant a 6th-tier creature. Little did they know, they were only half correct. Ren Qi's succubi were indeed mutated, but they were mutated succubi capable of evolving into fallen angels. Leader Li's expression fluctuated between stormy and clear. He had never anticipated Su Haowei would be defeated. However, this also indirectly validated the prowess of Ren Qi's performance. His succubi held immense potential. Li Dongyang straightened his posture, addressing Leader Li. What say you? Is there any doubt regarding Ren Qi's capabilities? The surrounding educators rallied in support, asserting, indeed, a 6th-tier unit unable to triumph over a 3rd-tier one. How audacious he was to challenge the top scorer. Leader Li's countenance shifted several times before he finally chuckled. It was merely a misunderstanding. The top scorer, Ren Qi, has certainly earned his title through merit. There is no question of its legitimacy. Now, that was just a friendly match. Haowei, you should take a moment to rest. Su Haowei nodded, intending to step back behind Leader Li, only to be halted by Ren Qi. What is this? Have you forgotten the wager? As Ren Qi extended his hand, Su Haowei's expression darkened further. That was a magic crystal, valued at a staggering 80 million energy coins. And its market availability was exceedingly rare. Master Li cleared his throat and addressed Ren Qi, saying, Student Ren Qi, it is natural for the youthful to be impetuous and unrestrained in speech, yet the value of this magic crystal cannot be overlooked. Before Master Li could finish his sentence, Ren Qi turned to him, her gaze serene, and asked, Are you attempting to renege? Master Li was momentarily taken aback and replied, What I mean is, as the esteemed leader of the North Chuang Alliance, you would not allow your disciple to be untrustworthy, would you? Otherwise, the one embarrassed would not be solely you. Ren Qi remained unmoved. Beside them, Li Dongyang interjected, Indeed, Master Li, spare us the hesitation like a timid maiden. One must honor their wagers. And surely you wouldn't utilize your authority to coerce Ren Qi into relinquishing her stake? Upon hearing this, several instructors from Qingyun echoed their agreement. Yes. One must honor their bets. We are all witnesses here, and dishonesty cannot be tolerated. TSK. What a disgrace it would be for the leader of the North Chuang Alliance to allow his student to default. Master Li's countenance grew exceedingly grim as he shouted at Su Haowei, Honor your wager, and promptly hand over your stake to student Ren Qi. Su Haowei's face fell, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Reluctantly, He produced the meticulously preserved magic crystal from a small gift box and handed it to Ren Qi. Holding the crystal, Ren Qi smiled and said, "Thank you." With this magic crystal in her possession, she could elevate her recruitment pool today, significantly enhancing her chances of recruiting mutated succubi tomorrow, with the potential to even recruit 4th-tier variants. The sooner she upgraded her recruitment pool, the better it would be for bolstering her strength. Master Li inhaled deeply, suppressing his frustration, and addressed Ren Qi. "All right, some unpleasantness has transpired. Since you are here, let us finalize this contract. Upon signing, you will officially be a member of the North Chuang Alliance. When your Lord's space materializes, we will provide immediate protection, ensuring your safety during the initial phase." He intended to elaborate on the benefits of joining the North Chuang Alliance, hoping to instill gratitude in Ren Qi. In fact, he even entertained the notion of taking her as his apprentice. After all, he had observed her calm and composed response during the earlier battle, and the mutated succubi she commanded would likely yield considerable future potential. However, he hesitated slightly, for even mutated succubi were primarily alluring. The chances of her becoming a support-type lord were rather high, which made him reluctant to accept her as a disciple. Yet before he could resolve his internal conflict, Ren Qi spoke up. "Master Li, you say? What contract are you referring to? When did I express my intention to join your North Chuang Alliance?" As her words fell, the smile vanished from Master Li's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. The others around them were equally taken aback, completely unprepared for Ren Qi's declaration. While it was true that the North Chuang Alliance was not as prestigious as the National Alliance, the absence of representatives from the latter made the former the only viable option. The notion of refusing to join the alliance and going solo had not crossed anyone's mind. After all, Ren Qi's troops were not particularly formidable in combat. Although her charm was powerful, she would struggle against fully grown magical creatures or those resistant to control. Given these circumstances, joining the alliance for protection seemed the most prudent choice for everyone, though the North Chuang Alliance had a poor reputation. Witnessing the earlier duel would surely lead them to treat Ren Qi with greater regard, making membership the optimal decision. Yet now, Master Li's smile had faded completely as he looked at Ren Qi and asked, "Student Ren Qi, what do you mean by that? Are there other conditions?" Ren Qi shook her head with a smile. "No, I simply do not intend to join any alliance. I appreciate your goodwill, Master Li, but I have other matters to attend to." With that, Ren Qi turned and exited the office, the magic crystal in hand. Once her lord's space materialized, she would primarily need to develop her resources outside. She couldn't afford to waste time with Master Li. As for the potential repercussions from the North Chuang Alliance, Ren Qi was unconcerned. The larger the alliance, the greater the pressure from magical creatures they faced, and no one could predict where her lord's space would manifest. It would likely be challenging for the North Chuang Alliance to locate her. With each passing moment, the time until materialization dwindled, and Ren Qi needed to prepare for other necessities. Despite acquiring these rewards, her succubi's strength remained inadequate, necessitating careful planning for defense. Master Li watched Ren Qi's retreating figure, his fists clenching in frustration. His earlier insistence that Su Haowei present the magic crystal was partly for the sake of his reputation. But he had also believed Ren Qi would ultimately join the North Chuang Alliance, making it a fair exchange. However, her rejection not only embarrassed him, but also left him brooding over the magic crystal. Even as the leader of the North Chuang Alliance, magic crystals were a rare resource. Produced in limited quantities, each one was invaluable. Yet, it had been taken away by this individual. You Qingyun truly have produced exceptional students. Master Li snorted coldly, his temper flaring as he stormed off. Principal Zhao and the others exchanged glances, while Li Dongyang exhaled a sigh of relief. The animosity between Ren Qi and Su Haowei might turn out to be a blessing in disguise, considering her refusal to join the North Chuang Alliance. Upon leaving the school, Ren Qi made her way to the largest trading hub in Qingyun, the Lanhai Trading Company. Lanhai Trading is a national chain, rumored to be backed by several 9th-tier lords, boasting formidable power. In the wilderness, lords often had surplus resources and needs, and trading facilitated better resource allocation. Typically, if territories were nearby, lords would engage in direct exchanges. However, for those farther apart, they had to utilize the trading channels of Lanhai Trading. Lanhai Trading employed lords who had awakened mechanical troops, enabling swift transport of goods while ensuring safety, with minimal fees involved. As a result, most lords opted to utilize the Lanhai Trading Company for their transactions. Ren Shueli intended to send Ren Qi resources through Lanhai Trading once she learned the location of Ren Qi's territory. Additionally, some lords would transport their rare resources to the city for trade at Lanhai Trading, which also housed various items produced by the company. With 30 million energy coins in hand, Ren Qi aimed to make significant purchases at Lanhai Trading. After all, energy coins were merely numbers. What mattered most to Ren Qi now was acquiring resources. Upon entering Lanhai Trading, Ren Qi was struck by the opulent decor. The space was meticulously divided into various sections, with dedicated staff to provide guidance. A mature lady in a uniform approached Ren Qi with utmost respect, saying, "Welcome to Lanhai, sir. How may I assist you today?" Those without territories treated the visiting lords with great deference. Renshi replied directly. Please take me to browse the defensive items. Right this way, sir, the attendant said, gracefully leading Renshi. The defensive items were located at the far end of the trading company, and upon arrival, Renshi's eyes lit up. Before her lay an array of defensive items, including hellfire rings crafted from 6th tier hellhound teeth, bubble traps made from 5th tier bubble sharks, and a variety of traps from mechanical troops. Sir, we offer a comprehensive range of defensive items, from level 1 to level 7. May I inquire which tier you require? The courteous waitress asked. As the tiers ascend, the defensive capabilities naturally strengthen, accompanied by a corresponding increase in price. After contemplating the energy coins in his possession, Renshi responded to the waitress, please introduce me to some level 4 defensive items. The value of level 4 defensive items was indeed substantial. However, in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances, Ren Qi steeled himself and purchased defensive items worth 20 million energy coins. After all, in the face of danger, these items could prove to be life-saving. The waitress was taken aback, as it was her first encounter with a customer buying such an extensive array of defensive equipment. For most lords, utilizing resources to enhance the strength of their troops was evidently a more cost-effective strategy. Sir, could you please provide the coordinates of your territory? We at Lanhai will ensure delivery to your domain, she added sweetly after Ren Qi completed his payment. Ren Qi shook his head, replying, my territory's space has yet to materialize. Simply deliver these items to the location I provide. Given the substantial quantity of defensive items, Ren Qi knew he could not fit them all into his lord's space at once. He would have to transport them home and gradually incorporate them into his domain. Subsequently, Ren Qi perused other sections of the marketplace, his desire to purchase reignited. Here, he discovered an array of magical meats of various tiers, energy crystals, and even numerous potions capable of temporarily enhancing troop combat power. However, each item came with a hefty price tag, and Ren Qi was determined to allocate his funds judiciously. Spending 8 million, he acquired 200 energy crystals, as there were myriad uses for them within his territory. Advancing the recruitment pool and recruiting troops both necessitated energy crystals. With 2 million remaining, Ren Qi pondered how to spend it when he suddenly spotted a pile of incredibly cheap magical meat ahead. Zero-tier magical meat was priced at merely 10 energy coins per pound. Ren Qi's eyes widened. Level 1 magical meat cost 1,000 energy coins per pound. How could zero-tier magical meat be so inexpensive? Was this some sort of promotional event? I'll take it. Chapter 17. Ascending once more. Though his eagerness to buy was palpable, Ren Qi restrained himself and inquired of the nearby waitress, what exactly is zero-tier magical meat? I've never heard of it before. In Ren Qi's understanding, the lowest tier of magical meat was level 1, so zero-tier was entirely new to him. The waitress explained, zero-tier magical meat comes from the young of level 1 magical creatures. The energy it contains is significantly less than that of level 1 magical meat, primarily serving as sustenance, which is why it is priced so low. Ren Qi suddenly comprehended. It was essentially a reserve food source. Both lords and their troops require sustenance, and magical meat can help troops level up and stave off hunger. However, not all lords have an ample supply of magical meat. In the event of a magical tide or an attack, if magical meat cannot be replenished in time, reserves become crucial. While ordinary grains are the most common reserve, some troops do not consume grains, and prolonged absence from magical meat can lead to a decline in their levels. Zero-tier magical meat exists between level 1 magical meat and ordinary food, providing sustenance without diminishing troop levels, although its contribution to leveling up is minimal, hence its low value. This is indeed a valuable commodity. After all, no one knows what might transpire once the Lord's space materializes. If a magical tide occurs, and one is trapped and unable to escape, then having reserve food becomes exceedingly important. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren Qi purchased all of the remaining zero-tier magical meat with his energy coins. A total of 200,000 pounds of zero-tier magical meat would need to be delivered in batches. Upon completing his purchases, Ren Qi returned home directly. The Lanhai Trading Company boasted swift delivery. The first batch of items had already begun its journey to him. Ren Qi immediately started transporting these items into his lord's space, despite the considerable mental effort required. However, the earlier the arrangements were made, the easier things would be later. By nightfall, Ren Qi immersed his consciousness in the lord's space. Arriving before the recruitment pool, he was ready to upgrade the recruitment pool. Upgrading from a level 1 recruitment pool to level 2 required 100 energy crystals and 2 magic crystals. Compared to other recruitment pools, this was indeed a rather demanding requirement, especially considering it was just the first upgrade. Had it not been for his wager with Su Haowei, Ren Qi would likely have waited until his lord's space materialized to see when he could obtain magic crystals to upgrade the recruitment pool. As he deposited 100 energy crystals and 2 magic crystals into the recruitment pool, the entire pool erupted into a frenzy. Subsequently, the water within the pool appeared to clear, and the black mist surrounding the statue dissipated somewhat, rendering the figure of the fallen angel clearer. Succubus Recruitment Pool, Variant Unique Special. Recruitment Pool Tier, Level 2. Before materialization, 2 succubi can be recruited daily. After materialization, 10 energy crystals are required to recruit 2 succubi. To upgrade the recruitment pool to level 3, 1,000 energy crystals and 5 magic crystals are needed. P.S. The level 2 variant succubus recruitment pool has an extremely low probability of recruiting a variant succubus. The higher the recruitment pool tier, the greater the chance of recruiting a variant succubus. P.S. Future upgrades of the recruitment pool will require more resources. Upgrading the pool to level 9 will allow direct recruitment of fallen angels. As Ren Qi examined the information regarding the recruitment pool, he raised an eyebrow. The requirement of 1,000 energy crystals and 5 magic crystals to reach level 3 was indeed quite exorbitant. However, considering the potential to upgrade variant succubi to fallen angels, Ren Qi felt somewhat reassured. Although the level 2 recruitment pool still offered a low probability of recruiting variant succubi, it was certainly higher than that of level 1. In the ensuing days, Ren Qi continued to transport items into the Lord's space, alternating between resting, exercising, and transporting goods in a cyclical manner. During these days, the succubi recruited from the pool were predominantly level 3, with half of them being variants. Ren Qi's luck seemed to be quite favorable. 8 days later, he had successfully moved all items into the territory space. After dedicating an entire day to the arrangement, Ren Qi completed the setup of all defensive items, transforming the perimeter of his territory into an impregnable fortress. He was confident that once his territory's space materialized, its defensive capabilities would rank among the best. All the magical meat was also stockpiled, and he had been consistently feeding the succubi during this period. As Ren Qi ensured an average distribution of food, most of the succubi had yet to reach level 10. However, one stood out, Ellis. Now a level 4 variant succubus, she was the strongest in combat, prompting Ren Qi to prioritize her level advancement. Currently, Ellis had reached level 19, on the cusp of hitting level 20. Each time her level increased, the amount of magical meat required for the next upgrade grew as well. After consuming 20 pounds of level 2 magical meat, Ellis finally ascended to level 20. Her transformation at this level was subtle. Her wings appeared deeper, and the pupils of her eyes had contracted slightly. Upon reviewing Ellis's attributes, a smile of excitement spread across Ren Qi's face. Ellis, variant succubus. Tier, level 5. Level, 20. Loyalty, 120. Skills, Shadow Mirage, Shadow Flower. Ellis had indeed ascended to level 5 succubus. Furthermore, she had acquired an additional skill, Shadow Flower. Ren Qi examined the skill. Shadow Flower allowed the generation of shadow flowers beneath the enemy's feet, inflicting mental damage. With this skill, the succubi's offensive capabilities would be significantly enhanced, providing a considerable boost to Ren Qi's overall strength. This further solidified his resolve to prioritize Ellis' level advancement. As time passed, the various candidates prepared for the materialization of their lord spaces. Those with wealth and powerful troops were able to transport ample resources into their lord spaces, facing the impending materialization with confidence. Conversely, those lacking financial resources and possessing weaker troops felt considerable trepidation, striving to enhance their capabilities during this critical period. Certainly, there are some who are truly terrified and have resolved to abandon their territories, pouring all their resources into the rescue teams, relying solely on the hope of returning to the city through the aid of these teams for mere survival. Although this path may invite scorn from others and strip away the dignity of a normal life, it is far better than losing one's life. During the past month, Ren Qi has further fortified the defenses of his lordship space. Among the recently recruited succubi, 1/3 are mutated, and Ren Qi has been diligently enhancing their levels. He has elevated Iris to level 25, while the other succubi have reached level 20. The supply of magic meat he had stored is dwindling, with only 500 pounds of first tier, 200 pounds of second tier, and 100 pounds of third tier magic meat remaining. Thankfully, there are still 200,000 pounds of zero tier magic meat untouched, all stored within the territory, filling the warehouses and vast cellars to capacity. A month later, all examinees are intensely focused. Nations have dispatched their lords from the National Alliance, leading their troops into the surrounding wilderness, ready to protect in case a new lordship space materializes nearby. After all, these are fresh reinforcements that must be safeguarded. As tension fills the air, time passes midnight. The manifestation of the lordship space begins. At the stroke of midnight, Ren Qi feels the surrounding space begin to warp. A tremendous gravitational pull overwhelms him, causing dizziness, and he instinctively closes his eyes. A sudden sensation of weightlessness envelopes him, making him feel as if he is floating in midair. Then, a drowning feeling overtakes him, as if his body is encased in water, accompanied by a whispering chorus urging him to surrender and succumb. Suddenly, a powerful instinct for survival surges within him, awakening every cell in his body, prompting him to open his eyes wide. With a gasp, Ren Qi expels a breath of stale air, finding himself in a desolate wilderness. The location unknown. He now stands within his territory, with the recruitment pool ahead and a group of succubi led by Iris watching him with concern. The manifestation of the lordship space aligns perfectly with the arrangements he had previously envisioned in the ocean of his consciousness. Glancing at the time, he sees it's already 1 o'clock in the morning, indicating that the territory's manifestation took an hour, yet it feels as fleeting as mere seconds to him. Without hesitation, Ren Qi turns to Iris and inquires, Iris, can you sense where we are? The perception abilities of troops improve with their ranks and levels, and Iris boasts the strongest perception among them. Ren Qi needs to grasp the general situation around them. Iris frowns and replies, Master, something is interfering with my perception, limiting me to sensing only within 100 meters. We seem to be in a grassland, but beyond that, I cannot ascertain. Interference? Ren Qi raises an eyebrow. Could there be magical creatures nearby? He takes out the positioning device, only to find it malfunctioning. It would be more accurate to say that the displayed location does not appear on the map. How could this be? The map encompasses the entirety of the Earth. It's impossible for him to be in outer space, is it? It seems the device is severely disrupted and cannot provide accurate positioning. What on earth could be happening? Ren Qi's brow furrows, struggling to comprehend the situation. Typically, after the lordship space materializes, one can use the positioning device to locate themselves and communicate with others for assistance or resource transport. However, encountering a malfunctioning positioning device is a first for him. And crucially, this scenario is not mentioned in any of the texts. The communication device. Ren Qi retrieves a metallic instrument the size of a smartphone. However, upon checking the screen, his heart sinks. All options for satellite positioning, communication functions, and emergency aid are displayed in red, indicating they cannot be used. Only the chat function remains active in green. He tests them one by one, finding all the red options unusable. He clicks on the chat function. Li Tianyu, rank 7 in the northwest. What the hell is going on? Why is the positioning device malfunctioning? I have no idea where I am. And the communication device only has the chat function available. Is anyone there? Sweet Bubble, who knows? Are you also a newly manifested lord? I'm in the same boat as you. The area around my territory is pitch black, making it impossible to discern my location. Wang Moya, damn. Something is attacking outside my territory. Am I facing a magical tide? Facing the wind. Wait, why are all the messages from newly manifested lords? Where are the previous lords? I love cross-dressing. I'm not sure. I was preparing to return to the city. But what do I do now that I can't contact the rescue teams? The public chat group descends into chaos, with various users, both identified and anonymous, panic-stricken and sending messages. Ren Qi's brow tightens. It appears that everyone is experiencing the same predicament, malfunctioning positioning devices and communication functions restricted to chat only. Most alarmingly, all the messages come from newly manifested lords. What on earth is happening? As Ren Qi ponders this mystery, Iris suddenly alerts him. Master, magical creatures are approaching. Startled, Ren Qi looks up to see pairs of blood-red eyes illuminating the territory from outside. This is Ren Qi's first encounter with magical creatures, and his mind momentarily wavers. But he quickly regains his composure. As the creatures draw near, he identifies them more clearly, a pack of black-furred wolves with glowing red eyes. Tier 3 magical creatures. The Night Wind Wolves. Ren Qi recognizes them instantly. Among Tier 3 magical creatures, the Night Wind Wolves are known for their speed and high attack power, albeit with relatively weak defenses. Their most troublesome trait is their ability to transform into night winds at night, evading attacks or launching their own. Ren Qi raises an eyebrow. It seems his territory has not materialized within a safe zone. Generally, areas with a higher concentration of lords do not harbor Tier 3 or above magical creatures. Known as safe zones, places most desired for territorial manifestation. Outside of these zones lie more perilous territories. If one were to inadvertently manifest within the realm of Tier 8 or 9 creatures, it would be tantamount to certain doom. The surrounding succubi scatter around the territory, ready to enter combat at a moment's notice. Ren Qi remains unperturbed. The approaching Tier 3 Night Wind Wolves are not yet mature and possess strength equivalent to only Tier 2, presenting no cause for concern. In fact, he believes even the succubi need not intervene. He instructs the succubi to hold their positions, awaiting the Night Wind Wolves as they cautiously approach. A few of the wolves, unable to contain their urges, drool at the mouth and suddenly charge towards Ren Qi's territory. However, before they can come within 10 meters, the ground beneath them transforms into a yellow swamp. Tier 3 defense trap, Yellow Spring Marsh. The Night Wind Wolves find themselves ensnared in the Yellow Spring Marsh, panicking as they struggle to escape. Yet, the more they struggle, the deeper they sink. Some attempt to use their wind transformation ability, but being juvenile, they cannot fully dissipate into the wind and remain trapped, sinking further into the marsh. Observing this, the remaining Night Wind Wolves halt in their tracks, astonished. Watching their comrades sink deeper into the Yellow Spring Marsh, they howl in frustration before reluctantly retreating, casting wary glances at Ren Qi and the many succubi within the territory. Ren Qi did not allow Iris and the succubus to engage in battle, not only to test the defensive system, but also due to the uncertainty surrounding the situation. Venturing out recklessly could lead to significant losses. just as Ren Qi instructed the succubus to retrieve the night wind wolf that had suffocated in the underworld marsh and bring it back to the territory. Several messages arrived on his communication device from the chat group. Night wind blade. Damn it, a monster is attacking my territory. It's a tier 3 Tang Foam tiger. And my troops are only tier 2. They can't hold out against it. Wang Mu, you help? My territory has been breached by monsters. And my troops are on the verge of extinction. Is there anyone who can save me? Sweet Bubbles, I'm being attacked too. But my troops are tier 6 Frost Lions, and they managed to fend off the assault. Clad in rags, esteemed leaders, is there anyone who can assist me? Wah, the defensive items I purchased have been breached, and these monsters are storming my territory. My troops can't hold out much longer. I can offer to sleep with whoever helps me, and will ensure to clean myself first. Upon reading these messages, Ren Qi's brow furrowed deeply. Chaos. Utter chaos. All the lords whose territories had materialized were in disarray. Chapter 19. The sky is dark. In the Dragon Kingdom's highest-level conference hall, representatives from the 5 nations gathered, each displaying a grave demeanor. Following the upheaval on Earth, some smaller nations had either been overrun by monsters or had sought refuge with the neighboring major powers. Presently, only 5 major nations remained: the Dragon Kingdom, the Eagle Kingdom, the Tiger Kingdom, the Bear Kingdom, and the Wolf Kingdom. In the absence of extraordinary circumstances, these 5 nations would not convene together. Before the representatives of the 5 nations, an enormous curtain unfurled, revealing the border regions among them. At this moment, a dense cloud of black mist extended at the junction of the 5 nations, enveloping an area of approximately 1 million square kilometers. From a distance, it appeared as though this location had vanished from the map entirely. The representative of the Dragon Kingdom, seated at the head of the table, surveyed the room and cleared his throat, stating, "The situation has unfolded rather abruptly, which is why I have summoned you all urgently. From what we currently understand, there seems to be an issue with the annual materialization of the Lord's territories. No new lords have been detected in any region outside. Moreover, the black mist is interfering with our positioning and communication devices, rendering us unable to ascertain the circumstances within. According to the perceptions of several tier 9 lords, it is likely that all the lords whose territories have materialized are trapped within this black mist." The representative from the Bear Kingdom furrowed his brow and inquired, "What exactly is happening inside? You Dragon Kingdoms possess the most potent reconnaissance abilities. Have you gathered any information?" The Dragon Kingdom representative shook his head, replying, "We do not know. All the lords and troops we dispatched into the mist have vanished without a trace. And we have detected the presence of tier 9 monsters within the fog. I suspect your kingdoms are experiencing similar circumstances." The other representatives exchanged furtive glances, clearly troubled by the notion that tier 9 monsters could be behind this, having possibly relocated all the lords into the black mist. The representative from the Wolf Kingdom spoke with a darkened expression. The representative from the Eagle Kingdom elegantly adjusted his white attire and remarked, "That is improbable. Such a large-scale operation would likely require the collaboration of numerous tier 9 monsters. However, monsters possess territorial instincts and often engage in conflict. Tier 9 monsters are typically solitary, and it would be quite unusual for them to cooperate." The representative from the Tiger Kingdom asserted, "But how do we explain the oppressive presence of tier 9 monsters within? It is evident that there are indeed tier 9 monsters lurking in the black mist, and not in insignificant numbers." The Dragon Kingdom representative's gaze flickered as he said, "As it stands, we are all in the dark about these developments, but this poses a significant crisis for humanity as a whole. I propose that we suspend our competitive efforts and collaborate fully to investigate the black mist, lest we lose the new lords within." The representative from the Wolf Kingdom sneered. "Collaboration? It's merely a new batch of lords, after all. Is it truly worth such a considerable fuss? Even if they all perish, the impact would be minimal." After years of competition, the Wolf Kingdom had consistently been at a disadvantage, suffering substantial resource losses, and was reluctant to abandon its grievances at this juncture. The Dragon Kingdom representative insisted, "What if next year's new lords face a similar predicament? What if this becomes a recurring issue?" The other 4 representatives felt a heaviness in their hearts at the implication. New lords represented fresh blood. Countless lords perished each year, and without replenishment, the territories would soon be overrun by monsters. They could afford to lose a single year's batch of new lords, but if the Dragon Kingdom's representative was correct, and this situation persisted, their fates would be dire. As they grappled with the gravity of the situation, a new message appeared on the curtain. A silhouette emerged. Addressing the assembly, "Esteemed representatives, the investigation within the black mist is proving exceedingly challenging. However, utilizing the unique perceptions of tier 9 lords, we have formulated a rough outline of the black mist structure." As the silhouette spoke, the black mist on the curtain began to segment into 3 distinct areas. The figure pointed to the outermost section, stating, "This is the edge of the black mist, where powerful energies are emanating. There are likely numerous tier 7, 8, and even 9 monsters present." Next, the figure gestured toward the largest section in the middle. This area constitutes the vast majority of the black mist, encompassing 7/10 of the entire region. All the territories of the new lords are located within this expanse. Finally, the figure indicated the innermost section shrouded in denser black mist. This is the innermost area, enveloped in an even thicker fog, rendering it entirely unknowable what lies within. Based on the latest findings, the 3 regions are distinct. The tier 7, 8, and 9 monsters in the outer layer will not breach into the second layer. But the second layer contains tier 6 monsters and those of lower tiers. The central region's conditions remain unclear for the time being. Once the figure had conveyed this information, it vanished without a trace. The representatives of the 5 nations lapsed into a contemplative silence, evidently processing this latest revelation. At that moment, the Tiger Kingdom representative spoke solemnly. Do any of you find this situation somewhat familiar? Startled, the other representatives exchanged glances before exclaiming, a century ago, during the global upheaval. It also began with a sudden appearance of black mist. Could it be that this current black mist is somehow connected to the one from a century prior? This year marks the 100th anniversary of the global changes. Could history be poised to repeat itself? The situation was becoming increasingly complex. The Dragon Kingdom representative declared, regardless of the circumstances, we must take this black mist anomaly seriously. I propose that the 5 nations unite to thoroughly investigate the mist, at least to secure a chance for survival for the new lords within. Without hesitation, the Tiger Kingdom representative chimed in, I second that. The Bear Kingdom representative surveyed the room before adding, I too second that. The Eagle Kingdom representative cast a glance at the Dragon Kingdom representative and softly stated, I agree as well. All eyes turned to the representative from the Wolf Kingdom. He scoffed, Why are you looking at me? I too second that. Thus, the representatives of the 5 nations unanimously agreed to join forces, collectively confronting the unforeseen black mist crisis. Before long, the 5 major nations mobilized. High-ranking lords dispatched to tackle the location of the black mist. Meanwhile, the new lords within the mist remained oblivious to the unfolding events. With nearly every new lord's territory coming under attack, those who were prepared or possessed stronger troops managed to withstand the onslaught of monsters. However, many new lords with weaker forces and inadequate defenses found their territories breached and met their demise at the hands of the monsters. Throughout the night, Ren Qi remained tense, showing no signs of relaxation, vigilant against the potential of further monster attacks. Yet, whether due to awareness of the traps surrounding Ren Qi's territory or some other reason, no additional monsters appeared. As dawn broke, after a night filled with apprehension, Ren Qi finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. The creatures of the night possessed the most formidable aggression, their ferocity subdued only by the light of day. However, he soon found himself momentarily stunned, raising his gaze. The sky is shrouded in darkness. Chapter 20, Bloodthirsty Fins. The time had already reached 6 or 7 in the morning, the sun having risen, casting away the surrounding gloom. Ren Qi lifted his head and observed the layers of dark clouds above, his expression grave. Sunlight streamed through the thick clouds, its brilliance significantly diminished. Although it was sufficient to illuminate the surroundings, it imparted an air of somberness. It now appeared that the territory of the newly awakened lord had undergone a transformation, with the positioning and communication devices malfunctioning. Moreover, the public chat group contained only the new lords, leading Ren Qi to formulate a hypothesis. It seemed that all the new lords were congregated in one location, thus enabling their communication through the devices. Yet, the nature of this place remained a mystery, as did the conditions surrounding it. Under the sun's rays, Ren Qi could clearly discern that his territory was situated on a grassy plain, with a towering mountain not far behind, its midsection enshrouded in black mist, obscuring its form. Directly ahead of the territory lay a moderately sized meadow, and a small river flowed about 1,000 meters away, beyond which sprawled a lush forest. However, the forest was also enwrapped in considerable black mist, rendering its contents indistinct. What could this black mist be? Ren Qi frowned, and subsequently opened the public chat group. Facing the wind, the sun has finally risen, but what on earth is happening? Why is it so dark around here? What is this black mist? Li Tianyu, ranked 7th in the northwest, damn it. What kind of place is this? Are only the new lords present? What will we do when the tide of monsters comes? Sweet bubbles. It seems that all the new lords are in the same area, isolated from the outside world, which is why we can only chat among ourselves. Night Wineblade. After a hard-fought defense against the monster attacks, not far from me, a territory has already been breached, and the monsters are devouring the soldiers and lord within. Damn it, I can only watch helplessly. Various messages flooded the chat, each recounting the adversities faced. It appeared that last night, all the new lords had endured assaults from the monsters, with many territories of lords possessing weaker troops and defenses having been overrun, imparting a stark realization about the ferocity of the wilderness. At that moment, a message in the chat suddenly drew everyone's attention. Tianjizi, everyone, the troops I awakened are wizards. And luckily, I recruited a highly perceptive wizard who sensed that we are in a place isolated from the outside world. Moreover, there are numerous monsters around, most of which are juvenile. Most importantly, there are many monster dens nearby, the number of monsters within unknown. He speculates that the monsters in those dens are brewing a tide of monsters, though the time frame is uncertain, perhaps 7 or 8 days, perhaps a month. Everyone should strive to enhance their strength quickly, lest the number of newly perished lords rise under the impending tide. The words of the new lord known as Tianjizi stirred a tempest of concern. None had fully grasped the situation when they were informed that a tide of monsters was imminent. Generally, the territories of new lords are surrounded by older lords, who would fend off the monster tides, granting new lords time to develop. Now, with only new lords present, the potential for casualties loomed large once the tide struck. In an instant, the chat was abuzz with a cacophony of messages, some frantic pleas for assistance, others calmly analyzing the circumstances, while many began seeking aid from nearby lords. Preparing to unite against this unknown threat, Ren Qi surveyed his surroundings, but found no other lords. It seemed his location was rather remote. Iris, take a few succubi to scout the situation, but exercise caution. If you encounter insurmountable danger, prioritize your escape, Ren Qi commanded, gazing beyond his territory. The arrival of the monster tide was uncertain, and he needed to bolster his strength as swiftly as possible. Enhancing troop strength required monster flesh, necessitating an initial investigation of the surroundings to ascertain the types, ranks, and quantities of monsters present. Typically, in a conventional territory manifestation, one could purchase information about nearby monsters from the older lords to seek suitable prey. However, the current situation was akin to pioneering, necessitating a gradual exploration. Given the succubi's natural speed, scouting should not entail significant peril. Based on last night's encounter with the night wind wolf, it seemed the surrounding monsters were of relatively low rank. Understood, Master, Iris responded, leading 7 or 8 succubi out of the territory toward the meadow ahead. The Lord can share the vision of one troop, and by transferring his sight to Iris, Ren Qi could remain apprised of the situation ahead. The meadow posed no immediate danger, and Iris, accompanied by several succubi, soon arrived at the bank of the small river. The river was not particularly wide, and its flow was gentle, yet it was remarkably deep. Numerous shadows swam below the surface. Sensing something above, many of these shadows emerged, revealing sharp jaws as they lunged toward the surface. First-rank monsters, bloodthirsty fins. These creatures are highly sensitive to blood and swarm in packs. Even second-rank troops would be swiftly devoured if they fell into the water. Without hesitation, Iris unleashed a dark flame from her hand, striking the bloodthirsty fins. This was the succubi's method of attack, the flame of corruption. While the burning intensity of the flame of corruption was not particularly high, it was capable of scorching the soul, inflicting severe harm on beings with low soul defenses. However, even the soul damage inflicted by the flame of corruption from a third-rank succubus was limited, thus branding it as inferior among third-rank troops. As a fifth-rank mutated succubus, Iris's flame of corruption twisted the bodies of the bloodthirsty fins, leading to their immediate demise. The other succubi also utilized the flame of corruption against the first-rank bloodthirsty fins, yielding commendable results. Before long, the river's surface was strewn with the corpses of the bloodthirsty fins. Lacking any intelligence, the first-rank monsters continued to charge forward despite their losses. Iris instructed several succubi to collect the corpses of the bloodthirsty fins, which, once processed, would yield a substantial amount of first-rank monster flesh. Subsequently, Iris directed a few succubi to gather the corpses before taking to the skies with 3 of them, soaring across to the opposite bank of the river. Succubi can fly. Although their altitude and speed are limited, often slower than walking, yet crossing the river was relatively effortless. On the opposite bank lay a forest cloaked in black mist. Without hesitation, Iris led her companions directly into the depths of the forest. Boom. No sooner had they entered the forest than a piercing howl resonated from the left, and a shadow lunged menacingly toward Iris. Chapter 21. The Hidden Trading Passage. Iris's body tensed instantly as she raised her hand to unleash a flame of corruption toward the direction from whence the fierce wind came, retreating alongside the succubi. At this moment, Iris's combat experience was quite ample. A gray wolf collided with the flame of corruption, letting out a mournful cry as it was sent crashing to the side. In swift succession, several gray wolves surged forth, targeting Iris and her succubi. Third-rank monsters, gray forest wolves. A total of 10 gray forest wolves charged in, evidently coordinated, surrounding them from various angles and cutting off all avenues of retreat. Iris remained calm, casting a flame of corruption while harnessing her charm to target the nearest gray forest wolf. The remaining 3 succubi understood that their flames of corruption would inflict minimal damage on the third-rank gray forest wolves and promptly employed their charm powers. The arriving succubi were all mutated, possessing a charm 5 times that of a standard third-tier succubus, and in an instant, they controlled 4 gray forest wolves. The 4 gray forest wolves turned against their comrades, viciously tearing into one another. One of the wolves was engulfed by Elise's fallen flame, instantly incinerating its body. The remaining wolf charged toward Elise, its claws aimed directly at her head. Although Elise was a 5th-tier succubus, her defenses were not particularly robust. A successful strike could cost her dearly. The gray forest wolf moved with remarkable speed, its claws passing through Elise's head without making contact with any tangible form. The shadow left behind dissipated, and Elise reappeared behind the wolf, raising her hand to unleash a fallen flame upon it. 3 succubi gathered around Elise, forming a protective circle. To them, Elise, as a 5th-tier succubus, represented their leader, and they instinctively vowed to defend her. The cacophony of tearing and howling from the remaining gray forest wolves filled the air. After scanning her surroundings and confirming the absence of other monsters, Elise let out a sigh of relief. The sudden attack had startled her, as the situation in the forest remained uncertain. A flicker of realization crossed Elise's mind. Upon entering the forest, her senses, which had been suppressed, seemed to weaken. Extending her perception, she swiftly grasped the conditions within a kilometer radius. The sight of numerous gray forest wolves materialized in her awareness, deepening her concern. The sheer quantity of wolves surrounding her was staggering, resembling a den of monsters. Fortunately, their distribution was not overly dense. Had it been, the initial assault would not have been limited to just 10 wolves. Choosing not to proceed further, Elise awaited the demise of the remaining gray forest wolves before leading her group of succubi back to their territory, dragging the carcasses of the wolves behind her. Ren Qi, sharing her perspective, was already apprised of the forest situation. Master, while I have only detected gray forest wolves, based on the Nightwind wolves' ambush from last night, there should be numerous wolf-like monsters ahead in the forest, Elise remarked softly to Ren Qi. Ren Qi nodded in agreement. Indeed, but fortunately, they are all 3rd-tier monsters. They cannot breach our territory, and we can utilize them to enhance our strength. The wolf-like monsters in the forest were predominantly 3rd-tier, some adults, and some juveniles. For Ren Qi, this was advantageous, as with Elise leading the charge, they could effectively hunt these 3rd-tier wolf packs without sustaining losses. This strategy would allow them to harvest monster meat to elevate the succubi's levels. The succubi stationed in the territory set to work, diligently dissecting the bodies of the gray forest wolves. They stripped the skins, retained the fangs, and harvested the monster meat. The pelts and fangs could be preserved for defensive gear or weaponry, or sold for currency. The haul was satisfactory, but more crucially, they had gleaned insights into the forest conditions, facilitating future endeavors. One succubus even discovered an energy crystal amidst the carcasses, a fortunate find. Subsequently, Ren Qi instructed Elise to lead teams of 10 succubi into the forest to hunt gray forest wolves, while the remaining succubi rested and began consuming the monster meat. Within the confines of their territory, the succubi could digest monster meat without limit, but once they manifested physically, that privilege waned. After reaching a certain level, they would need to engage in combat to assimilate energy for leveling up. Thus, periodically, Elise would return with her team, allowing the combat-worn succubi to rest. Moreover, the succubi in the territory did not solely focus on consuming monster meat to level up. Some also ventured into the forest to fell trees and gather stones. The external defenses of their territory required wood and stone for maintenance, and expansion of their domain also necessitated these materials. As the day unfolded, their bounty was substantial. Numerous gray forest wolf carcasses accumulated within their territory, with the succubi tirelessly working to dismantle them. While several succubi sustained injuries, none were fatal. They merely required recuperation. The materials collected were stored separately, and Ren Qi calculated that all succubi had feasted today, resulting in not only no depletion of previously stored monster meat, but an increase in their reserves. This outcome was quite favorable. Otherwise, they would have needed to rely on their stored monster meat for sustenance, inevitably leading to shortages. As the succubi roasted the monster meat, Ren Qi seized a piece of the grilled meat, munching on it while perusing messages in their chat group. Dark Overlord, it's been a whole day, and I haven't dared to step outside the territory. Numerous monsters are lurking outside. Thankfully, I stocked up on defensive items, or I would be in dire straits. Sweet Bubbles, I took my troops to scout the surroundings. I'm on a hill, and there are several 4th-tier monsters nearby. I attempted to engage, but it's quite difficult to kill them. I'll have to wait for my troops to level up. Li Tianyu, Northwest rank 7 damn it. I'm surrounded by 5th-tier monsters and can only huddle in my territory, relying on defensive items. But my troops are 6th tier. Once they level up, I'll go out and obliterate them. Zhang Yifeng, haha, my territory is swarming with 1st-tier monsters. I've led my troops to slay numerous ones, acquiring ample 1st-tier monster meat to upgrade their levels. Each new lord faced a unique circumstance. Some territories were encircled by lower-tier monsters, while others faced higher-tier threats. Those in regions with higher-tier monsters had no choice but to remain within their territories, relying on stored monster meat to elevate their troops. In contrast, those surrounded by lower-tier monsters could venture out to hunt. However, territories with only 1st-tier monsters posed their own challenges, as the monster meat acquired would be of lower quality, resulting in slower troop upgrades. At that moment, a new message appeared in the group chat, capturing everyone's attention. Tianjizi, everyone. I've discovered a hidden trading passage of Lan Hai around my territory, and it's still operational. You might want to check if there's one near yours. This announcement stirred a wave of excitement, prompting all the lords to spring into action and search for hidden passages of Lan Hai in their territories. The Lan Hai Hidden Passage was an underground trading channel, as long as both parties knew each other's locations and negotiated the items for trade. They could place the items in the passage for verification, which would then deliver the goods to both parties. This method of trading was more discreet and secure, though the number of established routes was limited. Soon, the public chat group erupted with activity as numerous lords reported finding entrances to the Lan Hai Hidden Passage near their territories, with some territories even boasting 2 or 3 entrances. Naturally, some entrances were shared between 2 or 3 lords. Ren Qi also instructed the succubi to search and discovered an entrance to a Lan Hai Hidden Passage not far from a nearby prairie. His expression turned slightly more animated. With the Lan Hai Hidden Trading Passage in place, at least the new lords in this region could trade resources. Resource exchange could significantly enhance their chances of survival. It seemed the Lan Hai Trading Company had not anticipated that, given this location was at the crossroads of 5 nations, they had laid out numerous hidden trading passages, inadvertently becoming a beacon of hope for several new lords. Chapter 22. Trade. Ren Qi arrived at the discovered hidden trading passage. Located 500 meters to the left of his territory, the entrance lay beneath a large stone. Had it not been for Elise's keen perception, he might have overlooked it entirely. The stone had been moved aside, and the entrance required a password. Ren Qi entered his membership code for the Hailan Trading Company, successfully opening the passage. The entire tunnel sloped downward, exuding a metallic aura, and Ren Qi, accompanied by Elise, ventured into the depths of the passage. Within the trading passage, an ample supply of energy illuminated the surroundings, with the photo devices aglow, rendering the corridor brighter than the outside world. Upon entering, one would encounter a simplistic display apparatus, leading into an elongated corridor. Each display unit bore a unique code. By inputting the respective codes of both parties and entering the items to be exchanged on the screen, and upon mutual consent, one could place the items beneath the display for scanning and confirmation, thus facilitating the transaction. This trading system not only allowed for the exchange of goods, but also accommodated energy coins, which could be directly deducted from the card by merely inputting the desired amount. At that moment, the chat group was abuzz with excitement. Li Tianyu, Northwest Rank 7. My code is 05. Is there anyone willing to sell 3rd tier or higher magic meat? I am prepared to pay with energy coins at a price exceeding the market by 2 tiers. The Dark Overlord. Brothers, does anyone have surplus defensive items for sale? I will buy at any price in energy coins. Zhang Yifeng. 1st tier magic meat for sale, a total of 20 pounds at 2,000 per pound. No deception here. Autumn Wind. Damn. The merchant above is directly doubling the price. Zhang Yifeng. Whether you buy or not is your choice. I have clearly marked the price. So if you find it expensive, do not purchase. Upon discovering the hidden trading passage, all novice lords began to post their trading and purchasing requests in the chat group. Ren Qi felt a spark of inspiration and typed a message in the chat. Chi. 20 pounds of 3rd tier magic meat available. Exchange for 10 energy crystals. Also selling 0 tier magic meat. 100 pounds for 1 energy crystal. Limited quantity. Act quickly. As soon as the message was posted, the chat group erupted in a frenzy. Most messages in the chat were requests to purchase using energy coins, and even the items for sale were predominantly 1st and 2nd tier magic meat. After all, even those who had awakened high-tier troops found their units to be of low rank, only capable of tackling 1st and 2nd tier magic creatures. Furthermore, those who could slay 3rd tier magic creatures lacked sufficient troops to sustain. Thus, when Ren Qi's message appeared, everyone speculated whether he was a resource-rich magnate or a short-sighted fool selling off his limited resources. Regardless of which, it did not deter the crowd from denouncing the merchant. Zhang Yifeng. Damn, you call me a merchant? Look at this guy, wanting to exchange 20 pounds of 3rd tier magic meat for 10 energy crystals. What kind of price is that? He is the true merchant here. Autumn Wind. Indeed, selling 0 tier magic meat, that cheap commodity. At 100 pounds for 1 energy crystal? Has he lost his mind? Ren Qi observed the flurry of messages with an unwavering expression. The price was indeed exorbitant. Yet currently, magic meat was scarce. Not to mention 3rd tier magic meat. Even 0 tier magic meat was hard to come by. Most novice lords required time for growth. Many were unprepared for such a scenario, having not anticipated the manifestation of the Lord's space, and thus failing to stockpile resources. At present, 1st tier and above magic meat could not be used to satiate troops or themselves, as that would be akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Only by feeding magic meat to troops could their levels be elevated. Once troop levels were enhanced, they would be able to venture forth to hunt magic creatures. Otherwise, they would remain trapped in their territories, gradually withering away. Consequently, 0 tier magic meat was, in fact, more precious than energy crystals for them. After all, the immediate concern was not raising the recruitment pool's tier, but rather survival. While many in the chat were chastising Ren Qi, his private messages flooded in. Most were seeking to purchase 0 tier magic meat from him, being lords ill-prepared for the challenges ahead. mistakenly believing they could hunt first and second-tier magic creatures after the manifestation of their territories, thus using all their magic meat to elevate their troops' levels. They had not anticipated being trapped by third-tier or higher magic creatures, and thankfully, the hidden trading passage allowed them to acquire magic meat from other lords. Magic meat above first tier was essential for enhancing troop levels. However, they had little of it, and given the current high prices, they could only prioritize upgrading a few troops. The remaining troops required zero-tier magic meat to maintain their levels. Naturally, they began by haggling with Ren Qi, who did not stubbornly cling to his prices, settling most transactions at 200 pounds for one energy crystal. Within just an hour, Ren Qi sold a staggering 20,000 pounds of zero-tier magic meat, acquiring 100 energy crystals. The external market price for energy crystals was 40,000 energy coins each, totaling 4 million for 100. While the 20,000 pounds of zero-tier magic meat cost merely 200,000 energy coins. Such a deal was undoubtedly the epitome of a cunning merchant. However, Ren Qi felt no pangs of guilt, for he was trading energy crystals, which, to most novice lords, were less significant than magic meat. Although without energy crystals, one could not recruit troops. Without sufficient magic meat, any recruited troops would simply starve. Just as Ren Qi prepared to conclude his transactions for the day, a private message arrived. Li Tianyu, Northwest Rank 7 buddy. How much are you selling that 20 pounds of third-tier magic meat for in energy coins? I want to buy it. Ren Qi pondered briefly. This individual seemed to be well off, likely a second-generation lord, and with the rewards from being Northwest Rank 7. He should have plenty of energy coins. Based on his earlier statements, he likely commanded 6th-tier troops, requiring more magic meat for level enhancement, hence his current shortage. After some thought, Ren Qi replied directly. Code 05, right? I'll gift you the 20 pounds of magic meat. Li Tianyu was evidently taken aback by Ren Qi's response, pausing for a few seconds before replying. Buddy, what does this mean? Ren Qi chuckled and shook his head. Humans were such creatures. They would gnash their teeth at high prices, yet when given something for free, they would become suspicious. It means nothing, just making a friend. Also, if you have surplus high-tier magic meat in the future, please contact me first. Ren Qi typed this message into the chat box and sent it. 20 pounds of third-tier magic meat was not significant for Ren Qi at this point. It was merely a day's surplus. Once Li Tianyu's troop levels increased, he would surely hunt high-tier magic creatures, and at that time, Ren Qi would also require high-tier magic meat. After all, Elise was already at 5th tier. The efficacy of third-tier magic meat for level enhancement was becoming increasingly negligible. Alright, you're quite the interesting person. I consider you a friend now. Don't worry. Once my troop levels rise and I hunt excess magic meat, you will be my first contact, Li Tianyu replied without hesitation after understanding Ren Qi's reasoning. Naturally, one would seize the opportunity to acquire something for free. Ren Qi sent the 20 pounds of third-tier magic meat to Li Tianyu and returned to his territory. On his way back, another message caught Ren Qi's eye. Handsome, your code is 18, right? I'm 20. We should be quite close. Shall we collaborate? Chapter 23, The Fallen Sorceress. After glancing at the private message, Ren Qi contemplated for a moment before replying. How do you propose we collaborate? Handsome, you should be able to venture out to hunt third-tier magic creatures by now, and you likely have surplus magic meat each day. My troops are 6th tier. If you supply me with your surplus third-tier magic meat daily, once my troop levels rise, I will be able to protect you. Oh, by the way, I'm the high school beauty of the Southwest. We can have a deeper exchange later. Ren Qi looked at the other party's response and silently closed the private chat. This was essentially a case of taking advantage without any investment, and the attempt to seduce with beauty was laughable. Ren Qi thought even his own succubus was more enticing. The kind of collaboration he would accept was akin to what he had just done, expressing goodwill to forge beneficial connections for priority access to high-tier magic meat. As for the notion of directly supporting someone in exchange for assistance, Ren Qi had no interest whatsoever. After all, this is the wilderness, and with such unexpected circumstances arising, the darker aspects of human nature are likely to be magnified. It is quite possible that one may inadvertently assist their adversaries in elevating their troops' levels, only to find themselves ultimately annihilated by those very forces who would seize their resources. Such behavior is naturally sternly prohibited by the state. Yet numerous lords dare to take the risk, as breaching a territory yields far more resources than hunting magical beasts. Moreover, there is no national oversight here. Behind the jungle shrouded in black mist, within a pink domain, a tall young woman gazed at her communicator, her expression sour. How dare they disregard my messages? She slammed her fist onto the table and tossed a piece of magical meat to the 3 hellhounds at her feet. Just wait, once my hellhound reaches level 30, I shall come for you. I am eager to see how many resources lie within your domain. Hee hee. I hope you will be able to satisfy me when that time comes. The girl licked her lips and chuckled maniacally. Damn it. How could the zero-tier magical meat be snatched away so quickly while I was still hesitating? Isn't this too fast? Can't we hold out a little longer? If we all refuse to buy, won't that force the greedy merchants to lower their prices? Woe is me, I'm running low on food. Both my troops and I are starving. Great lords, I beseech your support. Damn it, if I don't provide food for my troops, their loyalty will plummet. I feel like they are looking at me strangely. If their loyalty drops too low, would they not resort to devouring me? Oh dear Kikiki. Is there any zero-tier magical meat left? I wish to trade for some. How is it that there is already third-tier magical meat available? I wonder what kind of troops Kikiki commands. I'm not sure, but I've heard that the top scholar awakened a dragon-type troop. I wonder where the esteemed scholar is. I seek your protection. Ren Qi observed the messages in the chat group, nodding slightly. Through this chat group, one can indeed glean some information. The top scholar awakened a dragon-type troop. It remains uncertain whether it is an Eastern dragon or one of those Western giants. If it is an Eastern dragon, it must be at least 8th or even 9th tier. However, if it is a Western dragon, it likely caps at 8th tier. Facing the Eastern dragon would result in bloodline suppression. Awakening troops of 6th tier or higher can be considered a blessing from the heavens, once their levels rise. Their future achievements are boundless. Of course, he is not lacking either, having advanced his mutated succubus to the level of a fallen angel, a being of demi-god caliber. Upon returning to his domain, Ren Qi took stock of the day's harvest. He had gathered a substantial amount of wood and stone, sufficient for expanding the warehouse and other facilities. Naturally, these are merely basic materials and do little to enhance defenses. After sorting through these materials, Ren Qi assigned some succubi to keep watch while the others rested. Perhaps due to the trap set last night, no night wolves attacked this evening. The following morning, Ren Qi awoke from his slumber and stepped outside, where Iris had prepared food for him. The sight of the bustling succubi was quite pleasing. Fortunately, as the master of the succubi, he was immune to their alluring charms. Otherwise, their innate seduction could have kept him confined to his bedroom, as he enjoyed his breakfast. Ren Qi perused the messages in the chat group. Woe is me, I was attacked by magical beasts again last night. Is it just me? Or do they seem more aggressive at night? Damn it, I've exhausted all my defensive items. Is there anyone selling defensive gear? I'll trade energy coins or energy crystals, anything you wish. Just please, sell me a defensive item. I beseech the great lords for protection. I'll do anything you ask. I'll be your loyal servant. Come, let me cling to your leg. Most of the messages in the chat group were pleas for protection, and many new lords were on the brink of collapse. In light of this situation, Ren Qi felt helpless. All he could do was focus on enhancing his own strength to avoid a similar fate. Stepping outside, Ren Qi cast 10 energy crystals into the recruitment pool for today's summoning. 2 wisps of black mist emerged from the pool, materializing before him. As the mist dissipated, 2 succubi appeared. One was a third-tier mutated succubus, similar to Shiri, but the other was distinct, emerging completely unclad. The black mist coiled around her, transforming into a suit of ebony armor, which then coalesced in her hand into a long, dark whip. Her aura was more potent, and her wings were robust and grander in size. A 6th-tier mutated succubus. Honored master. The 6th-tier mutated succubus approached Ren Qi, bowing respectfully. A smile graced Ren Qi's face as he examined her information. Mutated succubus. Tier 6th, loyalty 100, type fallen magic succubus, support type. Possesses various abilities to enhance the combat power of succubi. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Ren Qi's eyes. According to records, ordinary mutated succubi cap at tier 5. And a 6th-tier mutated succubus had never been seen before. Naturally, his mutated succubus was a unique exception. It appeared that upon reaching tier 6, the variations in his mutated succubus would diverge into types. Ren Qi speculated that they might split into combat and support types. This one, being a fallen magic succubus, belonged to the support category. With a significant enhancement in capabilities at tier 6, combined with being a fallen magic succubus, her addition would greatly bolster his overall troop strength. His fortune was indeed remarkable. From a 2nd-tier recruitment pool, he had summoned a 6th-tier mutated succubus. Please bestow upon me a name, my lord. The newly emerged fallen magic succubus bowed her head respectfully. Ren Qi nodded. From now on, you shall be called Maggie. First, consume some magical meat. Then accompany Iris for hunting to digest. With a 6th-tier fallen magic succubus in tow, Ren Qi was naturally eager to elevate her level. Once she had feasted, Maggie waved her arm, releasing a plume of black mist that enveloped Iris and several other succubi. A dark shield materialized beside them, encasing their bodies while interspersed with shadowy flames, giving it a striking appearance. Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback. This must be Maggie's supportive ability. With her presence, the overall combat power of the succubi would see a significant increase. As the group of succubi set out to hunt, Ren Qi reopened the chat group to continue monitoring the messages. Woe is me, I'm so moved. Finally, someone is willing to sell magical meat at a reasonable price. And it's quite affordable. Affordable? This is like a timely gift from heaven. Goddess Tianlan, I adore you. Look at Li Tianlan. And then at that Kikiki from yesterday. Truly, some people are incomparable. Thank you, Goddess Tianlan. I have no way to repay you, but I am willing to offer myself in service. I hope the goddess will come to claim my virginity when you have the time. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow at the barrage of messages. Could it be that someone was selling magical meat at a fair price? Chapter 24, Li Tianlan. Ren Qi's expression was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that, in these times, someone would actually offer magical meat at a reasonable price. Furthermore, upon examining the messages in the chat group, he discovered that this individual was not only selling high-tier magical meat, but also zero-tier varieties. It seemed he was dealing with someone quite well prepared. However, he was left wondering why this person was selling such magical meat, and that they were even willing to accept energy coins as payment. It was important to note that, under the current circumstances, energy coins were essentially worthless. Merely numbers on a card. The most sought-after commodity at present was magical meat. To exchange magical meat for energy coins would be exceedingly foolish. Yet, according to the chat group, this seller had already offloaded approximately 500,000 pounds of magical meat since today, with most being zero-tier and all at standard prices, with some even offering discounts for those in distress. Certainly, the magical meat was swiftly snatched up. The name Li Tianlan appears to be genuine, suggesting that she is a person of benevolence, thus facilitating the sale of a substantial amount of magical meat to assist others. This act led to her being lauded as a goddess. One thing is certain, Li Tianlan must possess a higher tier unit, otherwise, she would not have an excess of magical meat for sale. Currently, Ren Qi has become a contrasting example when compared to Li Tianlan, yet he remains indifferent to this. He lacks the resources to aid others, and is still striving to enhance his own strength. However, if others choose to assist different lords, he harbors no disdain, only admiration. After all, in such a world, the greater the strength of a new lord, the higher the likelihood of survival through unity. Nevertheless, he is certain that he would not take such actions himself, were all of Ren Qi's succubi to be elevated to the demigod level of fallen angels. And if he had ample magical resources, he might consider aiding others. However, until he gains sufficient strength, he will decidedly refrain from such endeavors. Finally, Ren Qi cleared his private messages. After selling the magical meat yesterday, numerous individuals sought him out. Most inquired whether he could lower the price of the magical meat, while several wished to add him as a friend. He ignored the majority, but Li Tianyu did send a friend request, which Ren Qi accepted. Subsequently, a name caught his attention, Li Tianlan. She was the very lord recently exalted as a goddess in the chat group. Ren Qi was somewhat astonished that she had taken the initiative to add him as a friend, and in her friend note, she indicated her unit type, an 8th tier top tier unit, the 5 elements, Thunder Qilin. The Qilin species is inherently a top tier unit, with even the weakest ranking at 7 tiers. The 5 elements Thunder Qilin, being a pinnacle of the 8th tier, elucidates why she has a surplus of magical meat available for sale. Such a formidable unit likely boasts a commendable ranking in assessments, enabling her to acquire copious rewards of magical meat to enhance her unit's level. With just a level 25 elements Thunder Qilin, she could effortlessly scour the vicinity for magical meat, amassing an abundance of resources. Ren Qi pondered momentarily, ultimately deciding not to accept her friend request. After all, her power was formidable, and it would be wise to maintain a degree of distance. Although she had displayed exceptional kindness in the chat group by selling magical meat at reasonable prices, aiding new lords in their times of crisis, one must remain cautious. The true nature of individuals is often masked. At present, Ren Qi's primary objective is to rapidly elevate the levels of his succubi, striving to advance them to the 50-level adult form, as their combat capability is somewhat lacking. The timing of the impending magical tide remains uncertain, necessitating a swift acceleration of progress. The team led by Iris has already hunted a considerable number of wolf-type magical creatures, which now includes not only the gray forest howlers, but also other varieties of third-tier wolf monsters. Iris has begun to ascertain the conditions of a portion of the nearby jungle, allowing her to select juvenile succubi for hunting if she leads a new team. Conversely, if the team has prior experience, she opts for adult magical creatures, maximizing the efficiency of the succubi's consumption of magical meat and their combat experience. Today, the pace of magical creature hunting noticeably exceeded that of yesterday, attributed not solely to enhanced combat experience, but also to the inclusion of Maggie. Being a 6th-tier unit with strong support capabilities, her summoned magical shields provided comprehensive defense for the succubi, while the surrounding flames inflicted burn damage on attacking foes, significantly augmenting the overall combat effectiveness of the succubi. The carcasses of the magical creatures brought back were swiftly dismantled, yielding a substantial quantity of 3rd-tier magical meat. Without hesitation, Ren Qi retained only a small portion of the magical meat, continuing to disseminate sales information in the chat group at the same prices as yesterday. The initial days are when magical meat prices peak. As others elevate their unit levels and can hunt independently, prices will rapidly decline. Although Li Tianlan's affordable sales of magical meat had not significantly impacted the overall market, there are many new lords, and the scarcity of resources remains prevalent. The magical meat sold by Li Tianlan suffices for only a handful of lords, leaving the rest to purchase at higher prices. Ren Qi's prices, though elevated, remain in demand, attracting numerous lords to make purchases. Li Tianyu also reached out, acquiring a considerable amount of 3rd-tier magical meat, for which Ren Qi offered a 20% discount. Even the 1st-tier magical meat saw substantial sales, netting nearly 100 energy crystals within just a morning. Nonetheless, the chat group continued to buzz with numerous individuals criticizing Ren Qi's perceived mercenary behavior. Yet, despite the criticisms, the allure of his offerings remained undeniable. Meanwhile, far within the depths of the jungle, upon a high plateau, a strikingly beautiful woman rode a 5-elements thunder Qilin, surveying the surroundings. This was Li Tianlan, who, endowed with an 8th-tier unit, effortlessly swept aside surrounding 4th-tier magical creatures, even actively hunting for traces of magical beasts. Surrounding her were several 5-elements thunder Qilins, ensuring that no magical creature dared approach, sensing the divine aura emanating from her. Observing her communication device, Li Tianlan furrowed her brow. This Ren Qi had outright rejected her friend request. This was a first for her, regardless of her 8th-tier unit or her generous sale of magical meat. She had garnered considerable goodwill. Not only had she attempted to add him as a friend, but her friend system was now overwhelmed, forcing her to disable the option for others to add her. With so many new lords eager to forge connections with her, she found it perplexing that her overture was met with rejection. However, she soon shook her head. The decision to accept or decline a friend request was ultimately his prerogative, and she need not take offense. Her intent in adding Ren Qi was primarily to communicate and see if he could lower his prices, as the chat group revealed that few could reliably sell magical meat. Due to her 8th-tier unit's recruitment limitation of 1 every 2 days, her consumption of magical meat was relatively low, allowing her to supply the market abundantly. Of course, she also aimed to cultivate a relationship with Ren Qi. Her intention in selling magical meat at reasonable prices was not to feign saintliness, but rather to forge alliances with these new lords. Although the current situation remains unclear, it is evident that the magical tide is imminent. The stronger the new lords are, the greater their chances of weathering the storm. Additionally, she seeks to establish an alliance here to collectively repel the magical tide, hence her desire to engage Ren Qi. Unbeknownst to Ren Qi, Li Tianlan's motives were far from his thoughts, as he currently shared his perspective through Iris. After hunting a portion of the wolves in the jungle, Iris and her team encountered a 4th-tier wolf king, causing Ren Qi's eyes to widen with excitement. Such a wolf king is classified as an elite magical creature, potentially harboring magical crystals within. The prospect of obtaining such a treasure filled Ren Qi with anticipation. Chapter 25, Exceptional Drop Rates. With the surrounding wolf-type magical creatures already cleared, the team ventured deeper, led by higher-level succubi. Coupled with Maggie's presence, their strength was formidable. Iris felt no fear facing the 4th-tier wolf king. Nearby, Maggie raised her hand, summoning a fresh magical shield that enveloped all the succubi. The succubi dispersed around Iris, each employing their charm abilities on the 4th-tier wolf king. While she and Maggie prepared to launch their offensive, Iris has now reached the 26th level, and the damage inflicted by her fallen flame is substantial. When it descends upon the 4th-tier wolf king ahead, it causes both physical and mental searing. This leaves the 4th-tier wolf king in a state of confusion, while Maggie's whip strikes fiercely, tearing the flesh from its body. After all, Maggie is at the 6th tier, exerting immense pressure on the 4th-tier wolf king. The wolf king, in its frantic attempts to escape, finds itself ensnared repeatedly by the seductive powers of the surrounding succubi. Although these succubi lack the strength to fully control the 4th-tier wolf king, they can impede its movements. Through repeated skirmishes, the coordination among Iris and her companions has become seamless. Within just 10 minutes, the 4th-tier wolf king is left battered and bleeding profusely. Its demeanor grows increasingly frenzied, panting heavily, and it can no longer endure for much longer. At that moment, a flash of crimson appears in the wolf king's eyes. Wind blades coalesce around its body, carving deep gashes into the surrounding terrain. It has gone berserk. With a deafening howl, the 4th-tier wolf king charges swiftly towards Iris. This time, its speed is astonishing, and the swirling wind blades are razor-sharp, slicing through the air ahead. Iris smiles softly, remaining steadfast in her position as a bolt of fallen flame shoots towards the 4th-tier wolf king, simultaneously activating her alluring powers. Now at the 5th tier, Iris's enchanting skills are significantly more potent. The pink glow envelopes the 4th-tier wolf king, momentarily halting its advance. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Maggie delivers a crushing blow with her whip, sending the wolf king crashing to the ground. With a mournful cry, the 4th-tier wolf king can rise no more. The surrounding succubi swarm in, swiftly dispatching the creature. After slaying the wolf king, Iris and her companions find themselves considerably drained. Thus they return to their territory with the carcasses of the wolf king and other wolf-like monsters. To Ren Qi's astonishment, the dismembered wolf king yields a genuine magic crystal. Holding this magic crystal in hand, Ren Qi's eyes glimmer with intrigue. It is known that the drop rate for magic crystals is exceedingly low, far less than that of energy crystals. While it is possible for a 4th-tier wolf king to possess a magic crystal, the likelihood is minuscule. Generally, only monsters of the 6th tier and above possess a significant chance of yielding magic crystals. The emergence of a magic crystal from a 4th-tier wolf king is something Ren Qi has never encountered in any textbook or reference material. Furthermore, Upon reflecting on the past couple of days' gains, Ren Qi realizes that the energy crystals produced by the monsters here are also abundant, significantly surpassing the drop rates he previously understood for third-tier monsters. Gazing at the swirling black mist above, Ren Qi speculates that it may be related to the unique properties of this location. Without hesitation, after setting aside some monster meat, he posts the remaining portions for trade in the chat group. With the increase in monster meat, Ren Qi also begins to consume third-tier monster meat. Even though a lord's consumption of monster meat yields lesser benefits compared to their troops, it still contributes to enhancing one's physical capabilities. After consuming a few pieces of monster meat, Ren Qi feels a slight surge in strength, though he wonders if it is merely a psychological effect. The monster meat in the chat group is swiftly snatched up, yet it is evident that the volume of trading information being posted is steadily increasing. It seems that several lords have sufficiently leveled up their troops and are now ready to commence hunting. Ren Qi smiles to himself and subsequently lists the 4th-tier Wolf King's meat for trade in the chat group. He sets the price at 2 energy crystals per pound. For higher-tier troops, the benefits of consuming higher-tier monster meat are considerably greater. For instance, when comparing 3rd-tier and 4th-tier monster meat at the same price, 4th-tier meat will undoubtedly provide superior enhancements for troops of 4th tier and above. Thus, Ren Qi does not concern himself with pricing it a bit higher, confident that there will be buyers. Of course, he could choose to feed the 4th-tier Wolf King's meat to Iris or Maggie, but he sees little necessity in doing so. After all, as more lords become capable of hunting monsters, the price of monster meat is bound to decline in the coming days, leading to a greater abundance of high-tier monster meat. By then, even if energy crystals are used for trade, one could acquire even more. Currently, the only succubi Ren Qi has above the 3rd tier are Iris and Maggie, and they do not require a substantial amount of high-tier monster meat. Prioritizing the acquisition of energy crystals is the most prudent course of action. The appearance of 4th-tier Wolf King meat in the chat group stirs a considerable commotion. Wow! 4th-tier Wolf King meat. This is a rare delicacy. In such a short time, Ren Qi has already slain elite monsters. That isn't the main point. The real question is, who wouldn't want to feed such meat to their troops? Has Ren Qi become this affluent? I am increasingly curious about what tier Ren Qi's troops actually are. Yet, the pricing remains as steep as ever. 2 energy crystals for a pound of 4th-tier Wolf King meat. This is simply shameless commercialism. Although many of the new lords are envious of the 4th-tier Wolf King meat, their resources do not permit them to make a purchase. However, some lords with high-tier troops are undeniably tempted. Those with advanced forces are unlikely to perform poorly, and they receive ample rewards, granting them sufficient strength to buy. Some even belong to the 2nd generation of lords, possessing even more energy crystals. Within just 10 minutes, a private message arrives for Ren Qi. I'll take 10 pounds of monster meat. My ID is 53. Please contact me first next time you have elite-level monster meat. Ren Qi glances at the sender's name, which is Magic Spirit. No other information is revealed, and he hasn't seen them speak in the chat group. It seems there are indeed many hidden figures. After completing the trade for the 4th-tier Wolf King meat, Ren Qi finds his private messages and friend requests have increased significantly. Among them are several who disclose their troop tiers, many of whom are formidable lords boasting 7th or 8th tier troops, all eager to add Ren Qi as a friend. Ren Qi understands their intentions. Lords with 7th or 8th tier troops are bound to have ambitions, especially in such an environment. By rallying some powerful lords to form an alliance, becoming the leader, and establishing rules, they can acquire resources more swiftly. In the early stages, the strength of the lords joining the alliance is particularly crucial. Ren Qi has certainly drawn the attention of many high-tier lords. Chapter 26. The first wave of the monster tide approaches. On the plateau, Li Tianlan is leading the 5 Elements Thunder Unicorn squad in hunting the surrounding monsters. Though the 20 level 5 Elements Thunder Unicorns are not yet fully matured, their displayed combat prowess allows Li Tianlan to roam freely in the vicinity. The monsters surrounding her territory are 4th-tier sand scorpions, which are quite large and tend to gather in groups, forcing Li Tianlan to remain cooped up in her territory for the past few days. After finally recruiting enough 5 Elements Thunder Unicorns to elevate them to 20 levels, Li Tianlan swiftly sweeps through the surrounding 4th-tier sand scorpions. With an abundance of gravel, she has expanded her territory, now desperately needing high-tier monster meat. Among the sand scorpions, there exists a Poison Scorpion King, an elite 5th-tier monster, which Li Tianlan aims to defeat to help elevate the levels of her 5 Elements Thunder Unicorns. Unfortunately, this Poison Scorpion King is quite slippery. Sensing the presence of the 5 Elements Thunder Unicorns, it flees without affording Li Tianlan any opportunity to strike. This is one of the drawbacks of higher-tier troops. The aura of higher-tier troops instills fear in surrounding monsters, while ordinary monsters may be easier to catch due to their lower intelligence. Elite-level monsters are much more cunning and difficult to capture. After a fruitless search, Li Tianlan remains stationary atop his 5 Elements Thunder Beast, his brow slightly furrowed. It appeared that only by leveling up the 5 Elements Thunder Beast by 10 levels and awakening the Thunder Shadow step could he capture the Poison Scorpion King. At this moment, Li Tianlan recalled that individual known as Qi. Although he had traded for 4th-tier elite demon meat, the ability to hunt 4th-tier elite monsters at such a time was sufficient to demonstrate his prowess. Yet, he was uncertain about the type of troops he had awakened. Could they be 9th-tier troops? That seemed unlikely, as a lord with awakened 9th-tier troops would surely require high-tier demon meat and would not be inclined to sell it. Conversely, if he possessed lower-tier troops, how had he managed to hunt 4th-tier elite demons? Was it perhaps through traps or similar tactics? Various speculations swirled in Li Tianlan's mind. Yet regardless, this individual warranted attention. After sending another friend request that sank into oblivion, Li Tianlan fell into a brief silence before returning to his territory atop the 5 elements Thunder Beast. As night approached, higher-tier demons would begin to roam. And since his 5 elements Thunder Beast was only at level 20, it was prudent to refrain from venturing out after dark. Ren Qi observed the numerous corpses of wolf-like demons within the territory, her smile growing ever wider. The decomposition of these demon bodies should yield approximately 1,000 pounds of demon meat. This constituted a significant resource. The demon meat consumed by the succubi would be retained, while the remainder could be traded for energy crystals. By capitalizing on the high prices of energy crystals now and waiting for the supply of high-tier demon meat to increase before purchasing at a lower price, the quantity of demon meat could be substantially augmented. Opening the chat group, Renshi prepared to check for any useful messages. Various notifications scrolled past, most of which pertained to trades. Quite a number of lords were now able to hunt, resulting in a surge of trading activity. Suddenly, a message appeared that caused a brief pause in the flurry of notifications. Tainjizi, everyone, my perception wizard has reached level 50 and gained the power of prophecy. Just now, he predicted that the first wave of the demon tide will arrive in 5 days. However, we are uncertain about the level of the demon tide, so it is advisable for everyone to prepare early. All the newly established lords seemed momentarily stunned by this news, digesting its implications. Soon, a torrent of messages erupted in response. Holy cow! Prophecy. The first wave of the demon tide is coming in 5 days. That's alarmingly soon. We have no idea how strong the demon tide will be. If it's just a low-level tide, that's manageable. But if it's a mid-level or even high-level tide, we are doomed. Woe is me. I'm still holed up in my territory. I can't fend off the demons outside. If the tide comes, am I doomed? Ha ha ha. I've wiped out all the demons around my territory. Bring on the tide and shower me with demon meat. Terrifying. Tainjizi's perception wizard has reached level 50. How did he achieve that? Did he feed all his demon meat to this wizard? Everyone, I suggest that nearby lords unite to fend off the demon tide, increasing our chances of survival. I'm at underground trading passage number 34 in Lanhai. Is there anyone willing to join? Messages surged through the chat group incessantly. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. For those lords possessing higher-tier troops, the impending demon tide represented an opportunity. Surviving it would allow them to acquire a substantial amount of demon meat to elevate their troop levels. However, for lords with weaker troops, the demon tide posed a life-or-death challenge. Many lords had already begun contemplating alliances to withstand the impending tide. Ren Qi inhaled deeply. The approaching demon tide represented both a trial and an opportunity for her. Her overall strength was commendable, and while 7th and 8th tier troops were more formidable, their level advancements would not occur swiftly. In the forthcoming 5 days, Ren Qi was confident she could elevate all her succubi to level 50, at which point they would reach maturity and significantly enhance their combat prowess. Coupled with the defensive items surrounding her territory and Magi's supportive abilities, withstanding the demon tide should be well within reach. Of course, rapidly enhancing her strength before the tide arrived remained paramount. Observing the somewhat dilapidated structures of her territory, Ren Qi frowned slightly. The territory, newly manifested, was quite rudimentary, consisting of only a few basic buildings and simple defensive structures. It was only after acquiring a plethora of defensive items that she managed to give her territory a semblance of order. The rank of a lord primarily manifested in the strength of their troops, but the territory itself held equal significance. After all, if the territory were breached and the recruitment pool destroyed, there would be no new troops to recruit in the future. Utilizing materials such as demon fangs and pelts, along with timber and stone, various buildings could be constructed. Ren Qi produced several construction blueprints, which detailed defensive items and buildings. However, many of the required materials were currently lacking, leaving them temporarily aside. Nonetheless, timber and stone could still be utilized to expand the territory modestly. With the defensive items she had procured, her territory's defenses would rank among the best among newly established lords. With 5 days remaining until the demon tide's arrival, time was indeed of the essence. After consuming a few pieces of demon meat, Ren Qi retreated into her dwelling to rest. She needed to gather her strength. Only with ample energy could she effectively manage everything within her territory. The night passed in silence. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Ren Qi approached the recruitment pool once more. It was time to recruit new succubi again. She hoped for a stroke of good fortune this time. Chapter 27. First, approve my friend request. Before long, Two newly recruited succubi emerged from the pool. They were two third-tier mutated succubi, failing to yield any higher-tier recruits. This was still acceptable. As the previous day's luck had been rather extraordinary, Ren Qi exhibited no signs of disappointment. After all, yesterday had been a remarkable stroke of luck, one she could not expect to replicate every day. Upgrading the recruitment pool to third tier should enhance the chances of recruiting higher-tier succubi. However, elevating the recruitment pool to third tier required 1,000 energy crystals and 5 demon crystals. While Ren Qi presently possessed sufficient energy crystals, she only had 1 demon crystal, and gathering 5 would likely take considerable time. Having drafted a simple plan for today as hunting parties, Ren Qi assigned Iris and Magi to lead separate teams into the jungle for hunting. Magi had already leveled up to the teens, significantly enhancing her combat capabilities. And with her supportive abilities, she was well equipped to lead a team. With both teams dispatched, the quantity of demons hunted would increase, thereby accelerating the leveling process of their troops. Ren Qi remained occupied within her territory, continuously honing her own physical prowess, while troop strength was paramount. Enhancing her own capabilities was equally vital. After all, shared vision had its limitations. Should they engage in long-range hunting in the future, she would certainly need to be part of the team. If her strength were insufficient, she would become a burden to her troops. As she trained, Ren Qi monitored the messages in the chat group. As I had surmised yesterday, the trade of demon meat was increasingly prevalent, and the prices were beginning to decline. Most lords were now capable of venturing out to hunt, thus diminishing the demand for demon meat. Of course, the demand for high-tier demon meat remained substantial, as higher-tier troops required it in larger quantities, often leading to a state of financial strain. Ren Qi pondered for a moment before noticing another trend. The demand for timber and stone was also on the rise. While the prices were low, the number of buyers was significant. Most likely, these were lords with higher-tier troops, as their limited numbers necessitated hunting, leaving them with no surplus time to gather timber and stone. With the demon tide approaching, timber and stone had become increasingly important, given that various buildings and defensive items for the territory required these materials. Certainly, certain special materials derived from formidable magical creatures, such as the pelts of advanced beasts, are highly sought-after commodities. These materials serve as crucial components in the construction of defensive items. It is plausible that other lords, much like Ren Qi, have preemptively acquired a substantial stockpile of defensive goods, although their numbers are likely limited. After all, no one anticipated the peculiar circumstances that would arise from the manifestation of the Lord's space. While contemplating this information, Ren Qi was also perusing the transaction items for something of personal interest. Iris and Maggie's party traversed back and forth, returning with various succubi from their hunts, dragging back the carcasses of third-tier wolf-like creatures. The gray forest wolves had been nearly eradicated, and now the spoils included the sand wolves, also of the third tier, albeit possessing somewhat greater combat prowess than their gray forest counterparts. As night fell, Iris and Maggie returned for the final time, their territory now piled high with the remains of sand wolves. Over the course of the day, Iris's level had increased to 30, while Maggie had reached level 20. Although neither had awakened new abilities, their attributes had significantly improved. The other succubi had accelerated their progress even further, with the entire main contingent now hovering around level 30. After dismantling the sand wolf carcasses on the ground, they amassed a staggering 5,000 pounds of third-tier magical meat. This marked the most bountiful day since the manifestation of the territory. The teeth, pelts, and other materials were stored in the warehouse, leaving 2,000 pounds of magical meat, while the remainder was promptly advertised for trade in the chat group. Chi, 3,000 pounds of third-tier magical meat, priced at 10 energy crystals per 100 pounds. Alternatively, I will trade for refined iron, at 10 pounds of refined iron for 1 pound of third-tier magical meat. Refined iron is a vital material for the expansion of the territory, and Ren Qi's pricing was deemed quite reasonable. Instantly, a tempest of excitement erupted in the chat group, primarily due to the sheer volume of magical meat on offer, 3,000 pounds. Most lords selling magical meat typically offered it in small quantities, often just a few dozen pounds, with anything over 100 pounds considered a significant transaction. The sudden availability of 3,000 pounds, especially of third-tier magical meat, was unprecedented. What the hell? Did Chi just haul an entire monster den? So much magical meat for sale. This is terrifying. It must have taken the slaughter of hundreds of third-tier magical creatures. Hey look, Chi's prices have also dropped, much more reasonable now. Indeed, a fair price is advantageous for everyone in resource exchanges. But what is refined iron? I've never heard of it. For heaven's sake, don't flaunt your ignorance. What have you been studying all these years? Refined iron is essential for constructing buildings and defensive items. Damn it. While we're still using wood and stone to build our territory, Chi has already progressed to needing refined iron. The chat group buzzed with animated discussions. Yet Ren Qi's stock of third-tier magical meat was swiftly sold out. On a distant plateau, Li Tianlan observed the messages from the chat group, her brow slightly furrowed. Her territory had expanded significantly, and it boasted refined iron, having a mine where the desert scorpions once dwelled. Beside her, the 5-element thunder lynx crackled with electricity. Surveying the territory, Li Tianlan's presence was striking, her elegance magnified among a cadre of 8th-tier units, though unfortunately, no one was present to appreciate her beauty. Qi's need for refined iron piqued her interest. With such an abundance of magical meat, surpassing even her own hunts, it was evident of his formidable strength. Despite being only 3rd tier, if she could draw him into an alliance, their collective power would be greatly enhanced. After a moment's deliberation, Li Tianlan sent a friend request to Qi once more. After a brief wait, she received no response, prompting her to bite her lip in frustration. With a huff, she composed a message to him privately. Meanwhile, Renshi was savoring barbecued magical meat when he received Li Tianlan's private message. I have refined iron. Would you like to trade? Intrigued, Renshi raised an eyebrow upon recognizing her name, Li Tianlan. He then noticed the overlooked friend request from her. She had been persistent in her attempts. After some contemplation, he replied, do you agree to my price? Or would you prefer to trade refined iron for something else? Before long, Li Tianlan's response arrived. If you wish to trade for refined iron, first accept my friend request. Her tone was petulant, reminiscent of a wronged child. Chapter 28, Intelligent Beings. Ren Qi paused upon reading her message, recalling how he had declined her requests several times. He shook his head and added her as a friend. He then asked, is this satisfactory? Her reply came swiftly. 1 pound of 3rd-tier magical meat for 20 pounds of refined iron. Ren Qi was taken aback. He hadn't expected her offer to exceed his own by a factor of 2. Could she truly be a benevolent individual? He shook his head and accepted her proposal. Setting a time for the transaction, Li Tianlan bit her lip as she read the information on her screen. Though they had become friends, his cold, mechanical responses left her feeling rather irked. Perhaps out of spite, she refrained from inquiring further and simply replied with an affirmative before closing the private chat. Once the transaction was completed, Ren Qi continued to observe the chat group, gathering general information. He then retired for the night, needing to replenish his energy. The following morning, Ren Qi returned to the recruitment pool to initiate a new round of enlistments. This time, he sought 2 3rd-tier mutated succubi, with no higher-tier succubi manifesting in sight. However, he maintained a steady mindset. His primary focus was on elevating the succubi's levels. The recruitment of higher-tier succubi would be ideal, yet even if that did not materialize, it was of little consequence. The day unfolded in a manner reminiscent of the previous one, as Iris and Maggie led their team into the jungle to hunt magical creatures. Upon their return, the succubi within the territory proceeded to dismantle their acquisitions. Sufficient magical meat was retained, and the surplus was once again advertised for trade in the chat group, primarily in exchange for energy crystals and refined iron. Ren Qi had accumulated a considerable amount of refined iron, bolstering the defensive capabilities surrounding the territory, such as the construction of iron walls. Provided there was sufficient refined iron, it would be possible to completely encircle the territory, establishing a robust defense. While enhancing the strength of his units was undoubtedly crucial, fortifying the territory's defenses held equal importance. After all, during a magical tide, units could not fight indefinitely and required rest. Thus, the defensive strength would prove invaluable in such moments. As the supply of magical meat in the chat group continued to swell, Ren Qi ceased selling at exorbitant prices and reverted to fair pricing. Coupled with the substantial quantity of magical meat he offered and the speed of transactions, he even managed to shed the reputation of a profiteer, becoming a sought-after trading partner for many lords. Among them was Li Tianyu, who sourced nearly all of his magical meat from Ren Qi. Additionally, Ren Qi received promising news from Li Tianyu. Starting tomorrow, he would have access to 5th-tier magical meat, which he could offer to Ren Qi at 2/3 the market price. This was indeed a rewarding return on his earlier investment. However, one vexing aspect remained. The acquisition of refined iron was proving challenging. For most lords, refined iron remained a scarce commodity, and with the impending magical tide, even those who possessed refined iron were reluctant to sell, opting instead to fortify their own territorial defenses. Only Li Tianlan, with her nearby refined iron mine, was free to trade without restraint. However, Ren Qi found Li Tianlan to be somewhat troublesome after a few brief transactions. Her incessant inquiries had left him reluctant to engage further. Nightfall descended, shrouding the sky in a thick, oppressive mist that rendered it nearly impenetrable. The demon squad led by Elise and Maggie returned, their bounty from the day abundant, with a multitude of 3rd-tier wolf-like monster carcasses amassed within their territory. Surrounding them, the succubi busily disassembled these creatures. At that moment, Elise approached Ren Qi, her gaze steady as she spoke. Master, during our hunting expedition today, I sensed a peculiar fluctuation. Upon investigation, I discovered some traps and footprints, likely left by sentient beings. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the mention of sentient beings. This was indeed a novel discovery. According to his previous understanding, even high-tier monsters, while possessing a degree of intelligence, would not engage in trap-making. The notion of sentient beings piqued Ren Qi's curiosity. Could you discern their tier? He inquired, fixing his gaze upon Elise. Elise pondered for a moment before responding. I could only perceive the fluctuations of a few of these beings. There were third-tier and fourth-tier signatures, and one emanated a fifth-tier presence. However, for reasons unknown, they did not initiate an attack, instead disappearing swiftly upon noticing us. Given that we were deep in the jungle, an area shrouded in uncertainty, I refrained from pursuing them further. Ren Qi frowned at her words. This situation warranted serious attention. The defenses of the territory must be fortified tonight, as they needed to remain vigilant against any unforeseen occurrences. Despite having faced an assault from the Nightwind Wolves only on the first night after the territory's manifestation, he remained cautious. The current circumstances were too uncertain. No one could predict what lay hidden in the shadows, and the suffocating black mist above made it difficult to breathe. In the dead of night, Ren Qi opted against sleep, instead ascending to the castle atop the territory. He surveyed the enveloping darkness with a frown. The environment was dismally dim. Even during the day, sunlight struggled to pierce the thick mist, rendering it less vibrant, and at night, it became increasingly eerie. The moonlight trickled down in thin beams, seemingly unable to penetrate the dense black fog, leaving Ren Qi unable to discern anything beyond 10 paces in front of him. Within the territory, 10 succubi remained vigilantly stationed around the perimeter, meticulously monitoring the surroundings. Yet, as dawn broke, there was still no sign of movement. The intelligent beings Elise had detected had not attacked them. Had he misjudged the situation? Ren Qi rubbed his eyes and opened the chat group. The chat was flooded with numerous trade messages, and after perusing through them, he found no listings for refined iron. Although many defensive items surrounding his castle had been procured from the Lanhai trading post, bolstering his defenses significantly. The construction of a wall from refined iron would greatly enhance their fortifications. Li Tianlan possessed a considerable amount of refined iron. But Ren Qi was increasingly disinclined to engage with her. Her incessant questioning during trades and attempts to recruit him into her alliance were exasperating. Yet, if he sought a substantial quantity of refined iron, he might have no choice but to contact her. Just as Ren Qi contemplated whether to reach out to Li Tianlan for more refined iron, a friend request flashed before him. Big Boss Qi. I have a large quantity of refined iron and need to trade for a significant amount of monster meat. If possible, please accept my friend request. Chapter 29, Fortuitous Recruitment. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow, glancing at the sender's name, Luo Ming. After a moment's thought, he accepted the friend request and promptly sent an inquiry. What is the price of your refined iron? The reply came swiftly. 20 pounds of refined iron for 1 pound of third-tier monster meat. The price was identical to that of Li Tianlan. This puzzled Ren Qi. The market for refined iron was currently quite robust. If it were to be placed on the trading market, many lords would purchase it. Even a rate of 10 pounds for 1 pound of third-tier monster meat would attract a considerable number of buyers, making a half-price sale unnecessary. Could Luo Ming be yet another benevolent soul like Li Tianlan? After contemplating, Ren Qi decided to voice his confusion. To his surprise, the response came quickly. Big Boss Qi, to be frank, I have a refined iron mine nearby, which is why I possess such a large quantity for trade. However, my strength is currently quite limited, so I am hesitant to engage with nearby lords. After observing the chat group for several days, I noticed that your production of monster meat is relatively stable and that your territory is sufficiently distant, making it safer for me to trade with you. Moreover, your reputation is excellent, which is why I wish to establish a long-term trading partnership with you. With this revelation, Ren Qi understood. Luo Ming sought to avoid drawing attention to his refined iron mine, hence choosing to engage in trade with a more distant lord who had a steady supply. From his words, it was clear that Luo Ming was relatively weak at this point, which explained his willingness to sell at half price rather than publicly offering it in the chat group. Realizing something, Ren Qi sent a private message. Have there been any attacks on other lords nearby? Luo Ming replied promptly. Big Boss Qi, are you unaware? There have been numerous such incidents in recent days. Just nearby, one lord's territory was breached by another, leaving all resources plundered. Thankfully, my location is quite concealed, or I might have been targeted as well. Has there been no such occurrence on your end? Ren Qi fell into a brief silence. The current exceptional circumstances magnified the darker aspects of human nature, and plundering resources from other lords yielded far greater rewards than hunting monsters. He had anticipated such situations previously, but due to the absence of nearby lords, he had remained unaware of these events. Ren Qi maintained a generally amicable disposition towards the new lords in his vicinity, as long as they did not initiate hostilities. He would not attack them. After weighing his options, Ren Qi agreed to collaborate with Luo Ming. From now on, the monster meat he produced would be prioritized for Luo Ming, who would, in turn, compensate him with refined iron. Having settled the trade with Luo Ming, Ren Qi approached the recruitment pool to commence today's recruitment. Just as he prepared to place his energy crystal into the pool, a flurry of arrows suddenly shot in from the rear of the territory, striking the defensive wall with considerable force. Many arrows embedded themselves within the wall, demonstrating their potency, while others penetrated into the territory itself. Several succubi, including Elise, utilized the newly fashioned refined iron shields to deflect them. Without hesitation, Ren Qi commanded the surrounding succubi to assume a defensive stance, and soon after, a volley of ice arrows was launched from the small river in front of the territory, swiftly advancing toward them. Ren Qi's eyes narrowed as he caught sight of a group of figures clad in black armor emerging from the river. They wielded bizarrely shaped blades and advanced towards the territory. Moreover, from the mountains shrouded in black mist behind the territory, numerous figures in black armor surged forth. Master, these are the intelligent beings I sensed earlier, Elise remarked swiftly to Ren Qi. Ren Qi nodded, recognizing that the opposing team included those capable of wielding elemental powers, capable of launching ice arrows. Moreover, the black armor they donned was shrouded in tendrils of dark mist, exuding an imposing presence. Without the slightest hesitation, Ren Qi ordered Iris and Maggie to lead all the succubi into battle. Although there were defensive mechanisms surrounding the territory, Ren Qi sensed that the opposing force was not particularly formidable, so he decided to let the succubi test their mettle first. After all, these defensive devices could prove invaluable during a magical tide. The intelligent beings ahead were all humanoid, clad in armor that obscured their features, with grotesque bare arms. Most of these entities wielded sharp blades, while others brandished softly glowing staffs. With a flourish of their staffs, a barrage of ice arrows hurtled forth, clearly the work of their spellcasters. Upon striking the surrounding walls, the ice arrows instantly froze the structures. When Ren Qi touched the wall, he discovered that it had become exceedingly fragile under the ice's grip. A powerful external force could easily shatter it. At that moment, Iris and Maggie had already engaged the enemy ranks. The majority of the succubi had reached levels exceeding 30, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Under Iris and Maggie's command, the two forces quickly clashed. The combat capabilities of these intelligent beings were not particularly strong, yet their black armor provided substantial defense. However, due to their relatively low rank, a multitude of mutated succubi managed to control them, inciting them to turn against one another. The searing flames of corruption further elicited their anguished cries. Before long, the ground was littered with the corpses of these intelligent beings. Witnessing the overwhelming strength of the succubi, the remaining foes hastily gathered together, attempting to consolidate their power for a counterattack. Yet, under the protection of Maggie's magical shield, the succubi repelled their assaults time and again, although they sustained some injuries. A considerable number of intelligent beings fell before them. Meanwhile, Ren Qi swiftly deposited the energy crystals in his possession into the recruitment pool, preparing to summon 2 additional succubi to bolster his forces. 2 beams of inky black light suddenly shot forth from the recruitment pool, and subsequently, 2 shadowy figures emerged, exuding an immense aura of pressure. Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The 2 succubi that had emerged from the recruitment pool were both of the 6th tier. Such fortuitous luck. These 2 6th-tier succubi appeared even more perfect in form and visage. Their wings had split into 4, radiating a faint sense of authority. Ren Qi examined the information pertaining to these 2 succubi. Slaughtering War Succubus. Tier 6. Level 1. Loyalty 100. A 6th-tier mutated succubus primarily focused on slaughter, possessing a trace of fallen angel bloodline within, which greatly enhances their dark powers. They revel in battle and hold a fervent belief in combat. Chapter 30. Return to the merchant's ranks. The names alone indicated that these 2 6th-tier succubi possessed formidable offensive attributes. Furthermore, they were imbued with a trace of fallen angel blood, which, albeit slight, significantly amplified their dark powers. After feeding these 2 slaughtering war succubi some demon flesh, Ren Qi commanded them to join the fray. At that moment, the armored intelligent beings outside had already been routed by Iris and Maggie. Clearly, they had not anticipated the overwhelming strength of Ren Qi's territory and could only retreat hastily. However, the greatest attribute of the succubi was their speed. Under the relentless pursuit of the succubi, the armored intelligent beings did not manage to flee far before being intercepted. Just then, the 2 slaughtering war succubi arrived on the battlefield. Their 4-winged appendages propelled them into the air. With grave expressions, they summoned black long swords in their hands and began to chant incantations. Dark gray flames of corruption materialized in midair, resembling long arrows as they swiftly descended upon the intelligent beings below. In an instant, the encircled intelligent beings succumbed, writhing in pain as they fell to the ground. The flames of corruption unleashed by the 6th-tier slaughtering war succubi were far more potent. Even the protective black armor could not withstand their might. The searing of their souls rendered them incapable of further resistance. Meanwhile, the ordinary succubi surged forward to deliver the final blows, ensuring the demise of these intelligent beings. Observing the prowess of the 2 slaughtering war succubi, Ren Qi's face blossomed with delight. These 2 slaughtering war succubi possessed tremendous offensive power and area of effect capabilities, perfectly compensating for his current lack of offensive strength. With the magical tide looming mere days away, these 2 slaughtering war succubi would become formidable assets. He needed to prioritize their level advancement in the coming days. Soon, the succubi returned to the territory, burdened with the bodies of the intelligent beings. Driven by curiosity, Ren Qi approached and lifted the black armor from one of the corpses to investigate its nature. Upon seeing the visage of these intelligent beings, Ren Qi was taken aback. They bore a striking resemblance to goblins. However, unlike the green skin typical of goblins, these creatures were entirely black, as if coated in a layer of black paint. Goblins are low-tier magical beings, typically ranking from 1 to 3, with some goblin kings capable of ascending to ranks 4 to 5, rare exceptions among magical creatures. Furthermore, goblins are relatively intelligent compared to other magical beings, often forming tribes for communal living. Nevertheless, their intelligence is still limited. While they tend to engage in overwhelming numbers, their combat tactics are generally simplistic. Yet, during this battle, these black goblins exhibited a coordinated front and back assault strategy, clearly indicating a significant increase in their intelligence compared to ordinary goblins. Could they be a unique subspecies among goblins? Ren Qi furrowed his brow and instructed the nearby succubi to strip the black goblins of their armor. During the previous battle, the formidable defense of this black armor had played a crucial role, had it not been for the succubi's flames of corruption affecting their minds. The victory would not have been so effortless. Among the corpses, Ren Qi discovered a magic crystal on one goblin wielding a staff, which was a pleasant surprise. Once all the gray armor had been removed, Ren Qi tested the defensive strength of the black armor. It was consistently rated around Tier 3. It could effectively withstand physical attacks from Tier 3 and below, making it a rare find indeed. Observing the corpses of the black goblins, Ren Qi contemplated and addressed Iris and Maggie. You two will each lead a small squad to continue hunting in the jungle, while also scouting for any further signs of these black goblins. Having orchestrated such an offensive, their tribe must be located within that jungle. It would be ideal to ascertain their position. In his heart, Ren Qi had made a decision. It would be best to locate the tribe of these black goblins and assess their strength. If possible, he intended to dismantle this black goblin tribe. After all, with the magical tide approaching, the black goblin tribe would undoubtedly become a formidable force within it, threatening his territory. Resolving the matter in advance would be most advantageous. Moreover, goblins tend to hoard valuable treasures within their tribes, functioning as miniature territories. If he could breach the stronghold of these black goblins, it could yield substantial rewards. As you command, Master. Iris and Maggie received their orders and each assembled a small team consisting of a slaughter succubus, venturing into the jungle to hunt. Ren Qi's taut nerves began to ease slightly. Observing the black armor lying on the ground, Ren Qi contemplated before posting a message in the chat group. 3 sets of Tier 3 defensive armor, capable of effectively withstanding physical attacks below Tier 3, in exchange for 3,000 pounds of fine iron. A single set of black armor could be traded for 1,000 pounds of fine iron. This price is quite steep, considering that this black armor can only defend against Tier 3 attacks. However, given the current extraordinary circumstances, all new lords are trapped in one location. The absence of the Lanhai trading post means that defensive items are scarce, making each piece exceedingly precious, especially with the impending tide of monsters. Thus, upon Ren Qi's announcement, the chat group erupted with fervent responses. Wow, how did you manage to acquire defensive items, let alone high-end armor? Chi. Defensive armor that can effectively withstand Tier 3 attacks would greatly enhance the strength of the troops if equipped. But at this price, is Chi planning to return to the realm of unscrupulous merchants? There's no choice. Chi is the first to sell defensive armor, so a higher price is only natural. What if I have no fine iron? Can it be exchanged for energy coins? I'm waiting online, it's quite urgent. Numerous private messages flooded in, most inquiring whether Ren Qi could convert fine iron into energy coins. Ren Qi declined each request, as he required fine iron exclusively. With fine iron, he could significantly bolster the defensive capabilities of his territory, which is his utmost priority at present. Meanwhile, in a mountain ravine to the northwest of Ren Qi's territory, a young man clad in black quietly observed the communicator in his hand. As he scanned the messages in the chat group, he raised an eyebrow. This Chi is indeed a talent. Steadily supplying demon meat, and now acquiring Tier 3 defensive armor. Yet, my invitation for him to join the alliance has seemingly fallen on deaf ears. It remains unclear whether he simply did not see it, or if he rejected the offer. A wicked smile crept across his lips. Regardless, once I conquer his territory, if he refuses to submit, I shall simply annihilate him. The young man looked up, his gaze fixed ahead, where 6 golden western dragons were ferociously unleashing their breath. These golden dragons were not attacking monsters, but rather the territory of a new lord. Chapter 31, Blueprints for Tier 4 Defensive Towers. These 8-tier golden dragons had already reached level 30. Under such a high-tier assault, the territory ahead would soon be breached. The young man's smile grew increasingly sinister. Another wave of resources to enhance the combat capabilities of the golden dragons. Indeed, attacking other territories for resources is far more efficient. Alas, most nearby lords have already been eliminated. I eagerly anticipate the arrival of the tide of monsters. I shall have ample opportunity to hunt. On the plateau, Li Tianlan was commanding his 5 elements thunder unicorns to besiege a level 5 poison scorpion king. His 5 elements thunder unicorns had reached level 30, granting them rapid mobility. At last, they had cornered the poison scorpion king, and he hoped it possessed magic crystals. That way, he could upgrade his recruitment pool. Li Tianlong gazed at the poison scorpion king, which was thrashing in the lightning, his eyes glinting. Once the recruitment pool's tier is elevated, he would be able to recruit more 5 elements thunder unicorns, albeit at the cost of more energy crystals. Seeing Ren Qi's trading message in the chat group, Li Tianlong scoffed. Last time, he couldn't resist trading a few times to test this fellow's limits, only to find he completely ignored him and refused to trade fine iron. Just wait. When the tide of monsters arrives, we shall see if you can survive. Unbeknownst to Ren Qi, he had caught the attention of 2 new lords wielding 8-tier units. He was currently sifting through his private messages when one particular message caught his eye, leaving him momentarily stunned. Qi, why didn't you notify me first about having such defensive armor? I have an abundance of fine iron. I wish to purchase these armors. It was a message from Luo Ming. Ren Qi was well aware that Luo Ming possessed a fine iron mine. But since these black armors were humanoid, they could not be equipped by non-humanoid troops. Thus, he did not inquire further, not expecting that Luo Ming was indeed in need of them. It seemed his troops were humanoid. However, he was uncertain of their specifics. Just as Ren Qi was about to respond, another message from Luo Ming arrived. I'll take all 3 sets of armor at your stated price. Do you have any more of this type of defensive armor? If so, I'll take them all. I have plenty of fine iron. Ren Qi pondered for a moment over Luo Ming's private message. His demand for such black armor was not exceedingly high, although the succubi could equip them. The magical shields released by Maggie provided superior defense compared to these black armors. However, Maggie's magical shields could only equip a maximum of 10 succubi. As her level increased, she would be able to release even more magical shields. After some consideration, Ren Qi responded, I can provide you with 20 sets of this black armor. You just need to deliver the fine iron to me. There were at least 60 sets of armor on the ground. Selling 20 sets to Luo Ming would still leave enough to equip the succubi. Moreover, if Iris and Maggie managed to locate the Black Goblin tribe, Ren Qi could acquire even more black armor through conquest. After finalizing the deal with Luo Ming, Ren Qi instructed the succubi to transport the armor to the trading channel for the transaction. Meanwhile, Iris and Maggie's team made continuous trips back and forth from the jungle, transporting the corpses of magical creatures to their territory. Although they had yet to uncover the whereabouts of the Black Goblins, Iris and Maggie were not in a hurry. They explored at a measured pace. After all, the situation in the jungle was entirely uncertain, and a cautious approach was the most prudent. As they battled, the levels of the 2 slaughter succubi were rapidly increasing, thanks to the abundant supply of Tier 3 demon meat. By afternoon, good news arrived from Li Tianyu. He could trade a batch of Tier 5 demon meat to Ren Qi. This was precisely what Ren Qi needed, as Tier 3 demon meat provided insufficient leveling benefits for Tier 6 slaughter succubi. Over the next 2 days, the levels of the succubi steadily increased, with both slaughter succubi reaching over 20 levels, significantly enhancing their combat prowess, allowing them to nearly sweep through the magical creatures encountered in the jungle. The jungle was vast, and their exploration had only covered a small portion. The creatures encountered were all Tier 3, but the deeper they ventured, the stronger the magical creatures became, with the potential to encounter elite monsters of Tier 4 and Tier 5, following their previous stroke of luck. All the newly recruited succubi over these 2 days were Tier 3, no higher-tiered succubi had appeared. Nevertheless, the overall strength of the succubi legion had seen considerable improvement. With all levels nearing 40, it appeared that with a bit more effort, they could all reach level 50 before the tide of monsters arrived. Just as Ren Qi was directing the succubi to dismantle magical creatures and transport fine iron to forge defensive barriers, another message from Luo Ming arrived. Qi. I just took down a nearby dwarf tribe and obtained a blueprint for constructing a Tier 4 defensive tower. I can build 2 Tier 4 defensive towers. Do you need them? We can exchange them for the previous black armor. Of course, if that is not feasible, demon meat will suffice. Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Luo Ming to possess such fortuitous luck in acquiring a blueprint for a 4th-tier defense tower. With the blueprint in hand, as long as the requisite materials were available, most humanoid troops could initiate construction. After pondering for a moment, Ren Qi replied, why can only 2 be constructed? Is it due to insufficient materials? Indeed, I only have enough materials here to build 2. Ren Qi continued, what materials are required? Refined iron, stone, wood, and the pelts of magical creatures, with higher tiers being preferable. The pelts of magical creatures, you say? Ren Qi mused, for his warehouse was brimming with several hundred wolf-like magical creature pelts, nearing 1,000 in total. After a moment's contemplation, Ren Qi promptly sent a message to Luo Ming. What you lack must be the pelts of magical creatures, correct? I have a plethora of 3rd-tier wolf pelts, and I will provide them all to you if you construct 4 defense towers for me. As for the remaining pelts, convert them all into defense towers as well, and then sell them. We shall split the profits, with you receiving 70% and I 30%. How does that sound? Additionally, I will provide you with 20 sets of the black armor. Providing only the pelts and taking a 30% share seemed reasonable. If Luo Ming were shrewd, he could easily acquire magical creature pelts to construct and sell defense towers without needing to collaborate with him, potentially yielding even greater profits. However, Luo Ming's response came swifter than Ren Qi had anticipated. All right, esteemed Qi, it is settled. However, the completed defense towers will be sold by you, as I fear attracting unwanted attention. Chapter 32, The Pitch Black Well. Ren Qi shook his head slightly at this message. Given that Luo Ming could dismantle a dwarf tribe, his strength must have significantly improved, yet he remained so cautious. Nevertheless, Ren Qi had no hesitation and promptly agreed to Luo Ming's request. By the way, may I inquire about your troop type? Ren Qi thought for a moment before sending the message. He was indeed curious about Luo Ming's troops. He had refrained from asking previously due to their lack of familiarity, but now that they could be considered partners, it was an appropriate question. Luo Ming fell silent. Taking some time to respond, Ren Qi then typed, "Never mind, if you prefer not to disclose it, that's perfectly fine. I was merely asking out of curiosity." Ren Qi shook his head slightly, finding Luo Ming's caution amusing. Even at this stage, he was reluctant to reveal his troop type. Just as Ren Qi was about to close the communication device, Luo Ming's message finally came through. "No, it's just that my troop type is somewhat unique. Never mind. After all, esteemed Qi, you're quite distant from me, and we probably one team meet face to face. My troop type is a mutated battle maiden, a fusion of mechanical and humanoid troops. My troops can equip mechs, but I currently lack the necessary equipment, which is why I require your black armor." Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. That name certainly sounded distinctive. However, given his ability to dismantle a dwarf tribe, it was reasonable to assume his combat prowess was formidable. "Very well, I shall send the pelts to you. You may commence the construction of the defense towers. Once completed, deliver them to me, and I shall handle the sale." Ren Qi replied directly, acknowledging that while this arrangement was somewhat cumbersome, if Luo Ming was unwilling to take the lead, he would gladly assume the responsibility. Once the defense towers were forged, it would yield substantial profits. At that moment, Iris, leading her squad, returned to the territory. After discarding the corpses of the magical creatures, Iris approached Ren Qi and reported, "Master, I have discovered traces of those black goblins deeper within the jungle." Ren Qi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Can you ascertain their specific strength?" Iris responded respectfully, "In the jungle, my reconnaissance abilities can be fully realized. I have gathered precise information on them. The Black Goblin tribe lies approximately 5,000 meters from our territory, just behind the wolf-type magical creatures. It is a small tribe, housing over 500 goblins, most of whom are third-tier, with both adult and juvenile specimens. There are also a few fourth-tier and fifth-tier black goblins, though their numbers are relatively few. Around 80 in total. Oh, and there are 3 goblin kings, classified as elite fifth-tier magical creatures." After detailing their strength, Iris added, "Given our current capabilities, eliminating this black goblin tribe should pose no significant challenge. Although our succubus army is not particularly large, numbering only around 60, most are approaching level 40. Both Iris and Shiri have already reached level 40, while our 2 strongest battle succubi are nearing level 20. With Maggie's support, we should be fully capable of eradicating this small black goblin tribe." Ren Qi contemplated for a moment before issuing a direct command. "Then you and Maggie shall lead the assault, leaving 5 succubi to defend the territory. The remaining succubi will follow your lead to attack the black goblin tribe. Remember, if they attempt to flee, do not pursue. Prioritize confiscating the resources within their tribe." "Understood, Master," Iris replied respectfully before setting off with the succubi from the territory. The succubus army ventured into the jungle and quickly vanished from sight. This distance remained within the shared vision range, and Ren Qi switched the shared view to Iris, observing the succubus army advance deeper into the jungle. The area outside the jungle had been thoroughly cleared, with no magical creatures remaining. Soon, Iris led the succubus army to the outskirts of the black goblin tribe. The tribe was situated in a depression within the jungle, the surrounding trees having been felled to create a small clearing. In the center of the clearing were various wooden houses haphazardly constructed. Surrounding these wooden structures were wooden fences, and several traps were dispersed around the area. The black goblins, both large and small, patrolled the tribe. Through the shared vision, Ren Qi noticed a peculiar well in the center of the tribe. The well's opening was not very large, emanating a faint black mist, and several black goblins were queuing to approach the well. Upon reaching the well, they leaned over, intoxicated by the black mist they inhaled. This black mist enveloped their bodies, swirling around before gradually manifesting, infiltrating their armor and deepening its color. Ren Qi pondered, could this well be the source of the blackening of these goblins and the fortification of their armor? Iris, without overthinking, gestured for the surrounding succubi to stealthily take position. Upon reaching the edge of the black goblin tribe, Iris commanded all the succubi to charge forth. 2 battle succubi were the first to enter the fray, their 4 wings unfurling as they ascended into the air above the black goblin tribe. A fervent expression materialized on their faces. Dark light swords manifested in their hands. pointed directly at the Black Goblin tribe below. The two battle succubi began chanting incantations, and spheres of fallen flames began to coalesce beside them. These fallen flames then descended like meteors, crashing down upon the Black Goblin tribe. The succubi below surged forward, unleashing fallen flames and seductive powers to attack the surrounding Black Goblins. The patrolling Black Goblins were the first to react, screaming as they charged towards the succubi, while some archer Black Goblins drew their bows and aimed at the two battle succubi hovering in the air. However, as a 6th-tier demoness of war, their speed of movement is remarkably swift, even in midair. With a gentle flutter of their four-winged appendages, they can effortlessly maneuver great distances, skillfully evading the arrows that rain around them. Waves of corrupted flames burst forth within the Black Goblin tribe, instantly engulfing numerous Black Goblins and subjecting them to both physical and psychological torment. The unfortunate Black Goblins swiftly collapsed in agony, with some of the weaker ones reduced to mere ashes. Confronted with the formidable assault of the Demoness Legion, the Black Goblin tribe found itself with little room for resistance, descending into chaos in an instant. In Chapter 33, the peculiar Black Crystal, 3 elite 5th-tier Black Goblin Kings surged forth from the tribe, their fury palpable as they charged at the demonesses. Meanwhile, Ellis and Maggie, along with the two demonesses of war in the air, had already set their sights on these adversaries. As soon as they emerged, they were met head-on. Faced with the enchantments and assaults from Ellis and the two 6th-tier demonesses of war, compounded by Maggie's support, the 3 elite Goblin Kings could not withstand for long. 2 of the Black Goblin Kings fell in battle, while one, engulfed in corrupt flames, fled in terror. As he escaped, he emitted strange cries, summoning a group of nearby Black Goblins to flee alongside him. The battle raged for 20 minutes, a veritable one-sided massacre. Of course, several demonesses sustained injuries, yet none perished. The 2 demonesses of war gradually descended, while the surrounding demonesses tended to their wounded comrades with basic bandaging before commencing the collection of resources from the Black Goblin camp. They stripped the Black Goblins of their dark armor, and Ellis entered the wooden hut of the Goblin Kings. Upon entering, she discovered 3 wooden chests. Instead of opening them immediately, Ellis instructed several demonesses to carry the chests back. After further searching the area, they unearthed some energy crystals. In addition to the black armor, they also acquired a considerable amount of weapons, such as daggers, curved swords, and bows. Among these were numerous magical staffs embedded with sizable energy crystals, all transported back by the demonesses. Upon returning to the territory, Ren Qi surveyed the spoils laid out by the demonesses, a smile gracing his face. A portion of these weapons and armors could be sold to Lo Mang, while another portion could be used to equip the demonesses. Currently, Lo Mang was mining the refined iron ore at a swift pace, and if there was an ample supply, they could forge equipment from it. However, any equipment exceeding Tier 3 would require blueprints for crafting. Generally, humanoid monsters might possess such blueprints, but most were acquired through trades with awakened dwarven auxiliary troops, making it a slow process. Subsequently, Ren Qi's gaze fell upon the 3 large wooden chests before him. Approaching them, he opened one of the chests. Inside was a bountiful trove of energy crystals, each impressively large, nearly double the size of ordinary energy crystals. Ren Qi's face lit up. These were high-quality energy crystals, typically utilized for replenishing energy in magical staffs. Lords who had awakened as mages would find them particularly valuable. Satisfied, Ren Qi nodded and proceeded to open the second chest. This chest, however, was rather empty, containing only 2 magical crystals. Although there were merely 2, they were a significant find, perhaps the most valuable of all the spoils. As Ren Qi had not anticipated acquiring magical crystals at all, this discovery heightened his anticipation for the third chest. Gently opening the third chest, Ren Qi paused in surprise at its contents. Much like the previous one, this chest was largely empty, containing only a massive black crystal. Resembling a magical crystal yet darker in hue, it was etched with a peculiar pattern. A strange energy emanated from this crystal. Ren Qi furrowed his brow. He had never encountered such a crystal before, and his mental repository of knowledge yielded no information on it. However, its placement within the 3 chests suggested it was of considerable importance. After a moment's contemplation, Ren Qi decided to store all 3 chests in the warehouse. Although he was uncertain regarding the nature of the black crystal, he opted to hold on to it for future reference, hoping it might yield some clues later. Following this, Ren Qi posted a trade message in the chat group, offering 30 sets of black armor in exchange for high-tier magical meat. After conquering the Black Goblin tribe, the most abundant spoils were these black armors, over 300 sets in total. He sold 100 sets to Lo Mang, retained another 100, and planned to sell the remainder. However, Ren Qi chose not to sell them all at once, opting instead for a segmented approach to maximize his profits. At present, high-tier magical meat was in short supply for him. After all, Ellis, along with the 2 demonesses of war and Maggie, were all at Tier 6. And Tier 3 magical meat offered minimal benefits for their advancement. Given that the same volume of magical meat required identical time to be consumed and transformed into energy for leveling up, The energy contained within Tier 6 magical meat far surpassed that of Tier 3. The 30 sets of armor stirred considerable excitement in the chat group. Wow, 30 sets of armor for sale? Where did you, Ren Qi, get those? You probably raided some humanoid monster stronghold. I'm so envious of you, Ren Qi. I'm still defending against nearby monsters while you're producing so much equipment. It's the same old question. What are the specifics of Ren Qi's troops? Anyone want to share? Big shot. Please take me under your wing. At this point, most new lords had begun to venture out for hunting, as their troop levels had risen to a sufficient degree. Only those with particularly low-tier troops remained holed up in their territories. Consequently, the new lords had gained a deeper understanding of the external situation, with various monsters prowling around their lands, both low-tier and high-tier. While their troop levels were adequate for hunting, achieving a stable production of magical meat, or even selling the black armor remained quite challenging. After all, selling goods typically required a solid financial foundation. Many lords possessed humanoid troops, and Ren Qi's 30 sets of armor were swiftly sold, yielding a vast amount of high-tier magical meat, more than enough for Ellis and her companions for the coming days. On the plateau, Li Tianlan led her 5-element thunder lynx in pursuit of a new poison scorpion king. Her luck had been rather poor in the past few days. Although she had slain a poison scorpion king, it had not yielded any magical crystals. She hoped this new poison scorpion king would contain one. Soon, the poison scorpion king succumbed to the blades of the 5-element thunder lynx with a mournful cry. Upon disassembling the creature, Li Tianlan joyfully discovered a magical crystal within. Fantastic! Finally, I have obtained a magical crystal. My luck has truly been abysmal. According to previous estimates, the monster drop rates here are significantly higher than outside. With this magical crystal, I can elevate my recruitment pool, allowing for more 5-element thunder lynx to be summoned each day. Afterward, Li Tianlan activated her communicator. Observing the lively discussions about Ren Qi in the chat group, her expression becoming somewhat complex. This fellow possesses considerable strength. It seems he will navigate through the upcoming tide of monsters with ease. With this thought, Li Tianlan let out a sigh of relief. Although she harbored some disdain for him, she still hoped he would endure the oncoming chaos. After all, they were all newly appointed lords and should stand united. Yet, his attitude towards her was utterly exasperating. Chapter 34, The Black Dragon. Within the realm of the succubi, Ren Qi had just concluded his conversation with Luo Ming. His primary concern now was the construction of defensive towers. Should they manage to erect a 4th-tier defensive tower, the overall defensive capabilities of the territory would rise significantly. Moreover, the first wave of the monster tide would descend in 3 days. Announcing the availability of the defensive towers in the chat group would surely attract a multitude of buyers. Thus, Ren Qi urged Luo Ming to expedite the process, aiming to complete the towers within the 3-day time frame. If they could finalize the towers before the tide struck, they would reap substantial profits. After all, when the monster tide arrives, even the most frugal of lords would bid fiercely to enhance their defenses. This was no mere game. Being overwhelmed by the tide meant facing death. Luo Ming assured him wholeheartedly that his mutated battle maiden, a hybrid of mechanical and humanoid forces, was quite adept at construction. Coupled with an abundance of materials, the progress on the defensive towers was swift. He could deliver 2 towers to Ren Qi by tomorrow. At that moment, within Luo Ming's realm, a young boy was gleefully shutting off his communication device. He was Luo Ming. Observing the fervent construction of defensive towers by his battle maidens and the freshly delivered black armor on the ground, a broad smile spread across Luo Ming's face. The collaboration with the esteemed Qi was exceedingly fruitful. With the black armor and the pelts provided by Qi to facilitate the construction of 4th-tier defensive towers, the overall defensive strength of his territory would witness a remarkable enhancement, rendering them fearless in the face of the monster tide. Moreover, during this period, his supply of monster meat had come from Qi, allowing his forces to concentrate solely on building defensive towers without risking their lives hunting. This ensured that he would sustain no losses in his forces before the tide, thus indirectly bolstering his resistance against the impending chaos. Fortunately, he had sought partnership with Qi. Otherwise, he would have felt quite uncertain about confronting the monster tide. As night fell once more, the black mist in the sky seemed to thicken, rendering the already dim moonlight almost non-existent. The surroundings were enveloped in a profound darkness. The succubi patrolled their territory, vigilant against nocturnal incursions by monsters. Standing atop the castle, Ren Qi gazed into the darkness that lay before him, his expression growing grave. Although the future remained obscured, his perception through iris revealed that a multitude of monsters was drawing near. Under the cover of night, these creatures eluded the sight of Ren Qi and all the succubi. Stealthily advancing towards the territory, Ren Qi ordered all the succubi to be on high alert. "Master, they have arrived." Iris murmured softly, her gaze fixed on the encroaching darkness. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow as a myriad of ghostly green lights began to materialize within the shadows. Monsters slowly emerged from the gloom before the territory, wolf-like creatures, leopard-like beasts, and even several water serpents, all previously unseen. These creatures were shrouded in black mist, as if enhanced by some force, exuding an intimidating presence. Moreover, their numbers were staggering, swarming like a tide that was impossible to quantify. Ren Qi nearly doubted whether the monster tide had arrived ahead of schedule. However, he felt a measure of relief upon realizing that the ranks of these monsters were not particularly high. Most were merely Tier 3, with the highest being Tier 4 elites. Ren Qi refrained from hastily deploying the succubi to eradicate these monsters. Instead, he opted for a tactical approach, allowing the succubi to unleash torrents of fallen flames at the encroaching hordes while relying on the defensive structures around the territory. Some succubi readied their bows, firing arrows captured from the Black Goblin tribe earlier in the day. The monsters began their assault on the territory, whether it was due to the black mist surrounding them. Their combat prowess was astonishingly comparable to that of Tier 4 creatures, with their overall strength seemingly doubled. Ren Qi furrowed his brow. Since the territory's manifestation, the situation here had been peculiar. The black mist in the sky weighed heavily upon the hearts of all newly appointed lords. While the exact nature of this manifestation remained unclear, it was evident that it was intricately linked to the black mist. Observing the events of the day, it was apparent that the Black Goblin tribe had undergone a transformation due to the black mist spewing forth from the cursed well at its center. Even the black armor they had confiscated had gained the ability to withstand attacks below Tier 3, thanks to that very mist. What on earth was this black mist? Before Ren Qi could ponder further, the monsters surged into the territory's vicinity. A barrage of fallen flames erupted forth, igniting the masses of monsters and eliciting horrific cries. Yet, as if summoned by an unseen force, the creatures, with fervent gleams in their green eyes, relentlessly pressed their assault on Ren Qi's territory, as though something within was drawing them forth. The surrounding defensive traps were also triggered, claiming numerous monsters as they fell into the pits, meeting their demise. The defensive items Ren Qi had procured were of a high caliber, effectively dealing with these Tier 3 monsters. Although the black mist around them had enhanced their strength to that of Tier 4 creatures, their defensive capabilities remained relatively unchanged. The traps, however, suffered considerable damage due to the influx of monsters. Ren Qi observed the relentless wave of monsters with a calm demeanor, refraining from deploying more substantial defensive assets. Such items were one-time use, potent in their destructive capacity, but unnecessary against these creatures. After all, a fortified wall constructed from fine iron now surrounded the territory. The monsters, treading upon the corpses of their kin, surged towards the defensive wall. With Luo Ming's support of fine iron, the wall was nearing completion, rendering it impossible for these Tier 3 monsters to scale it. They could only clamber over their fallen brethren in a desperate bid to ascend. Yet, the wall was already manned by the succubi, who continually unleashed fallen flames down upon them. Additionally, 2 battle maidens, under Ren Qi's command, soared into the air, ready to deploy their flames wherever the onslaught was most intense, obliterating the monsters' advances. The entire process unfolded with relative ease, with the succubi suffering minimal losses as they dispatched the majority of the attacking monsters. Nevertheless, the creatures remained undeterred, continuing their frenzied assault as if they were willing to perish there. At that moment, from the depths of the black mist above the distant forest, a brilliant fireball descended from the sky, crashing into the foliage below. The source of this fire was a colossal entity, and as the flames illuminated the surroundings, Ren Qi beheld its immense form, a black dragon. Chapter 35, Hidden Ascension Conditions. Gazing upon its gargantuan physique and the palpable pressure it exuded even from such a distance, a flicker of astonishment crossed Ren Qi's eyes. This was an 8th-tier black dragon, a complete entity at level 100. It suddenly unfurled its massive wings, its colossal form sweeping across the black forest, leaving a trail of brilliant flames that ignited the underbrush below. Soon after, Ren Qi witnessed a colossal black dragon soaring through the black mist, arriving above his territory. He could distinctly see the dragon's piercing gaze glance downward at the land and the succubi below. Without the slightest hesitation, the black dragon seemed to regard them as mere ants, casting a fleeting glance before continuing its flight toward the distant mountain, swiftly vanishing from sight. Only then did Ren Qi exhale a sigh of relief, stretching his somewhat stiff body. This was an adult, 8th-tier dragon, with a single breath of fire. It could easily reduce his territory to ashes. Fortunately, he remained inconspicuous in the dragon's eyes, having evaded its wrath. Ren Qi's gaze fell upon the distant mountain, shrouded in swirling black mist, lending it an aura of mystery. He was unaware of what lay within that mountain, only hoping that the black dragon would keep its distance. In 3 days, a wave of demonic tide would descend, causing all nearby monsters to erupt in chaos and assault his territory. If the black dragon remained nearby, it could very well unleash its breath upon his domain amidst the turmoil, leading to his demise. Iris approached Ren Qi, steadfastly assuring him, "My lord, you need not worry. It is merely an 8th-tier dragon. Once I ascend to the 8th tier, I will be able to confront it. Should I reach the 9th tier, dispatching it will be a trivial matter." Ren Qi raised an eyebrow at Iris's words and inquired, "Are you suggesting that a steady ascent is possible? Although mutated succubi have a chance to advance their tier every 10 levels, the odds are not particularly favorable. Yet, Iris spoke as if she could reliably ascend her tier. Shaking her head, she clarified, while I cannot guarantee a steady ascent, with 10 magic crystals, I can elevate to the 7th tier without needing to increase my level. Ren Qi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his uniquely mutated succubus harbored such concealed conditions for tier advancement. The ability to ascend with magic crystals was indeed a revelation. Magic crystals are exceedingly rare, and trading 10 crystals for a tier elevation seems rather unwise, as the cost-effectiveness is notably low. However, the prospect of his mutated succubus ascending to the 9th tier, potentially evolving into a fallen angel, was undeniably enticing. After all, even the weakest fallen angel exists at a demigod level. Thus, utilizing magic crystals for tier advancement may not be as disadvantageous as it initially appeared, resembling a long-term investment. Nevertheless, Ren Qi currently lacked an abundance of magic crystals. Furthermore, should he acquire sufficient crystals, he would prioritize enhancing the tier of his recruitment pool. A higher tier in the recruitment pool significantly increases the likelihood of summoning high-tier mutated succubi. Nevertheless, learning this information was beneficial. In the future, if magic crystals became plentiful, he could allocate some to assist the higher-tier succubi in their ascension. Iris's words eased some of Ren Qi's trepidation. Although his current strength may not suffice to confront an adult 8th-tier dragon directly, he ranked among the stronger new lords. Of course, this assessment considered the overall defense of his territory. The surrounding succubi began to clear the battlefield, collecting a considerable amount of demonic flesh and hides. Order was swiftly restored within the territory, with some succubi continuing their patrols. Ren Qi glanced at the chat group, noting that other new lords had not encountered similar circumstances. It appeared that the recent monster assault was directed solely at him. The behavior of those monsters was evidently peculiar. Even knowing they could not breach his defenses, they still launched reckless assaults, as if manipulated by an unseen force. After pondering for a while without any leads, Ren Qi decided to rest. With the first wave of demonic tide approaching, he needed to maintain his mental acuity. However, the night's monster attack instilled a sense of urgency within him. Previously, he had eradicated most of the monsters in the forest, leading to a sense of complacency. The recent assault served as a reminder that this area remained teeming with monsters. Moreover, the surrounding environment felt off, necessitating heightened vigilance and an unwavering commitment to bolstering his territory's strength. As the night passed, Ren Qi awoke and first opened the chat group, perusing prior messages. The volume of trading information had surged, as the impending demonic tide prompted everyone to prepare. Ren Qi listed 30 sets of black armor in exchange for high-tier demonic flesh, which quickly sold out. Exiting his chamber, he proceeded to the warehouse to inventory his resources. Currently, he possessed over 50,000 pounds of wood, approximately 100,000 pounds of stone, and over 2,000 pounds of refined iron. With these foundational materials, he could expand his territory. The initial territory resembled a castle, and as the recruitment of succubi increased, expansion was necessary. Additionally, expansion would allow for better allocation of succubi's combat capabilities and fortify the territory's defenses. Next, Ren Qi entered the courtyard, where several 6th-tier succubi awaited his direction. His gaze fell upon Shiri, and he suddenly realized she had advanced to the 4th tier. Shiri had been recruited alongside Iris. But while Iris had ascended to the 6th tier, Shiri remained at the 3rd tier until now. Nonetheless, her level was the highest among all succubi. Shiri, when did you ascend? Shiri respectfully replied, My lord, I advanced to the 4th tier yesterday, at level 40, thanks to your favor. Ren Qi nodded slightly, harboring a conjecture regarding Shiri's ascent. Perhaps the accumulation of battle experience effectively aids in the tier advancement of troops. Of course, this was merely Ren Qi's speculation. Approaching the recruitment pool, Ren Qi prepared for a new day of summoning. The statue of the 18-winged fallen angel stood resolutely before the recruitment pool, enveloped in black mist, emanating an air of mystery and authority. Ren Qi felt a flutter of anticipation, wondering what fortune the day would bring, hoping to recruit high-tier, mutated succubi. After casting sufficient energy crystals, 2 mutated succubi emerged slowly from the recruitment pool. Chapter 36, Presale Information. After casting enough energy crystals, 2 mutated succubi emerged from the recruitment pool. Both were at the 3rd tier, with no higher-tier mutated succubi appearing. It seemed that luck was not on his side today. Gazing at the recruitment pool, Ren Qi's eyes flickered with contemplation. Perhaps due to the unique nature of his recruitment pool, even after advancing to the 2nd tier, he still summoned 2 succubi daily. He wondered if the number of succubi recruited would increase when the pool reached the 3rd tier. After feeding the newly summoned succubi, Ren Qi instructed Iris and Maggie to lead their respective teams, assigning each a combat succubus to venture into the forest for continued hunting. He emphasized the importance of simultaneously scouting the depths of the forest to identify any similar threats as the Black Goblin tribe. Understood, my lord, replied Iris and Maggie as they set off with their teams. Following several days of battle and ample feeding on demonic flesh, the overall level of the succubi squads had nearly reached 40. Some, like Shiri, had already surpassed level 40. Ren Qi anticipated that, apart from the newly recruited succubi, all others should break through level 40 after today. This prospect filled him with excitement, as there might be some succubi ready to ascend their tiers. Ren Qi remained active within his territory, overseeing the repair of defensive traps and the continued construction of refined iron walls. In terms of territorial expansion, Ren Qi has decided to postpone such arrangements until after the impending demon tide. After all, with merely 3 days remaining until the arrival of the demon tide, it is more prudent to allocate limited resources towards fortifying defenses in fewer areas to enhance their strength. While perusing the messages in the chat group, Ren Qi gleaned some new information. For instance, the lords have begun to designate names for their respective territories, such as the Black Desert, the Windy Mountain Gorge, the Lion King Prairie, the Dragon Marsh, the Polar Icefield, and the Black Mist Jungle. One name that particularly captivated Ren Qi was the Black Mist Jungle. He examined the descriptions provided by the lords who mentioned it, and felt that their accounts corresponded to the vast expanse of jungle situated before his territory. The jungle in front of the territory is indeed immense, with Elise and the others having only explored a minuscule portion of it. It seems there are likely other lords surrounding the Black Mist Jungle. This is rather fortuitous news for Ren Qi, as the vastness of the Black Mist Jungle undoubtedly conceals countless magical creatures. Once the demon tide descends, if these creatures surge forth in droves, the presence of additional lords nearby will alleviate the pressure on Ren Qi. By noon, several succubi had reached level 40, with a few ascending to the 4th tier. Although the probability of such advancement is rather low, roughly 1 in 10 succubi reaching level 40 manages to attain the 4th tier. Nonetheless, it is still a significant enhancement to their overall combat prowess. At this juncture, news arrived from Luoming that the 2 newly crafted 4th tier defense towers had been delivered. Accompanied by a cadre of succubi, Ren Qi made his way to the trading passage to retrieve the 4th tier towers. These towers are impressively tall, surpassing even Ren Qi's castle. However, Luoming had arranged for the towers to be disassembled into segments for transport, requiring only simple assembly upon arrival, which proved quite convenient. The 2 4th tier defense towers were erected on either side of the territory, fortifying the entire expanse. Constructed from refined iron and the hides of magical creatures, supplemented with other materials, the towers gleamed with a metallic luster, adorned with a texture reminiscent of fur. The defenses are formidable, accommodating 5 or 6 succubi atop each tower, which are equipped with various defensive mechanisms, as well as lighting apparatuses for reconnaissance during the night. After inspecting the towers, Ren Qi felt a profound sense of satisfaction and subsequently posted a message in the chat group. In 2 days, I will have a limited quantity of 4th tier defense towers available for sale. Lords wishing to purchase them should prepare their resources for exchange, as it will be first come, first served. This announcement served as a prelude to the sale of the 4th tier towers, as the imminent demon tide would undoubtedly compel everyone to fervently utilize their resources to bolster territorial defenses and enhance the combat capabilities of their troops. Ren Qi's early notification was intended to prevent the lords from depleting their resources, leaving them unable to procure his defense towers when the time comes. Compared to enhancing territorial defenses with their own resources, acquiring 4th tier defense towers is evidently a more effective strategy. As soon as Ren Qi uploaded the message, the chat group erupted with excitement. Truly, the illustrious Qi commands attention with every appearance. My goodness, 4th tier defense towers. And judging by Qi's tone, there should be a considerable number available. Could it be that Qi has awakened a dwarven race? They can craft such marvels. Impossible. The dwarven race has limited combat prowess and serves as a support unit. Qi's troops must be formidable. I suspect Qi has obtained the blueprints for construction, along with sufficient resources, enabling the creation of 4th tier defense towers, and even surplus for sale. Blueprints? That is incredibly fortunate. This certainly confirms that Qi has awakened a humanoid race. I envy Qi immensely. Amassing such resources in such a short span is nothing short of opulence. Indeed, if only my territory were situated beside Qi's, I could bask in the glory during this demon tide. The lords in the chat group marveled at the prospect of acquiring 4th tier defense towers. Most of them currently relied on timber and stone to enhance their territorial defenses, making the 4th tier towers exceedingly advanced defensive assets for them. Damn it. I'm going all in. I must save resources over the next few days to secure a 4th tier defense tower, no matter what. Absolutely. The 4th tier defense tower significantly boosts territorial defense. While this demon tide poses a crisis, surviving it will grant ample time to elevate troop levels. And the tumult will likely result in numerous magical creatures being trampled to death. Scavenging their remains will be quite lucrative. Let us not overthink it. Let us focus on surviving this demon tide first. Regardless, I am prepared to exhaust all my resources to acquire a 4th tier defense tower. All the lords engaged in fervent discussions regarding the sale of the 4th tier defense towers, with some fervently declaring their intent to secure one. Observing the animated exchanges in the chat group, Ren Qi couldn't help but smile. Once Luoming completes the construction of the 4th tier defense towers, he anticipates selling them at a remarkable price. with only 2 days remaining until the demon tide foretold by the prophecy of the sorcerer. This event is poised to impact all newly established lords, leading to a significant reshuffling among them. Some weaker new lords may very well perish in the onslaught of the demon tide. But those who survive will not only have more time to enhance their territorial strength, but will also gain access to a wealth of magical creature corpses to bolster their power. Ren Qi's gaze sparkled with determination, as he felt little trepidation regarding the forthcoming demon tide. After all, with the current strength of his succubi army, they are more than capable of withstanding a primary demon tide. Even in the event that high-tier magical creatures were to assault his territory, he possesses formidable defenses that are more than sufficient. Unless faced with 8th-tier super high-tier magical creatures, Ren Qi is confident in his ability to endure any other threats. As night fell, the succubi returned to the territory, with all but a few newly recruited succubi having reached level 40, and 7 or 8 of them ascending to the 4th tier. Additionally, 2 of the Warbringer succubi attained level 30, greatly enhancing their combat capabilities. Elise approached Ren Qi and reported, "Esteemed Master, during our search today, we did not encounter any forces resembling the Black Goblins. However, we did discover a swarm of giant lizards." Chapter 37. Discovering the giant lizard swarm again. Listening to Elise's report, Ren Qi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is the situation with this swarm of giant lizards?" Elise responded, "Master, we found this swarm deep within the jungle, numbering approximately 100. Most of the giant lizards are 4th tier, but there is one 6th tier leader known as the Giant Lizard King, along with about 10 elite 5th tier giant lizards. As night is fast approaching, we refrained from launching an attack. With our current strength, exterminating this swarm of giant lizards would be relatively straightforward." Ren Qi nodded in agreement with Elise's cautious approach, recognizing the peculiarities of the situation, especially at night when uncertainties abound. It is prudent to conduct any operations during daylight hours. After contemplating, Ren Qi instructed Elise, "At dawn tomorrow, head out to scout the position of the giant lizard swarm. If you locate them, proceed with their extermination." "Understood, Master," Elise replied respectfully. 100 giant lizards, including a 6th tier leader, may very well yield a magical crystal upon their defeat. Now, I have accumulated 4 magic crystals. If I can acquire 1 more, I will meet the requirements for upgrading the recruitment pool. At that point, elevating the recruitment pool to the 3rd tier will significantly enhance the chances of producing higher tier succubi. Ren Qi secretly contemplated, feeling a swell of anticipation for the morrow. As night descended, the surroundings were once again enveloped in darkness. Unlike before, Ren Qi now possessed 2 4th tier defensive towers capable of deploying searchlights to scout the area. However, he refrained from utilizing them immediately, as the nighttime circumstances remained uncertain. Recklessly activating the searchlights might attract hostile creatures. Moreover, after Elise's level had risen, her perception within the territory was no longer subdued, allowing her to survey the surroundings up to a kilometer away. That was sufficient. It would be prudent to wait for Elise to detect any enemy movements before employing the searchlights. After perusing the messages in the chat group for a while, Ren Qi returned to his bedroom to rest, spending a silent night. Today marked the penultimate day before the tide of monsters arrived, and the trading information in the chat group had become increasingly frantic. All the novice lords were striving to exchange the resources they required to bolster their territory strength and defenses. Some female novice lords had even started openly offering their bodies in the chat group in exchange for resources or the protection of surrounding lords. Naturally, there were also some pretty boys posting similar messages. All the novice lords were in a state of urgency. After all, being overwhelmed during the monster tide would lead to certain death. Ren Qi awoke early, finding the situation in his territory unchanged. The succubi patrolled diligently around him. Elise had already prepared breakfast for him. After the succubi team finished their meal of monster meat, they set out under Elise and Maggie's leadership to continue hunting in the dense black mist forest and search for the giant lizard group they had discovered the previous day. While enjoying his breakfast, Ren Qi opened the chat group to check for updates. He listed 30 sets of black armor for trade, and upon finding a trading lord, he finished his meal and stepped into the courtyard. It was time for recruitment again. Taking a deep breath, Ren Qi approached the statue by the recruitment pool. After investing sufficient energy crystals into the recruitment pool, 2 succubi soon emerged. Sensing the aura emanating from them, a smile appeared on Ren Qi's face. They were both 4th tier succubi. While he had not summoned any 6th tier ones, obtaining 2 4th tier succubi was still acceptable. However, there lingered a tinge of regret. If he had summoned higher tier succubi, there would have been time over the next 2 days to help them level up, thereby enhancing his territory's strength before the monster tide arrived. Nonetheless, the outcome was still quite satisfactory. Ren Qi opened his friends list and cleared all friend requests before noticing a message from Luo Ming. "Good morning, Big Shot Chi. I have good news for you. Today, while mining, my battle maiden captured a wandering dwarf and found a defensive blueprint on him. This defensive blueprint is for a 4th tier defensive cannon. I don't have any gunpowder, so this blueprint is of little use to me. Big Shot Chi. I'll give this blueprint to you as a token of gratitude for your care over this period. Ren Qi stared at the message, momentarily speechless. On one hand, he was astonished by Luo Ming's extraordinary luck. Capturing a dwarf while mining and acquiring a 4th-tier defensive cannon blueprint was no small feat on the other hand. He marveled at Luo Ming's character. Before they had interacted, this individual had been exceedingly cautious, opting to trade with him from a distance to avoid drawing the attention of surrounding lords due to the precious iron ore. It was surprising that after several trades, he would so readily offer such a blueprint, showing no signs of wariness. With a smile, Ren Qi typed a response. No need, my defensive capabilities are already sufficient. If you lack gunpowder, you could inquire in the chat group to see if anyone is selling it. Forget it. I suppose you wouldn't dare to purchase gunpowder in bulk. How about this? When I sell the 4th-tier defensive towers, I'll include a trade condition for gunpowder. And once I acquire it, I'll send it directly to you. The monster tide is imminent. Focus on strengthening your territory's power and defenses to prepare for the upcoming onslaught. For Ren Qi, he would not express goodwill towards unfamiliar novice lords. However, since Luo Ming had traded with him multiple times and exhibited such kindness, he felt inclined to reciprocate. Okay, thank you, big shot Chi-Chi. The young boy Luo Ming quickly replied. Ren Qi continued typing, asking, by the way, how many 4th-tier defensive towers have you constructed now? Luo Ming responded. I've already built 8 4th-tier defensive towers. I'll keep 4, and the remaining 4 I'll send over to you directly. By tomorrow, I should be able to construct another 8 4th-tier defensive towers. Upon reading this message, a look of delight spread across Ren Qi's face. With Luo Ming sending over 4 4th-tier defensive towers while keeping 2 for himself, and with an additional 8 to come tomorrow, that amounted to a total of 10 4th-tier defensive towers available for sale. This quantity far surpassed Ren Qi's expectations. He had not anticipated that Luo Ming's production capabilities would be so rapid. However, it made sense, given that his troops were a combination of mechanical and humanoid types. Alright, just send them over when ready. Ren Qi instructed several succubi to head to the trading channel to retrieve the 4 4th-tier defensive towers from Luo Ming. Subsequently, sensing a connection, Ren Qi shared his vision with Elise. Elise had discovered the giant lizard group from yesterday. Chapter 38, Slaying the Giant Lizard King. The group of giant lizards remained in place. As the viewpoint shifted, Ren Qi could clearly see that the black mist in the depths of the jungle appeared even denser. In the forefront of the forest, approximately 100 giant lizards lay sprawled on the soft ground. They were somewhat different from ordinary giant lizards. Perhaps due to the encroaching black mist, their bodies had taken on a dark sheen, faintly glimmering with a metallic luster. Elise and Maggie slowly raised their hands, directing the surrounding succubi to encircle the group of giant lizards. The succubi moved gracefully, not alarming the lizards. Once all the succubi were in position, Elise charged forward. Now over level 40, she had awakened a new ability. A red figure remained in place as Elise instantly appeared before the group of giant lizards. Her expression became enchanting, her form increasingly alluring. With her pale fingers lightly brushing against her fiery red lips, pink lip phantom images shot forth, targeting the giant lizards ahead. The giant lizards instantly erupted into chaos, but the surrounding phantoms quickly settled upon them. This was Elise's newly awakened group charm ability. The eyes of the lower-tier giant lizards grew dazed, while those of the 5th and 6th-tier lizards, though still conscious, momentarily stiffened. At that moment, 2 slaughtering charmers soared into the air, their dark blades materializing in hand, unleashing torrents of fallen flames that descended like meteors upon the giant lizards below. In an instant, the group of giant lizards was engulfed by the fallen flames. Simultaneously, the surrounding succubi surged forth, launching their attacks in a concerted assault against the giant lizards. After several days of collaboration, the synergy among Elise and her companions reached an impressive level. Under this intricate assault coordination, numerous 4th-tier giant lizards met their demise. The 6th-tier giant lizard king let out a thunderous roar, its eyes instantly turning crimson as it began to charge left and right. It must be said that the defenses of these giant lizards were formidable, even in the face of the searing flames of corruption. Many of them howled and fled in all directions. Moreover, they were capable of spewing forth a noxious liquid, enabling them to launch attacks from a distance. Upon contact with trees and the ground, this liquid would swiftly corrode and create significant cavities. Had it not been for Maggie's quick reflexes in casting a magical shield on several succubi about to be hit, that corrosive liquid could have claimed the life of one of them. Seeing this, Elise promptly commanded the surrounding succubi to utilize their agility to prioritize evasion over immediate offense, ensuring they remained unscathed from the corrosive liquid. As the succubi legion surrounded them, the giant lizards fell one after another. In a mere span of 10 minutes, all the 4th-tier giant lizards had perished, leaving only a few 5th-tier elite lizards and the formidable 6th-tier giant lizard king. Elise, Maggie, and 2 battle-hardened succubi banded together to corner the 6th-tier giant lizard king, while the remaining succubi took care of the 5th-tier elite lizards. The 6th-tier giant lizard king, now with bloodshot eyes, was filled with fury. Its massive body resembled that of a giant bear. clad not in ordinary lizard hide, but in delicate scales that gleamed with a metallic luster. These glossy, black scales clung tightly to its form, enveloping it completely. Its strength was astonishing. A mere flick of its tail could shatter boulders. Its limbs were robust, and when it charged forward, it moved with remarkable swiftness. At this moment, the crimson-eyed giant lizard king fixed its gaze upon Elise and Maggie, snorting steam from its nostrils, poised to strike. The seductive powers of the succubi had little effect on the giant lizard king, only momentarily halting its advance. After exchanging several blows, the slightly wounded giant lizard king fixed its gaze intensely on Elise. Its limbs tensed as it surged forward, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of corrosive liquid, effectively blocking the path of Maggie and the battle-hardened succubi. Elise snorted softly. The giant lizard king was indeed clever, attempting to pick them off one by one. Unfortunately for it, it had chosen the wrong target. A smile crept across Elise's lips as she stood her ground, conjuring the flames of corruption in her palm and striking down upon the giant lizard king with great force. Unfazed by the impending assault, Elise remained resolute as the giant lizard king lunged at her, its jaws snapping towards her alabaster neck. With a resounding crack, the jaws clamped shut, but it bit nothing but air. The pink silhouette of Elise, who had once stood there, began to dissipate, and she reappeared beside Maggie, her doppelganger restored. Feeling as though it had been toyed with, the giant lizard king roared in rage and redirected its charge towards Maggie. However, at that moment, two battle-hardened succubi had already positioned themselves in front of Maggie. With their pitch-black swords in hand, they unleashed two razor-sharp black cross slashes, striking the giant lizard king and tearing through its hardened scales. Blood gushed forth from the giant lizard king, and for the first time, a glimmer of fear appeared in its eyes. It attempted to press on with its attack, but its limbs buckled, and it retreated into the shadowy thicket. It was fleeing. The two battle-hardened succubi, undeterred, dashed after the escaping sixth-tier giant lizard king. They hurled their swords, which transformed mid-air into elongated black blades, directly impaling the giant lizard king to the ground. The sixth-tier giant lizard king howled in agony, as the dark energy emanating from the swords incessantly corroded its flesh. The swords were also enveloped in the flames of corruption, further searing the giant lizard king's body. No matter how fiercely the sixth-tier giant lizard king struggled, it could not escape the grip of the two colossal black swords. This was the most potent single-target attack technique awakened by the two battle-hardened succubi after reaching level 40. Elise and Maggie soon arrived, and together, the four succubi combined their efforts to slay the sixth-tier giant lizard king. After a brief moment of recovery, Elise and Maggie led the succubi back to their territory, dragging the lizard corpses behind them. Within their domain, Ren Qi gazed at the pile of giant lizard bodies strewn across the ground, a smile gracing his face. He commanded the succubi to begin the dissection of these corpses, which would yield a substantial amount of fourth-tier magic meat, along with the giant lizard's hard hides. The lizard hides were exceptionally tough, suitable for crafting defensive items, and should fetch a good price. Just then, Elise's voice rang out in delight as she called to Ren Qi. "Master, there's a magic crystal inside the giant lizard king." Ren Qi turned to see Elise, brimming with joy beside the corpse of the giant lizard king. In her hand lay a magic crystal, quietly resting. Chapter 39, Advanced Construction Blueprint. Ren Qi couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of Elise's alluring figure, a result perhaps of her nearing the 50-level threshold. She appeared exceptionally captivating at this moment. Were it not for his position as the lord of the territory, he might have already succumbed to her enchanting allure. Lowering his gaze to the magic crystal in Elise's hand, a look of surprise crept onto his face. He hadn't anticipated finding a magic crystal. With this crystal, he now possessed 5 in total. As for energy crystals, Ren Qi was well supplied. He had met the prerequisites for upgrading the recruitment pool. Yet he chose to delay the upgrade, instead directing the succubi to continue dissecting the nearby giant lizard corpses. Soon, Ren Qi had accumulated over 1,000 pounds of fourth-tier magic meat, as the giant lizards were quite sizable and contained a high meat yield. Previously, he had purchased a significant amount of high-tier magic meat, sufficient for his needs, so he decided to trade this magic meat directly. Despite the presence of Lo Mang's fine iron mine, the daily yield of refined iron was limited, especially with the requirement to forge fourth-tier defensive towers. Thus, Ren Qi resolved to exchange the magic meat for iron and materials necessary for constructing walls to expedite the building of the iron fortifications. Before long, Ren Qi's trade information appeared in the chat group. Fourth-tier magic meat was now prevalent in the chat, and fifth-tier elite magic meat was also not uncommon. However, sixth-tier leader-grade magic meat remained exceedingly rare, generating considerable discussion whenever it surfaced. Ren Qi had become somewhat of a notable figure in the chat group. As soon as his trade information was released, it sparked a flurry of chatter. "Wow! 6th-tier leader-grade magic meat. Ren Qi, you're remarkable. You can actually sell this." While others are selling their possessions for resources, Ren Qi has so many resources to trade, it's truly disheartening. The 6th-tier giant lizard king is among the strongest of the 6th tier. It seems Ren Qi's troops must be at least 6th tier. My troops are 6th tier too, but I've never seen anyone as impressive as Ren Qi. His troops must exceed 6th tier, perhaps 7th, or even 8th or 9th tier. In the chat group, a fervent speculation ignited regarding the ranks of Ren Qi's troops, spurred by the magical flesh of the giant lizard king. Little do they know that the majority of Ren Qi's troop ranks only reached the 3rd tier. One can only wonder what thoughts would cross their minds upon discovering this truth. As the impending magic tide approaches, some newly emerged lords possess a modicum of refined iron. Yet they are unable to utilize it effectively. They might as well exchange it for magical flesh. Others, lacking sufficient refined iron to construct defensive structures, opt to trade for magical flesh to enhance their troop strength. Soon, the 4th tier magical flesh was entirely purchased, and inquiries for the 5th tier began to flood in. As for the 6th tier giant lizard king magical flesh, Ren Qi had set a relatively high price, and thus far, no one had inquired about it. However, Ren Qi remained confident that there would soon be buyers. Deep within the Shadow Wind Mountain Gorge, a young man sat upon a stone, idly observing his golden dragon dispatching nearby magical creatures with ease, akin to a farmer culling chicks. His golden dragon had reached level 30, rendering the surrounding magical beasts utterly incapable of resistance. As he perused the chat group messages, the young man's brow arched slightly. He recalled the presence of Qi in the chat, and upon seeing Ren Qi's trading announcement, he pondered momentarily. While he had no need for the 4th or 5th tier giant lizard magical flesh, the 6th tier was indeed of great interest to him. The 6th tier giant lizard king bore a trace of draconic blood. If his golden dragon were to consume it, it would yield considerable benefits. The current low-level magical beasts surrounding him hindered his dragon's leveling progress. After a moment's thought, he sent a message to Ren Qi. What is the price for the 6th tier giant lizard king magical flesh? I have no refined iron. How much energy crystals would be required in exchange? After a lengthy wait, he received no response, causing his eyes to narrow and his expression to darken. He felt a strong urge to inform this individual that his troop was an elite 8th tier golden dragon, yet his pride held him back from voicing it. With a cold huff, he waved his hand, summoning his golden dragon back. Today, he intended to raise another lord's territory. On the plateau, Li Tianlan was leading her 5-element thunder lynx in a hunt, accompanied by a petite girl and a group of dwarves trailing behind. During her hunt, she fortuitously encountered this girl, who had been besieged in a breached territory, and rescued her. Regrettably, the recruitment pool had been destroyed, so Li Tianlan took her along. Without a recruitment pool, this girl would no longer be able to summon new troops. Fortunately, her troops were dwarves, classified as support units, and Li Tianlan planned to bring her to her own territory as a subordinate. With nearly 100 dwarves at her disposal, once their levels increased, they would collectively serve as a formidable force of blacksmiths, a boon for Li Tianlan. Glancing at the messages in the chat group, Li Tianlan's expression grew complex. This fellow was already capable of hunting 6th tier giant lizard kings, suggesting a notable troop rank. Recalling his attitude towards her, she felt a surge of indignation. Just wait. One day, I shall bring my 5-element thunder lynx before you, and you will apologize for disregarding me. The magic tide would arrive tomorrow, and her 5-element thunder lynx could hunt even more magical beasts. For her, this was not a calamity, but a boon. Let us go. There is enough magical flesh to feed your dwarves. We'll head back first. You will reside in my territory from now on. Rest assured, I shall protect you. Li Tianlan softly reassured the girl behind her. Meanwhile, within Ren Qi's territory, he paid little mind to those seeking to trade other resources for the giant lizard king magical flesh. He primarily sought refined iron. After half an hour, the giant lizard king magical flesh was sold, and Ren Qi acquired a batch of refined iron. With this iron, the refined iron barrier could be completed. At that moment, Illis suddenly bounced up beside him. Master, come quickly. I've discovered a construction blueprint. Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback. He had just heard from Luo Ming about a 4th tier cannon blueprint, and now this? He hurried to Illy's side and saw her holding a construction blueprint. Master, this was found inside the belly of a giant lizard, clutched tightly by a dwarf's hand. It likely belonged to a dwarf consumed by the giant lizard. As Illis handed the blueprint to Ren Qi, it was wrapped in a leather pouch, showing no signs of contamination. Slowly unfolding it, Ren Qi beheld the details of the construction blueprint. Advanced construction blueprint, Dark Crystal Tower. Effect: increases the experience of dark-type troops within a 100-meter radius by 10 points per hour. Effect: enhances the defense and attack power of dark-type troops within a 100-meter radius by 10%. Construction requirements: 3,000 pounds of wood, 10,000 pounds of stone, 3,000 pounds of refined iron, and 100 energy crystals. Chapter 40, One Succubus Short. Staring at the construction blueprint in his hands, Ren Qi was momentarily stunned. It was indeed an advanced construction blueprint. Moreover, this dark crystal tower perfectly aligned with his troops. The succubi were inherently dark type, and constructing this dark crystal tower would allow for constant experience enhancement within 100 meters. 10 points of experience per hour roughly equated to half a pound of second-tier magical flesh. Most importantly, it eliminated the cumbersome process of digesting magical flesh. Merely being within the 100-meter radius of the crystal tower would suffice for enhancement. This aspect was particularly enticing for Ren Qi. Furthermore, the secondary effect was equally beneficial, boosting the defense and attack power of dark-type troops by 10%. Though the increase was modest, it still constituted a valuable enhancement. The only drawback was the limited range of a mere 100 meters. As his territory expanded, this effect would likely not encompass the outskirts. However, Ren Qi was primarily concerned with the first effect, envisioning the dark crystal tower constructed near the succubi's dwelling, thereby providing constant experience boosts. Although the process would be gradual, it was still a delightful surprise. Nevertheless, the requirements for building the dark crystal tower were rather stringent. While wood and stone were relatively easy to procure, 3,000 pounds of refined iron and 100 energy crystals were substantial demands. Although Ren Qi currently had an ample supply of energy crystals, his refined iron was indeed scarce, especially after constructing the refined iron barrier. Yet, Ren Qi felt no urgency. The construction of the dark crystal tower could be postponed until after the magic tide. Contemplating, he posted a trading message in the chat group. Tomorrow at 6 p.m., I will be selling 10 fourth-tier defensive towers. Supplies are limited, first come, first served. This time, the fourth-tier defensive towers will only be exchanged for 4 types of resources: 6th-tier or higher magical flesh, refined iron, energy crystals, and finally, magic crystals. Magic crystals will take priority, for magic crystals will be exchanged for 1 fourth-tier defensive tower, while the exchange ratios for the other 3 resources will be announced later. The moment this news hit the chat group, it sparked a fervent discussion. After all, Ren Qi had previously hinted at this, and everyone was eagerly awaiting news about the 4th-tier defensive towers. For these newly emerged lords, 4th-tier defensive towers could very well determine their survival through the first wave of the magic tide. The 4th-tier defensive towers from the esteemed Qi have finally arrived. However, the resource requirements seem rather stringent. Aside from refined iron and energy crystals, which I can gather, I have none of the other 2. Indeed, if I could slay 6th-tier magical creatures, I wouldn't even need these 4th-tier defensive towers. Magic crystals are far too scarce during the assessments. Even the top 10 regions only rewarded a single magic crystal. For the majority of newly appointed lords, while they have now acquired the ability to hunt monsters, most are only capable of pursuing creatures of the 4th tier and below. After all, even some lords who have awakened 6th or 7th tier troops find themselves unable to hunt monsters above the 6th tier until their units reach the esteemed level of 50. Presently, only those lords who have awakened 8th tier, superlative troops possess the capability to hunt such formidable foes. As for magic crystals, they have become exceedingly rare. After all, these crystals are essential for ascending the recruitment pool. Many newly minted lords, upon acquiring magic crystals, promptly opt to elevate their recruitment pool to enhance the quantity of troops they can summon. Most of these magic crystals were brought in prior to the manifestation of their territories, for although the likelihood of monsters yielding magic crystals here is exponentially higher than outside, only elite monsters of the 4th tier and above can potentially harbor these coveted gems within their forms. For numerous new lords, magic crystals seem like an unattainable dream, at least for the time being. Naturally, some of those who have brought magic crystals from outside, yet have not utilized them, are contemplating whether to exchange them for 4th-tier defensive towers. While magic crystals can elevate the recruitment pool and augment the developmental potential of their territories, the 4th-tier defensive tower may prove crucial in the impending wave of monsters, leaving some in a state of indecision. However, there remains a day for them to ponder this matter thoroughly. It seems I must hasten the extraction of refined iron. Fortunately, I have a refined iron mine here. I hope the price offered by the esteemed Kikiki will not be excessively outrageous. I do have a modest supply of 6th-tier advanced monster meat, but I am uncertain how much the esteemed Kikiki requires for exchange. I truly envy the esteemed Kikiki, who at this juncture possesses such an abundance of resources to trade. The rate at which the esteemed Kikiki's territory develops is astonishing, leaving us in awe. The chat group buzzed with fervor. Some were jubilant, while others were disheartened. With the announcement of Renshi's requests, the prices of refined iron and advanced monster meat surged dramatically. Lords who did not require 4th-tier defensive towers seized the opportunity to offload their surplus advanced monster meat, reaping substantial profits in the process. Observing the chatter within the group, Ren Qi nodded appreciatively, as this was the effect he desired. Aside from exchanges involving magic crystals, he planned to auction off all 4th-tier defensive towers the following day, offering them to the highest bidder. After a moment of contemplation, Ren Qi sent out another trading message. 10 energy crystals in exchange for 10,000 pounds of gunpowder. Come swiftly. Gunpowder was a familiar substance to the newly minted lords, as they had previously learned its production. Provided that the surrounding territory contained the requisite materials, they were capable of manufacturing it. Some lords who had awakened mechanical troops had even prepared substantial reserves in advance. Thus, the offer of 10 energy crystals for 10,000 pounds of gunpowder was exceedingly attractive. Before long, Someone contacted Ren Qi and promptly traded 10,000 pounds of gunpowder. He dispatched several succubi to the trading post to complete the transaction, subsequently delivering the acquired gunpowder to Luo Ming. With this gunpowder, combined with Luo Ming's artillery blueprints, their safety during the impending monster wave should be assured. Once all matters were settled, the sky gradually darkened. The succubi concluded their day of hunting, having garnered a significant amount of third-tier monster meat in addition to the giant lizard group. Ren Qi's stockpile of monster meat had grown considerably, yet high-tier monster meat remained somewhat lacking. Awaiting the auction the next day, all succubi began to rest and partake in the monster meat, while Iris and Maggie commenced their count of the succubi. This was a daily necessity. After all, while hunting in the jungle, they needed to dispatch numerous succubi to scout the area, both to assess the situation and to preemptively warn against potential dangers. Those dispatched acted as scouts for the entire succubi legion. Previously, even with casualties within the succubi legion, many had survived. However, during today's count, they discovered a missing individual. Upon further investigation, Iris realized that the one absent was Shiri. Chapter 41, The Clever Dwarf. Shiri had been recruited alongside her, and Iris held deep feelings for her. Upon learning this distressing news, Iris hurriedly approached Ren Qi to report. Master, Shiri was dispatched as a scout to explore the vicinity of the Black Mist jungle today, yet she has not returned. She may have become lost within the jungle. I wish to lead a search for her. Ren Qi furrowed his brow at her words. The darkness outside was deepening, and night was fast approaching, rendering the situation around them increasingly uncertain. He attempted to switch perspectives, but was unable to locate Shiri, realizing she must be beyond the limits of his reach. No one could ascertain what awaited in the wilds under the cover of night, at least, based on the previous frenzied attacks by monsters. It was evident that those creatures tainted by the black mist might become even more ferocious in the dark. Venturing out at such a time would undoubtedly be imprudent. At this juncture, the most rational course of action for Ren Qi would be to abandon the search and rely on Shiri's fortune to return to the territory. After all, the one missing was merely a fourth-tier mutated succubus. If he were to initiate a search and encounter greater losses, it would be a decision fraught with folly. Yet, upon seeing Iris's anxious gaze, Ren Qi contemplated and spoke. Iris, take Maggie and 2 of the Warbringer succubi with you to search for her. If you encounter any danger, prioritize your return to the territory. While it may seem more rational to refrain from sending Iris and the others out on a search, it also felt rather callous. Ren Qi could be merciless toward enemies, but he could not extend that same coldness to his own troops. They were not mere data points. Each was a living, breathing succubus. Furthermore, all 4 of them were 6th-tier succubi, and as long as they did not encounter monsters of 8th tier or above, escaping should not pose a significant challenge. Listening to Ren Qi's words, Iris' eyes glimmered with gratitude as she nodded, saying, "Thank you, Master." The other succubi around them regarded Ren Qi with newfound respect. In that moment, Ren Qi felt a surge of energy seemingly bestowed upon him by the surrounding succubi, a sensation that flickered and swiftly vanished. Iris, armed alongside Maggie and the 2 Warbringer succubi, soon exited the territory, setting out to find Shiri. Meanwhile, deep within the Black Mist jungle, Shiri found herself in a precarious situation, desperately hiding atop a tree branch. Her body was marred with wounds, her clothing tattered and torn, exposing large swathes of skin. Her fair complexion was smeared with grime, and as the night wind swept through, it caused her voluptuous form to tremble slightly. She pressed her body tightly against the branch. Holding her breath, her gaze fixed intently on the ground below. Beneath the treetops, 5 or 6 armored dwarves were busily gathering a concealed trap, cleverly hidden beneath the foliage. Surrounding them were several such traps, strategically set by these dwarves for hunting. Just moments ago, Shiri had inadvertently fallen into one of these traps below, sustaining numerous injuries and losing contact with the succubus legion. As nightfall approached, her wounds rendered her unable to return to her territory. She could only wait in the branches of the tree for Ren Qi's rescue or until dawn to return. Unexpectedly, instead of the anticipated rescue, she found herself witnessing the dwarves reclaiming their traps. Shiri observed the fully armed dwarves below, her nerves taut. The aura emanating from these dwarves indicated they were of the 5th tier, and their armor was exquisitely crafted. Dwarves, being natural blacksmiths, had provided most of the architectural blueprints utilized by humans, derived from either wild dwarves or their military counterparts. The armor and equipment adorning these dwarves were of their own fine craftsmanship. As the dwarves gathered the now exposed trap, they discovered no prey within, prompting them to shake their heads in disappointment. It seemed today as hunt had yielded little success. Shiri remained quietly nestled in the treetop, keenly observing the dwarves' every movement. Typically, dwarves would not venture far from their tribes, suggesting the presence of a dwarven settlement nearby. Just as Shiri contemplated reporting this discovery to Ren Qi upon her return, one of the dwarves suddenly lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes directly upon her. In his hand, he held a disc-like object, evidently the tool that had revealed Shiri's location atop the treetop. She had been discovered. A wave of panic surged through Shiri. and she swiftly struck the tree trunk beneath her, propelling herself towards the branches of another towering tree. Thwack! The unmistakable sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed behind her as two dwarves had already drawn their bows, releasing arrows towards her previous position. There are intruders. The dwarves below hastily readied their bows, aiming their arrows at Shiri. More arrows, gleaming with lethal intent, flew forth, compelling Shiri to execute a quick somersault and conceal herself behind a sturdy branch. Thwack! A barrage of arrows struck the wood behind her. Had the branches not been robust, they would have pierced through, claiming Shiri's life. Furrowing her brow in distress, Shiri contemplated her next move when the two dwarves swiftly approached the base of the tree she was hiding in. They unsheathed their axes from their backs and began chopping at the tree with fervor. Meanwhile, the remaining dwarves encircled the tree, raising their bows, prepared to shoot at the slightest sign of movement from Shiri. Enduring the pain radiating from her wounds, Shiri's heart sank at the dwarves' strategic positioning. Generally, dwarves were not known for their intelligence. Many had fallen victim to deception, losing valuable construction blueprints. Yet, the dwarves below exhibited remarkable cunning, executing a well-coordinated strategy. The tree beneath her trembled as it was relentlessly chopped, and with gritted teeth, Shiri prepared to leap to an adjacent treetop when her foot suddenly slipped, sending her plummeting downward. Without hesitation, the dwarves drawn their long arrows and released them. As the deadly projectiles hurtled towards her, Shiri's eyes widened in horror. Escape was impossible. The end was near. Master, I can no longer serve you. Just as Shiri resigned herself to her fate, a figure suddenly appeared before her, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Thrusting her aside, two supple bodies collided, crashing against a nearby tree trunk before sliding down. Chapter 42. Come here. Startled by the sudden aerial assault, Shiri instinctively grasped the figure that had intercepted her. Her hand met softness, and a familiar voice whispered in her ear. It's me, Elith exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she met Shiri's gaze. Shiri gasped, quickly releasing her hold, and exclaimed in delight, Elith, what brings you here? Elith responded hastily, during our head count today, we noticed your absence and reported it to our master. He instructed me, Maggie, and two battle succubi to search for you. Shiri felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. She understood the dangers of the wilderness at night. The wisest course of action would have been to remain within the safety of their territory. Yet, her master had still sent Elith and the others to find her. The dwarves below, witnessing the dissipating pink figure ahead, shifted their focus to Elith and Maggie. Succubi, capture them, commanded the lead dwarf, charging towards Elith and Shiri. Just then, a flurry of fallen flames rained down upon the band of dwarves like meteors, forcing them to hastily raise their shields. Maggie and the two battle succubi soon joined them. A glint of surprise flickered in Maggie's eyes. The shields wielded by the dwarves were remarkably sturdy, capable of completely deflecting the fallen flames. It was noteworthy that her two companions, both sixth-tier beings and primary attackers, would sustain significant damage even from a direct hit by the fallen flames. Yet, the dwarves' shields had successfully withstood the onslaught, a testament to their formidable defense. Indeed, the dwarven race lived up to their reputation as natural blacksmiths, with fifth-tier dwarves boasting such high defense capabilities. Upon seeing Maggie and the two battle succubi, the dwarves, sensing their sixth-tier presence, wasted no time in retreating. Compared to other creatures, dwarves were inherently timid. If it had been only Elith and Shiri, they might have dared to confront them. But with the addition of three sixth-tier succubi, they opted for flight. Elith helped Shiri to her feet, eager to inquire about her predicament, but Shiri urged anxiously. We must follow them. There is likely a dwarven settlement nearby. If we ascertain their location, our master can launch a strike. Elith nodded, instructing Maggie to remain with Shiri while she and the two battle succubi swiftly pursued the fleeing dwarves. Elith and the two battle succubi moved with remarkable speed, their wings gliding silently, avoiding detection by the dwarves ahead. The dwarves, evidently in a panic, failed to adequately scout their surroundings, blindly fleeing forward. After approximately 10 minutes of running, the dwarves arrived at a small hill. Upon moving a stone, a hidden cave entrance was revealed. The dwarves scurried inside, disappearing from sight. Elith and the two battle succubi emerged from their concealment, arriving at the hill's base. The entire hill appeared seamless, without having witnessed it firsthand. One would never believe a passage lay within. It seems the dwarven settlement must be hidden inside. We should return and report to our master, Elith mused, her eyes glinting with determination. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from the right front. Fiery red figures emerged, resembling flaming lions. As 5 or 6 of them approached, they were fifth-tier fire lions. A young man rode atop the lead lion, reveling in the exhilaration of their gallop. Upon spotting Elith and her companions, his eyes widened, captivated by the 3 alluring figures before him. By my grandmother's grace, my luck is extraordinary. Even a casual outing leads me to 3 succubi. Haha, capturing them will surely lead to an exciting night. Gao Mingyuan, with a sense of fervent anticipation, prepared himself for a night of battle. He commanded his 6 fiery lions to charge directly towards Elise and her companions. As he surged forward, he leered, 3 lovely maidens. Fear not. Surrender without resistance and accompany me back. I assure you will dine and revel in luxury. By the way, don't you succubi crave sustenance? Do indulge. I have plenty. In his eyes, the succubi were merely third-tier entities, easily subdued by his formidable lions. He had already begun to fantasize about the myriad of positions he could explore that night, having heard of the succubi's exceptional flexibility, eager to unlock all the knowledge he had previously acquired. However, as Gao Mingyuan indulged in his daydreams, a sudden cacophony of whistling pierced the air. He squinted to discern the source, only to be struck with terror as he beheld plummeting streaks of fallen flame, akin to meteors, descending swiftly upon his pride of lions. 2 battle-hungry succubi had taken to the skies, wielding black lightsabers, and were ruthlessly targeting his fiery lions. Just 5th-tier lions, he thought. Gao Mingyuan was aghast. Wasn't it said that succubi were the most feeble of 3rd-tier beings? Why did it feel as though my lions would perish under the onslaught of these flames from the heavens? Surely this was an illusion? Before long, one of his lions succumbed, letting out a mournful cry as it fell amidst the fallen flame, a clear indication that his instincts had not misled him. This was truly sinister. Gao Mingyuan's earlier bravado was extinguished in an instant, and he urgently commanded the remaining lions to impede the 2 succubi while he mounted his lion and fled back to his territory. In recent days, he had hunted most of the nearby monsters, and none had posed a significant threat to him, which inflated his ego. Thus, he had ventured out tonight with a few lions, believing he had struck gold, only to find himself in this predicament. Flee. He must escape quickly. Losing a few lions was inconsequential compared to preserving his own life. The carefree demeanor he had previously possessed vanished entirely. Initially dismissive of warnings about the dangers outside, he now comprehended the gravity of those words. My word, it is indeed perilous out here. Gao Mingyuan urged his lion to accelerate, willing to expend its life force if necessary. Under his command, the fiery lion surged forth, consuming its life potential and outpacing even the 6th-tier succubi. Before long, Gao Mingyuan returned to his territory, letting out a sigh of relief as he observed Elise and the 2 succubi pursuing him from a distance. He waved his hand, summoning dozens of fiery lions from behind him. With newfound confidence, he became brazen once more, beckoning the trio of succubi with a flick of his fingers. Come here. Chapter 43, The Succubi Exposed. Watching the provocative Gao Mingyuan within his territory, Elise felt a flicker of anger in her heart. Yet, she understood that a multitude of 5th-tier fiery lions stood before her, and since this was the enemy's domain, rashly advancing could lead to dire consequences. After marking their location, Elise glared fiercely at him before hastily retreating with her 2 battle-hungry succubi. The shadowy forest was perilous at night, and having located Shiri, it was prudent to return to their territory. As for the events here, she would report them to her master upon her return. Upon seeing the 3 succubi depart, a tinge of regret washed over Gao Mingyuan. Had they dared to invade his territory, he was certain he could have captured them, for his main army was within his domain, fortified with numerous defensive traps. Alas, the succubi's intelligence was rather formidable. At that moment, he noticed that the fiery lion beneath him was on the brink of collapse, having expended its life essence to hasten their escape. Gao Mingyuan cast a disdainful glance at the lion lying on the ground, muttering, now I must bury it. What a hassle. If only our kinds could consume one another. This would be a substantial 5th-tier monster carcass. Just then, he felt a sudden drop of 20 points in the loyalty of the surrounding fiery lions. Observing their gazes directed at him, he regretted his earlier words. How could he have uttered such thoughts? Damn it. His careless remark had directly diminished their loyalty. If their loyalty fell below 60 points, there was a risk of rebellion. It seemed he would have to treat them better in the coming days. Endeavoring to restore their loyalty, after feeding the nearby fiery lions with magical meat, Gao Mingyuan stationed some to patrol the territory before retreating to his chamber. Lying in bed, visions of the succubi's alluring physiques danced in his mind. Succubi inherently possessed an overwhelming allure, and as mutated succubi, Elise and her companions exuded an even more potent charm. Having merely glimpsed them, their images were indelibly etched in his thoughts. At that moment, Gao Mingyuan felt akin to someone whose phone died midway through a captivating film. His mind restless as he tossed and turned in bed. Were his units human, he might have rushed out to procure one for his carnal desires. Unable to find solace in sleep, Gao Mingyuan decided to share his thoughts in the chat group. Shocking. Wild succubi have been discovered in the shadowy forest. The lords surrounding the shadowy forest are fortunate. In such a desolate place devoid of entertainment, whoever captures a succubus will experience unparalleled pleasure. One could even engage succubi in the flesh trade without concern for loyalty issues. It's a win-win situation. As he pressed send, a glimmer of pride flickered in his eyes. Those succubi were undoubtedly problematic, being 6th-tier entities, yet there were many oddities in this realm, and he brushed it off, attributing it to the peculiarities of the area. Having encountered a setback himself, he sought to ensnare others in his scheming. Of course, if a lord with higher-tier units managed to capture those succubi, he would find satisfaction in that as well. Perhaps then he could negotiate for an opportunity to indulge in their exquisite forms. When the time came, he would teach them a lesson in bed. Gao Mingyuan's message sparked considerable discussion in the chat group. Life after the manifestation of territories had become quite monotonous. Lords with lower-tier units found themselves confined to their domains, merely eating and sleeping, biding their time. The mere mention of succubi ignited their interest. Wow, succubi? Who would have thought there would be succubi in the shadowy forest? What a pity. If only I were near there, capturing a few would be a delight. What are you thinking? Can't you be serious? If I were near the shadowy forest, I would invite those succubi over, not for anything else, but to study whether they truly possess the ability to absorb others' vitality. For science, I would gladly volunteer myself. Let us not pretend. We know what you mean. I'm straightforward. Whoever captures a succubus for a flesh trade, I'll be the first to patronize. Have you all lost your minds? Forgetting where we are? Except for lords with exceptionally high-tier units. Who dares to venture into the shadowy forest in search of succubi? Exactly. This is quite strange. We still Haven T grasped the situation. And the demon tide is approaching. You lot are still preoccupied with your lustful thoughts. Ugh, disgraceful. In the realm of the succubi, Ren Qi squinted at the messages in the chat group. The black mist forest succubi? As he gazed into the dense, shadowy woods before him, a frown creased his brow. It seemed that Iris and her companions had been discovered by another lord. Previously, Renshi had learned from the chat group that other lords occupied the outskirts of the Black Mist Forest, yet he believed his territory was isolated from such threats. To his surprise, he had encountered one, who had even disclosed information about the succubi in the chat, evidently intending to incite a hunt for them. Such recklessness. A glint of menace flickered in Renshi's eyes. This individual could not be spared. There were indeed lords with high-tier troops capable of long-range incursions. If a lord with advanced forces became fixated on the succubi, it would pose a significant dilemma. One must never underestimate the tenacity of a lecherous foe. At that moment, Ren Qi resolved to eliminate the informant, a cautionary measure to deter others. However, there was no need for haste. The demonic tide was imminent. Even if some lords were tempted, they would likely refrain from action at this juncture. After the tide, it would be this individual's demise. Half an hour later, Iris and her 3 companions returned to the territory with Shiri in tow. Iris supported Shiri as they approached Ren Qi, who listened as Shiri expressed her apologies. I am sorry for causing trouble, forcing Iris and the others to search for me. Ren Qi reassured her. As long as you are safe, that is what matters. Iris interjected. Master, Shiri discovered a group of dwarves in the forest. Their tribe is likely located on a hillside within. We found the entrance, but were spotted by a human leading a pack of flame lions. They attacked us, and we retaliated, driving them back. However, that human ordered the other flame lions to cover his retreat and fled. I pursued him and tracked him to a castle filled with flame lions, but I had to withdraw. The enemy is not particularly strong. I implore you to command us to eradicate them. Chapter 44, The Fallen Succubus. Ren Qi regarded Iris before him, his brows arching slightly. Iris appeared quite agitated, clearly enraged and eager to take action against their adversary. Recently, Ren Qi had observed an intriguing phenomenon. As the succubi ascended in rank, their emotional spectrum expanded considerably. Typically, newly recruited succubi exhibited only loyalty to him, with other emotions remaining subdued. In contrast, higher-tier succubi like Iris displayed a rich array of feelings. After some contemplation, Ren Qi shook his head at Iris, stating, Not just yet, let us wait until tomorrow. Rest assured, I will not let him escape. Tomorrow marked the final day before the arrival of the demonic tide. The immediate focus should be on preparing for it. After the tide, he would ensure that this individual received a proper lesson. With Shiri back, the succubi began to recuperate, and several roasting racks were set up in the territory as they commenced grilling demonic meat. Ren Qi rubbed his throbbing temples, issued some patrol instructions, and retreated to his quarters for a well-deserved rest. His mind had been on high alert these past few days, and he needed to recharge. The following morning, after rising and savoring the breakfast meticulously prepared by Iris, Ren Qi made his way to the courtyard of his territory. The first task of each day was to recruit new succubi. He felt a surge of anticipation, wondering what fortune awaited him today. He was particularly eager, as the recruitment pool had reached a new tier, likely enhancing the chances of enlisting higher-tier succubi. As he deposited 1,000 energy crystals and 5 magical crystals into the statue before him, a soft gray light emanated from the recruitment pool. A shimmering glow enveloped the pool, its waters appearing even clearer. It had ascended. The recruitment pool had reached Tier 3. Clenching his fists in excitement, Ren Qi felt a surge of exhilaration. While there were certainly lords with much higher-tier troops, he estimated that he was among the top 10 lords to elevate his recruitment pool to Tier 3. After all, the essential resource for upgrading the pool was magical crystals, which were incredibly scarce among nascent lords. He promptly examined the attributes of the recruitment pool. Succubus recruitment pool, mutated special unique. Recruitment pool Tier 3. Daily recruitment capacity, for succubi, requiring 20 energy crystals. To upgrade to Tier 4. requires 5,000 energy crystals and 20 magical crystals. PS. The Tier 3 mutated succubus recruitment pool has a low probability of recruiting mutated succubi. The higher the pool tier, the greater the likelihood. PS. Further upgrades to the recruitment pool will require increasingly more resources. Upgrading to Tier 9 allows for direct recruitment of fallen angels. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. With the recruitment pool elevated to Tier 3, he could now recruit 4 succubi daily, doubling the previous amount. Naturally, the consumption of energy crystals had also increased proportionately. The probability of recruiting mutated succubi had improved from exceedingly low to simply low, marking a commendable advancement. However, the requirement to elevate the recruitment pool to Tier 4, 5,000 energy crystals, and 20 magical crystals, was staggering, leaving Ren Qi somewhat taken aback. It appeared that an upgrade in the near future was unlikely. Taking a deep breath, Ren Qi, filled with anticipation, withdrew 20 energy crystals and deposited them into the recruitment pool, initiating the first recruitment at Tier 3. As the energy crystals were consumed, ripples surged through the recruitment pool, and 3 figures gradually emerged from its depths. All were bare and represented Tier 3 mutated succubi. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. While he was pleased to see mutated succubi, he felt a tinge of disappointment at their tier. However, his expression quickly shifted as he noticed a dark orb soaring from the recruitment pool. The orb drifted to the edge and then burst open, revealing a flawless body. She was tall and curvaceous, clad in a tight-fitting black outfit that accentuated her golden proportions, making her all the more enticing. Her face was exquisitely crafted, her features radiating allure, as though a single glance could ensnare one's very soul. Ren Qi's throat involuntarily constricted. It was no wonder. This succubus was dressed in a black maid outfit, her voluptuous figure creating a perfect hourglass silhouette that stirred a primal reaction. She approached Ren Qi, gracefully kneeling before him, lifting her head to reveal her elegant neck and flawless collarbone, gazing at him with an expression of longing. "Master, please bestow upon me a name." Ren Qi abruptly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to suppress the tumult within him, and proceeded to assess the attributes of this newly emerged succubus. Fallen succubus. Tier 7. Level 1. Loyalty 100. The fallen succubus possesses unparalleled allure. Her every smile and gesture can stir the hearts of all, drawing both men and women into the depths of depravity. Each individual captivated by her charm will be drained of their essence, reduced to mere bones. Beware her smile, for it is a devilish seduction that can ensnare you for eternity. Special unique. Staring at the succubus's tier, Ren Qi was momentarily stunned, a Tier 7 succubus. However, upon examining her attributes and abilities, he furrowed his brow. She possessed little in terms of combat prowess, yet her allure was extraordinarily potent. If Iris's charm could be rated as 1, this succubus's allure was 100. Yet, excluding her charm, her overall attributes were even inferior to Iris's. Was this all there was? Then, Ren Qi's gaze fell upon the final note, special unique. He was left astounded once more. What did this signify? A special unique designation indicated that this fallen succubus was singular in existence. In essence, the only 7th tier variant succubus he could summon was this one. At that moment, Ren Qi's emotions resembled a roller coaster, oscillating between highs and lows. He had anticipated that a 7th tier succubus would possess formidable combat prowess, only to discover that her charm was extraordinarily exceptional. Subsequently, he forcibly reassured himself that such an immense allure could potentially captivate even the most powerful of demons. Perhaps even that black dragon from before. Gazing at the succubus, whose eyes brimmed with longing as she gazed upon him, Ren Qi couldn't help but swallow hard. It was truly maddening. As the lord of the territory, he found himself subtly unable to resist her enchanting power. After some contemplation, Ren Qi looked at the succubus and declared, "You shall be named Tina." Upon hearing this, Tina blinked her eyes and remarked, "It seems my master appears somewhat displeased." Ren Qi was taken aback. This succubus could sense his inner thoughts? He then chuckled softly, "Not at all. I merely feel that as a 7th tier variant succubus, your abilities seem somewhat lacking, as if all your strengths have been channeled solely into your charm." Tina regarded him with a knowing smile and replied, "Oh, is that so? My master must not underestimate me. I possess 2 secret abilities." Intrigued, Ren Qi inquired, "Secret abilities? What do you mean?" Tina cast a seductive glance his way, giggling, "Master, since it's a secret, it can only be revealed to you. Shall we retreat to your bedroom, where I can elaborate?" Chapter 45. Is this requital genuine? Listening to Tina's words and observing her enticing demeanor, Ren Qi couldn't help but entertain some less than noble thoughts. It truly was overwhelming. He cleared his throat and said, "Well, is there anything that cannot be discussed here? We are all allies." Tina slowly rose, stepping closer to Ren Qi, her alluring aura enveloping him. "Oh, but this concerns your very life and fortune, dear master. Naturally, we must exercise utmost caution. If these wayward creatures were to betray us and divulge our secrets, it would spell trouble." Upon hearing this, Iris and her companions shot glances of discontent at Tina. But the tear suppression in place meant they could only express their dissatisfaction through their eyes. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. Calling the succubus a wayward creature seemed rather lacking in self-awareness. Clearing his throat, he conceded, "Since this matter is of such significance, I shall defer to your wishes." He then composedly assigned tasks to Iris and her team. Yesterday, they had discovered a dwarven settlement. Though the specifics remained uncertain, it was likely populated predominantly by 5th-tier dwarves. The succubus legion should be capable of subduing them. Therefore, Ren Qi instructed Iris and Maggie to lead the charge and see if they could conquer this dwarven enclave. Given the high quality of the enemy's equipment, he decided against leaving any succubi behind for defense, opting instead to deploy them all. Even the 3 newly recruited succubi would accompany the main force to consume some demon flesh and gain experience. Ren Qi vowed that this was not a deliberate arrangement, but rather a means to bolster the succubi's combat strength. After all, the exact capabilities of the dwarven settlement remained unknown. As for the territory, with defensive towers and traps in place, coupled with Tina's 7th-tier perception, there should be no unforeseen incidents. Before long, the 3 newly minted succubi finished their meal of demon flesh and joined the main contingent, while Ren Qi escorted Tina to his bedroom. As he beheld the voluptuous form of Tina, he felt his head spinning. "Now that we are in the bedroom, may I finally hear your secret?" Ren Qi prompted. Tina smiled coyly and whispered, "My first secret is that I can charm enemies permanently." Ren Qi froze momentarily, his mind racing with excitement. Permanently charming enemies? In that instant, he envisioned various powerful dragons and high-tier demons being ensnared by Tina's allure, bolstering his own strength. Tina continued, "Indeed, but I must reach my adult form to wield this ability, and the enemy's tier cannot exceed 7. The lower the tier, the higher the probability of my success in charming them. Below tier 3, I can guarantee a 100 success rate. However, this ability can only be used once every 3 days. Tina's words somewhat tempered Ren Qi's initial excitement. It seemed he had been overly optimistic. While the prospect of permanently charming enemies sounded impressive, it was clear there were significant limitations. Although this extraordinary ability was commendable, it hardly warranted the exhilaration he had felt earlier. Observing Ren Qi's demeanor, Tina giggled. "Master, you seem troubled. I haven't even revealed my second secret yet." Ren Qi blinked in surprise and replied, "Right? What is the second secret?" Tina approached him, leaning close, and whispered in his ear, "This secret pertains to you, and it is my most powerful ability." Ren Qi felt a warm breath tickle his ear, igniting a fervor within him. His previously calm demeanor began to fray, and he nearly succumbed to the impulse to press Tina down onto the bed. Suddenly, she stepped back, surveying him with a playful smile, and said, "Master, you appear quite pent up. Is there something I can assist you with?" With that, she arched her back, teasingly running her fingers over her crimson lips. "It's quite all right. Master, don't hold back. I will fully cooperate." Damn it. Ren Qi felt as though his head might burst from the mounting pressure. "What is the second secret? Speak quickly." His expression darkened, finally revealing a hint of the authoritative demeanor befitting a lord. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Tina's eyes, and her smile widened. In that moment, Ren Qi noticed an increase in her loyalty towards him by 10 points. What was happening? Before he could process this, the enchanting aura emanating from Tina seemed to diminish substantially as she earnestly asked, "Master, do you wish to grow stronger?" Ren Qi frowned at her words. He was aware that consuming demon flesh could enhance a lord's physical prowess, but the extent of this enhancement paled in comparison to that of his troops. Was there another method to augment his own strength? "What do you mean?" he inquired, eyeing Tina intently. Tina explained, "Master, I am a fallen succubus, one who leads others into the depths of depravity. For each individual I guide, I absorb their essence. However, since I belong to you now, all the succubi under your command will continuously transmit their essence and faith to me. When these two forces merge within me, I can bestow power back to you. The more succubi you possess and the stronger their loyalty, the greater the strength I can return to you." Ren Qi was utterly taken aback, having never imagined such a means of self-enhancement existed. Realizing something, Tina continued, "Oh, you may not know this, but once a lord's territory reaches a collective strength of tier 5, if the troops' loyalty is maxed out, they can transmit faith to the lord to enhance themselves. Of course, this passive absorption is nowhere near as effective as my requital." Ren Qi was left in shock, taking several seconds to digest this information. In simple terms, after reaching tier 5 as a lord, one could rely on the faith of their troops to elevate themselves. The evaluation of a lord's tier was quite intricate, factoring in the size of the territory and the strength of the troops to attain tier 5 status. A territory of at least the size of a small town was necessary. Moreover, according to Tina, even upon reaching tier 5, the passive absorption of troops' faith was a comparatively slow method of enhancement. Tina is different. She possesses the ability to absorb the essence and faith of succubi, subsequently channeling it back to him with enhanced efficacy. This raises a pertinent question. How precisely does this reciprocity occur? Is it a mere figment of imagination? Is it truly appropriate? Clearing his throat, Ren Qi suppressed the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind and earnestly inquired of Tina, What exactly do you mean by reciprocity? Chapter 46. Two Methods of Reciprocity. Listening to Ren Qi's words, Tina chuckled and retorted, "What kind of reciprocity does my master envision? Feel free to take a guess. Here is a friendly hint. It's rather unconventional." Ren Qi swallowed hard and gazed at Tina, saying, "Ahem, as your master, I pride myself on being a serious individual. I would appreciate it if you refrain from indulging in frivolities." With a feigned expression of grievance, Tina replied, "But master, I did not speak incorrectly. My method of reciprocity is inherently unconventional." Ren Qi inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "You little tease. Can you not convey your thoughts more clearly? This obfuscation is unnecessary. What do you mean by unconventional? Please elucidate." Tina's cheeks flushed slightly, her demeanor taking on a coy allure as she giggled. "Must I spell it out so plainly? Oh dear, I'm feeling shy. Shy. Spare me. You were just so brazen. Now you're pretending to be innocent?" Ren Qi stated with a serious expression. "Such matters require clarity. How am I to understand? Without comprehension, I cannot cooperate with you. Do not shy away. This concerns the future of our entire territory and cannot be treated lightly. You must tell me how to proceed." Tina smiled at Ren Qi, saying, "All right, master. I shan't tease you any longer. It's akin to a dual cultivation process, which you should be familiar with. I can channel this power back to you through a method similar to dual cultivation." Dual cultivation? Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. In his understanding, dual cultivation encompassed two distinct practices. One is a legitimate exchange of cultivation benefits between two individuals, while the other is far more suggestive, unspeakable in nature. Judging by Tina's demeanor, it seemed to lean towards the latter. His expression shifted as he regarded Tina's alluring figure, and he spoke in a low voice. "If that is the case, for the development of our territory, we have no choice but to proceed. Shall we begin now?" Tina giggled again, then looked at Ren Qi. "But master, don't rush. There are indeed two methods of reciprocity. More variations?" Ren Qi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What are the two methods?" Tina adopted a slightly serious tone. "Well, master, if you choose to dual cultivate with me now, I can merge half of the two powers I've absorbed and channel it into your body, while the other half will dissipate. Whenever you need, just seek me out." That sounds quite favorable. But what of the other method? Ren Qi coughed lightly. Tina explained, "The alternative involves me employing my alluring techniques on you daily. If you can withstand them, you will gain half of the merged powers I have absorbed. The other half will accumulate within me until you and I dual cultivate. At which point all the accumulated power will be entirely channeled back to you. Which method do you prefer, master?" "I am amenable to either." Ren Qi paused, recognizing that the second option was evidently superior. After all, under the first method, half of the power would vanish, leaving him with only a fraction. In contrast, while the second method also yielded only half daily, the remaining power would build up within Tina, ready to be reclaimed in the future. From every perspective, the second method offered greater value. Regrettably, Ren Qi had already made up his mind. For the sake of long-term development and future growth, he must exercise restraint. Master, what do you find regrettable?" Tina tilted her head, puzzled. Ren Qi cleared his throat. "It's nothing. Let us proceed with the second method. Please detail how it works. How will you be alluring me daily? What constitutes withstanding it?" "Today, I've coughed more than in the past 3 years combined," Tina laughed. "It's quite simple. Every day, I will spend 10 minutes employing various methods to charm you. As long as you can remain still, that will suffice. I just subtly unleashed my alluring power. And your composure is commendable. I would recommend the second method. After all, the benefits are significantly greater." Ren Qi suddenly understood. No wonder he had felt overwhelmed earlier. Tina had released her enchanting power. He thought to himself, how could a pure-hearted boy like him lack resolve? It was clear that he had been affected by her charm. However, Ren Qi was aware that as the lord of the territory, he possessed considerable immunity to Tina's allure, allowing him to maintain his composure. Had he not been the lord, a mere glance from Tina might have sent him tumbling into her arms. This was no longer a matter of willpower. Her charm penetrated deep into his psyche, rendering mere resolve ineffective. Truly, she was a succubus capable of leading souls to the depths of depravity. Fortunately, his status as lord granted him substantial immunity, sparing him from any significant embarrassment. Were it someone else facing Tina, they would likely succumb without hesitation. "Well then, master, the allure begins today. Are you prepared?" Tina gazed at Ren Qi, licking her crimson lips. Taking a deep breath, Ren Qi forced himself to regain his composure, adopting an air of gallant resignation. "Bring it on. I am ready." Tina smiled, and a pink mist surged forth from her being. Ren Qi felt the ambience shift to one of seductive intimacy, and an overwhelming impulse surged within him. This impulse was fierce, crashing into his mind with a force that nearly obliterated his capacity for rational thought, leaving only primal instinct. "Why are you still hesitating? Why not take action? This is not merely a test of will. No one can refuse this. Surrender. Stop resisting. Half the power is quite acceptable. Far better than many other lords. After diligently nurturing this territory for so long, why not indulge a little?" Voices echoed in Ren Qi's mind, each urging him to abandon his resistance. Chapter 47. The Unveiling of the Stone Door. Ren Qi felt as though his body were on the brink of explosion. An insatiable desire flooding his consciousness, nearly eroding his ability to think, leaving only the most primitive instincts. With sultry eyes, Tina observed Ren Qi, whose gaze had taken on a slight crimson hue, her expression tinged with concern. After all, should Ren Qi succumb to her allure, his power would be halved from then on. As Tina, the succubus, she naturally wished for him to reap the maximum benefit. Yet, she licked her lips. If today she could savor her master's essence, that would be quite delightful as well. As a unique and exceptional fallen succubus, Tina's allure was immensely potent. Even though Ren Qi, as the lord of the succubus territory, inherently possessed immunity to their charms, he still found himself ensnared in the throes of desire. Had his mental fortitude been any weaker, he might have plummeted deeper into the abyss, falling directly into Tina's embrace. Tina was acutely aware of her enchanting abilities. When she had earlier teased Ren Qi, she had only utilized a third of her alluring power. Now, fully unleashed, it was uncertain whether he could withstand it. However, unbeknownst to Tina, Ren Qi possessed the memories of 2 lifetimes, endowing him with mental resilience far beyond the ordinary. After what felt like an interminably long 10 minutes, Ren Qi lay on the bed with a face devoid of hope, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He had come perilously close to succumbing to temptation. He almost reached out with his sinful hands. Ultimately, however, he managed to persevere, awakening from the abyss of desire. His mental state remained somewhat dazed, and it was only a minute later that he sat up, a flicker of trepidation reflected in his gaze as it met Tina's. Tina's enchanting power was truly formidable. Had he not held firm, he would likely have plunged into that abyss of desire. Although he was Tina's master and would not be drained of his essence, he feared that emerging from such a state would leave his spirit severely battered. However, Ren Qi soon became aware of certain changes within his body. Clenching his fists, he could distinctly feel a surge of strength coursing through him, an unmistakable enhancement. Though not monumental, it was sufficient to leave him astounded. If this trend continued, it would not be long before his strength surpassed human limits, reaching the caliber of a formidable warrior. Such an eventuality was indeed terrifying. "Master, how do you feel?" Tina inquired, her voice laced with amusement as she regarded Ren Qi on the bed. Clearing his throat to feign composure, Ren Qi replied, "It's nothing, really. Your allure is merely a light drizzle to me. I can certainly withstand it." He then instructed Tina to patrol outside, sensing that her presence in the room could lead to his undoing. After a brief respite, he opened the chat group. Today marked the final day before the impending demonic tide, and the chat group buzzed with activity. "Oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. The demonic tide is about to arrive, and this is my first experience with it. I have no idea what to expect. Who isn't experiencing the demonic tide for the first time? Quit acting like a novice. Wah, don't say that. I'm terrified. My troops are only tier 2. I thought it would be like before, and I hadn't prepared adequate resources, planning to procure them from nearby lords once I manifested. I didn't expect to end up in this cursed place. If the tide hits, I doubt I can withstand it. Let us mourn for the one above. If there's a feast, I'll sit at the children's table. Quit joking around. The demonic tide is perilous. After this wave, many rookie lords are likely to perish. I hope everyone can pull through. Sigh, I envy those with high-tier troops. Each of them can handle this tide well, and might even reap substantial resources from it. What good is saying all this now? We should fortify our defenses immediately. If there are other lords nearby, it's best to contact them. The chances of surviving the tide will be greater if we band together." The chat group was rife with discussions, some filled with anxiety, others steeped in despair. Everyone was determined to bolster their territory's defenses, hoping to weather the impending storm unscathed. Ren Qi closed the chat group, a wave of introspection washing over him. Had he awakened not to the mutated succubus recruitment pool, but to a standard succubus troop, his predicament would likely not have been much better. Yet even with the mutated succubus recruitment pool, he still felt no sense of security in such a precarious location. He needed to expedite his strength enhancement. At that moment, a thought struck Ren Qi. There was movement from Iris's side. They had arrived at the dwarf tribe's hillside. The territory was not too far from their location, and with a mere thought, Ren Qi shifted his perspective to Iris. At this moment, Iris and Maggie, leading the succubus legion, had completely surrounded the hillside. Standing at the spot where the previous dwarves had vanished, Iris frowned slightly. During the previous night, she had been unable to ascertain the surrounding terrain, mistakenly believing the hillside to be the dwarves' hideout. However, after circling it, she realized it was not extensive. Even if it were hollow, it could not possibly accommodate a full dwarf tribe. It seemed likely that the dwarves were concealed underground. "What shall we do?" Maggie asked, glancing at Iris. "Should we launch a direct assault?" Currently, the succubus legion was under the command of Maggie and Iris. While the 2 slayers succubi possessed formidable strength, their combat experience did not match that of Iris and Maggie. Iris shook her head slowly. "No, we are not yet clear on the situation inside. If we charge in recklessly, we may face significant danger. What should we do then? We can't just wait for the dwarves to come out, can we?" Iris smiled and shook her head. "Waiting for them to emerge is out of the question, but we can coax them out." "What do you mean?" Maggie furrowed her brow. Iris leaned in and whispered her strategy to Maggie. Upon hearing it, Maggie's eyes brightened, and the two quickly commanded the surrounding succubi to conceal themselves in the nearby woods, ensuring their positions remained undisclosed. Subsequently, Iris and two succubi approached the spot where the previous dwarves had vanished, recalling the stone from her memory. A crack suddenly opened in the hillside, and a stone door slowly creaked open. Chapter 48, The Encirclement. A dark passage emerged before them. Without a moment's hesitation, Iris hurled a fell flame into the depths. The dark, corrupted flame emitted a faint glow, illuminating the interior of the passage. It was deep and seemingly endless, with the path curving downward not far ahead. Indeed, the dwarves were hiding underground. Not far from the entrance of the passage, two armored dwarves stood idly guarding the entrance. They likely had not anticipated anyone discovering their concealed entryway, let alone opening it. The two dwarves, momentarily stunned, took a second to react before seizing their weapons from the ground and charging out. Seeing Iris and her two succubi, the dwarves showed no hesitation and lunged forward. Iris, with a charming smile, unleashed her seductive power to control one of the dwarves. Simultaneously, a fell flame engulfed the other, igniting his body. Now at the cusp of 6th tier, Iris found it effortless to deal with the 5th tier dwarves. The dual torment of physical and mental anguish from the fell flame caused the dwarf to scream in agony. The other dwarf froze in place, his eyes reflecting a mix of fear as he watched his suffering comrade. With a sudden cry, he dashed into the dark passage. Iris observed as he vanished into the depths, making no effort to stop him. Soon after, the first dwarf was consumed by flames, meeting his end. Iris and her two succubi quietly observed the dark entrance ahead, knowing they only had to wait. Inside the passage, the panicked dwarf hastily made his way to the deepest part, descending rapidly down a staircase. Upon reaching the underground, they entered a vast hollow world. Torches illuminated the expansive space, revealing numerous dwarves. Their homes were constructed from a resilient black stone, appearing remarkably sturdy. The entire tribe was organized, and surrounding the settlement were various defensive traps and weapons. Whether due to the concealed entrance, there seemed to be a lack of significant defenses above ground. Upon arriving at this place, the flustered dwarf emitted a peculiar sound, causing all the dwarves ahead to grow tense. Subsequently, from the largest stone house in the center of the tribe, an elderly dwarf with a gray beard emerged, wielding a colossal hammer. His stature was significantly taller than that of an ordinary dwarf, exuding an air of authority. He was a dwarf king, a formidable being of the 7th tier. Accompanied by his guard, he approached the anxious dwarf and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Shalu, what has transpired?" Shalu, trembling before the dwarf king, replied in terror, "Your Majesty, 3 succubi have arrived outside, at our entrance. I and Yahweh went out to intercept them, but they are exceedingly powerful. Yahweh was incinerated before my eyes." The dwarf king paused momentarily, then, with a grave expression, asked, "Are they the same succubi that were discovered last night?" He had already learned of Elise's existence from the mouths of several dwarves the previous evening. Shalu nodded in fear, saying, "It must be them. This is the first time I have encountered such terrifying succubi. Their strength is overwhelming, and we cannot match them. Your Majesty, we must flee from here." The dwarf king, observing the terrified Shalu, snorted disdainfully. "Did you ascertain how many there are?" Shalu hesitated before murmuring, three of them. "What? Only 3 have instilled such fear in you?" At that moment, a 6th-tier dwarf stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I volunteer to lead a squad of dwarf warriors to vanquish those 3 succubi." The dwarf king nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Vic, you are the mightiest warrior in the tribe. I hope you can defeat them and, preferably, capture them alive." Even dwarves could not escape the allure of succubi. The desire to capture them alive was palpable. Vic nodded and led a contingent of over 20 elite dwarves up the stairs. As a 6th-tier elite, he was confident in his ability to apprehend the intruders above. Outside the small hill, 30 armored dwarves, armed with weapons, surged forth from the entrance. Vic raised his massive axe, declaring, "The enemies who have slain our kin are before us. Charge with me, and avenge our fallen brethren." The 23 elite dwarves surged forward, launching themselves at Elise and her companions. Elise narrowed her eyes, a flicker of panic crossing her face as she pretended to be terrified, leading her 2 succubi companions into the depths of the forest. Vic, seeing this, exclaimed joyfully, "Look, they are already frightened to the core by our valiant dwarven warriors. Pursue them, we must capture them for our great dwarf king." However, Vic was unaware that lurking behind the trees in the forest, the succubi lay in ambush, ready to strike. Elise and her companions swiftly bypassed the encirclement set by Maggie and her allies. Soon, Vic, leading the elite dwarves, plunged headlong into Maggie's trap. "Attack!" Maggie commanded, and the surrounding succubi emerged in a surge. From behind trees and branches, they appeared, utilizing their enchanting powers or unleashing the flames of corruption upon the elite dwarves. The enchanting powers of the succubi struck the dwarves' armor but failed to seduce them, dissipating as if rendered ineffective. Elise raised an eyebrow. The armor worn by these dwarves was surprisingly resistant to enchantment. Yet, The flames of corruption scorched their bodies. While the dwarves' equipment was of high quality, capable of withstanding some of the flames' damage, they were still caught off guard and suffered burns as the flames engulfed them. Vic's eyes blazed with fury. He had not anticipated falling into a trap. There were not 3 of them, but a multitude. Damnable succubi. Everyone, charge out. Retreat. Vic clearly recognized the dire situation. Their best chance was to regroup and inform the Dwarf King. Yet, Elise would not permit the elite dwarves to escape. 2 battle succubi appeared from the shadows, blocking their retreat. Chapter 49, full of spirit. Vic, who had initially intended to flee, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the 2 battle succubi behind him. He realized, in that moment, that this was a trap. The enemy had lured them out with 3 succubi, only to set an ambush to diminish the strength of the dwarf tribe. Vic's heart seethed with rage. But he understood the urgency of relaying this information back home. Charge! We must retreat at all costs. He bellowed, directing the surrounding dwarves to push forward and escape. However, what awaited them were the falling flames of corruption, descending like meteors. A torrent of flames obstructed the dwarves' advance, and although their armor mitigated some damage, the sheer volume of the flames was overwhelming. Some dwarves were even knocked to the ground by the sheer force of the impact from the flames. The 2 battle succubi approached Vic, their black swords drawn, ready to strike. Witnessing his comrades perish beneath the flames of corruption, Vic lost all semblance of reason. Raising his massive axe, he charged towards the 2 battle succubi. Their dark swords sliced through the air, clashing against Vic's axe, forcing him into a defensive stance. Meanwhile, other succubi employed their enchanting powers against him. Though they could not seduce Vic, they at least hindered his movements. Just as Vic finally found an opening and lunged at the 2 battle succubi, they suddenly summoned magical shields. The axe struck the shields with a sharp clang, causing the succubi to stagger back, their shields cracking but ultimately unscathed. Seizing the moment of Vic's exhaustion, they crossed their swords and launched a fierce attack. The dark cross-shaped energy surged towards Vic, striking him powerfully. Even clad in the strongest armor crafted by the dwarves, Vic felt the sting of 2 cross-shaped gashes appear on his body, blood oozing from the wounds. He stumbled back, his axe crashing to the ground, collapsing to his knees. His eyes widened in confusion as he gazed at the 2 battle succubi before him, struggling to comprehend the situation. They had encountered succubi before, but these were unlike any he had ever known, far removed from the enchanting but weak beings he had previously faced. Are they truly succubi? Before he could ponder further, one of the battle succubi approached him and, with a swift motion of her black sword, severed his head from his body. Thus perished Vic, hailed as the mightiest warrior of the dwarf tribe. The remaining elite dwarves were swiftly consumed by the surrounding succubi, due to the early deployment and Maggie's supportive prowess. Only a few lower-level succubi sustained minor injuries, leading to a flawless victory in this battle. Iris surveyed the dwarven corpses strewn across the ground and gestured for the surrounding succubi to drag the bodies deep into the jungle for concealment. Subsequently, she seized the 2 dwarven bodies and flung them into the dark mouth of a cave in the jungle entrance. Before instructing the nearby succubi to once again shroud themselves in shadows, she needed to continue her vigil within the subterranean dwarven enclave. The Dwarf King furrowed his brow as he awaited Vic's return, growing increasingly anxious. He held great confidence in Vic's abilities. Even upon hearing tales of the formidable succubi encountered the previous night, he reasoned that with only 3 adversaries, they posed little threat. The illustrious dwarven lineage had once conquered giants. After waiting a while longer without any news, the Dwarf King's expression darkened further. He summoned a squad of dwarves, commanding them to venture forth and ascertain the situation before reporting back. Soon, a dwarven squad of a dozen emerged at the cave's mouth, their eyes widening in panic as they beheld the dwarven corpses. These were Vic's subordinates, tragically fallen here. Their alarm intensified upon spotting another dwarven body at the jungle entrance, another elite fallen. The squad momentarily fell into disarray, but under the leadership of the foremost dwarf, they proceeded toward the edge of the jungle. As they gazed upon the dwarven remains, the atmosphere of trepidation thickened, with some of the more timid dwarves contemplating retreat. Just as the leading dwarf pondered whether to enter the jungle in search of Vic, a bolt of corrupt flame erupted from the depths of the jungle. Boom! The infernal fire struck a dwarf, sending his body hurtling away. In an instant, a multitude of succubi surged from the jungle, encircling the dwarves. Observing the dwarves ahead, Iris raised an eyebrow. Initially, she had anticipated a series of triumphant strikes against the dwarven clan, but it appeared this faction lacked substantial strength. Their combat capabilities were evidently inferior to the first wave. From these 2 waves of dwarves, it became apparent that the dwarven tribe was not particularly formidable and could be easily overrun. With a swift motion of her hand, the surrounding succubi sprang into action, swiftly dispatching the small squad of dwarves. Under Iris's command, they advanced directly into the cave's entrance. Following the staircase, Iris and her companions soon reached the lair of the dwarven enclave. The guarding dwarves quickly took notice and reported to the Dwarf King. "Your Majesty, the succubi have invaded. Vic and the previously dispatched squad have yet to return. likely perished at their hands. The guards knelt before the Dwarf King, their expressions rife with fear. The Dwarf King, observing the trembling, terrified dwarves below, felt a surge of disdain. Such cowardice was a disgrace to the great dwarven race. What is there to fear? They are merely a band of 6th-tier succubi. Even if they have gained levels, what battle prowess can these frail creatures possess? Do not forget, your king stands at 7th tier. Rally with me to vanquish these fiends who have slain our kin and invaded our home. The dwarves below stirred with excitement. Long live the king. We shall stand with you against these foes and protect our homeland. The dwarves erupted in fervent cheers, their spirits ignited. Chapter 50, The Mighty Dwarf King. Excellent. Such vigor. The Dwarf King nodded approvingly at the animated crowd of dwarves below. He unsheathed his finely crafted secret iron sword, running his hand along its edge. This sword, forged from exquisite iron and secret silver, was a weapon of unparalleled sharpness. He was confident that it would suffice to slay these succubi. Raising his sword, the Dwarf King pointed it toward the advancing succubi. My kin, these succubi are filthy, vile creatures who have slaughtered our brethren and now seek to usurp our clan. Shall we stand idly by? Can you tolerate this? No. The dwarves roared in unison, their anger palpable. The Dwarf King, satisfied, swung his sword. Then let us charge forth and demonstrate to these succubi the might of our dwarven race. Dwarves are undaunted. Dwarves are undaunted. The fervor among the dwarves reached a fever pitch. Iris, already at the forefront of the dwarven enclave, was taken aback by the fervent battle cries emanating from within. She had not anticipated such tenacity from the dwarves under these circumstances. Her demeanor shifted to seriousness as she addressed the surrounding succubi. Everyone, exercise caution. This Dwarf King is indeed of the 7th tier. All succubi must keep their distance from him. I, along with Maggie and 2 warbringer succubi, will confront the Dwarf King. The rest shall handle the other dwarves. Remember to coordinate effectively, employing flanking tactics while ensuring your own safety during the assault. With resolute seriousness, Iris concluded, for our master. The nearby succubi echoed, for our master. Following Iris's command, all the succubi surged toward the dwarven enclave. Meanwhile, Iris, Maggie, and the 2 warbringers made a beeline for the Dwarf King, their objective clear, to eliminate him if possible, or at the very least, to prevent him from influencing the broader battle. Tension mounted as both sides prepared for confrontation, leading to an exchange of arrows. The dwarven archers loosed a volley of arrows, while the succubi, having previously acquired a substantial number of bows, retaliated with their own barrage. The arrows from the succubi struck their targets, yet did little harm, as the dwarven armor proved exceptionally resilient against such attacks. As the dwarven long arrows swiftly approached, Maggie raised her hands, casting a series of formidable magical shields that enveloped the foremost succubi, nullifying the arrow's impact. The other succubi, utilizing their agility, deftly evaded the incoming projectiles. Then, the clash commenced. Blood spilled forth. Iris, Maggie, and the 2 warbringers zeroed in on the Dwarf King, the linchpin of the dwarven morale. Should he fall, the dwarves would surely lose their will to fight. In a fit of rage, the Dwarf King charged forth, leaping into the air, his sword raised to strike down at Iris. Maggie swiftly conjured a more formidable magical shield to protect Iris. The Dwarf King's sword crashed against the shield, causing a web of cracks to ripple across its surface. Iris raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the 7th-tier Dwarf King possessed immense strength, and his sword was undoubtedly of exceptional quality. Without a moment's hesitation, Iris sprang into action, leaving behind a pink afterimage. Boom! The shield shattered, and the Dwarf King's sword swiftly descended, dispersing the illusion. Iris reappeared a short distance away, declaring, "His power is formidable. We must not allow him to close the distance." The Dwarf King, being a formidable 7th-tier leader-level creature, possessed immense strength. Even Maggie's magical shield could not withstand the damage inflicted by him. The only viable strategy was to evade his attack range and engage in a more tactical combat approach. No sooner had this thought crossed their minds than the Dwarf King, brandishing his longsword, charged towards a nearby battle-hardened succubus. In an instant, the succubus activated her teleportation ability, retreating while striking with her radiant sword. Blades of light erupted from her obsidian sword, swiftly cleaving towards the Dwarf King. The Dwarf King raised his sword to parry these assaults with remarkable speed, closing the distance to the succubus in mere strides. Maggie hastily summoned a new magical shield around the succubus. The Dwarf King swung his long sword down upon the raised black sword of the succubus. With a resounding crack, the magical shield shattered under the force of the Dwarf King's might, dissipating into the surrounding space. Unyielding, the Dwarf King followed through with his strike, landing a devastating blow upon the succubus. The shield splintered, and the succubus was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from her mouth mid-air. Iris's expression turned grave. She had not anticipated the Dwarf King's overwhelming combat prowess. Was this the essence of pure power? Without hesitation, Iris instructed a nearby succubus to drag the injured warrior away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, another succubus seized the opportunity while the Dwarf King was momentarily distracted. Armed with her dark sword, she lunged towards him. The succubus's combat strength was formidable, and her weapon was their most powerful means of attack. However, they typically avoided close-quarter battles due to their delicate physiques, which were susceptible to injury. Yet, this was a rare opportunity that she could not afford to miss. A sly grin spread across the Dwarf King's face. He had taken the bait. Loosening his grip, he let his sword drop, drawing a small axe from his waist. This axe, forged from an unknown dark material, emanated a faint, ominous glow, exuding an aura of exceptional quality. With a swift motion, the Dwarf King blocked the incoming thrust of the succubus's dark sword. The succubus's face fell as she realized the danger, before she could react. The Dwarf King's axe was flipped and slashed upward towards her. The succubus instinctively recoiled and retreated swiftly. The axe's razor edge grazed her cheek, severing a few strands of hair. As she distanced herself from the Dwarf King, a warm trickle of blood now gracing her once smooth visage. Iris's heart sank. The Dwarf King's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, nearly inflicting severe injury on another succubus. This 7th-tier leader was perilously close to achieving his full potential. The Dwarf King's lips curled into a smile, and he bellowed, "You alien scum, who dare slaughter my kin and covet my clan? You shall pay the price you deserve. Your wretched bodies are destined to become slaves to the great dwarven race." With that, he charged towards Iris, axe in left hand and sword in right. Chapter 51, Ascension and Promotion. The Dwarf King's intentions were crystal clear. He aimed to eliminate Iris first. It was evident that the succubus army revolved around her. If he could slay her, the morale of her forces would swiftly crumble. Capturing these succubi would then be a trivial task. Those who dared to slay the noble dwarven soldiers would find themselves at the mercy of his wrath, their fate sealed as they became lowly servants for eternity. Iris, brow furrowed, understood the Dwarf King's formidable strength, but had not anticipated such overwhelming power. It exceeded her expectations, channeling a flame of corruption. She sent it hurtling towards the advancing Dwarf King, swiftly maneuvering to evade his assault. Maggie, standing nearby, also sprang into action, conjuring walls of corrupted flames to obstruct the Dwarf King's advance. However, the Dwarf King merely paused momentarily before barreling through the flames, disregarding the barriers entirely. His armor, boasting high defensive capabilities, absorbed most of the flame's potency, leaving him largely unharmed. The injured succubus, witnessing this, hastily joined the fray. With her forewings unfurling, she ascended into the air, crossing her black swords to unleash a barrage of cross slashes towards the Dwarf King. Utilizing her most potent abilities, she sent forth 6 cross slashes aimed directly at him. Sensing the sharpness of the incoming strikes, the Dwarf King halted, raising his axe and sword defensively. The first cross slash clashed against his weapons with a resounding impact, forcing him to stagger back. As the successive slashes rained down, he found himself retreating step by step. On the final strike, the Dwarf King's axe and sword were knocked aside, and the cross slash struck his armor, leaving a mark but failing to penetrate. The Dwarf King grunted, eyeing the succubus with a scarred cheek and sneering, "Not bad for a little girl. Once I capture you, you will learn whose strength truly reigns." Unfazed, he continued his relentless pursuit of Iris. Soon, he caught up to her, swinging his sword down with lethal intent. With Maggie still at a distance, even the magical shield would likely prove insufficient against this strike. In a moment of desperation, Iris unleashed her latent potential, creating 3 shadowy duplicates of herself. The Dwarf King's strike met one of the shadows, allowing Iris to evade and reappear further away. She had leveled up. To her astonishment, she had reached level 50, becoming an adult form. Previously, she and her companions had been on the brink of this milestone, and after feasting on high-tier demon meat, she had met the conditions for transformation. In that moment of crisis, the opportunity for ascension had presented itself, propelling Iris to a new level of power. Not far off, Maggie paused, glancing at her hands in disbelief. She too had leveled up, achieving her own adult form at level 50. The injured succubus felt a surge of warmth coursing through her body, the latent strength manifesting as she too reached level 50. They had all met the conditions for adulthood, merely lacking the catalyst until now. Under the immense pressure exerted by the Dwarf King, they had inadvertently turned misfortune into fortune. Alas, had the other succubus not been injured and forced to withdraw from the battlefield, she too might have attained adulthood. Becoming an adult form was no simple upgrade. It represented a fundamental transformation. Nearby, Iris examined her palm, feeling the surge of potent energy within her. A smile blossomed on her face. For not only had she ascended to level 50, but she had also triggered the conditions for promotion. 8th tier, due to the unique nature of the mutated succubus. With only Tina as the sole 7th tier, Iris had seamlessly advanced 2 tiers in one fell swoop. Even though Ren Qi's mutated succubus possesses a chance to ascend during its evolution, the probability remains exceedingly low, not to mention the ascension to higher tiers. For instance, 2 battle-slaying succubi emerging would be rated at the 6th tier, yet even now, having leveled up to 50, they still remain at the 6th tier. As for Illis, she has continuously ascended from the 3rd to the 6th tier, and now she has directly surged to the 8th tier. Upon entering the 8th tier, Illis felt her power multiply exponentially. Gazing at the Dwarf King ahead, a smile graced Illis's face. At that moment, the Dwarf King was utterly astonished. The very succubus before him had ascended to the 8th tier. Monsters too can ascend. For example, the Dwarf King was once a 5th-tier dwarf who tirelessly improved his strength to reach the 7th tier. However, such occurrences are rare. Only a king of a species could hope to evolve. Moreover, each ascension is fraught with challenges. Yet, this succubus before him had astonishingly ascended 2 tiers in one go. Oh, great dwarven god, am I dreaming? The Dwarf King began to doubt his own vision. Shaking his head, a fierce glint crossed his features. Regardless of her ascension, she is merely a succubus. Raising his small axe and sword, the Dwarf King charged once more toward Illis. Illis raised an eyebrow, her smile deepening. A thick cloud of pink mist began to rise around her, swiftly enveloping the Dwarf King ahead. As the Dwarf King entered the pink mist, he felt the world spin around him, voices echoing in his mind, incessantly stimulating his nerves and plunging him into utter chaos. Then, with a slight lift of her hand, a colossal flame of corruption materialized in the sky. With a gentle press of her delicate hand, the gargantuan flame, 100 times larger than a typical flame of corruption, plummeted toward the Dwarf King below. Simultaneously, Maggie unleashed her dark powers, causing the ground beneath the Dwarf King to soften and transform into a sea of flames composed of corruption. The upgraded battle-slaying succubus, now at level 50, raised her black lightsaber. The weapon vanished from her grasp, only to reappear above the Dwarf King as an enormous sword. The sword of corrupted magic. The massive black sword plunged downward toward the Dwarf King. Just as the Dwarf King, disoriented by the pink mist, regained his senses, the colossal flame of corruption crashed upon him. His black armor cracked instantly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, sustaining internal injuries. Then, as the ground beneath him sank, the Dwarf King fell into the sea of flames of corruption. Buzz! The immense black sword sliced through the air, driving down toward the crown of the Dwarf King's head. With a muffled thud, the Dwarf King let out a defiant roar of anger. A feast awaits. Chapter 52, Bountiful Harvest. The Dwarf King's roar echoed throughout the entire dwarf tribe, momentarily stunning all the dwarf warriors. Our king. Many dwarves looked at their fallen monarch in the sea of corrupted magma, erupting in cries of grief and rage. However, with the death of their king, the morale of the entire dwarf tribe plummeted. In contrast, the succubus legion saw several succubi ascend to level 50, their strength surging, growing bolder in battle, and instilling fear in the dwarf warriors before them. Some dwarf warriors began to flee, while others, paralyzed by fear, knelt and surrendered. Soon, as some dwarf warriors escaped and others were captured, the battle reached its conclusion. Through this conflict, 20 succubi ascended to level 50, becoming fully matured. The overall strength of the succubus legion surged significantly. Lady Illis, Maggie and another fully matured battle-slaying succubus approached Illis with respectful expressions. An 8th-tier Illis commanded the utmost respect from all other succubi. Illis nodded gently, her demeanor devoid of arrogance, and inquired, "What are our casualties?" Maggie replied, "In this battle, 2 succubi were severely injured, 10 sustained minor wounds, and the rest are largely unharmed. We killed approximately 60 to 70 dwarves, but many managed to escape through various passages. We also captured over 30 dwarves. What shall we do with the captured dwarves, Lady Illis?" Illis's gaze flickered momentarily. This dwarf tribe possessed considerable strength, as they were all 5th tier and well-equipped. The succubus legion achieving such a victory at such a minimal cost was indeed remarkable. After contemplating, Illis decisively stated, "Firstly, gather all the spoils of war. Bring the captured dwarves back as well, to be dealt with by our master." Quickly, the succubus legion cleaned up the entire dwarf tribe and hastily returned to their territory. Within the territory, Ren Qi had already learned of the succubus legion's resounding victory and awaited Illis and her companions' return alongside Tina. The succubi soon arrived, depositing all their spoils in the territory. Following Ren Qi's command, the succubi began to sort and organize all the loot. The bounty from this endeavor was exceedingly rich. The armor worn by the dwarves was all 5th-tier defensive gear, and their weapons were also of the same caliber. They amassed over 100 sets of armor and weapons, all of exceptional 5th-tier quality. Ren Qi was elated. He did not intend to sell these armors and weapons, but rather to equip the succubi, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. However, the sizes of these armors were somewhat small, given they were crafted for dwarves, necessitating adjustments and modifications. Ren Qi had ample fine iron, so transforming these armors was not an issue. Next came the energy crystals. The dwarf tribe had collected a significant number of energy crystals, totaling over 500, which constituted a considerable fortune for Ren Qi. Then there were the items left behind by the Dwarf King. His armor was an impressive 7th tier, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. And though somewhat damaged, repairs would not pose a significant challenge. More importantly were the Dwarf King's 2 weapons. Among them, the sword was a 7th tier high-grade weapon, while the axe reached an impressive 8th tier, classified as a mid-grade 8th tier weapon. Had it not been for Illis's ascension to the 8th tier, along with Maggie and another battle-slaying succubus evolving into maturity, they might not have triumphed over the Dwarf King. Renshi entrusted these 2 weapons to Illis, for she alone could harness their true potential. Subsequently, Renshi's gaze fell upon 2 items before him, both discovered within the Dwarf King's residence. One was a verdant crystal vial, its material unknown, emanating a gentle radiance. Ren Qi retrieved a small mirror to scrutinize the crystal vial. This was an identification mirror produced by the Lanhai Trading Company, capable of assisting in item appraisal. The identification mirror contained a wealth of information on numerous items. Upon scanning an object, it would automatically match and reveal the item's details. Provided the item was cataloged within the identification mirror, its information would be displayed. However, if not recorded, it would remain unidentifiable, such as the black crystal obtained from the Black Goblin tribe that had eluded appraisal. This was an essential tool for any burgeoning lord, reasonably priced at 100,000 energy coins. Soon, the identification mirror displayed the details of the crystal vial. Spirit of the Forest, a spring infused with the essence of forest life, capable of rapidly healing injuries, as long as there is a breath remaining. It can bring one back to life. Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback, his expression soon transforming into one of delightful astonishment. It was indeed an extraordinarily potent healing item. As long as there was a breath of life, it could restore one, rendering it nothing short of a divine medical treasure. Finally, Ren Qi's gaze settled upon the last item, his countenance brimming with anticipation. It was a magical staff, yet its design was rather peculiar. The entire structure appeared to be crafted from stone, exhibiting the unique grayish-white hue of the material. The staff was quite substantial, towering at the height of a person, reminiscent of a giant's staff. As Ren Qi directed the appraisal mirror towards it, the information about this object swiftly materialized. Stone Giant's monolithic staff. A staff used by the priests of the Stone Giant clan, imbued with the formidable power of the stone lineage. Skill 1, Giant's Gaze. The monolithic staff can unleash the unique pressure of the Stone Giant, extending its influence over a radius of 1,000 meters, compelling monsters of level 4 and below to refrain from approaching. 10. Skill 2, Giant Transformation. The monolithic staff can awaken the latent potential of 10 units, enabling them to transform into giants, doubling their size, defense, and strength, albeit reducing their speed by 1/3. 10. Skill 3, Monolithic Wall. The monolithic staff can erect a towering wall of stone, extending 100 meters in radius and 10 meters in height, completely shielding against attacks of level 6 and below for a duration of 3 hours. 10. It was indeed a staff utilized by the priests of the giants. Ren Qi's heart swelled with joy, particularly at the immense power wielded by this monolithic staff. The Giant's Gaze could deter monsters of level 4 and below, proving exceptionally effective for large-scale assaults. The Giant Transformation would amplify the strength and defense of 10 units, and although it would diminish their speed by 1/3, it could only be described as a miraculous ability. Ren Qi could scarcely fathom the sheer combat prowess that the now 8th tier Illis could unleash with such an enhancement. Furthermore, the final skill could envelop his entire territory, fending off attacks of level 6 and below for 3 hours. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that, even with the most mediocre of troops, the newly appointed lord could navigate the impending demon tide safely, provided he possessed this stone giant's monolithic staff. The only slight regret was that these skills had limited uses, and the dwarves had likely exhausted a considerable number of them. Ren Qi gazed at the remaining uses displayed, feeling a tinge of disappointment, yet he considered it an extraordinary acquisition nonetheless. Ren Qi instructed the succubi to place the monolithic staff before the recruitment pool, then placed his hands upon it, allowing his mental energy to gradually penetrate into the staff. In an instant, he felt a profound connection with the monolithic staff. He had become its master. With but a thought, he could unleash its skills. With the monolithic staff in his possession, the overall defense of his territory ascended to a new echelon. Having organized all resources, Ren Qi's attention turned towards the dwarves before him. The question of how to deal with them presented a dilemma. Chapter 53, Faith in My Master. Gazing at the 30-odd dwarves before him, Ren Qi fell into contemplation. These dwarves were captives, and logically, they could be integrated into his territory. After all, as dwarves, their crafting abilities would undoubtedly be formidable, making them excellent blacksmiths. However, they were not his soldiers, devoid of loyalty. Even if they currently submitted to him, their potential betrayal during a critical moment could lead to dire consequences. Tina, sensing Ren Qi's thoughts, approached him with a smile, saying, "Are you considering taking them as servants but are worried about their potential rebellion?" Ren Qi was taken aback for a moment, then gently nodded. Tina replied with a smile, "Master, I can help you resolve this issue, ensuring they will harbor no thoughts of rebellion." Ren Qi furrowed his brow. "Isn't your ability only usable upon reaching adulthood? And even then, it can only be employed once every 3 days. Not to mention, you haven't even awakened this ability yet. Even if you did, I wouldn't want you to waste it on these dwarves. They are merely 5th-tier dwarves. It would be different if they were dwarf kings." Tina chuckled, of course. I won't use my charm. They are not worthy of it. Just watch, master. With that, Tina gracefully moved towards the kneeling dwarfs. A smile graced her face as she regarded them. Suddenly, her aura underwent a profound transformation. Renshi was taken aback, observing Tina, who now exuded an air of solemnity and majesty, devoid of her previous allure, instilling a sense of awe and respect at a mere glance. Lift your heads, Tina commanded. Her voice ethereal and grave. The anxious dwarves hesitantly raised their heads, their gazes entranced by Tina's eyes. A gentle aura emanated from her, soothing their troubled hearts. A soft pink light radiated from Tina's eyes, cascading down upon the dwarves. You have suffered greatly under the turmoil of war alongside the dwarf king. And now your homes have been breached. Yet my master shows compassion towards all living things. Under his radiant guidance, all shall find stability and peace. Will you accept my master's mercy and become his subjects? At that moment, Tina resembled a charismatic orator, delivering her speech while the dwarves transitioned from confusion to a growing resolve, some even displaying fervent enthusiasm in their eyes. We are willing to accept. We wish to become the master's subjects. We yearn for a stable and peaceful life. The dwarves fervently vocalized their strongest desires. Tina nodded slowly. It is the master who has bestowed everything upon you, and he will protect his subjects. By believing in the master, you shall attain eternal life. With a wave of her hand, a massive stone floated towards her, landing beside her. With a casual gesture, the stone shattered into fragments, gradually sculpting into a statue. The statue was none other than Ren Qi himself. Tina regarded the dwarves below, her voice dripping with allure. Believe in the master and revere him, and you shall receive all that you desire. The dwarves below fell to their knees, fervently worshipping the statue. In that moment, they transformed into the most fervent of believers. Renshi was taken aback by the scene before him. He never anticipated that Tina could achieve such a feat. What was this? A charlatan? Or an incantation? The notion that these dwarves could be transformed into subjects with such fervor was astonishing. Tina smiled at the fervent dwarves, then slowly returned to Renshi's side. Renshi looked at Tina and asked, is this sufficient? Will their loyalty be assured from now on? Even now, he found it hard to believe. The spectacle was simply too shocking. Tina shook her head gently. Master, this was merely a technique employing a touch of charm. They are currently blinded, which is why they exhibit such fervor. After some time, they will regain their senses. But as long as they worship your statue daily and you provide them with a stable life, they will gradually become your loyal followers, forever at your feet. Listening to Tina's words, Renshi's eyes flickered with contemplation. This bears a striking resemblance to proselytizing, initially employing seductive rhetoric to captivate fervent followers, subsequently bestowing favors to further entrench this fervor, gradually transforming them into the most devoted disciples. Such a resolution might indeed prove to be an exceptional strategy. Renshi instructed several succubi to carve out a designated area in the rear of the territory for the dwarves to inhabit, setting aside other considerations. A stable existence is something Renshi can certainly provide them. With these dwarves, the future endeavor of crafting and upgrading equipment will be facilitated, thereby indirectly augmenting the strength of the territory. After completing all tasks, twilight had already settled in. As night descended, the darkness seemed to envelop the world with an even more profound intensity. Renshi gazed quietly into the abyss outside, his heart weighed down by an ominous foreboding. Tomorrow marks the arrival of the demonic tide, during which monstrous entities will rampage, and lords with insufficient territorial defenses may very well face elimination. Upon opening the chat group, it was unusually lively today. The majority of the new lords were beset by panic, for today is the final day before the impending demonic tide, and a substantial number of them might not survive until tomorrow. What to do? I'm so anxious. The demonic tide is about to arrive tomorrow. I wonder if I can withstand it. Indeed, in just a few days, I have barely managed to elevate my troop level to 40, and my troop tier remains at tier 3. I hope I can withstand the demonic tide tomorrow. I have sought the protection of the powerful lords in the surrounding territories. If you have other lords nearby, make contact immediately. Perhaps we can unite to collectively resist the demonic tide. Isn't it too late now? Didn't Lord Qi mention selling tier 4 defensive towers? I've been waiting for that. Yes, acquiring a tier 4 defensive tower would significantly enhance the overall defense of the territory, greatly increasing the chances of surviving the demonic tide. Why hasn't Lord Qi sent any news yet? I'm so anxious. Lord 777, please appear soon. Ren Qi, observing the incessant stream of messages flooding the chat group, realized that the moment had arrived. Chapter 54, Auction. With the night still not fully enveloping the world, the trading post remained open for transactions. Should darkness fully descend, venturing outside would become perilous for lords situated farther from the trading conduits. Renchi's decision to sell at the last moment was to secure the best possible price. Earlier in the day, Luo Ming had delivered the remaining tier 4 defensive towers to him. Presently, 10 ready-for-sale tier 4 defensive towers lay stacked within Renchi's territory. Taking a deep breath, Renchi composed a message announcing the sale in the trading group. I have arrived. Tier 4 defensive towers are now officially up for sale, with priority given to magic crystals. Only 4 towers are available from magic crystal exchange, and they will be sold on a first-come, first-served basis. The moment Ren Qi's message appeared in the trading group, it sparked a fervent uproar. Wow, Lord Qi, we've finally been waiting for you. I was about to lose my mind. Magic crystals, right? I have prepared 4, and I want to buy 1. Please send it directly to me. First come the magic crystal exchanges. Unfortunately, I lack magic crystals, but I do have some high-tier magic meat and energy crystals. Does anyone know how many Tier 4 defensive towers Lord Qi has left, and at what price they will be sold? Lord Qi, I have abundant fine iron, harvested over 3 or 4 days without any use, just waiting for today. Can you trade me 2 Tier 4 defensive towers? Messages surged chaotically in the chat group, and Ren Qi's private messages exploded almost instantaneously. Most were inquiries about exchanging Tier 4 defensive towers for various resources. Ren Qi swiftly filtered through the messages, selecting those offering magic crystals for trade. In no time, all 4 Tier 4 defensive towers were sold, netting Ren Qi 16 magic crystals. He and Luo Ming split the crystals equally, allowing him to retain 8, which constituted a commendable profit. Without hesitation, Ren Qi quickly typed another message and sent it to the chat group. I still have 6 Tier 4 defensive towers available. We are now commencing an auction. High-tier magic meat above Tier 6, as well as fine iron and energy metals, may participate in this auction. The highest bidder will secure a Tier 4 defensive tower. We now begin the auction for the first Tier 4 defensive tower, lasting 2 minutes. The highest bid within this time frame will win. The chat group erupted instantly. What the heck? Didn't you say there would be an exchange ratio? How did it turn into an auction? It's over. It seems Lord Qi has awakened the nature of a shrewd merchant. If you'd announced the ratio, I might have had a chance. I'm uneasy with a direct auction. Upon seeing the auction announcement, several new lords began lamenting in the chat group. However, others were unfazed, eagerly beginning to place bids, and the bidding information quickly soared. From 40 pounds of Tier 6 magic meat, the price escalated continually, with offers of 2,000 pounds of fine iron, 500 energy crystals, and even 200 pounds of Tier 6 magic meat. As the 2 minutes elapsed, Ren Qi selected the highest bid, 1,000 energy crystals. For a new lord, 1,000 energy crystals represent a substantial resource. Compared to high-tier magic meat and fine iron, energy crystals hold the most value, given their extensive applications. The successful bidder swiftly sent Ren Qi a private message, providing his trading channel number. Ren Qi then arranged for Iris and several succubi to deliver 1 Tier 4 defensive tower to him. New lords who failed to secure a Tier 4 defensive tower lamented in the chat group, though some consoled themselves, believing that the first auction's price would be exceedingly high. After all, there were still 5 Tier 4 defensive towers left. Ren Qi proceeded to list the second Tier 4 defensive tower, and the auction prices in the chat group quickly surged once more. As the 2 minutes elapsed, Ren Qi chose the highest bid, amounting to a staggering 300 pounds of Tier 7 magic meat. Once a lord reaches Tier 6, the yield of magic meat significantly diminishes, making Tier 7 magic meat exceptionally rare. 300 pounds of Tier 7 magic meat can be considered immensely valuable. However, the other new lords soon discovered that this winning bidder had the same username as the previous one. It was the same person. He had successfully bid on 2 Tier 4 defensive towers. Wow, is this what it means to be a big shot? He just snapped up 2 Tier 4 defensive towers. Almighty Lord, have mercy and leave us some room to breathe. A lord capable of offering 300 pounds of Tier 7 magic meat hardly needs Tier 4 defensive towers for defense, right? Can you not disrupt the auction? Indeed. We are all counting on the Tier 4 defensive towers for survival. Those capable of defending their territories should refrain from participating. The other new lords expressed their discontent in the chat group. However, there was little they could do, after all. Saying one had 1,000 energy crystals could imply they had been brought in from elsewhere. Yet, 300 pounds of Tier 7 magic meat undeniably demonstrated the strength of the bidding lord. Such a lord had no need for Tier 4 defensive towers. Yet, shortly after, the auction winner posted a message in the chat group. I apologize for the misunderstanding. This is a gift for my girlfriend. Although I have already provided her with ample resources, I have decided to purchase 2 Tier 4 defensive towers to safeguard her territory, enabling her to weather the impending magical tide more effectively. I will refrain from participating in any further bidding for the remaining Tier 4 defensive towers. A single statement ignited a flurry of envy within the chat group. Wow, purchasing 2 Tier 4 defensive towers for your girlfriend? This esteemed individual must have already bestowed considerable resources upon her. Truly enviable. Oh, how I wish I had a boyfriend like that. Damn it. My useless boyfriend discarded me the moment he learned my troops were only Tier 2. Esteemed one, are you in need of a girlfriend? Or perhaps a boyfriend? I am willing to comply with your every desire, and I shall ensure everything is prepared for you, provided you purchase a Tier 4 defensive tower for me. Great one. I implore you for protection. I wouldn't mind serving alongside your girlfriend. Please consider it. Messages flooded the chat, all eager to curry favor with this remarkable benefactor. Faced with the specter of death, The fledgling lords cast aside their pride. Ren Qi observed the barrage of messages and the numerous private pleas for a Tier 4 defensive tower, remaining unmoved. The new auction commences. There remains a 2-minute time frame. And the highest bidder shall prevail. Chapter 55, The Eve of the Magical Tide. As another Tier 4 defensive tower was auctioned, the chat erupted with competing voices. Only 4 Tier 4 defensive towers remained, and no one dared to hold back. Everyone began to bid their most sincere prices, vying for the next tower. Before long, the auction prices surged, even surpassing those of the previous 2 Tier 4 defensive towers. For many new lords, surviving this magical tide was of paramount importance. Moreover, defensive towers are not consumables. Winning one would significantly bolster their territorial defenses, making it a worthy investment. If they could endure this magical tide, they would gain more time to develop their territories and perhaps even reap substantial rewards. After all, the magical tide presents both peril and opportunity for lords. Only by fortifying their defenses can they transform danger into opportunity. The bidding price for one Tier 4 defensive tower quickly ascended to over 4,000 pounds of refined iron. This was already a considerable sum, yet it continued to rise. The chat group erupted with excitement. Goodness, have they all lost their minds? This bidding is outrageous. Indeed, with 4,000 or 5,000 pounds of refined iron, one could forge 8 or 9 defensive towers. Why are these esteemed individuals bidding with such abandon? There's no alternative. Even if you possess an abundance of refined iron, without the blueprints, you cannot forge a Tier 4 defensive tower. This is crucial for enhancing territorial defenses. Precisely. With the magical tide imminent, who cares about the bid amount? Securing the Tier 4 defensive tower is the priority. Esteemed lords, I implore you. Could one of you spare a Tier 4 defensive tower for me? I am counting on it to survive this magical tide. Stop your lamenting. We are all in the same boat. In an auction, the highest bidder wins, so those without means should cease their whining. Soon, the 2-minute timer elapsed. And the auction for the Tier 4 defensive tower concluded, ultimately claimed by a new lord for 6,000 pounds of refined iron. With 3 Tier 4 defensive towers remaining, Ren Qi announced the next auction. Messages flooded the chat with bids. With only 3 Tier 4 defensive towers left, even those who had previously been observers began to join the fray, offering high prices in a frantic scramble. 10 minutes later, Ren Qi successfully auctioned off all the Tier 4 defensive towers. The remaining 3 were sold for 1,200 pounds of Tier 6 demon meat, 2,000 energy crystals, and 8,000 pounds of refined iron. This pricing yielded substantial profits for Ren Qi, albeit only due to the exceptional circumstances. Under normal conditions, no one would bid such exorbitant sums for a Tier 4 defensive tower. At this moment, within the territory of the invisible Thunder Lin, Li Tianlan furrowed her brow as she reviewed her private conversation with Ren Qi. Securing a Tier 4 defensive tower for 1,200 pounds of Tier 6 demon meat left her feeling quite discontented. It felt as if she had been taken advantage of, willingly offering herself to be exploited by this individual. However, despite being a friend of Ren Qi, she found it difficult to swallow her pride and plead for assistance. Nonetheless, she had managed to acquire a Tier 4 defensive tower. This tower was not intended for her use. After all, her troop type was 5-element Thunder Lin, which did not fear the impending magical tide. The reason for her bidding on a Tier 4 defensive tower was to assist a nearby fledgling lord, Li Linen. Li Linen was a buxom but somewhat dim-witted woman, with a charmingly naive appearance. During a hunting excursion, Li Tianlan fortuitously saved Li Linen, who insisted on repaying her kindness by revealing that she belonged to the dwarf troop type and could assist Li Tianlan in forging weapons and armor. Recognizing Li Linen's lack of wariness towards strangers, Li Tianlan welcomed her into her ranks, making her the first member of her alliance. Although Li Linen also belonged to the dwarf troop type, similar to the girl Li Tianlan had previously rescued, her variant was more unique. Furthermore, her territory had not been breached, indicating great potential for development. Li Linen was quite pleased, as she was somewhat clueless about hunting, and the dwarf troop type's combat capabilities were not particularly strong, primarily excelling in crafting, thus serving as a support unit. Since then, Li Tianlan had entrusted Li Linen with the refined iron mine, allowing her to extract and forge weapons and armor while she focused on hunting to provide Li Linen with demon meat to enhance her troop strength. To assist Li Linen in surviving the magical tide, Li Tianlan had exerted considerable effort, deploying 4 5-element Thunderland to garrison Li Linen's territory and bidding for the Tier 4 defensive tower on her behalf. Unfortunately, Li Linen's dwarf rank was still too low, and she had not yet awakened the ability to craft defensive items. Otherwise, this expense could have been avoided. In a desolate wasteland, Luo Ming was transporting the resources delivered by Ren Qi back to his territory. After the auction concluded, Ren Qi sent a plethora of items to Luo Ming. Observing the mountain-like resources brought by the beautiful warrior maidens, Luo Ming's grin was uncontrollable. He had never anticipated that the Tier 4 defensive tower would fetch such a high price in the chat. This abundance of resources was enough to fill him with delight. Collaborating with the esteemed Ren Qi was undoubtedly my wisest decision. My territory strength has rapidly increased due to our dealings, instilling confidence in my ability to withstand the forthcoming magical tide. With this batch of resources, I have even less to worry about regarding the impending threat. With great satisfaction, Luo Ming transported all items back to his territory, instructing the surrounding beautiful warrior maidens to bolster the defense. As night descended, Luo Ming stood atop the territorial walls, observing the increasingly numerous magical creatures gathering in the vicinity, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Perhaps it was the approach of the magical tide that was causing the surge in magical creatures, although their sights were not yet set on his territory. It still left him quite tense. Master, do not fret, we shall ensure your safety. Beside Luo Ming, several fully armed beautiful warrior maidens gazed at him with spirited determination. Luo Ming nodded slightly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Awakening the beautiful battle maidens left him somewhat flustered. These enchanting maidens seemed as though they had stepped straight out of a two-dimensional realm, exquisite and adorable. Being shielded by such a cadre of lovely warriors made him feel oddly self-conscious. Nevertheless, the combat prowess of these maidens was undeniably formidable, instilling a sense of security within Luo Ming. Truly, they were a unique and exceptional class of soldiers. However, their effectiveness could only be amplified through proper equipment, which was currently in short supply. For now, he could only await the aftermath of the impending demon tide to procure the necessary resources to forge suitable armaments for the maidens. In the domain of the succubi, Ren Qi gazed at the resources that had been transported back, a smile gracing his features. Although the succubus legion currently boasted considerable strength, the uncertainty surrounding the demon tide was unsettling. With this batch of resources, they would be better equipped to withstand the forthcoming onslaught. The construction of the enchanted iron walls had been completed, yet precious little iron remained. This influx of resources would serve perfectly for the repair and replenishment of various defensive items. Everything was in readiness as the night deepened. The demon tide was imminent. Chapter 56. The time has come. The monsters attack. As the clock approached midnight, the hearts of all newly appointed lords hung in suspense. After all, this was their inaugural encounter with the demon tide. None could fathom what the tide would entail, and the peculiar circumstances here only heightened their anxiety. Should their territories fall to the tide, it would spell certain doom. Oh no, I'm trembling all over. I'm so nervous. I wonder if I'll make it through the night safely. Damn it, I possess high-tier troops, so why am I still this anxious? How is everyone holding up? I've already started gathering quite a number of monsters over here. It's utterly terrifying. Indeed, it's the same for me. Typically, there aren't many monsters lurking around my territory, so why are they all here now? Good grief. I have undead monsters emerging from the ground, one after another. It's terrifying. Is there an exorcist in the house? What do these undead creatures fear? Silver or garlic? Ren Qi ascended the walls, contemplating the messages flooding the chat group, a sense of awe washing over him. The demon tide was about to descend, and even he felt a flicker of tension within. Surrounding his territory were numerous monsters, all fixated on the land as though poised to launch an assault at any moment. This demon tide was pivotal. If they could endure, it would provide an opportunity to bolster their strength. Conversely, should they falter or suffer significant losses in troop strength, they would face even greater peril in the future. As time ticked away, the cacophony of despair in the chat grew louder. Most newly appointed lords recounted the ferocity of the monsters encircling their territories, seeking solace in shared fears. However, this camaraderie offered little comfort, instead amplifying the anxiety among them. Ren Qi closed the chat and descended from the walls. Approaching the recruitment pool, the final construction of the Dark Crystal Tower was underway. The materials had been meticulously gathered, and the sooner the tower was erected, the greater the benefits for the surrounding succubi. Thus, upon amassing the requisite materials, Ren Qi instructed the succubi to commence construction immediately, and it was now nearing completion. Soon, with the final spire completed, the Dark Crystal Tower began to emanate a dim, eerie glow. Construction complete. Ren Qi reviewed the attributes of the Dark Crystal Tower. Dark Crystal Tower. Effect. Increases experience for Dark-type soldiers within 100 meters, granting 10 experience points per hour. Effect. Enhances the defense and Dark-type attack power of surrounding Dark-type soldiers by 10%. Hidden. Increases favorability with dark creatures while augmenting hatred towards light creatures. Ren Qi paused momentarily, taken aback by the unexpected hidden attributes of the Dark Crystal Tower. An increase in favorability with dark beings? Enhanced animosity towards light beings? This was quite comprehensible, given that the dark crystal was inherently dark in nature. Subsequently, Ren Qi returned to the walls, observing the gathering monsters outside. A pensive silence enveloping him. Most of the monsters were dark in nature, with light types being rare. Logically, the presence of the Dark Crystal Tower would be highly advantageous for the territory. Yet, the malevolent gaze of the monsters fixated upon the land suggested otherwise. Did this mean the increase in favorability was negligible? Or was it due to the unique circumstances of the demon tide? Ren Qi shook his head. Now is not the time for such musings, as the clock neared midnight. Oh no, just 1 minute left. The demon tide is upon us. I can't take it anymore. I'm panicking. Is there anyone who can save me from this demon tide? I'm not prepared at all. Is there anyone willing to assist me against the tide? I'll offer anything. Save your breath. In the face of death. Not even a starving ghost would come to your aid. Let us not fear any hardship. Let us confront it bravely. There is no challenge we cannot overcome with steadfast resolve. Let us do this. The final wave of messages flooded the chat, and then, as if in unison, silence fell. The demon tide was about to descend, and no one had the heart for idle chatter. Each newly appointed lord found themselves besieged by a multitude of monsters. Their expressions now filled with ferocity. The clock struck midnight, and the monsters surrounding the territories roared in unison, as if responding to some unseen command. Before charging towards the lands, Ren Qi stood atop the walls, clad in armor and wielding a sharp sword, directing his gaze at the oncoming horde. Kill. At your command. Master. At his side, Illis received the order and began directing the prepared succubi to engage the encroaching monsters in fierce combat. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. They could not afford to adopt a passive defense, but had to strike preemptively. Otherwise, if the monsters breached the walls, they would find themselves in dire straits. Moreover, most of the monsters advancing toward Ren Qi's territory were of the 3rd and 4th tiers. Although a few high-tier ones were present, their numbers were not alarming. Fallen Flame Sea. Demon Shield. Mage raised her hand, transforming the ground ahead into a fiery abyss, while a magical shield enveloped the surrounding succubi, propelling them forward against the monsters. 2 slaughtering battle maidens ascended into the air, launching wide-area assaults. Illis plunged directly into the throng of monsters, honing in on the high-tier foes for precise strikes. In an instant, their assault shattered the monsters' offensive formation. However, these creatures charged forward recklessly, undeterred by the slaughter of their comrades, their eyes glowing crimson with mindless fury. The flames of corruption erupted repeatedly, incinerating the monsters. Shrill cries echoed around them as one by one, the monsters fell to Illis and her comrades' onslaught. The Succubi Legion even pushed the monsters back by several dozen meters. At that moment, Ren Qi, standing atop the walls, noticed something unusual. The bodies of the slain monsters began to tremble as if summoned by some unseen force. Subsequently, Ren Qi witnessed the gruesome transformation of the slain monstrosities, their flesh and blood vanishing in an instant, merging into their skeletal remains, thus converting the bones into blood-soaked skeletons. Shortly thereafter, these blood bones rose, their hollow eye sockets emanating a faint crimson glow as they lunged toward the surrounding succubi. Chapter 57. The Birth of Blood Bones. The hidden assault of the awakened. Ren Qi was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an occurrence, and hurriedly alerted the succubi ahead. One succubus, caught off guard, was suddenly tackled to the ground by a reanimated blood bone, which opened its gaping maw to bite down upon her. Fortunately, Maggie, not far away, was quick-witted and cast a magical shield just in time to deflect the blow. However, the bloodbone charged once more at the succubus with remarkable speed, inflicting injury. A battle-hardened succubus rushed to her aid, swiftly shattering the bloodbone with a single strike of her sword. Feeling the vibrations of the impact in her hand, the battle-hardened succubus's expression grew grave. The combat prowess of these creatures had inexplicably risen after their transformation into bloodbones, as if all the essence of their flesh had been infused into those bones. From her vantage point atop the wall, Ren Qi observed an increasing number of bloodbones emerging around her, and her heart sank. What was happening? Was this a unique phenomenon of the demon tide? Or was something sinister manipulating events from behind the scenes? A necromancer, perhaps? Ren Qi's gaze swept across the battlefield, desperately seeking any trace of clues. Alas, the surrounding darkness was impenetrable, and the relentless waves of monsters made it impossible to discern the situation clearly. With the birth of these bloodbones, the dynamics on the battlefield subtly shifted. After all, the death of a monster merely led to its resurrection as a bloodbone, granting it a second life that could only be extinguished by shattering it. However, after the initial panic, the succubus army regained its composure. The monsters surrounding them, despite their ability to turn into bloodbones, posed little threat due to their relatively low tier. Elise, too, was quick to notice the emergence of the bloodbones. After dispatching a 6th-tier monster, her attention turned to the rear of the monsters. Now an 8th-tier entity, her perception had been greatly enhanced. She could distinctly sense a potent force emanating from just beyond the monsters, and with each pulse of that power, a bloodbone would materialize. Without hesitation, Elise darted towards the source of the energy fluctuations, intent on locating and eliminating it. However, unlike the surrounding monsters, this entity seemed to retain its cunning. Upon noticing Elise's approach, it swiftly concealed its presence, ceasing the emergence of bloodbones. Elise could perceive its rapid retreat, evading her grasp as the surrounding monsters continued to obstruct her path. In this predicament, catching her elusive quarry seemed improbable. Biting her lip, Elise unleashed a projectile of fallen flame towards that direction. The flames descended, incinerating the surrounding monsters, a testament to the formidable power of the 8th tier Elise's magic. Regrettably, her attempt did not strike true. In her perception, The entity quickly vanished, leaving no trace behind. Alas! Elise shook her head and turned to continue her assault against the nearby monsters. At that moment, a jet-black flame trailed through the air, rapidly heading towards the territory. Elise raised an eyebrow, her expression shifting to one of alarm. Master. The trajectory of the dark flame was none other than towards the wall where Ren Qi stood. Ren Qi, too, noticed the ominous black flame descending upon him. However, he remained remarkably composed, displaying no signs of panic. The four fourth-tier defensive towers surrounding the territory detected the impending attack and, without hesitation, the succubi atop the towers unleashed their defenses. For cannons activated simultaneously, intercepting and obliterating the dark flame mid-air. Such was the defensive prowess of a fourth-tier tower, capable of engaging both aerial and ground threats. Ren Qi's gaze focused on the origin of the black flame's assault, but revealed nothing in sight, causing his brow to furrow with concern. The recent emergence of bloodbones, coupled with this dark flame directed at him, suggested that this demon tide was far from ordinary. Cursed be it. Having just established the dark crystal tower to enhance affinity for the dark element, was this the extent of its efficacy? An influx of dark attacks? The means to summon bloodbones, along with the recent black flame, all pointed to dark-based offensive capabilities. Moreover, one thing was certain: the adversary did not exhibit the reckless aggression of the monsters below, blindly rushing into combat, but rather displayed a calculated intellect. Truly peculiar. Previous studies had recorded instances of demon tides where the monsters acted with wild abandon, ravaging everything in their path, including the territory of their lord. Yet, the accounts indicated that these monsters would attack one another, thereby granting the lord opportunities to capitalize. However, the current state of affairs revealed that while these monsters were indeed feral, they did not engage in mutual conflict, and there were awakened entities launching covert attacks. Indeed, this place exuded an aura of strangeness. The situation was markedly different, leaving Ren Qi to ponder whether the higher-ups were aware of this anomaly or if they were ensnared within a different dimension altogether. With his brow furrowed in contemplation, Ren Qi recognized the ambiguity of the situation. His sole course of action was to fend off the encroaching monsters and safeguard the territory. He could only wonder what predicaments other newly established lords were facing, whether they, too, encountered such insidious assaults. At this moment, atop the plateau, Li Tianlan was mercilessly slaughtering the surrounding monsters with her 5 elements Thunderlin. Although few of her 5 elements Thunderlin had matured into adulthood, they were still 8th-tier entities, while the majority of the surrounding monsters were merely 3rd or 4th tier. Even against several 5th or 6th-tier monsters, she was capable of dispatching them with ease. Observing the growing throng of monsters, Li Tianlan frowned as she glanced towards Li Linen's territory. Despite the presence of 4 5 elements Thunderlin stationed there, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Given that the onslaught consisted mainly of lower-tier monsters, Li Tianlan decided to split off 10 of her 5 elements Thunderlin to guard the territory while she charged toward Li Linen's domain. In the shadowy winds of the mountain gorge, a young man perched atop a golden dragon surveyed the battlefield below. To him, the relentless assault of the surrounding monsters was merely a means of delivering fresh meat. They were too feeble. Most were 4th or 5th tier creatures, with only a handful reaching 6th or 7th tier. Truly mundane. Faced with my fully matured golden dragon, they were but ants. I hope that the latter ways of the demon tide bring forth a multitude of high-tier monsters. I am counting on this demon tide to yield fortune. Do not disappoint me, the young man declared haughtily. All the newly established lords were engaged in fending off the frenzied assaults of the surrounding monsters. Yet it seemed none faced the peculiar circumstances that beset Ren Qi. The hidden assaults of the awakened appeared specifically targeted at his territory. Chapter 58. The Massacre. Almost all the new lords were enduring the relentless attacks of frenzied monsters. Some possessed formidable troops, easily repelling the assaults on their territories. Others, while lacking powerful units, had fortified defenses capable of withstanding the continuous onslaught of monsters. However, those with weaker forces and inadequate defenses found themselves in dire straits. If fortune favored them, they might avoid large-scale monster attacks, finding refuge within their territories, barely enduring the siege. Those who are unfortunate meet their demise directly under the onslaught of monstrous entities. Such is the cruelty of fate. There are no second chances. Lacking sufficient strength, one can only perish amidst the tide of darkness. At this moment, Ren Qi stands atop the fortress wall, contemplating the recent attack. After the pitch-black flames were thwarted by the 4 4th-tier defensive towers surrounding his territory, the assailant ceased its offensive, vanishing as if into thin air. Ren Qi furrowed his brow, pondering for quite some time. Yet he could not discern the source of the assault. At this juncture, Maggie hurried back to the vicinity of the territory, fearful of another ambush targeting Ren Qi. Observing this, Ren Qi chose not to voice his thoughts, for the battlefield ahead had become relatively clear. No monsters could breach their defenses, and instead, they fell like cattle before the slaughter. It was a one-sided massacre. Even if there were hidden attackers present, their strength was evidently lacking. Elise currently extended her perceptive abilities across the battlefield. Should the enemy strike again, she could swiftly eliminate them. Clearly, the adversaries possessed a degree of cunning, as they vanished upon witnessing Alyssa's formidable prowess. However, the number of surrounding monsters continued to swell, and the succubi grew weary. At this moment, Alyssa ascended slowly into the air, her demeanor turning solemn. With a raised right hand, a powerful dark force erupted from her palm. Dark blossoms unfurled beneath the feet of the approaching monsters, and then a massive surge of dark energy erupted from them, enveloping the entire horde. The shadow blossoms. This wide-ranging attack employed by Alyssa primarily affects the psyche. Now at the 8th tier, Alyssa unleashed the shadow blossoms with remarkable swiftness. All monsters within the covered area collapsed, as if they were mere chaff cut down by a scythe. The battlefield was instantly rendered desolate. These monsters bore expressions of agony and death, as if their minds had endured immense torment. Yet, their bodies remained unscathed and intact. Under normal circumstances, faced with such a disparity in slaughter, these monsters would have fled swiftly. However, in this instance, they were wholly berserk, completely devoid of reason, continuing their assault against the succubi. It was as if they believed that relentless aggression could allow them to breach Ren Qi's territory. Meanwhile, 2 Warbringer succubi also took to the sky, unleashing torrents of fallen flames that rained down like meteors, causing the surrounding monsters to wail in despair. Below, Maggie ceaselessly employed her supportive abilities, either enhancing the combat prowess of the nearby succubi or directly diminishing the attacking power of the monsters ahead. As time flowed on, the area before the territory became piled high with the corpses of monsters. The surrounding succubi could finally catch their breath, as the pressure eased considerably. Some even returned to the territory to rest. The sky gradually brightened, and the remaining monsters were nearly exterminated. It was all but certain that this battle had reached its conclusion. As a result of this engagement, the succubi had significantly improved in level, with the most crucial gain being their combat experience. The overall strength of the succubi army had ascended to new heights. Fortunately, the succubi suffered minimal casualties. Only a few sustained light injuries, which were not of great concern. As daylight broke, the remaining monsters were annihilated by the succubi. The first night of the monster tide had been successfully endured. In just one night, all the new lords had come to understand the horror and brutality of the monster tide. Opening his communication device, Ren Qi sent a message to Luo Ming. How goes it on your end? Now partners, especially after the significant profits made from the 4th tier defensive towers, Ren Qi felt compelled to check in. Shortly, Luo Ming replied, Big brother Qi, all is well on my side. With the 4th tier defensive tower and the artillery, no monsters can approach my territory. They have been effectively repelled. Ren Qi's expression shifted slightly upon reading the response. All the monsters on his side had been eradicated, leaving him unaware of the possibility of their retreat. Could it be that with the dawn, the monsters would regain their senses and withdraw? Ren Qi did not dwell on it for long. After exchanging a few more words with Luo Ming, he concluded the conversation. After a night of battle, Ren Qi felt quite fatigued and longed for a proper rest. However, the area surrounding his territory was strewn with monster corpses, resources that needed to be meticulously collected. With a command, the succubi sprang into action, beginning to transport the slain monsters' bodies back to the territory for disassembly and storage. The bounty was truly bountiful. The succubi army had slain nearly 1,000 monsters. Although many were humanoid, they still procured several thousand pounds of monster meat, predominantly of the 3rd tier, with just over 100 pounds of the 6th tier. Had it not been for the mysterious awakener who had incinerated a significant amount of monster flesh, transforming it into blood and bone, the haul would have been even greater. Additionally, among the remains of these monsters, numerous energy crystals were discovered. Upon careful tallying, they had amassed over 400 energy crystals, marking a considerable windfall. Regrettably, no magic crystals were found, which was a minor disappointment. Nevertheless, this was still an extraordinary bounty. The harvest demonstrated that the monster tide presented a remarkable opportunity for those lords with sufficient strength. A plethora of monsters gathered, eliminating the need to seek them out and encircle them. Of course, the prerequisite was having the power to vanquish these creatures. The energy crystals collected in just one night equaled what Ren Qi's succubi army had acquired during several days of hunting previously. With these energy crystals, alongside those earned from the auction of the 4th tier defensive towers, Ren Qi had gathered 1/5 of the energy crystals necessary to upgrade the recruitment pool to the 4th tier. However, he remained short on magic crystals, as 20 were required to elevate the recruitment pool to the 4th tier. Most concerning to Ren Qi was the discovery of a construction blueprint by the succubi from a 6th tier monster. Chapter 59. The exploding mentality of the new lords. Gazing at the construction blueprint in his hands, Ren Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. Although the previous gains had been substantial, they comprised only ordinary items, and the anticipated magic crystals had not materialized. Now, having acquired a construction blueprint, Ren Qi found solace in it. Taking out the appraisal mirror, he aimed it directly at the blueprint. Soon, the attributes of this construction blueprint appeared on the mirror. Dark residence. Intermediate construction blueprint. Effect. Increases the self-healing speed of dark-type beings and enhances their loyalty. Upon examining the attributes of the blueprint, Ren Qi felt a twinge of disappointment. It was merely an intermediate construction blueprint. Nonetheless, the effects were commendable. Although the succubi army's loyalty to Ren Qi was already at its peak, rendering the loyalty enhancement unnecessary. The benefit of increased healing speed was indeed valuable. Previously, Ren Qi's succubi could only rely on Maggie's supportive methods for recovery from injuries. Given that Maggie was but one individual, the number of succubi she could heal was limited, focusing primarily on the gravely wounded. The remaining succubi had to depend on their own recovery, which was a slow process. With this construction blueprint in hand, the large-scale construction of such residences would significantly expedite their healing process. The succubi were not overly demanding regarding their living conditions. Cleanliness and a water source sufficed. Most of the construction materials previously available were utilized for the construction of defensive structures or the erection of iron barriers, resulting in relatively humble abodes for the succubi. With the possession of a new blueprint, it became an opportune moment to meticulously plan the residences for the succubi. After organizing all the resources acquired, Ren Qi retired to his chamber for rest. The battles of the previous night had left him utterly fatigued, leading him to forego the recruitment of succubi in favor of recuperation. His slumber was not particularly lengthy, as the impending demon tide loomed. Although it appeared that the monsters tended to retreat during daylight hours, the specifics of the situation remained uncertain. Thus, Ren Qi's nerves remained taut. Approximately 3 hours later, he awoke to a brightened sky, and thankfully, no new monsters had invaded the territory. He activated his communication device, directing his gaze to the chat group. The chat was already abuzz with activity, an incessant stream of messages flooding the screen. Wow, I can hardly believe I survived this demon tide. Last night was truly terrifying. I nearly met my end. Indeed, I'm grateful I exerted every effort to purchase a 4th-tier defensive tower from the esteemed Qi. Though it was costly, its defensive capabilities proved exceptional, successfully fending off the frenzied assaults of the monsters. I too narrowly escaped the onslaught of the monsters. However, regrettably, a fellow novice lord nearby was not as fortunate. I witnessed his territory being overrun, but alas, I lacked the capacity to assist him. Has the demon tide concluded? If so, it doesn't seem so dreadful after all. You're overly optimistic. Last night was merely the onset of the demon tide. Based on past experiences, it is likely to persist for at least 3 to 4 days, perhaps even extending to 10 days or more, and the subsequent monster assaults may become even more frenzied. This revelation ignited a flurry of panic within the chat group. What do we do now? I am utterly exhausted from yesterday as demon tide, and I cannot believe there is more to come. After a night of defense, even if it was passive, you must have collected a considerable number of monster corpses. These are valuable resources. Take advantage of the daytime lull in monster activity to enhance your strength, or trade your acquired resources for defensive items from others if necessary. As Ren Qi perused the messages within the chat group, his gaze flickered thoughtfully. It appeared that a significant number of novice lords had weathered the previous night's assault. Of course, some unfortunate souls had met a grim fate at the hands of the monsters. No one could ascertain how long the demon tide would last, leading to an increasing number of trade messages within the group. After enduring the monster assault, the novice lords were eager to exchange their gains for essential resources in preparation for the potential attacks that night. Without hesitation, Ren Qi listed 500 pounds of demon meat for trade. He was not lacking in this resource, as his auction of the 4th-tier defensive tower had yielded a substantial amount of high-tier demon meat, and with the Succubi Legion's formidable strength, there was no concern regarding the acquisition of more meat. Given the current demand for resources among novice lords, exchanging for energy crystals was the optimal choice. After posting the trade information, Ren Qi continued to sift through the chat group's messages, extracting valuable insights. Esteemed lords, have any of you encountered exceedingly ferocious creatures? It seems those monsters possess extraordinary combat prowess, as though they ingested steroids. I had to deploy 20 different units to eliminate one of them. My heart aches at the loss. Exceedingly ferocious creatures? Wasn't he last night as onslaught already in a frenzied state? My units suffered a 50% loss. You're fortunate in comparison. Everyone, I have some news. The monsters appearing during this demon tide seem to have varying levels. A nearby novice lord, whose units are 6th tier, believed he could easily withstand the tide, but today I found his territory breached by the monsters. I suspect there are higher tier monsters beyond the 6th tier amidst this demon tide. What? Is it possible for monsters above the 6th tier to exist? If they attack my territory, I doubt I could withstand them at all. Everyone, remain calm. Regardless of the challenges we face, we must confront them bravely. Only by overcoming our fears can we triumph over these monsters. The previous speaker is correct. We should focus on strengthening our capabilities and pray for favorable fortune to avoid encounters with excessively high-tier monsters. After enduring the previous night's assault, many novice lords in the chat group still felt shaken. Numerous individuals shared accounts of their losses, seeking solace in the hope that others had fared worse. Ren Qi scrolled through a few more messages before closing the chat group and stepping into the courtyard. Gazing at the dark statue before the recruitment pool, He cast a handful of energy crystals into the pool, initiating today's recruitment. Chapter 60. The Fallen Thunder Succubus. A newly mutated succubus emerged from the recruitment pool, her form entirely unclad. Renshi sensed her aura and raised an eyebrow slightly. She was a fourth-tier mutated succubus, quite fortuitous. Soon, 3 dark orbs materialized from the pool. Upon witnessing this, a smile graced Renchi's face. Previously, Tina had been summoned from a dark orb. Could it be that this time he would obtain 3 high-tier succubi? As the orbs shattered, 3 succubi emerged, one possessing 2 wings while the other 2 bore 4. One was a 5th-tier mutated succubus, and the other 2 were 6th-tier fallen thunder succubi. Sensing the presence of the 3 mutated succubi, Ren Qi couldn't help but display a gleam of excitement. Mutated succubus. Rank, 5th tier. A standard mutated succubus. Her attributes and abilities have been comprehensively enhanced upon reaching the 5th tier. Fallen thunder succubus. Rank, 6th tier. A mutated succubus imbued with lightning magic. Capable of unleashing dark lightning attacks over a wide area, exhibiting formidable area attack capabilities. 1 5th-tier standard mutated succubus and 2 fallen thunder succubi. This was an exceptionally fortunate recruitment, yielding 2 6th-tier succubi skilled in area attacks. For Ren Qi, the greatest deficiency had been the lack of succubi with area attack abilities. Although he possessed 2 War Slayer succubi and a Lyris, along with Maggie, who could be considered to possess some area attack capacity, they were still insufficient. Moreover, their area attack capabilities required time to recharge. The remaining succubi were limited to single target attacks, which, while capable of fending off the demon tide's mass assaults, proved to be rather slow. With the addition of 2 fallen thunder succubi, the succubi legion would significantly enhance its area attack capabilities. After bestowing names upon the 3 newly summoned succubi, Ren Qi instructed the others to take them to feast upon demon meat. With ample resources at hand, it was entirely feasible to feed them high-tier demon meat to expedite their level progression. Once the 3 new succubi had satisfied their hunger, Ren Qi planned to have a Lyris lead the way, intending to take the new recruits out for some exercise. This time, however, Ren Qi did not set his sights on the monsters lurking within the dark mist forest. Gazing at Alice, Ren Qi began. You shall lead Maggie and a contingent of succubi into the depths of the misty jungle to investigate the situation. This time, your objective is not to hunt, but to assault the territory of that fiery lion from last time. Of course, should any unusual occurrences arise within the misty jungle, you are to retreat to ensure your safety before proceeding. I have not forgotten about the formidable Gao Mingyuan who has been the talk of our chat group. After a night of monstrous incursions, even his 5th-tier fiery lion soldiers must be utterly exhausted. Now is an opportune moment to invade his domain. The previous night's monstrous onslaught should not have been sufficient to breach his territory, and I would have no qualms about aiding him on his way to defeat. Nevertheless, given the impending tide of monsters and the uncertainty of the situation, I have left half of the succubi to guard our territory. However, aside from 3 newly recruited succubi, all those assigned to Alice are elite members from our succubi legion, ranked according to their tier and level. Soon, Alice, fully armed, set forth with her contingent of succubi towards the misty jungle ahead. At that moment, Tina approached Ren Qi, her playful smile illuminating her face as she said, Master, it is time for us to retreat to the bedroom. Come quickly. Ren Qi felt a slight involuntary swallow in his throat. The hour of temptation had once again arrived. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Tina with resolute determination and declared, Let us go. I am prepared. With that, Ren Qi followed Tina back to the bedroom. 10 minutes later, Tina, exuding an alluring charm, gently pushed open the door and sauntered out. Meanwhile, Ren Qi lay on the bed, drenched in sweat. Even after having faced temptation once, Tina's allure proved difficult to resist. It took considerable effort for Ren Qi to maintain his chastity and safeguard his modesty. At this moment, Alice had already led her team into the misty jungle. Today, the misty jungle appeared particularly tranquil, perhaps due to the large-scale deployment of monsters resulting in significant elimination, or possibly because the remaining monsters were hiding deeper within the jungle. Alice adhered strictly to Ren Qi's orders, refraining from clearing the surrounding misty jungle, instead opting to gather intelligence. Subsequently, she guided all the succubi towards Gao Mingyuan's territory. The pace of Alice and her succubi was swift, and they soon arrived at the fiery lion's domain. The area surrounding Gao Mingyuan's territory was in disarray, clearly having endured considerable turmoil from the previous night's monstrous assault. Moreover, several fiery lion corpses remained unburied outside his territory, indicating that Gao Mingyuan had suffered substantial losses. Compared to Ren Qi's territory, Gao Mingyuan's domain was closer to the misty jungle, likely having experienced even greater upheaval. Having encountered 6th-tier monsters, it was reasonable to assume that Gao Mingyuan's territory had also faced 6th-tier incursions. His fiery lion soldiers were merely 5th tier. Thus, even with territorial advantages, significant casualties were inevitable. At that moment, Gao Mingyuan was busy organizing the resources around him, grumbling incessantly. Damn it! After all the effort I put into raising my fiery lion squad, Half of them were wiped out last night. If it weren't for the high-tier monster meat and energy crystals, along with 3 monster gems, I would be at a considerable loss. At least now, I'm only at a break-even point. But these beast-type soldiers are a hassle. I still have to sort through the resources. I've been at this for so long. How exhausting. Gao Mingyuan continued to grumble as he organized the resources. His frustration simmered as he pondered where those succubi had scurried off to, especially since they had not assaulted his territory the night before. If I could just capture one, I could vent some of this anger. Just as Gao Mingyuan was angrily tidying up the resources, one of the fiery lions at the territory's entrance suddenly roared. An enemy attack? Damn it. Didn't they say monsters don't attack during the day? How could they be coming here? Am I just that unlucky? With that, Gao Mingyuan mounted one of the fiery lions and swiftly ascended to the high ground within his territory. From there, he spotted Alice at the forefront, accompanied by several succubi. Stunned for a moment, Gao Mingyuan's expression shifted to one of joy. What a stroke of luck. Haha, I'm furious right now. I must capture these succubi and give them a good thrashing. However, just as he was about to command all his fiery lions to mobilize and assist him in capturing the succubi, his body suddenly stiffened. More and more succubi gradually emerged into his view, slowly encircling his territory. A rough count revealed that there were approximately 40 to 50 of them. Upon seeing Alice leading them, Gao Mingyuan's complexion turned pale. He was acutely aware that these were the same succubi he had encountered previously. Unlike ordinary succubi, these were of a significantly higher tier. The last encounter had revealed they were 6th tier. If the ones before him were all 6th tier, it would spell disaster. After the previous night's battle, only about 30 fiery lions remained in his territory, and they were all nearly exhausted. Unlike Ren Qi, who could withstand pressure and allow some succubi to rest, Gao Mingyuan had to deploy all his fiery lions to fend off the surrounding monsters. Although several hours had passed, the condition of his fiery lions was far from optimal. Amidst his fear, Gao Mingyuan felt a twinge of confusion. According to his knowledge, succubi should typically operate alone. Even if a few were to band together, it was improbable for such a large group to appear simultaneously, especially not 6th-tier succubi. This place was truly bizarre. Gao Mingyuan remained unaware that these succubi belonged to Ren Qi's territory, mistakenly believing they had emerged from the depths of the misty jungle. Given the peculiarities surrounding him, he attributed the appearance of high-tier succubi to the enigmatic black mist. Despite his overwhelming trepidation, Gao Mingyuan hastily gathered all the fiery lions. My fiery lions are 5th tier, many of which are fully grown, and with the territorial defenses, they should not be able to breach. For now, he could only console himself with this thought. Alice, leading her legion of succubi, gradually approached the outskirts of Gao Mingyuan's territory. Observing the territory ahead, Alice's gaze flickered slightly. Due to Ren Qi's decision not to expand his territory, the area in front was roughly equivalent in size to her master's domain. Yet in comparison to her own territory's formidable defenses, the defenses here appeared flimsy, akin to mere paper. The surrounding area was encircled by a wall constructed of stone, which lacked significant defensive strength and would likely struggle against even 5th-tier assaults. Although some defensive traps were laid out around the territory, they were quite conspicuous. Unless a monster were to charge recklessly, any sentient being with their wits about them would likely avoid such traps. Alice's gaze then shifted to the fiery lions within Gao Mingyuan's territory. Observing the fiery lions by Gao Mingyuan's side, Alice's demeanor grew serious. Regardless of the circumstances, the opponent's soldiers remained 5th tier and thus possessed a degree of lethality. Alice's orders were to breach the enemy's territory and eliminate its lord. However, for Alice, capturing this territory unscathed was her ultimate desire. Achieving this goal would not be particularly difficult. Iris waved her hand, and a pitch-black flame of corruption suddenly descended upon the territory with a fierce impact. The corrupted flame struck the wall ahead, instantly creating a massive breach. With this attack, the battle between the two sides erupted in an instant. Gao Mingyuan felt the tremor in front of him, and his body stiffened abruptly. From this initial assault alone, he could clearly sense that the leading succubus was at least of the 7th rank, if not the 8th. The energy fluctuations from the attack were overwhelmingly powerful. However, he had previously encountered Iris, and this succubus had distinctly been of the 6th rank. The sight of a 6th rank succubus had already left Gao Mingyuan in awe. Yet now she had seemingly ascended to the 7th or even 8th rank. What on earth was going on? This was utterly bizarre. Was it possible for her to elevate her rank on her own, especially as a succubus? If the adversary had been a high-ranking creature like a dragon, who had been suppressed in rank for special reasons and was now breaking through to the 7th or 8th rank, Gao Mingyuan could have accepted it. But this was a succubus who should typically be at the 3rd rank. Even if it were a mutation, it should only be at the 4th rank. And even accounting for the surrounding dark mist, a 6th rank was already quite formidable. Yet, merely a few days had passed, and she had ascended to the 7th and 8th ranks. This completely overturned Gao Mingyuan's understanding, to the point where he only reacted when a multitude of corrupted flames came soaring towards him. Quick, block it! Block these attacks for me! He shouted urgently as he witnessed the corrupted flames hurtling towards him. The surrounding fire lions sprang into action, launching their attacks to intercept the corrupted flames. Gao Mingyuan scrambled behind a stone wall. The corrupted flames continued to rain down upon the territory, causing tremors all around, and Gao Mingyuan's complexion grew increasingly pale. While he could still ride the fire lions to intercept and kill magical creatures, facing a succubus of over the 7th rank, he had entirely lost his fighting spirit. Now, Gao Mingyuan could only hope that the fire lions could withstand these succubi. After all, his troops were only 5th rank fire lions, and if the enemy launched a fierce assault, they would sustain considerable damage. He hoped that once the adversary realized he was a tough opponent, they would retreat. However, Gao Mingyuan did not see that Iris did not allow the surrounding succubi to charge directly in. Instead, she opted for them to unleash their corrupted flames from a distance. The 2 slaughtering succubi, under Iris's command, took to the sky, and a torrent of corrupted flames rained down upon Gao Mingyuan like shooting stars. The fire lions within the territory could only dodge and block the corrupted flames. They breathed fire, but not in an offensive manner. It was merely an attempt to shield against the incessant onslaught. In such a situation of passive defense, the fire lions soon found themselves in disarray. Their stamina had already been significantly drained, and they had yet to fully recover, compounded by some of them still nursing injuries, leading to a swift collapse of their formation. All the fire lions could do was scatter, evading the falling corrupted flames. Seizing the opportunity, Iris vanished from her original position, leaving only an afterimage behind as the fire lions dispersed around Gao Mingyuan. Hiding behind the wall, Gao Mingyuan suddenly felt an alluring fragrance wafting toward him. A seductive aura surged into his nostrils, compelling him to lift his gaze. Upon seeing the stunningly alluring Iris, Gao Mingyuan was rendered speechless. Gradually, his head was raised higher and higher. Chapter 62. Is there a possibility? Gao Mingyuan's gaze quickly swiveled through the air, where he saw the fire lions lamenting amidst the corrupted flames, along with his own lower half. Iris severed Gao Mingyuan's head, and the fire lions within the territory immediately sensed it, all turning in terror towards his position. After the death of their master, the morale of the troops plummeted rapidly. Some fire lions lowered their heads and roared, clearly preparing for a mutual destruction. However, their loyalty was relatively low, and they did not choose to fight to the death immediately. Instead, their fear overwhelmed them, leaving them hesitant. Iris approached and spoke directly. Your master has been slain. Now, abandon your resistance, and you may have a chance to survive. The intelligence of the 5th rank troops allowed these fire lions to comprehend Iris's words, and she subtly released her enchanting power, influencing the surrounding fire lions. Although her allure was not comparable to Tina's, Iris was, after all, an 8th rank succubus, and her charm was still quite formidable. The fire lions around them visibly calmed down. Some whimpered and slowly approached Iris's feet, lying down to show submission. The remaining fire lions did not resist for long, soon expressing their allegiance as well. A smile spread across Iris's face, as bringing these fire lions back to the territory would enable Tina to subtly instill loyalty in them. They would be excellent choices for mounts or assistants in transporting supplies in the future. Surveying the surroundings, Iris commanded the succubi to commence the cleanup of the territory. Opening the doors of the territory's warehouse, Iris surveyed the scene inside, raising an eyebrow. It must be said that the reserves here were quite impressive. The warehouse was filled with a substantial amount of magical meat, at least 1,000 pounds, although most of it was of the 3rd and 4th ranks, with few high-rank specimens. Several boxes were also placed in the warehouse, which Iris did not open but instead instructed the succubi to transport everything back. Stepping outside, the recruitment pool in the center of the territory was already dry and shattered. After the Lord's defeat, the recruitment pool would be destroyed. Once the territory was thoroughly cleaned, Iris led the succubi back to the succubus territory. Within the succubus territory, due to the distance, Ren Qi was still unaware that Gao Mingyuan's territory had been overrun by Iris and her companions. However, now that Iris had reached the 8th rank, Ren Qi felt little concern for her. Soon, Iris and her companions returned to the territory. Observing the spoils of war laid down by the succubi, Ren Qi's face broke into a smile. It appeared that this operation had gone rather smoothly. Iris instructed the succubi to place the spoils within the territory, then approached Ren Qi, saying, Master, the enemy's territory has been breached, and their lord has been slain. These are the spoils we've collected. Some fire lions have temporarily submitted. I believe we can have Tina continue to enhance their loyalty for your use. Ren Qi nodded gently at Iris's words, fully agreeing with her assessment. Shortly, Ren Qi examined the spoils of war. While the magical meat was plentiful, it lacked high-ranking specimens. Ren Qi was not in need of magical meat at present. Although it would not spoil over time, it would lose its essence, and over an extended period, it could even drop in rank. Thus, Ren Qi planned to sell off the magical meat. However, much to his surprise, he discovered that the large boxes contained over 100 energy crystals, and he even found 2 magic crystals. This was an unexpected delight for Ren Qi. Among the boxes, he also discovered 3 construction blueprints. Gazing at the blueprints in his hand, Ren Qi couldn't help but click his tongue. Marveling at the luck of this individual, 3 construction blueprints. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren Qi swiftly produced the identification mirror and commenced the examination of the attributes of the 3 architectural blueprints. However, the results of the appraisal left him profoundly disappointed. All 3 blueprints were for defensive traps and were classified as intermediate level. Specifically, these blueprints allowed for the construction of 1 Tier 3 defensive trap and 2 Tier 4 defensive traps. For Ren Qi, these blueprints held little value, as the defensive capabilities of his territory were already more than sufficient. Nevertheless, they could still be sold. As he surveyed the resources within his domain, Ren Qi felt a wave of nostalgia. The resources acquired from breaching a single territory could rival the accumulation of resources over a considerable period. It was no wonder that some lords resorted to attacking neighboring territories for their resources. This method of resource acquisition was exceedingly swift and could easily become addictive. Of course, Ren Qi himself would never embark on such a path. He would not initiate aggression against others unless provoked by his own lord, especially in the current unique circumstances. Where the intentions of others were uncertain, newly appointed lords could be seen as natural allies, except for individuals like Gao Mingyuan. Opening the chat group, Ren Qi shared the trade information regarding the demon meat and the 3 construction blueprints. With the increasing acquisition of demon meat by the newly appointed lords, the price of demon meat had plummeted to a remarkably low level. Ren Qi's previous efforts in selling demon meat had already placed him ahead of numerous new lords. However, posting the trade information in the chat did not stir much excitement, and soon Ren Qi noticed a hot discussion unfolding in the group. Everyone, be cautious not only of the surrounding monsters, but also of some treacherous lords. One of my acquaintances was annihilated by another lord. Such occurrences are to be expected. After all, compared to the dangers of hunting, breaching a territory is often much easier and yields greater rewards. Some will undoubtedly resort to this. Disgusting. We all came here to unite against our common challenges, yet some still choose to attack one another. What a disgrace. Let us be realistic. Such incidents frequently occur outside. Here, we only have newly appointed lords and no national oversight, so such matters will become increasingly common. The only way forward is to strengthen our own territories. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow, having anticipated the mutual aggression among the newly appointed lords, yet he had not expected it to escalate so swiftly. He had thought he would be the first to take action, but it appeared that several others had already begun to act amidst the impending demon tide. Some new lords might have even taken steps before the tide began. At that moment, a new message appeared in the chat group, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Everyone, I have some news. Do you remember Gao Mingyuan, who mentioned that there were succubi in the Black Mist Forest? I have a friend of his who just sent me a distress message, stating that he is being besieged by succubi. I initially thought nothing of it. But just now I dispatched troops to investigate his territory and discovered that it has already been breached. This revelation sent shockwaves through the chat group, igniting fervent discussions. No way. Aren't succubi Tier 3 beings? How could they breach a territory? Indeed, I remember Gao Mingyuan. Isn't he a Tier 5 Fire Lion troop user? How could he possibly be overpowered by succubi? Exactly, while succubi typically do not gather in groups. Even if Gao Mingyuan suffered significant losses during the demon tide, it shouldn't be enough for a few succubi to take him down, right? As the chatter continued, one message drew everyone's focus. Could it be possible that the succubi are actually troops, and Gao Mingyuan's territory was destroyed by another lord? Chapter 63, A Stroke of Fortune. Ren Qi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this new information. He was not surprised that other newly appointed lords had deduced that the succubi appearing in the Black Mist Forest were troops. After all, there were many astute individuals among them. The chat group fell into a brief silence before a flurry of messages began to flood in. Speaking of succubi as troops, I just remembered someone. Hold on, let me take the lead. Are you thinking of our nation's top scholar, Ren Qi? Indeed. I heard that Ren Qi's troops are succubi, and he even achieved the top scholar rank. It's quite curious. Could it be that the succubi in the Black Mist Forest belong to Ren Qi, the top scholar from the Dragon Kingdom? I've heard of him. He is a remarkable individual who achieved that rank using Tier 3 troops. If he managed to secure the top scholar rank using Tier 3 succubi, it could be attributed to luck, but breaching a territory defended by Tier 5 troops clearly demonstrates his strength. However, I find it puzzling. No matter how tactically adept, Tier 3 succubi shouldn't be able to breach a territory with Tier 5 troops, right? Perhaps his succubi possess unique attributes. It suddenly dawned on me that the trade channel number of the esteemed Ren Qi seems to be located near the Black Mist Forest. Blind as a bat, you've stumbled onto something interesting. Could it be that the esteemed Ren Qi is, in fact, Ren Qi? This news erupted in the chat group, as the name Ren Qi was already well known among the participants. If the esteemed Ren Qi is indeed Ren Qi, then his succubi must be exceptionally formidable. I previously thought they belonged to an owner of Tier 8 troops. I speculate that the esteemed Ren Qi's succubi must be of a high tier. They are likely mutated succubi, and perhaps even a special variant among them. Come on, let us not get carried away with classifications. By your reasoning, a similar troop with better attributes would naturally be stronger, right? Exactly. Those succubi aren't necessarily troops. Even if they are, they may not belong to the esteemed Ren Qi. Even if they did, that doesn't mean the esteemed Ren Qi is Ren Qi. Connecting all these dots is quite a stretch. The chat group buzzed with speculation, with some believing that the succubi were indeed associated with the esteemed Ren Qi, while others dismissed these notions as mere nonsense. Observing the messages in the chat, Ren Qi fell into a moment of contemplation. He had not anticipated that by eliminating Gao Mingyuan, he would nearly expose his own identity. However, he did not let this concern him too much, as most participants were merely speculating at this stage. Of course, even if they did guess correctly, it would not pose a significant threat. His current strength was sufficient to withstand assaults even from lords possessing Tier 8 troops. The messages in the chat group continued to refresh, primarily revolving around the succubi and the esteemed Ren Qi. What good does all this speculation do? It's just conjecture. Anyone near the Black Mist Forest should simply go investigate. You're speaking from a position of comfort. Why don't you send troops to scout, then? Exactly. We don't even know how dangerous the Black Mist Forest is, given the difficulties presented by the demon tide. Do you really think it's wise to venture out and scout? That's tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, even if scouting is successful, what then? If Tier 5 Fire Lions were defeated, why would we willingly walk into danger and offer up resources? The demise of Gao Mingyuan had made it clear to many new lords that regardless of whether the succubi were troops or whether they were connected to the esteemed Ren Qi, they were undeniably ferocious. Acting recklessly would be akin to courting disaster. Fortunately, this news did not linger in discussion for long. After a brief uproar, it was soon overshadowed by other messages. The chat group primarily returned to discussions concerning the demon tide. Esteemed lords, after last night's onslaught of monsters, my territory lies in ruins. Is there anyone willing to take me in? I am willing to bring all my resources and seek refuge. Be cautious up there. Do not be deceived and led to slaughter. Relinquishing one's territory is an exceedingly foolish act. I am well aware of this. Yet if one were not driven to desperation, who would willingly abandon their domain? I find myself utterly helpless, unable to withstand any longer. And I hope a benevolent overlord will take me in. Such messages proliferated within the chat group. Although most of the newly appointed lords had endured the initial wave of monstrous assaults last night, they had suffered grievous losses, leaving them with little hope of surviving a second onslaught. Hence, they sought to exchange resources for protection. This decision could be deemed quite rational. Yet it also amounted to a gamble with their lives. Should fortune favor them, they might find a kind-hearted high-ranking lord willing to grant them sanctuary. Conversely, should misfortune befall them, they could easily fall prey to those with malicious intent, lured into another's territory only to be ruthlessly slaughtered for their resources. On the highlands, Li Tianlan rode atop a 5 elements thunder unicorn, making her way to Li Linen's domain. Last night, Li Linen's territory had withstood the monstrous onslaught thanks to her strength. But many of the defensive structures had been damaged, prompting her to deliver some materials for repairs. As she journeyed, she perused the messages within the chat group. Upon encountering speculation that the seductive demon of the Black Mist Forest was a unit of Kikiki, Li Tianlan paused, momentarily taken aback. This individual commanded seductive demons? Surely not. Based on prior conjectures, Li Tianlan believed Ren Qi's units to be extraordinarily formidable. Otherwise, he would not have maintained his lead. Yet, even if the seductive demon had mutated, its combat prowess would likely not measure up to the strength exhibited by Kikiki. Thus, in her heart, Li Tianlan remained skeptical of this conjecture. Shaking her head, she soon arrived at Li Linen's territory. At that moment, Li Linen was directing the dwarves in repairing the defensive structures. Upon seeing Li Tianlan approach, a smile instantly brightened her face, and she bounced over to greet her. Sister Tianlan. Li Tianlan regarded Li Linen's unsteady form and could not help but cover her face. She had previously advised this girl to wear something more form-fitting. Watching her bounce about made Li Tianlan apprehensive that something might pop out. However, she soon found herself smiling wryly, realizing that at her age, it was probably futile to expect restraint. Upon reaching Li Linen's side, Li Tianlan affectionately ruffled her hair. How is the repair of the defensive structures coming along? Li Linen seemed to revel in the affection, her eyes narrowing in delight. It's nearly finished. We just need some materials from Sister Tianlan. My dwarves have been quite industrious, and even managed to craft a new archery tower today. Would you like a few for yourself? Li Tianlan chuckled and shook her head, possessing an 8th tier unit like the 5 elements thunder unicorn. She found little need for such structures. After all, the thunder unicorn was not one to shoot arrows. Observing Li Linen, Li Tianlan felt a sense of wonder. She had initially thought she was merely rescuing a fledgling lord, only to discover how useful her new acquaintance was. Not only could Li Linen craft various items, but her dwarves also demonstrated exceptional comprehension, capable of independently grasping various construction blueprints. While they were currently limited to lower-tier designs, Li Tianlan believed that as they grew, her dwarves would master higher-tier blueprints. This boded well for the future development of the territory. She had stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 64, The Dwarves' Request. After some contemplation, Li Tianlan looked at Li Linen and said, "Linen, I wish to form an alliance. Would you like to join?" Without hesitation, Li Linen replied, absolutely. I want to be the first member of Sister Tianlan's alliance. Li Tianlan smiled and nodded. She had been harboring the idea of forming an alliance for some time. Previously, she had reached out to several new lords, most of whom possessed higher-tier units. Although they had all agreed, it was merely a verbal commitment. Li Tianlan could discern their lack of genuine enthusiasm. After all, they were all lords with high-tier units and thus somewhat prideful, leading to a more lackadaisical demeanor. However, following the monstrous assault last night, coupled with the recent skirmishes among the newly appointed lords, it was likely that these individuals would begin to feel the pressure. The advantages of joining an alliance were apparent. At the very least, members could exchange resources at equitable rates without being swayed by the inflated prices in the chat group. Moreover, Li Tianlan had contacted lords in the vicinity, allowing for immediate assistance in times of danger. Before long, Li Tianlan had assembled the new lords she had previously contacted into a group chat. Hello everyone. I am Lu Yu, pleased to meet you all. Is this the formation of an alliance, Goddess Tianlan? I am immensely grateful for your prior support and wholeheartedly endorse you. Oh no. I should now refer to you as Alliance Leader Tianlan. Greetings, I am Jiang Beibang Ba, commanding a 7th-tier Windwing Tiger unit. Great leader, I seek your protection. The private chat group quickly filled with messages, some boasting, others flattering, but most remained silent. Li Tianlan pondered briefly before typing a message to the alliance chat. Everyone, I trust you are aware of my intentions to form an alliance. With the tide of monsters now upon us, I declare our alliance officially established. Alliance members are to assist one another in resisting the monster tide. Naturally, those receiving aid should provide appropriate compensation, should you possess surplus resources. I kindly ask that you prioritize trading with fellow alliance members. As the alliance is in its nascent stages, we shall not impose too many rules. For today, I will state the first principle. Should any member find themselves in life-threatening peril, surrounding members must offer assistance, provided they can ensure their own safety. To stand idly by while witnessing the death of a fellow member, or to attack them, will result in collective retribution from the remaining members. Given that the alliance was just forming, imposing excessive regulations was ill-advised. However, allowing members to perish without assistance was absolutely unacceptable. I second this motion. I strongly support Alliance Leader Tianlan. This is essential. I concur as well. In the private chat group, the other members of the alliance expressed their agreement. For those weaker lords, joining the alliance was a matter of survival, so they naturally supported this regulation. As for the stronger lords, the stipulation of assisting others while ensuring their own safety posed little risk. As long as the leader did not enact nonsensical mandatory rescue rules, they would all agree. After all, those weaker members could grow into supportive lords, extracting resources to sustain the stronger ones, thus creating a beneficial cycle. Furthermore, the provision that the rescued party must offer compensation was rather humane. Observing the messages in the alliance group, Li Tianlan nodded gently. The initial formation of the alliance was complete. It would develop gradually from here. At present, the most pressing concern was to survive this impending tide of monsters. Within the seductive demon's domain, Ren Qi contemplated the private messages he had received, momentarily falling silent. Ren Qi. We are the lords surrounding the Black Mist Forest and have voluntarily formed an alliance, named the Black Mist Alliance. The members of the alliance are all lords in the vicinity of the Black Mist Forest. Given your trade channel number, you appear to be near the forest as well. Would you be interested in joining our alliance? Rest assured, should you choose to join the Black Mist Alliance, we will support you as our alliance leader. Numerous lords had previously invited him to join their alliances, all of whom possessed high-tier units, seeking to win him over. However, the Black Mist Alliance was different. Its members were all located around the Black Mist Forest, and joining would provide certain advantages. At the very least, he would be privy to the movements of the monsters in the vicinity of the Black Mist Forest through the group chat. Nevertheless, after careful contemplation, Renshi ultimately declined the invitation. Although there were speculations regarding his unit being that of a succubus, it had not yet been definitively confirmed. Should he join the Black Mist Alliance, he would inevitably intersect with the newly emerged lords surrounding the Black Mist, thereby exposing his succubus unit. Renshi was not particularly fearful. It was merely a matter of inconvenience. Furthermore, joining the alliance would not yield substantial benefits. It was far more advantageous to develop his territory independently. At that moment, Renshi received a private message from Luo Ming. Great Renshi. I have received an invitation to join the alliance, but I am uncertain whether to accept it. Could you provide me with your perspective? After a moment's reflection, Renshi responded directly. If the alliance is deemed reliable, I personally suggest you join. It would facilitate your survival during the impending demon tide. Although the combat prowess of Luo Ming's beautiful girl battle princess unit remained unknown, joining the alliance would still prove beneficial. At the very least, in times of peril, alliance members could come to one aid. Naturally, this would also reveal the location of his territory. It would depend on the cautious Luo Ming's choice. Closing the chat group, Renshi noticed that it was still early evening, just as he intended to have Iris lead a team to purge the nearby monsters. He spotted Iris approaching with a dwarf in tow. Master, this dwarf has something to report to you. Iris stated as she reached Ren Qi's side. Ren Qi nodded and turned his gaze upon the dwarf before him. This was an elder dwarf. If memory served correctly, he was a chieftain of this dwarf clan. Upon seeing Ren Qi, the elder dwarf immediately knelt before him. Master, previously, a pack of ironclad werewolves frequently harassed our clan outside our settlement. The heart of the dwarves, which was vital to our clan, was stolen by these ironclad werewolves. We beseech you to dispatch troops to eradicate them and reclaim our heart of the dwarves. We dwarves shall remain eternally loyal to you. The heart of the dwarves? Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a coveted item. According to records, the heart of the dwarves was the first artifact crafted by every dwarf clan. The heart functions as a defensive structure, utilizing energy crystals to project a protective shield over the entire dwarf settlement, safeguarding against enemy incursions. The higher the tier of the heart crafted, the greater its defensive capabilities. Previously, Ren Qi found it peculiar that no heart of the dwarves had been discovered upon breaching the dwarf settlement. He had assumed it was due to the unique circumstances under the shroud of the black mist, but it turned out to have been stolen by the ironclad werewolves. After contemplating, Ren Qi inquired of the elder dwarf, "What is the strength of these ironclad werewolves? How many are there?" Chapter 65, The Ironclad Werewolf Camp. Ren Qi was indeed quite covetous of the heart of the dwarves. Should he acquire it, he could fortify his entire territory, with the demon tide now upon them. No one could predict when the monsters would strike. Thus, during hunts, many would opt to retain half of their units for defense to prevent being raided. Although Ren Qi's territory boasted a multitude of defensive facilities, the number of succubi he could spare was limited. With the heart of the dwarves, such constraints would vanish, allowing him to deploy all his succubi for hunting. As long as the enemy's assault did not surpass the highest tier of the heart's defense, the protective shield would remain intact until the energy crystals were depleted. Of course, Ren Qi would not recklessly initiate an attack. After all, the demon tide had not yet subsided. It was essential to first ascertain the precise circumstances regarding these ironclad werewolves. The elder dwarf respectfully responded, "Esteemed master, there are approximately over 100 ironclad werewolves, most of whom are of 5th tier, with only 3 elite 6th tier ironclad werewolves and 1 7th tier ironclad wolf king. However, these werewolves are exceedingly cunning. I implore you to exercise caution." Ren Qi nodded. This assortment of ironclad werewolves could be easily dispatched by Iris and her companions. Even if some succubi needed to remain behind for defense, it would still be relatively straightforward. After all, Iris was now at the 8th tier. Iris, you will proceed with the utmost priority to ensure the safety of the succubi. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, retreat to the territory immediately. Ren Qi instructed Iris with gravity. While the succubi were indeed formidable, caution was warranted during the demon tide. Iris nodded and then had the elder dwarf serve as a guide, leading a well-equipped contingent of succubi into the fray. A quarter of the succubi remained in the territory, sufficient for its defense. Observing the grateful expression of the elder dwarf, Ren Qi sensed an increase in the dwarf's loyalty towards him. Clenching his fist, he could distinctly perceive that his strength had grown significantly. Each day, Tina granted him power, and the more creatures that held unwavering faith in him, the more potent that power became. After bidding farewell to Iris and her team, Ren Qi opened the chat group to check for any new messages. Just then, Luo Ming sent a message. "Great Ren Qi, just now. My beautiful girl battle princess has crafted her first propulsion device. Now my battle princess can engage in aerial combat." Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback, clearly detecting the excitement in Luo Ming's mood. After all, the ability for units to engage in aerial combat was of great significance. "Great Ren Qi, my propulsion device can be utilized by humanoid units. Do you require it? I can assist in crafting one for you." Glancing at Luo Ming's message, Ren Qi pondered for a moment. The succubi could fly at low altitudes, but they could not soar to great heights unless they reached the 6th tier and developed 4 wings. Moreover, even Maggie and the 2 slaughtering battle succubi could not sustain prolonged high-altitude flight. Only Iris, being at the 8th tier, could manage to fly freely in the skies without expending excessive energy. Contemplating further, Ren Qi typed a response. "Focus on enhancing your own units for now. I am not in a hurry. If you have surplus resources later, you can craft some for me. At present, Ren Qi did not find the propulsion devices to be particularly necessary, since they were crafted by Luo Ming. They would naturally be best suited to enhance his own units first. Understood. As Ren Qi conversed with Luo Ming, Iris had already entered the depths of the Black Mist Forest under the guidance of the Elder Dwarf. The Black Mist Forest seemed considerably quieter than before, causing Iris to furrow her brow involuntarily. This was a path they frequently traversed. Although the surrounding monsters had mostly been purged, there would typically be sporadic appearances of monsters. Yet now, not a single creature was in sight. It struck her as odd. However, Iris paid little mind to it, as she was now at the 8th tier and could handle any potential dangers with ease. Following the Elder Dwarf, Iris and her companions quickly discovered the tracks of the ironclad werewolves. These ironclad werewolves all bore a wolf-like beastly appearance, yet stood bipedally, resembling humanoid monsters. Clad in iron armor, they appeared to possess formidable defenses. The ironclad werewolves were presently engaged in felling nearby trees, while others were extracting stone materials. Iris was puzzled. What were these ironclad werewolves doing with timber and stone? Were they crafting something? The elder dwarf, filled with resentment, remarked, "Humph. These ironclad werewolves know nothing of crafting. They have plundered our kin and are undoubtedly enslaving them to forge items for them. Look at the iron armor they wear. It is clearly the work of our dwarven people. These despicable creatures, Lady Iris, please assist us in annihilating them." Upon hearing this, Iris nodded gently, then waved her hand, signaling the two slaughtering battle succubi concealed nearby, along with several other succubi, to silently encircle the ironclad werewolves. Before them stood 6 armored werewolves, presumably here to mine materials. They were diligently focused on their tasks, oblivious to the movements of the succubi. In no time, the 6 armored werewolves were completely surrounded. Observing the situation, Iris charged forward, accompanied by 2 battle-hardened succubi who emerged from the encircling group to launch an assault on the werewolves. Naturally, the 6 armored werewolves stood no chance against Iris and her companions, especially in a surprise attack. They quickly succumbed to the flames of corruption. As Iris surveyed the fallen armored werewolves, she raised an eyebrow. These creatures exhibited significantly greater strength and agility than regular werewolves. Their armor boasted formidable defensive capabilities and was even resistant to soul damage. "Can you forge such armor?" Iris inquired of the dwarf elder who was kicking at the corpses of the armored werewolves behind her. The elder halted his actions and replied, "My Lady Iris, as long as we possess the blueprints, we can indeed forge it." Iris nodded in acknowledgement and continued onward with the succubi toward the werewolf encampment. Soon, they arrived at the lair of the armored werewolves. This hollowed-out area was filled with stone structures resembling tents, while the encampment was encircled by sturdy iron walls, encapsulating the entire site. Iris's eyes glimmered with intrigue. She had not anticipated that the encampment of these armored werewolves would be arranged similarly to human settlements. To others, the combination of the hollow and iron walls might present a daunting defense. However, to the succubi, it resembled nothing less than a target. Without hesitation, Iris waved her hand. Attack. Chapter 66. The Anomaly of the Black Mist. At Iris's command, the surrounding succubi sprang into action. Waves of dark flames of corruption rained down upon the encampment. The armored walls offered near-complete protection, with only the exposed sky remaining vulnerable. This opening became the focal point of the succubi's assault. A multitude of corrupting flames descended upon the werewolf encampment, erupting with explosive force. Lacking flammable materials, the flames did not spread uncontrollably. But the sheer volume of the onslaught was more than sufficient to inflict damage upon the armored werewolves. Howls echoed from within the encampment as patrolling werewolves and those inside the stone structures rushed out towards the succubi. Their armor provided defense against both physical and mental attacks, sparing them from significant casualties in the initial wave. 2 battle succubi at the forefront wielded their dark light swords, unleashing arcs of sword energy that cleaved through the foremost armored werewolves, inflicting grievous wounds that sent them flying. "For our master, kill!" The succubi surged forward, swiftly engaging the armored werewolves. Having endured numerous battles, the succubi were seasoned warriors. They typically fought in pairs, with one focusing on offense while the other concentrated on distraction. The armored werewolf king emerged from the central stone structure of the encampment, witnessing the dark flames engulfing his territory and bellowing in rage. "From where do these vile creatures come?" 3 elite armored werewolves approached the king, one frowning as he spoke, "My esteemed king. They are likely the succubi who laid waste to the dwarf tribe, as I have heard from the captured dwarves." The king's blood-red eyes fixated on Iris and her companions. His fangs clenched. "Retreat. We are no match for these succubi. Preserve our strength and return later." Having merely observed the battle unfolding before him, he immediately commanded the surrounding werewolves to withdraw. He understood that their assailants possessed greater power, and he sensed an 8th-tier presence. If they did not flee, they would surely meet their doom. With a howl, the armored werewolf king turned to escape. As the king fled, the surrounding armored werewolves quickly disbanded, each desperately attempting to escape the fray. Iris, who had been prepared for a counterattack, was taken aback by the king's swift retreat. Indeed, cunning. Without a moment's hesitation, Iris ordered a pursuit. Since they had come this far, they would strive to eradicate the armored werewolves entirely. Iris surged ahead, bypassing the fleeing werewolves to confront the king directly, with Maggie following closely to support her. The 2 battle succubi focused on incapacitating the fleeing werewolves, clearing a path towards the armored werewolf king. Iris and Maggie raced swiftly, soon intercepting the armored werewolf king along with the 3 elite werewolves. "Still wish to flee?" Iris scoffed, launching her assault. With a furious roar, the armored werewolf king, realizing escape was futile, charged at Iris. Shadow bloom. Dark flowers blossomed on the ground, causing the king excruciating pain as madness began to cloud his mind. The armored werewolves bore no protection on their feet, and the mental assault of the shadow bloom penetrated directly into the king's consciousness. Shadow cross slash. The 2 battle succubi, having caught up, unleashed dark cross-shaped sword energies towards the 3 elite armored werewolves. The trio roared in defiance as they charged towards the succubi. Iris maintained a strategy of encirclement rather than direct confrontation, deftly evading the king's attacks. The armored werewolf king struggled to keep pace with Iris, who expertly maneuvered around him. Before long, the succubi arrived, having dispatched the armored werewolves in their path, and quickly joined the fray to support Iris. Seizing the moment, Iris launched a fierce offensive. The battle did not last long. The armored werewolf king ultimately fell to the ground with a final, defiant howl. The 3 elite armored werewolves collapsed soon after. One of the battle's succubi, who had not yet reached level 50, achieved a transformation into adulthood. Many succubi in their ranks also leveled up during the combat. Among them, Shiri was enveloped in 2 dark beams of light, and her aura underwent a dramatic transformation. She had ascended to tier 5. A look of astonishment crossed Shiri's face as she realized this battle had facilitated her elevation. She had been recruited alongside Iris, who had already ascended to tier 8. While she felt joy for Iris, a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. Now that she had reached tier 5, she was undeniably excited. At that moment, the dwarf elder arrived with dozens of dwarves in tow. Under his guidance, the dwarves knelt before Iris. "Thank you, Lady Iris, for avenging us and saving our kin." Iris frowned slightly, replying, "You should be thanking my master. It is he who avenged you and saved you." The elder quickly responded, "Thank you, master. Praise the master." Only then did Iris smile and inquire, "Have you found the heart of the dwarves?" Indeed, the elder presented a massive golden crystal that radiated light, embedded with energy crystals. Consuming these energy crystals would allow them to activate a protective energy shield, safeguarding their territory. Iris took hold of the dwarven heart, commanding the succubi around her to scour the battlefield before making their way back. Once they were at a distance suitable for a perspective shift, Ren Qi discerned the situation of Iris and her companions, a smile gracing his lips. With the dwarven heart in hand, he could confidently dispatch the succubi into battle. At that moment, a sudden realization struck Ren Qi, prompting him to lift his gaze. The black mist enveloping the entire sky began to stir unexpectedly. Previously, the mist had hung thickly like an overcast cloud, obscuring the heavens with minimal disturbance. Yet now, it seemed as if the black mist was being guided by some unseen force, swirling wildly, akin to a 30-fold acceleration. The black mist in the sky flowed swiftly, and Ren Qi's expression turned grave. The more he observed the movement of the mist, the more it resembled the flow of formations from his memories. Chapter 67. The Flustered Black Dragon. Formations? Ren Qi found the notion somewhat absurd. After 3 years in this world, he had diligently absorbed knowledge. Yet he had encountered no records of formations in various texts and histories. Even in the realm of feng shui, there were no mentions of such arrangements. Only divination and calculations. However, observing the trajectory of the swirling black mist, he could not shake the feeling that it bore a striking resemblance to the flow of a formation. It did not appear to be a specific formation, as Ren Qi had never studied such matters. Nevertheless, the movement of the black mist suggested that the concept of formations ought to flow in this manner. As the black mist swirled, the sunlight, previously concealed, seemed to find a gap, breaking through and illuminating the surroundings slightly. The entire world brightened momentarily. Yet, this state lasted only a few minutes. Soon, the black mist intensified, once again blocking out the sunlight, plunging the world into an even deeper gloom. Reminiscent of a somber afternoon before a storm, a thunderous roar erupted from within the black mist, resembling both thunder and the howl of an ancient creature. A heavy aura emanated from the mist, causing Ren Qi's expression to shift. The succubi and dwarves in the territory appeared increasingly panicked, evidently more attuned to the looming danger than he. Then, Ren Qi's eyes widened in alarm. He beheld the black mist descending from the sky. It was as if the cotton-like mist floating above had suddenly been weighed down by heavy iron, tearing apart and plummeting in chunks. What shocked him further was that the direction of the descent was not elsewhere. It seemed to be aimed directly at his territory. What is happening? No, wait. Ren Qi scrutinized the trajectory of the descending mist and realized it was not targeting his territory, but rather the mountain shrouded in mist behind it. Chunks of the black mist trailed dark tails, akin to meteors, crashing rapidly into the mountain engulfed in the mist behind Ren Qi's domain. The resounding booms echoed, and the ground beneath him trembled, likely due to their proximity. Ren Qi's expression changed. The impact of this force felt akin to that of falling meteors. If these black mists were to crash into his territory, they could potentially obliterate it entirely. Counting the falling black mists, he discovered there were 99 in total. The world seemed to be reduced to the sound of the black mist crashing into the mountain, as if everything else had come to a standstill. As Ren Qi's gaze fell upon the mountain enveloped in mist behind him, he noted that it appeared unchanged, as if nothing had occurred. The mist that had plunged into the mountain seemed to create ripples akin to stones dropped into a lake, vanishing without a trace. However, the mist swirling around the mountain seemed to grow denser. Only after all the black mist had fallen did the sensation of time stasis dissipate. Subsequently, The roars of demonic creatures erupted from the thicket of black mist ahead, and distant growls from other creatures reverberated in response, as if a collective frenzy had overtaken them. At that moment, a tremendous roar emanated from the mountain shrouded in mist behind him. Boom! The black mist enveloping the mountain was suddenly parted, revealing a colossal silhouette against the sky. It was the 8th tier fully formed black dragon. Had this creature been lurking within the mountain all along? Ren Qi inhaled sharply. The last time he had seen the black dragon vanish into the mountain, he had fervently hoped it had departed. Yet now, it seemed to have remained within. The 8th tier fully formed black dragon. Even the 8th tier Iris would likely only be able to restrain it slightly. Moreover, Iris was not present at this moment. Ren Qi's gaze shifted to Tina beside him. Tina blinked. Master, why do you look at me? I cannot tempt that behemoth. This is a task for the mother dragon. Ren Qi took a deep breath, watching the black dragon in the sky. If it were to launch an assault on his territory now, it would surely be unable to withstand the onslaught. However, the black dragon seemed somewhat flustered, showing no interest in the territory below. It flapped its wings in a frenzy, as if something dreadful lurked within the mountain behind it. Before long, the black dragon soared above the thicket of black mist. It appeared to have finally reacted to its terror, and in a fit of rage and humiliation, it unleashed a torrent of dragon breath towards the black mist below. Instantly, the thicket ignited in flames, and the black dragon cast one last glance toward the mountain, its eyes betraying a hint of reluctance, before swiftly departing. Within the succubi's territory, Ren Qi gazed at the distant black dragon in the sky, his expression growing solemn. As an 8th tier black dragon, and a level 100 fully formed entity, why did it flee in such a panic? Could there be something fearsome within that mountain? Previously, Ren Qi had sensed the mountain's mystery. With the black mist swirling around it and the black dragon vanishing within, he had never considered sending the succubi to hunt in the mountain. Now, it seemed his decision had been exceedingly wise. As the black dragon unleashed its breath, igniting the black thicket below, the chorus of demonic roars escalated. Soon, Iris returned with the succubi legion, her expression grave as she approached Ren Qi. Master, you saw that black dragon earlier, did you not? I feel quite heavy-hearted. Ren Qi furrowed his brow. This place was undeniably enigmatic. It was clear that the mountain behind held secrets unknown to man. The recent wave of demons may have triggered some upheaval within. Furthermore, how could the black mist in the sky swirl as if it were a formation? Ren Qi rubbed his temples. These were matters beyond his current capacity to investigate. To confront these challenges, he must first bolster his strength. After instructing the succubi to tally their spoils from the battle, Ren Qi opened the chat group. The bizarre phenomenon in the sky had been witnessed by all newly established lords, and the chat group was now buzzing with activity. What the hell? What the hell? What is going on? Why did the black mist in the sky fall? It's terrifying. This place has always been abnormal. Have you noticed? After the black mist phenomenon, the surrounding demons seem to have gone mad. Shocking. The pitch-black sky has displayed an anomaly, with black mist descending. Is this a normal change in the weather or the precursor to an apocalypse? Let us delve deeper into this mystery. Stop fooling around upstairs. I feel a sense of foreboding, as if something is about to transpire. Do not indulge in such paranoia. We must remain steadfast in our convictions. Regardless of the challenges we face, we shall prevail. Ren Qi observed the torrent of messages flooding the chat group, his brow slightly arching. Before typing a line and sending it, what of the prophetic wizard among the new lords? Hurry forth and discern the nature of this situation. Chapter 68. The prophetic predictions of Tianjizi. Ren Qi's message momentarily silenced the chat group. Soon after, a barrage of messages surged forth. Indeed, where is Tianjizi? Come forth and elucidate this predicament. Yes, brother Tianjizi, please assist us in unraveling this mystery. I had almost forgotten. I intended to have Tianjizi help me divine my romantic prospects. Brother Tianjizi, do reach out when you have a moment. Full upstairs. Do not heed his nonsensical prattle. Brother Tianjizi, have your wizard ascertain what truly transpires. I believe it is unwise to overthink. Instead, we must focus on enhancing our own strength. Ren Qi furrowed his brow as he awaited news from Tianjizi. This enigmatic figure had previously foretold the impending tide of darkness. What further intrigued Ren Qi was the swift advancement of his wizard, who had reached level 50 while others were still tirelessly hunting. Thus, Ren Qi held Tianjizi's insights in high regard. After a brief wait, Tianjizi's message indeed appeared in the chat. Tianjizi, I share your curiosity regarding this matter. I consulted the prophetic wizard, but he conveyed that he could not decipher what the celestial phenomena signify. However, he has provided a deeper prediction regarding this wave of darkness. In 3 hours, there will be a large-scale assault by monstrous entities. Last night's incursion was merely an appetizer. This proclamation stirred a tempest of reactions among the new lords. What? Last night's monstrous assault was merely an appetizer? I nearly succumbed. Indeed. Merely enduring last night's onslaught cost me 2/3 of my forces. I had hoped for a respite. Yet another wave of monsters is imminent. And it promises to be more ferocious. Woe is me, my defensive structures were entirely obliterated in last night's battle. My territory's defenses are now critically low. If they attack again, I am finished. I barely withstood last night's assault, and now I must face another, even more intense. How outrageous. Last night's attack had already instilled a sense of dread in many lords, and those who had just managed to hold their ground were now confronted with the prospect of yet another onslaught. Could this new wave of monsters be connected to the strange phenomena in the sky? Is the apocalypse upon us? I fear it may be so. Some new lords have barely survived last night's assault, and facing another would likely spell their doom. Those speaking such ominous words ought to be quiet. We must focus on strategizing how to withstand this next wave of monstrous attacks. Surely many have joined alliances by now. We must band together for warmth. True camaraderie is revealed in times of adversity. Alliance leaders, please come to my aid. The chat descended into chaos, with many new lords becoming utterly frantic. Having exerted all their strength to fend off last night's tide, they truly felt incapable of withstanding another assault, especially one rumored to be even more powerful. The tide of darkness loomed over these relatively weak new lords like a grim specter, threatening to descend upon them at any moment. At that moment, another message from Tianjizi appeared in the chat. Tianjizi, esteemed colleagues, according to my wizard's predictions, the intensity of this monstrous assault will vary. This implies that each new lord will face differing magnitudes of attack. It is my conjecture that the quantity and strength of these monsters correlate with the number of creatures in the vicinity of each territory. Should a territory be surrounded by a plethora of monsters, the ensuing assault will likely be more intense. Conversely, fewer monsters would yield a lesser threat. Of course, this is merely conjecture, and the precise situation will depend on the specifics. Upon reading Tianjizi's message, everyone paused to carefully digest the information. The prior statements were quite insightful. But what of that last comment? Alas, this spells doom for me. My strength is already feeble, and with so few monsters cleared from my vicinity, I shall face an exceedingly potent assault. Haha, I consider myself fortunate. A powerful ally resides near my territory and has nearly eradicated the surrounding monsters. Though this ally has not acknowledged me, I am indirectly aided. Tianjizi's message sparked renewed discussion, with emotions running high among the lords. On the frigid expanse of the polar ice field, a tall woman with flowing white hair stood quietly, her gaze fixed on the chat. She arched an eyebrow at Tianjizi's assertion. Clearing the monsters surrounding her territory would indeed alleviate the pressure during the forthcoming assault. She surveyed her surroundings, her brow knitting in concern. As a new lord from the Eagle Kingdom, her transport to this peculiar location had been quite baffling. Fortunately, the communication device from the Lanhai Trading Company possessed translation capabilities, and with the current educational emphasis on mastering the 5 major languages, she was able to glean insights from the chat. This wretched place is truly bizarre. In her observations of the chat messages over the past few days, she noted that the range of trading passage numbers shared by new lords was rather limited. This suggested that the area shrouded in black mist did not encompass the globe as she had previously surmised. Rather, it appeared to be confined to a specific locale. However, how could such a cursed place possess both polar ice fields and arid deserts? Sinister. Truly, it is profoundly sinister. She placed her fingers to her lips and let out a sharp whistle, summoning a horde of snow bears that came rushing towards her. If eliminating the monsters could lessen the intensity of the impending assault, then she would clear the area of all surrounding creatures. Meanwhile, within the domain of the succubus, Ren Qi observed the messages in the chat with a subtle shift in his expression, gazing at the flames engulfing the black mist-laden forest ahead. Along with the relentless roars of the monsters, he furrowed his brow. Although Elise and her companions had cleared some of the black mist forest, it seemed that the number of monsters had not significantly diminished. With only a few hours remaining, preparations must be made. The expanse of the black mist forest was far too vast for Ren Qi to eradicate all the monsters within, thereby mitigating the intensity of the forthcoming assault. For now, he could only hope that no creatures would emerge from the mountains behind him during the impending onslaught. Chapter 69, Exploiting Opportunities? Although he was uncertain of what dangers lurked within the mountains behind him, Ren Qi sensed that they were undoubtedly perilous. In the chat group, the new lords continued to deliberate the impending attack by monsters in 3 hours. Esteemed leaders, are there any trading passage numbers near number 22? I beg for assistance. I would trade anything to ensure my survival. It is over, utterly over. I find myself bereft of allies. The monstrous assault last night has decimated my forces, and our defenses lie in ruins. It seems we can only await our demise. Do not lose heart, for there may yet be a glimmer of hope. Until the final moment, nothing is certain. A bitter smile crept across the faces of the weaker, newly minted lords. Given their circumstances, if they could secure even a day or two of respite, perhaps fortune could favor them. Yet, with a new wave of monsters set to strike in merely 3 hours, what hope remained? Damn it, how frustrating. I have devoted myself to the pursuit of knowledge, all in anticipation of the emergence of territory, only to awaken a second-tier force that now leaves my very survival in jeopardy. Indeed, it is unjust. Why should others possess high-tier forces while we are left wanting? Sigh. What good does lamenting do? This world is inherently unfair. As the impending monster attack loomed, some newly established lords, recognizing their inability to withstand it, began to voice their grievances. Yet, this was no game. There would be no customer service to appeal to. Reality is reality, and despite any reluctance, acceptance was the only recourse. Everyone, let us refrain from such despondency and instead consider if there are alternative measures we might take. What alternatives remain? It all comes down to luck, or should we simply abandon our territories and flee? Do not dismiss the notion. Escaping could indeed be a viable option. If we know our domain is doomed, might it not be wiser to escape while we still can? But the territory is our foundation. Without it, how can we establish ourselves? Establish ourselves? At this point, preserving our lives is a more pressing concern. True, relinquishing our territory may spell the end of any development. But the resources and forces we possess will not vanish entirely. Was it not the case that some have lived as scavengers? The so-called scavengers are those who forsake their lands to concentrate on strengthening their existing forces. They cannot be compared to legitimate lords, and typically, after each scavenging venture, they require extensive time in a city to recuperate. Yet here, no such sanctuary exists. And even if that were the case, what of it? Without a city to recuperate in, we could seek refuge with other lords, surrendering our resources and offering our forces as labor. I refuse to believe no one would take us in. Well said, comrades. Enough talk, let us act. I have already gathered my forces and resources. To the more powerful lords around, who among you is willing to take me in? I will relinquish all resources and offer my forces for your service, merely to secure my survival. That was fast. Wait for me, I'm coming too. Sitting here and waiting for death is still death. I too have abandoned my territory. Even if no other lord offers shelter, it is still preferable to perishing within my own domain. As messages flooded the chat group, many feeble, newly minted lords began to opt for abandoning their territories, seeking refuge with more powerful lords, or finding hidden places to conceal themselves. For them, remaining in their domains was tantamount to certain death, with no possibility of surprise. Abandoning their territory, if a powerful lord took them in, that would be splendid. If not, they could hide away in some obscure corner, which was still better than facing annihilation. Ren Qi observed the chat messages, his gaze flickering slightly. It cannot be said that the choices of these newly minted lords were misguided. Their decisions were indeed quite astute. However, such choices left them nearly extinguished, their lives and fortunes reliant solely on the goodwill of powerful lords or the fickle hand of fate. Haha, being cooped up in my territory has been unbearable. I finally have the opportunity to step out. Curse the tide of monsters and those foul creatures. I care not anymore, even if I must perish. I wish to behold the scenery beyond my confines. I shall not remain shackled within my territory. How liberating. My life shall ultimately be mine to command. Within the chat group, some newly minted lords preparing to abandon their territories began to revel in excitement. The majority of other lords, however, remained silent, understanding that this was likely the final celebration for this group. Of course, some newly minted lords would still be willing to accept others. After all, offering resources and forces for labor was an enticing proposition. However, allowing others to bring their forces into one's own territory posed inherent risks, limiting the number of lords willing to accept them. Most of those relinquishing their territories would likely have to rely solely on luck for survival. Just as Ren Qi was contemplating this, a new message appeared in the chat group, capturing everyone's attention. Brothers, my forces are electronic intelligent beings. Upon reaching level 50, I awakened a new ability. After a day and a night of effort, I have created a leaderboard. My electronic intelligent forces can deploy numerous small electronic devices throughout the area, capable of recording the number of monsters each newly minted lord slays. I have temporarily named this the kill leaderboard. In 3 hours, once the monster assault begins, it will begin recording data, reflecting the number of kills each newly minted lord achieves. Naturally, this leaderboard is not accessible to the public. Those wishing to view it may pay me 100 pounds of 6th tier monster meat or 20 energy crystals for a 7-day viewing privilege. This is merely a preliminary function. In the future, I will develop even more features. Any lords in need can contact me. Everyone was astonished by this revelation. Could resources truly be earned in such a manner? Creating a kill leaderboard to offer to those in need in exchange for resources was indeed a clever avenue, provided one possessed such intelligent forces. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. For those newly minted lords struggling to survive, purchasing such a leaderboard was unlikely, especially considering the cost of 100 pounds of 6th tier monster meat or 20 energy crystals for merely 7 days of access. This individual displayed considerable ingenuity in devising a means to generate income, and the pricing was astutely crafted. 100 pounds of 6th tier monster meat or 20 energy crystals was not exorbitant for lords wishing to gauge the strength of other newly minted lords. Yet, should the number of purchasers increase, the accumulation of resources would become formidable. This individual was poised for success. While their forces might seem auxiliary in nature, the rapid accumulation of resources would significantly enhance their strength. Ren Qi pondered for a moment before sending a message. I shall offer 100 pounds of 6th tier monster meat in exchange for 7 days of access to your leaderboard. For Ren Qi, 100 pounds of 6th tier monster meat was a trivial matter, yet the leaderboard's ability to record the slaying of monsters by other lords was invaluable, providing insight into their capabilities. Shortly thereafter, a response arrived. Esteemed Lord Qi, I shall promptly send you a copy. You need not provide any monster meat. Consider it a gift. Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback. What was this? A gift? Chapter 70. The Scavengers Exchange Information. Ren Qi had not anticipated such generosity. After a moment's reflection, he replied, No need, it is but 100 pounds of 6th tier monster meat. The response came swiftly. Lord Qi, as you have said, it is merely 100 pounds of 6th tier monster meat. I view this as an opportunity to make a friend, to familiarize myself with you. In future dealings, think of me first. Ren Qi raised an eyebrow, sensing that this individual aimed to adopt a role akin to that of the Lanhai Trading Company. However, they possessed an inherent advantage. Although electronic intelligent forces may lack combat power, they were listed among the top 10 rare troop types. Rumors suggest that one of the founders of the Lanhai Trading Company is none other than the Electronic Intelligence Unit. After some contemplation, Ren Qi decided not to persist any further. After all, 100 pounds of 6th tier magical meat is hardly a significant favor. Soon, he received a message box from the other party. Upon clicking it, he found what appeared to be a leaderboard. It seemed freshly created, as it was still devoid of entries, though the interface was quite exquisite. The title of the leaderboard was Kill Leaderboard, adorned with a countdown timer indicating 2 hours and 20 minutes remaining. This likely pertained to the impending attack of new magical creatures, set to commence 3 hours after the announcement by a newly established lord-wielding wizard-type troops. Yet, it was also conceivable that the opposing party was a collective. The electronic intelligence units and the wizard types are not particularly formidable in combat. They rely heavily on the robust new lord. Even if the adversaries were part of an alliance, Ren Qi found no cause for surprise. With a little over 2 hours left before the magical creatures launched their next offensive, Ren Qi closed the chat group to review the recent gains made by Elise and her companions. They had encountered a tribe of ironclad werewolves, and although their numbers were modest, the spoils were noteworthy. First and foremost were the energy crystals from this ironclad werewolf tribe. They had managed to procure 3,000 energy crystals, which took Ren Qi by surprise. Humanoid magical entities cannot consume the flesh of their kind, as they possess an inherent aversion to it. Forcing humanoid units to consume such flesh could potentially lead to a drop in loyalty. Thus, Elise and her team did not bring back any magical meat, but they did retrieve the armor from the ironclad werewolves. All of this armor was crafted from high-quality fine iron, painstakingly forged by dwarves, and represented exquisite craftsmanship. Ren Qi took out the appraisal mirror to examine the armor. Ironclad werewolf helm, tier 7th, elite quality. A finely crafted armor by dwarves, significantly enhancing defense and mental resilience, with a certain probability of negating enemy control abilities. Note, ironclad werewolves are exceptionally stingy creatures. Their armor bears markings, and wearing it is likely to attract their ire. The 7th tier elite quality armor could be considered a minor treasure. It could be modified by the dwarves to fit the succubi, who possess basic forging skills, albeit not at the dwarven level of expertise. Previously, the succubi had altered several armors, but most were unsightly and considerably reduced in defense. However, entrusting the task to dwarves would eliminate such issues. As for attracting the ire of the ironclad werewolves, Ren Qi hardly concerned himself with that. They were merely delivering equipment. Subsequently, Ren Qi's gaze fell upon the heart of dwarves, which was being venerated by the dwarves beside him. The heart of dwarves radiated a luminous glow, appearing quite substantial. Without hesitation, Ren Qi employed the appraisal mirror to assess the heart of dwarves. Heart of dwarves, tier 7th, the most potent defensive artifact of the dwarven race. Forged from the essence of the dwarven king's blood, the heart of dwarves can expend energy crystals to release an energy shield, safeguarding all within. Effect: activating the energy shield can block any attack of 7th tier or below. Consumption: if not under attack, the heart of dwarves consumes 1 energy crystal daily. If attacked, it consumes energy crystals based on the intensity of the assault, with no additional consumption for attacks below tier 3. Gazing at the attributes displayed by the appraisal mirror, a smile graced Ren Qi's face. A 7th tier heart of dwarves, capable of defending against attacks of its tier and lower. However, upon noticing the consumption requirements, a twitch of concern crossed Ren Qi's lips. The daily consumption of 1 energy crystal for the shield activation was manageable, but additional consumption for attacks exceeding tier 3 could prove burdensome. It seemed prudent to reserve the heart of dwarves for dire situations, lest it squander energy crystals unnecessarily. Presently, Ren Qi's need for the heart of dwarves was not pressing, especially with Elise at tier 8 already. If a magical creature posed a threat to the territory, the 7th tier heart of dwarves might not suffice. Nevertheless, there were still some dwarves in his domain, and should he discover rare materials in the future, he could have them upgrade the heart of dwarves. Moreover, the heart of dwarves represented a form of faith for the dwarves. This was evident from the elder dwarf's earnest plea for Ren Qi to help reclaim it. With the heart of dwarves within their territory, the dwarves would exhibit greater loyalty. When they previously attacked the dwarven tribe, the heart of dwarves was stolen by the ironclad werewolves. Otherwise, the conquest would not have been so effortless. During the assault on the ironclad werewolves, the heart of dwarves required the dwarves to activate it personally. Fortunately, Elys's team included a dwarven chieftain who persuaded the enslaved dwarves, preventing the ironclad werewolves from successfully activating the heart of dwarves. It must be said that both battles were relatively fortunate. At that moment, Ren Qi's communication device vibrated several times. Upon opening it, he found multiple private messages. Big brother Qi Qi Qi, I have a plethora of resources here. Magical meat, stone, wood, and fine iron. Do you need anything? I can exchange for energy crystals and equipment. For high-tier defensive gear, I can offer a premium price. Ren Qi felt puzzled. Was he selling various resources solely for energy crystals and equipment? The other private messages echoed the same sentiment, all proposing exchanges for energy crystals and equipment. A glance at the chat group clarified the situation. The chat was inundated with numerous such exchange messages, all offering various resources in return for energy crystals and equipment. The individuals seeking these exchanges were those who had previously contemplated abandoning their territories to become scavengers. After losing their territories, they no longer required stone, wood, fine iron, or even much magical meat. After all, without a territory to store them, they could not carry an abundance of magical meat. Their need for energy crystals and equipment stemmed from a desire to arm themselves. Energy crystals are vital items containing energy, necessary for recruiting troops and activating the heart of dwarves. Even high-tier defensive structures for territories require energy crystals to function. Additionally, another function of energy crystals is to enhance the Lord's own power. Within energy crystals lies energy that the Lord can absorb. This is the primary means for scavengers to augment their strength. Typically, scavengers possess significantly greater power than lords, as they lack territories and must fight alongside their troops, increasing their strength through consuming magical meat and absorbing energy crystals. However, for lords, using energy crystals to enhance their own abilities is not a common choice. Energy crystals are crucial resources for bolstering the strength of the territory, and for lords, nothing is more paramount than strengthening the overall power of their domain. Furthermore, with a recruitment pool and territory, enhancing troops' strength naturally takes precedence over personal involvement in combat. The most critical aspect is that using energy crystals to boost personal power is a slow process, far inferior to the feedback from the territory once the Lord reaches Tier 5. Of course, for scavengers, this is a desperate measure, and they are unlikely to consider these factors. After becoming scavengers, without the protection of a territory, the demand for equipment, especially high-tier equipment, becomes urgent. Esteemed lords, I seek energy crystals and defensive equipment. I am willing to trade anything. I deeply regret my past decisions. Had I known I would become a scavenger, I would not have squandered resources on territorial defenses. I will pay double for high-tier defensive equipment. I am waiting online, quite anxious. Dear brothers, I have now become a scavenger. Is there anyone willing to take me in? Please provide a price for your accommodation. It would be even better if we could settle this matter through more intimate means, especially since I have already made myself presentable. What kind of monstrosities are lurking upstairs? Begone, do not disturb our exchange of energy crystals and equipment. Ah, this is blatant discrimination. What harm is there in seeking refuge? My dear sister, I stand in solidarity with you. By the way, is there anyone looking to take in a man? I am willing to offer my services. In the chat group, the scavengers have begun to fervently seek purchases. After all, there are merely a little over 2 hours until the next monster attack. Now is the opportune moment to utilize the trading channels to bolster their strength. If they wait until the monster's assault, lacking sufficient power may lead to a fate no better than the destruction of their territory. During this time, some scavengers have started to organize others in an effort to form a scavenger alliance. Many of the newly established lords, lacking strength to withstand the impending monster onslaught, could become a formidable force if united. However, the scavengers are quite dispersed, and with the imminent monster attack, such news quickly becomes submerged in the flurry of exchanges for energy crystals and equipment. After some contemplation, Ren Qi decided to post a message in the chat group. I have 100 sets of top-tier 5th-grade equipment for sale. Each set can be exchanged for 200 energy crystals, 1,000 pounds of refined iron, or 100 pounds of 6th-grade monster meat. Having acquired 100 sets of 5th-grade equipment from the previous assault on the dwarven tribe, Ren Qi modified them for the succubus, and with her now equipped with 7th-grade gear, it was time to phase out the 5th-grade sets. Seizing this opportunity, Ren Qi aimed to sell at the highest possible price. Missing this chance could mean losing out entirely, and thus Ren Qi acted decisively, offering a set of 5th-grade equipment in exchange for 200 energy crystals, 1,000 pounds of refined iron, or 100 pounds of 6th-grade monster meat, is indeed a substantial price. Yet, Ren Qi believed that after abandoning their territories, these scavengers, now filled with insecurity, would readily accept such terms. The moment Ren Qi's message appeared in the chat group, it stirred a considerable uproar. What the hell? Where did the esteemed Ren Qi acquire 100 sets of top-tier 5th-grade equipment? Truly worthy of the title, Ren Qi, your generosity is unparalleled. 100 sets of 5th-grade equipment? No one else could possibly match that. My troops are still bare-chested, and Ren Qi has surplus 5th-grade equipment? Truly. Some people are just on another level. However, with such a price, Ren Qi seems to be stepping into the realm of unscrupulous merchants. What unscrupulous merchant? This is merely a matter of mutual benefit. At such a critical juncture, selling equipment is akin to providing salvation. Observing the messages in the chat group, Ren Qi remained unfazed. Unscrupulous? At this moment, even the most cunning would find buyers, even eager ones. As anticipated, Ren Qi's private messages soon flooded in, with numerous scavengers eager to purchase the equipment being offered. Most of the monsters that had previously attacked them were of the 3rd and 4th grades. Possessing 5th-grade equipment would significantly enhance their chances of survival. Although Ren Qi's prices were somewhat outrageous, they were still snatched up eagerly. Naturally, the majority of scavengers prioritized exchanges involving refined iron and 6th-grade monster meat, as they were also in dire need of energy crystals. Some savvy scavengers understood that while energy crystals could enhance their power, that was a matter for the future. The immediate priority was acquiring 5th-grade equipment to survive the forthcoming monster attack. In comparison to refined iron and 6th-grade monster meat, energy crystals were evidently more competitive. Consequently, some scavengers directly messaged Ren Qi proposing to exchange energy crystals. Since Ren Qi was most eager to obtain energy crystals, he prioritized transactions with those offering them. Within a mere 10 minutes, Ren Qi successfully traded away all 100 sets of 5th-grade equipment. Among them, 20 sets were exchanged for energy crystals, netting a total of 4,000 energy crystals. 80 sets remained, with 50 exchanged for 6th-grade monster meat, yielding 5,000 pounds of 6th-grade monster meat. The remaining 30 sets were traded for refined iron, resulting in 30,000 pounds of refined iron. This was the most lucrative trading endeavor Ren Qi had ever undertaken. As the monster attack loomed, all trading scavengers were swift, eager to receive their equipment promptly. Ren Qi instructed Illis to deliver the exchanged 5th-grade equipment and subsequently posted a message in the chat group to announce the cessation of trading. Dear all, the 5th-grade equipment has been traded out completely. Please refrain from messaging me further. The chat area erupted once more with excitement. Don't. I had just gathered my resources. How could you sell out so quickly? I thought with such a price, no one would buy. I was waiting for the price to drop. And now it's all gone. I sold all my other resources for refined iron. And still, I was a step too late. Damn it. Ren Qi paid no heed to these messages. First come, first served. Why should he wait for anyone? At this moment, a private message caught Ren Qi's attention. Ren Qi, I am the son of the highest advisor of the Tiger Kingdom. I require your equipment now, and I know you have more. First, trade me 10 sets. If you refuse, it will jeopardize the relationship between the Dragon Kingdom and the Tiger Kingdom. Upon reading that private message, Ren Qi nearly laughed in disbelief. However, in the spirit of maintaining international cordiality, he chose to respond with a friendly inquiry. Are you an imbecile? Chapter 72, Ascension Scroll. Tina ascends. What nonsense about being the son of the highest advisor. Regardless of whether it's true, what good is status in such a place? Using external influences to intimidate others at this moment is either foolish or simply ridiculous. You uncouth fool, once I escape this wretched place, you shall pay dearly for your insolence. Seeing the exceedingly juvenile message from the other party, Ren Qi promptly closed the private chat. It was clear he was dealing with a fool. Further conversation would only be a waste of time. At this juncture, another private message piqued Ren Qi's interest. Ren Qi, I possess an extraordinarily rare Ascension Scroll. Do you have any defensive equipment left? I wish to trade. An Ascension Scroll. Ren Qi's heart raced with excitement. According to ancient texts, Ascension Scrolls emerged during the celestial upheaval 100 years ago. These scrolls contain immense power, each with unique effects. Some can instantly elevate a troop's level to its maximum, while others can conjure exceedingly high-tier equipment. Due to their formidable capabilities, these scrolls are referred to as Ascension Scrolls. Ren Qi never expected to encounter someone wishing to trade an Ascension Scroll. Without any hesitation, he entered private chat mode. What effect does the Ascension Scroll in your possession have? I still have 7th grade defensive equipment. How many sets are you looking to exchange? The other party quickly responded. Ren Qi, the effect of my Ascension Scroll allows for a 50% chance to elevate 7th grade troops to 8th grade. If it's 7th grade defensive equipment, I hope to trade for 10 sets. Elevating 7th grade troops to 8th grade? Although it's only a 50% chance, that is still quite impressive. Ren Qi pondered for a moment before replying. The effect is decent, but can it truly be classified as extraordinarily rare? The power of Ascension Scrolls is unparalleled. While this effect is commendable, it likely ranks lower among the scrolls available. Dear esteemed Kikiki, please do not be upset. This sacred scroll came into my possession quite by chance and has not been preserved with due diligence. As you are aware, sacred scrolls lose their efficacy over time if not properly maintained. I estimate this scroll must be several decades old, and given its current effects, it could certainly be classified as extraordinarily rare. Ren Qi chuckled softly. This fellow was quite adept at arguing his case, merely attempting to capture Ren Qi's attention with a clever ruse. However, he was not entirely incorrect. Indeed, sacred scrolls do diminish in potency over time and require special means for preservation. Had this scroll retained its full power, it might have had the potential to elevate any tier of troops directly to the 9th rank. The thought of such a possibility caused a pang of regret in Ren Qi's heart. How splendid it would be to possess a scroll that could elevate beings to the 9th rank. In that case, he could command a 9th tier mutated succubus, fully anticipating the prospect of ascending to the status of a fallen angel. Nevertheless, Ren Qi was acutely aware that such musings were folly. If such a scroll truly existed, its owner would undoubtedly have utilized it immediately. The exchange of such a scroll for 10 sets of 7th tier equipment was entirely reasonable. Ren Qi did not attempt to haggle. After all, it would be unwise to risk the deal falling through. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren Qi personally facilitated the transaction. Soon after, he had acquired the scroll and returned to his territory. Upon his return, Ren Qi employed an identification mirror to examine its properties. Ascension scroll. Effect: can elevate any 7th tier troop to 8th tier with a 50% chance of failure. The attributes were straightforward, yet Ren Qi found himself perplexed. Aside from Tina, he possessed no other 7th tier troops. Tina was a unique entity, his only 7th tier mutated succubus. When Iris ascended, she had transitioned directly from 6th to 8th tier. Ren Qi's gaze fell upon Tina, indicating that this scroll could only be utilized on her. However, a sense of trepidation crept into his heart. What if using this scroll on Tina yielded no results? After all, she was a unique being. What if she could not be elevated at all? Furthermore, if Tina were to ascend yet remained unique, would he then be deprived of an 8th tier mutated succubus? Despite the myriad concerns swirling in his mind, Ren Qi resolved to use the scroll on Tina. Fortune favors the bold. He summoned Tina, instructing her to shed her upper garment, and gently placed the sacred scroll against her smooth, pale back. A golden radiance emanated from the scroll, enveloping Tina's form as it seamlessly integrated into her being. Instantly, she was engulfed by the golden light, as if her very essence were melding with it. Soon, the golden glow dissipated, revealing a curled-up Tina before Ren Qi. At that moment, she was utterly bare, akin to a being reborn. Her form appeared increasingly exquisite, every contour breathtakingly captivating. With just a glance, Ren Qi felt his heart race, an overwhelming sense of admiration swelling within him. Clearing his throat, Ren Qi forcibly turned his head, striving to suppress his burgeoning emotions. It was a success. Just a fleeting glance confirmed that Tina had indeed ascended. Her allure had intensified. "Tina, please put on your clothes," Ren Qi commanded. Behind him came Tina's enticing voice. "Oh no, master, please turn around and admire me. It will help bolster my resistance." Goodness gracious, what is happening? Even her voice is intoxicating. "Hurry and dress. This is an order." Ren Qi feigned sternness. "Understood," came Tina's soft rustling as she donned her attire. Only after she was fully clothed did Ren Qi slowly turn back. Despite being mentally prepared, he was still taken aback, feeling dizzy as if he might faint in Tina's embrace. Though her outward appearance had not drastically changed, her allure had undeniably grown stronger. "Tina, restrain your charm," Ren Qi implored, his gaze serious. Tina playfully stuck out her tongue. "Understood, master. I've just ascended. It's a bit difficult to control. Even so, you must learn to manage it. If you cannot, I may find it challenging to maintain my composure," Ren Qi replied. Once Tina had reined in her allure, Ren Qi felt some relief. He promptly assessed Tina's current attributes. Tina, fallen succubus. Rank, 8th tier. Level, 30. Loyalty, 110. The fallen succubus possesses an irresistible charm. Her every smile and movement can stir the hearts of all, regardless of gender, drawing them into the depths of corruption. Each soul ensnared by her allure will be drained of vitality, reduced to a mere husk. Beware her smile. It is a devilish grin that can lead one to addiction. Having ascended to the 8th tier, the fallen succubus's charm has greatly amplified. Even 9th tier beings will regard her with newfound curiosity. Chapter 73. Acquisition of the Sacred Scroll. The Black Mist Alliance. On the surface, Tina's ascension from 7th to 8th tier appeared to be a mere enhancement of her allure. However, Ren Qi understood that the increase in her charm was far from negligible. Previously, Tina could enchant beings of up to 7th tier, but now, even 9th tier creatures would be susceptible to her influence, albeit with limited success. He pondered whether Tina could now enchant that 8th tier black dragon. Observing Tina, Ren Qi inquired, "How do you feel?" Tina smiled at him. "I feel absolutely wonderful, master. Your touch was so gentle on my back, it made me feel all tingly inside." Ren Qi's expression darkened. "I meant how you feel after your ascension. Have you awakened any special abilities?" Tina's face fell. "Oh, is that what you meant? I don't feel much different, just that my allure has increased significantly." With a playful demeanor, she clutched her garment's hem. "Master, I've just ascended, so my charm might not be fully controllable for a while. You'll have to endure it for about 10 minutes each day. Otherwise, you might find yourself responsible for me," she teased. Ren Qi's face was a portrait of exasperation. He had almost forgotten this aspect. He had nearly acclimatized to Tina's allure over the past couple of days. Although he still perspired profusely, it was a marked improvement. Yet now, with her ascension, her charm had intensified, and he couldn't help but worry about his capacity to withstand it. Shaking his head, Ren Qi looked at Tina. What is the extent of your enhanced allure? Can you enchant 8th or even 9th tier beings? I mean in the sense of subjugation. Tina's expression grew slightly serious as she responded, Master, at present, I believe I can enchant 8th tier beings, albeit with a low success rate, and I must be fully matured at level 50. As for 9th tier beings, I can attempt to exert my charm. With a stroke of luck, I might garner some goodwill, but if fortune is not on my side, it may prove futile, given that 9th tier beings possess considerable mental resistance. Listening to Tina's words, Ren Qi nodded thoughtfully. The ability to enchant 8th tier beings was beyond his expectations. Once the succubus army leveled up further, he would have Tina test her charm on that black dragon when it next dared to approach. Should she succeed, it would yield a fully formed dragon, significantly bolstering the strength of his territory. It must be said that Ren Qi's fortune had favored him this time, successfully utilizing the sacred scroll. Moreover, Tina's unique status had faded, indicating that it would not hinder her evolution into an 8th tier mutated succubus. Ren Qi suddenly realized something and turned to Tina, asking, You are now at the 8th tier. Will there still be new 7th tier fallen succubi appearing? The 7th tier fallen succubi are unique and special, and now that Tina has ascended to the 8th tier, it stands to reason that it is possible for new 7th tier fallen succubi to emerge. Tina pouted and replied, Master, is one Tina not enough for you? Do you desire another to tempt you? Oh, I was merely inquiring, Ren Qi said. Tina laughed. All right, I won't tease you any longer, Master. There is only me as a 7th tier fallen succubus. Even if I ascend to the 8th tier, I remain the sole fallen succubus. Upon hearing this, Ren Qi nodded. It seemed that 7th tier mutated succubi would no longer appear. In the future, if any mutated succubi were to ascend, they would skip the 7th tier and directly ascend to the 8th tier. This implies that Ren Qi's mutated succubi would experience a gap at the 7th tier. The probability of ascending from the 6th tier to the 7th tier has now transformed into the probability of ascending from the 6th tier to the 7th and then to the 8th tier. This situation has both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit is that mutated succubi can ascend directly to the 8th tier. The downside, however, is that the chances of ascension have become significantly lower. The effects of the sacred scroll are exceedingly powerful and are a rare treasure for all new lords. Previously, I had believed that such a unique place would not possess sacred scrolls, but it seems I was mistaken. If I could acquire another sacred scroll, the enhancement to my strength would be most apparent. Even if it required a considerable sacrifice to purchase, it would be immensely worth it. With this thought in mind, Ren Qi did not hesitate and promptly posted a trading message in the chat group. Everyone, I am seeking to purchase various sacred scrolls. Any resources other than magic crystals can be exchanged. Those who have them may contact me privately, with no time limit. Upon seeing Ren Qi's message, the chat group erupted into fervent discussion. After all, Ren Qi is quite a celebrity, and each time he speaks in the chat group, it is either to sell rare items or to make astonishing statements, garnering considerable attention. Sacred scroll? What is that? I have never heard of it. The person above must be a novice, right? Where did all the lords learn their knowledge? Sacred scrolls appeared a century ago during the upheaval of heaven and earth, manifesting in various locations and containing immense power. Exactly. I have heard that sacred scrolls possess various miraculous effects. Some can directly summon dozens of troop types, while others can elevate the ranks of troops, and there are even sacred scrolls that can enhance the rank of the recruitment pool. Holy moly. Is that true? Such precious items. No wonder the esteemed Ren Qi is willing to exchange for them with various resources. If only I could obtain such a sacred scroll, especially one that enhances the recruitment pool's rank, then I wouldn't have to worry anymore. The person above is dreaming. Sacred scrolls are exceedingly rare. Obtaining them is no easy feat. I wonder if anyone has such a sacred scroll. I am curious about what they look like. There must be some, otherwise. How could Ren Qi have posted a purchase request? It seems that he already possesses sacred scrolls, perhaps even having used them. That analysis is correct, unfortunately. I have no resources, or I would also seek to acquire sacred scrolls. Let me chime in. If anyone has a sacred scroll, please contact me. My price will be higher. Ren Qi's remarks not only sparked discussions about sacred scrolls in the chat group, but also attracted numerous prominent figures who began to seek sacred scrolls as well. Some even offered to exchange using magic crystals. Meanwhile, within the private chat group of the Black Fog Alliance, a message quietly emerged. Everyone. It has been confirmed that Ren Qi is the renowned explorer, and his troop type is succubi. The succubi in the Black Fog Forest must be his troops. Is it really Ren Qi? But isn't he a third-tier succubus? How could he possess such formidable combat power? He directly annihilated Gao Mingyuan, who is a 5th-tier troop. Did you not see that this Ren Qi is purchasing sacred scrolls in the chat group? He must have used the power of the sacred scrolls to elevate the rank of the recruitment pool, thus summoning higher-tier succubi. Now is not the time to discuss this. Let us deliberate on how we should approach Ren Qi. Should we ally with him, attempt to eliminate him, or simply coexist without interference? Chapter 74. The Frenzied Assault of the Demonic Creatures. At this moment, the Black Fog Alliance had gathered dozens of members, all new lords from around the Black Fog Forest. Through their inquiries, they had confirmed that the person referred to as Ren Qi in the chat group was indeed the recipient of the Dragon Kingdom's prestigious title. They had previously invited him, but he had declined. Thus, they were now discussing their stance towards Ren Qi. Although we have dozens of members now, Ren Qi's strength is quite formidable. As everyone can attest, making an enemy of him is not a wise choice. That is misguided. The Black Fog Alliance consists of nearly all the new lords around the Black Fog Forest. Are we truly afraid of just Ren Qi? Indeed, I have thoroughly investigated. His territory lies across the river behind the Black Fog Forest, with no other new lords nearby. If we can encircle him, we still have a significant chance of victory. I find this feasible. Do not forget that Ren Qi's surplus resources are extremely valuable in the chat group. If we can breach his territory, the resources we would gain are unimaginable. Do not speak so lightly. It sounds as though breaching Ren Qi's territory would be easy. He is a prominent figure. And while his troop type is succubi, he must have ascended, making him incredibly powerful. Who would dare to besiege him? That is true. Gao Mingyuan was directly defeated because he provoked Ren Qi. If we were to attack recklessly and fail, the consequences would be dire. Alright, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. I believe further discussion is unnecessary. The demonic tide has already arrived, and we do not know when it will end. The most pressing concern is to survive the demonic tide. As for dealing with Ren Qi, we shall address that after the tide subsides. At this moment, the leader of the Black Fog Forest spoke up, and the private chat group of the Black Fog Alliance fell silent. Subsequently, several replies appeared. Agreed. I concur. Let us wait until after the demonic tide to discuss this. At this time, on the plateau, Li Tianlan was also observing the messages in the chat group. Sacred scrolls are indeed excellent items, but unfortunately, she does not possess any. After a moment's hesitation, she decided against posting a request for sacred scrolls in the chat group. She was well aware that most members in the group held a strong sense of recognition for Ren Qi, despite having acted as a merchant in the past. His credibility was quite high. If anyone were to sell sacred scrolls, they would undoubtedly contact Ren Qi, as he possessed a resource reserve that she could not compete with. Moreover, due to the establishment of the alliance, she had used a considerable amount of her resources to support weaker alliance members, leaving her with no excess resources to purchase sacred scrolls. She decided to set aside the matter of sacred scrolls for the time being. Just then, Li Tianlan felt the ground trembling beneath her feet. She abruptly looked up and noticed a dark line appearing on the horizon. It was a horde of demonic creatures. A vast number of demonic beings rushed forth, forming a colossal wave of darkness. As she gazed at the multitude of demonic creatures, a look of horror flickered in Li Tianlan's eyes. Compared to yesterday's demonic assault, this scene before her resembled the scenario during a demonic tide attack. No, even the ordinary demonic tides did not manifest in such a manner. Previously, Li Tianlan had witnessed the scene of the impending demon tide, which was far from terrifying. Now, however, a multitude of monstrous beings surged forth. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Tianlan commanded his 5 elements Thunder Beast to make haste towards the territory, while simultaneously dispatching a warning message in the alliance group. Everyone, a new wave of demonic creatures is upon us. The numbers are overwhelming. Prepare yourselves to face this onslaught. At that moment, the chat group erupted with chaos. As many had witnessed the demonic horde charging forth, the demons are attacking. So many of them. It feels like a deluge. Is it just my imagination? No way. Is this for real? How could there be so many demons? Compared to last night's assault, this is child's play. Is this truly a demon tide? It feels like the apocalypse is upon us. Stop the chatter and prepare the defenses. Meanwhile, within the territory of the succubi, Ren Qi also felt the tremors beneath his feet. Before his eyes, an immense throng of demons erupted from the black mist forest, racing towards his domain. With narrowed eyes, Ren Qi recognized that this demonic assault was no ordinary matter. The sheer number of creatures seemed as if every demon from the black mist forest had emerged. Without hesitation, he commenced the defensive preparations. All succubi were commanded by Iris to divide into 2 teams, one to venture outside the territory to engage the oncoming demons, using the outer walls as a defensive line, while the other team took positions on the walls to launch ranged attacks against the foes. Every half hour, the 2 teams would switch roles, allowing those defending the territory to rest while maintaining an unyielding vigilance from the external combatants. Understood, Master. Iris led half of the succubi out of the territory, proactively confronting the encroaching demons. The creatures charged swiftly, crossing rivers and swiftly arriving at the outskirts of Ren Qi's domain. Each demon bore glowing red eyes, utterly devoid of reason, relentlessly advancing towards the territory. Observing the oncoming horde, Ren Qi raised an eyebrow. While the sheer number of demons was formidable, it differed from the previous night. Last night's attack, though frenzied, had exhibited some semblance of order, devoid of trampling among the ranks. Yet this time, perhaps due to the overwhelming numbers. Many of the slower demons were knocked aside by their brethren, crashing to the ground and being trampled into a bloody pulp. This was indeed reminiscent of the demon tide Ren Qi had envisioned. As the horde drew nearer, guttural roars erupted from the demons, akin to a battle cry. At that moment, Ren Qi also noticed a swarm of flying demons emerging from the depths of the black mist forest. Their speed was astonishing. As they soared directly towards his territory, the sight was truly horrifying, resembling the arrival of the end times. With demons filling the horizon and the skies above overtaken by their aerial counterparts. Chapter 75, Slaying the Demons. The surroundings were engulfed by the presence of demons, with the skies dominated by their flying kin. This assault was indeed daunting. Ren Qi's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated such a massive second wave of demons. However, the somewhat reassuring news was that most of these creatures were of the third tier, relatively weak in strength. Contrarily, the airborne demons were all fourth tier, and although they arrived later, their speed allowed them to launch the initial attack on Ren Qi's territory. With a decisive motion, Ren Qi gestured, and the four fourth-tier defense towers stationed at the corners of the territory roared to life, unleashing cannon fire. Explosions erupted mid-air, devastating the swarm of flying demons, creating a mist of blood. Simultaneously, the succubi atop the walls initiated their assault, unleashing torrents of fallen flames towards the airborne foes. Some of these flames struck true, eliciting anguished cries from the flying demons as they plummeted to the ground, while others missed, cascading down into the mass of ground-bound demons below. The sheer volume of attacking demons, both above and below, rendered aiming unnecessary for the succubi. They simply unleashed their fallen flames forward. Almost every shot found its mark, striking multiple demons. After a round of attacks, the number of flying demons in the sky diminished considerably. Yet, despite this reduction, the oppressive sight remained daunting. At this juncture, two slaughtering war succubi took to the skies, wielding dark blades that glimmered ominously in their hands. As they swung their weapons, waves of sword energy cleaved through the air, decimating a significant number of flying demons. Now fully matured, these slaughtering war succubi had seen a remarkable increase in their combat prowess. Not a single fourth-tier flying demon stood a chance against them, falling swiftly before their assault. The corpses of the airborne demons rained down like a grim downpour. Nevertheless, a considerable number of flying demons still managed to breach the airspace above the territory. They began their assault on the succubi stationed atop the walls, who swiftly armed themselves to counter the incoming aerial threats. At that moment, a fourth-tier flying demon resembling a vulture set its sights on Ren Qi, diving towards him with claws extended. Ren Qi, fully equipped in 7th-tier defensive armor and brandishing a longsword forged from fine iron, prepared himself. This was his first experience of a demon's assault at such close quarters. The demon's razor-sharp claws glinted ominously, as if they could rend him asunder. The education of a lord naturally encompassed combat techniques, and Ren Qi had diligently studied this knowledge. He had also regularly trained his physical abilities. And with Tina's daily infusion of strength, his physical prowess had multiplied several times over. Taking a deep breath, Ren Qi steadied himself. Observing the trajectory of the flying demon's attack, he propelled himself backward, swinging his long sword horizontally. Just in time, he evaded the demon's assault, and his sword struck its wing, causing it to emit a mournful cry as it plummeted to the ground, where it was swiftly dispatched by the encroaching dwarfs. Panting lightly, Ren Qi felt a slight tremor in his hands. Although he had acquired considerable combat knowledge and held confidence in his strength, bolstered by 7th-tier armor, he still felt a twinge of anxiety facing a demon for the first time. Yet, this feeling quickly dissipated as he watched the fallen flying demon land within his territory, igniting a surge of valor within him. A fervor swelled in his heart, urging him to leap from the walls and engage the demons head-on. However, reason prevailed, and he resumed wielding his longsword, striking down the encroaching flying demons. Ren Qi is clad in 7th-tier defensive equipment, fully armed, and even when struck by flying magical creatures, he suffers minimal damage. This emboldens him to unleash a flurry of attacks. Observing Ren Qi wielding his sword, Tina feels a sense of relief and abandons her intention to assist him. She understands that this is a transformative moment for her master. After this battle, he will gain invaluable experience in confronting magical beasts and enhance his combat abilities, significantly aiding his future growth. Of course, Tina remains vigilantly by Ren Qi's side, prepared to intervene should any danger arise. As she gazes at him, her eyes gradually become entranced. Whether it's due to her high loyalty or the temptations of recent days, ripples of emotion stir within her. Although her master was handsome before, he now appears even more striking. Oh, how she longs for his form. It's a dilemma. She wishes for him to withstand her allure to maximize her gains, yet also hopes he succumbs sooner. At this thought, a faint blush colors Tina's cheeks. Oh, no more thinking about it. From now on, she will devote herself to charming her master, hoping he can endure. If he cannot, it will not be her fault. Tina licks her lips, feeling a surge of anticipation. Below, the succubi, led by Iris, begin their assault on the surrounding magical creatures. Dark flowers bloom beneath them, causing the beasts atop them to convulse and fall. Meanwhile, Maggie raises her hand, and the ground ahead ignites into flames, engulfing numerous magical creatures that scream in agony as they are consumed. The mass slaughter of these beasts alleviates much of the pressure on the succubi. Ren Qi, perched atop the walls, breathes a sigh of relief. The airborne magical creatures have been significantly reduced, and the remaining ones pose little threat, allowing him to relax considerably. After a brief respite, he observes the situation under control and opens the chat group. At this moment, the chat is bustling with activity. It's over. My territory has been breached. Why is this wave of magical beasts so ferocious? I regret it. Had I known the magical beasts would be this relentless, I would have become a hunter. Now I'm trapped in my territory and can't hold out much longer. Ha ha ha. We were wise to abandon our territories early. Now we're hiding safely, completely avoiding the onslaught of magical beasts. Most of the messages in the chat are lamentations from new lords whose territories are on the brink of collapse, alongside the gleeful comments from those who have already forsaken their lands to become hunters. Just then, a message appears in the chat, capturing everyone's attention. Everyone. The kill leaderboard has begun updating. Those who have purchased the list can check it now. Currently, Silver Dragon territory ranks first in kills. Chapter 76, Astonishment. News from the outside world. It was the creator of the leaderboard, known by the nickname Xianming, whose message sparked a fervent discussion in the chat. What the hell? The kill leaderboard is out? Is there anyone who purchased it willing to share the rankings? Yes, please, anyone who can help us see the rankings. The chat is instantly flooded with requests from eager individuals wishing to glimpse the leaderboard. These are a group of freeloaders, hoping to glean information without having purchased the list themselves. The lords who did buy it remained silent, aware that engaging in such behavior might irk Xianming, who could choose not to sell to them next time. Suddenly, another message from Xianming appears in the chat, leaving everyone in shock. Everyone, I have good news to share. Just a few minutes ago, one of my ultra-rare troop types leveled up to level 50 and awakened a brand new communication ability, establishing contact with the outside world. According to the messages received, we are presently situated in an area shrouded in black mist. The 5 great nations have taken notice and formed an alliance to investigate the situation here. I have already contacted the headquarters of the 5 great nations alliance, and I will share the information exchanged with them in this chat. All the new lords go wild. Upon the manifestation of their territories, they found themselves here, completely enveloped by black mist with no veteran lords in sight. The situation is dire, as the magical tide here is significantly more ferocious than that of the outside world, leading some to despair. Others even believe they have traversed into another realm. Finally, having received news from the outside, how could they not feel exhilarated? What the hell? We've actually established contact with the outside world. Well done, Xianming. Wow, we've finally connected with the outside. Xianming, could you help me contact my parents? They are both 8th tier lords and might be able to help us escape. Xianming, please help me reach out to my family and inquire about my parents' situation. Yes, please help us connect and see if we can be rescued. The chat is instantly inundated with various messages, many pleading for Xianming's assistance in contacting the outside world. Observing the flurry of activity, Ren Qi's gaze flickers. He had not anticipated that someone would establish contact with the outside world so swiftly. The surrounding black mist is shrouded in mystery. Ren Qi had thought it would take a considerable amount of time, perhaps requiring significant growth, to communicate with the outside. He did not expect Xianming's troop communication to be so formidable. However, one thing perplexes Ren Qi. If Xianming can connect with the outside world, he could leverage this information disparity, whether by concealing the circumstances here to solicit help from the outside or selling outside intelligence to the new lords within. Both would be excellent options. Yet, Xianming chose to share this news immediately. Surely, he cannot be so selfless as to inform the new lords cloaked in mist at the first opportunity? While that possibility exists, it is slim. Moreover, considering that he charges for the leaderboard and has a 7-day viewing restriction, it is evident that he is not a magnanimous individual. Unbeknownst to Ren Qi, Xianming had established contact with the outside world 2 days prior. As Ren Qi guessed initially, Xianming was quite excited and concealed the situation here while seeking assistance from the outside. However, the headquarters of the 5 great nations quickly responded, revealing that several 9th-tier lords were already diligently investigating the black mist. Due to the mist's enigmatic nature and the 9th-tier magical creatures hidden within, the 5 great nations are unable to send people into the mist for rescue. Nevertheless, with the aid of certain powerful lords, they have begun to gain a vague understanding of the situation within the black mist. Upon learning that the outside could not yet enter the mist for rescue, Xianming felt disheartened. However, soon he received surprising news. Although the headquarters of the 5 great nations could not enter the mist for rescue at this time, they could drop specially crafted boxes from above the mist to supply resources to assist the new lords within. After some negotiation, Xianming secured a considerable amount of resources, and from now on, he would receive a share of every resource drop made by the headquarters of the 5 great nations. Xianming has agreed to become the spokesperson for the 5 major nations' headquarters within the black mist. receiving messages from the headquarters and subsequently informing the newly emerged democracies within the mist. At this moment, 80,000 meters east of the Black Mist jungle lies a marshland, where a territory surrounded by electronic devices is embroiled in chaotic battles with various types of mechanical beasts. Towering above the territory is a colossal antenna, soaring higher than the tallest castle, radiating an eerie blue light. Beneath the antenna, Xianming, cloaked in dark attire, gazes intently at his communication device. Why has the decision regarding the resource drop from the 5 major nations not yet been conveyed to them? Beside Xianming, a similarly clad man, adorned in dark garments with a different cloud embroidery at the collar, inquires. Xianming's attire features 2 small white clouds on his chest, while this man boasts 4. Xianming chuckles. There's no need to be so impatient, Tianjizi. Let them digest this news for a moment. The chat group is abuzz with messages, as all the newly emerged lords erupt with excitement over Xianming's announcement. He had anticipated such a reaction. Had he received the news through the chat instead of direct contact with the outside world, he too would have been astounded. Allow them a moment to process this information. Just then, a message appears in the chat group. Now that we have made contact with the outside world, where exactly are we? What is the situation with the surrounding black mist? How can we possibly escape? Upon reading this message, a smile graces Xianming's face. Look, there are indeed astute individuals among them, directly posing the most pressing questions. This Kikiki is truly remarkable. Subsequently, Xianming types out a series of messages and sends them to the chat group. Everyone, please do not panic or become overly excited. Let us all remain calm for a moment while I relay the information I have gathered from the outside world. The moment Xianming's message appears in the chat group, the torrent of messages comes to an abrupt halt. All hands cease typing, as eager eyes fixate on the chat interface, waiting for Xianming to unveil the news from the outside world. Chapter 77, Resource Airdrop. Kill Rankings. Ren Qi observes the messages in the chat group, his expression growing serious. Naturally, he is eager to learn about the information from the outside world. Soon, Xianming's message materializes in the chat group. Everyone, according to information from the 5 Nations Alliance, we are located at a region bordering the 5 major nations. When the lords manifested, this area was shrouded in black mist, and all newly emerged lords found their territories materializing within it. The 5 major nations immediately commenced investigations. However, due to the mysterious nature of the black mist and the presence of numerous 9th-tier magical beasts, they were unable to penetrate it. During the days following the manifestation of the new lords, the 5 nations collaborated, gathering lords skilled in reconnaissance and assembling high-tier electronic device troops to explore the black mist. Although they cannot investigate the areas enveloped by the mist, the 5 nations have gained a general understanding of the situation within it. While they cannot enter the black mist, the 5 nations are racing against time to devise a solution. Currently, they have discovered new containers made of a novel material that can traverse the black mist to facilitate resource airdrops to us. However, this new material is exceedingly rare, and the quantity is limited, meaning not every newly emerged lord will receive resources. Thus, the 5 Nations Alliance has decided to implement a ranking system based on my previously created kill leaderboard. Once this wave of magical beast assaults concludes, the first resource airdrop will occur, with higher-ranked lords receiving more resources. Given the limited number of containers, only the top 100 newly emerged lords will receive airdrops. Please be advised, I will soon announce the leaderboard details in the chat group. Everyone, strive to enhance your rankings and secure the opportunity for resource drops. Following Xianming's message, the chat group remains silent, the newly emerged lords left in shock by his revelations. They find themselves situated at the intersection of the 5 major nations, and all their territories are ensconced within the black mist. The 5 nations' joint efforts have failed to penetrate the mist. There are 9th-tier magical beasts lurking within. Each piece of news reverberates through the hearts of the newly emerged lords. Yet what captivates their attention most is Xianming's mention of the resource airdrop. This matter is crucial for their survival. Airdropping resources based on kill rankings? Some of the newly emerged lords erupted in outrage. Why should resources be distributed based on kill rankings? Shouldn't we, the weaker newly emerged lords, be prioritized to ensure our survival? Indeed. What are the 5 nations thinking? This is so unfair. I protest. I demand an official protest. The prospect of resource distribution based on kill rankings infuriated some of the weaker lords, who realized they would likely never reach the top 100 on the leaderboard, effectively excluding them. However, most of the newly emerged lords fell silent, their gazes sharpening as they scrutinized the messages in the chat group. The prospect of a joint resource airdrop by the 5 nations surely promised valuable supplies. If they could break into the top 100, they would have a chance at receiving airdropped resources. In that moment, some newly emerged lords dispatched their troops to attack the surrounding magical beasts, eager to improve their standings on the kill leaderboard. Ren Qi, observing the messages in the chat group, furrowed his brow. The fact that even the combined forces of the 5 nations could not penetrate the black mist for rescue indicated that the situation was more complex than he had initially imagined. He was not surprised by the resource airdrop being based on the kill leaderboard. After all, the limited number of containers meant that priority would be given to the more powerful newly emerged lords, allowing them to bolster their strength more swiftly. It is the stronger lords that the 5 nations are most inclined to protect. As for the weaker lords, who require resources even more desperately, the 5 nations likely considered providing them with airdrops to be a waste of resources. The harsh reality is that the world is not only plagued by magical tides, but is also unforgiving in its nature. Nevertheless, Ren Qi's eyes glimmered with determination. From the information provided by Xianming, he surmised that this individual was certainly not newly acquainted with the information from the outside world. The details were too well organized, indicating a significant amount of time spent digesting them. It is even possible that the kill leaderboard was crafted only after establishing contact with the outside world. Before revealing this information, he had already taken advantage of the newly emerged lords. Of course, Xianming would not dare exploit the more powerful newly emerged lords, likely offering them a free pass. Just from the sale of the leaderboard, Xianming must have acquired a substantial amount of resources. Moreover, acting as a bridge to the outside world, he undoubtedly reaped numerous benefits from the 5 nations. Previously, Ren Qi had been labeled a shrewd merchant, but now he believed that the term cunning applied more aptly to Xianming. Resource airdrops? Ren Qi's eyes glimmered as he made a decision. He would strive for that kill leaderboard, aiming for a higher ranking. After all, the higher the rank of a newly emerged lord, the better the resources they could obtain from the airdrop. Just then, Xianming directly released the ranking list in the chat group, accessible to all. Damn it. I've been played. I purchased the leaderboard, and now everyone can see it for free. This Xianming truly is cunning, deceiving even the honest. Enough of that. Let's take a look at the rankings. They possess an information advantage, so it's only natural for them to profit from you. The members of the chat group who had previously purchased the rankings were all cursing, yet they still clicked to open the list. With the leaderboard available in the chat, who would still bother with private messages? Ren Qi also opened the ranking to check his position. Kill ranking. Killing first-tier monsters scores 10 points. Second-tier monsters score 20 points. Third-tier monsters 30 points. Fourth-tier 40 points. Fifth-tier 50 points. Sixth-tier 100 points. Seventh-tier 500 points. Eighth-tier 1,000 points. Ninth-tier 10,000 points. Injured monsters are scored based on their condition. First place, Silver Dragon Territory, kill points, 10,086. Second place, Black Dragon Territory, kill points, 9,888. Third place, Golden Giant Dragon Territory, kill points, 8,989. Fourth place, One-Eyed Giant Territory, kill points, 8,555. Fifth place, Five Elements Thunder Unicorn Territory, kill points, 8,333. Sixth place, Necromancer Territory, kill points, 8,010. Seventh place, Succubus Territory, kill points, 7,777. Eighth place, 100th place, Ice Crab Territory, kill points, 3,334. The kill leaderboard had undergone a new optimization, ranking by points, for after all, the monsters killed varied in strength. Thus, ranking solely by quantity was insufficient. After a brief glance at the top ranks, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the 7th-ranked Succubus Territory. What is going on? Succubus Territory? Ranked 7th? Am I seeing things? Aren't succubi notoriously weak? How could they rank 7th? Don't tell me the succubi drained all the attacking monsters. Xianming. Could it be a mistake in the list? It must be a bug. Xianming, fix it quickly. Chapter 78, The Lament of the Golden Dragon. Observing the leaderboard and the bug reports, the chat group erupted with messages. Soon, Xianming's announcement appeared in the group. Everyone, there is no bug with the kill ranking. The 7th rank indeed belongs to the Succubus Territory. I can reveal that the 7th-ranked Succubus Territory is the domain of the esteemed Qi. His prowess is evident to all, and frankly, I believe 7th place is rather low for him. Esteemed Qi. I apologize for hastily disclosing your information for the credibility of the leaderboard. Ren Qi furrowed his brow as he read Xianming's message in the chat. The rankings only mentioned troop types, not revealing the Lord's identity, yet Xianming had directly disclosed his information, although he did not explicitly state that he was Ren Qi. Having achieved the title of the Golden Flower of the Dragon Kingdom with succubi, as his troops would likely lead others to make the connection. Of course, Ren Qi held no significant objections. It was preferable to keep his information hidden. After all, he was quite cautious. However, since it was already revealed, he would not dwell on it. If a contest was to be had, then let it be a glorious one. With Xianming's news appearing in the chat, the group exploded with excitement. Wow, the esteemed Qi's troop type is actually succubi? No way. I thought the esteemed Qi's troop type was dragons. How could it be succubi? But if it's the esteemed Qi, then 7th place makes perfect sense. He should even rank higher. Various messages flooded the chat, and many speculated about Qi's ranking, with some even suggesting that the 1st-ranked Silver Dragon Territory belonged to him, given the immense strength he had displayed previously. However, no one expected that Qi would be of the succubi troop type. Although many were astonished that succubi could rank in the top 10, they quickly accepted it due to Qi's reputation. Hey, do you all remember the succubi that appeared in the Black Fog Jungle? And how Gao Mingyuan, who possessed 5th-tier troops, had his territory breached by the succubi? In retrospect, those succubi were not wild at all. They were clearly the troops of the esteemed Qi. Exactly. I found it odd that wild succubi could be so powerful and organized. By the way, someone previously mentioned that the golden flower of the Dragon Kingdom, Ren Qi, has succubi as his troop type. Could Ren Qi be the esteemed Qi? I think it's highly likely. The nickname Qi and the succubi troop type, what are the odds? Indeed, achieving national recognition with succubi as troop types is a testament to Ren Qi's strength, suggesting the esteemed Qi is indeed Ren Qi. Previously, the esteemed Qi was also seen acquiring sacred scrolls in the chat group. It seems he has tasted the power of sacred scrolls. Do you think his succubi troop type became so powerful due to the scrolls? It's quite possible. That must be it. Case solved. Case solved. The chat buzzed with discussions, quickly leading to a series of deductions that Ren Qi was indeed Qi. However, they attributed Ren Qi's succubi strength to the sacred scrolls. Watching the messages in the chat, Ren Qi smiled and shook his head. Attributing it to the sacred scrolls was fine by him. Although his troop type and information were exposed, he was not ready to reveal that his succubi could independently level up. Glancing at the rankings, Ren Qi's eyes flickered. With this ranking, he could ascertain the general strength of the new lords within the Black Fog. Several of the higher-ranked lords were certainly worthy of his attention. Among the top 10 new lords, Ren Qi recognized only one familiar troop type, the 5 Elements Thunder Unicorn, belonging to Li Tianlan, who had previously revealed her troop information in the chat. Other than that, the other lords in the top 10 were unfamiliar faces. It seemed that many new lords had been concealing their strength. Now ranked 7th, he needed to slay more surrounding monsters to elevate his position. By defeating higher-tier monsters, he would accumulate more points. Slaying a 9th-tier monster would yield a staggering 10,000 points, but achieving that at his current stage seemed implausible. However, some new lords with 8th-tier troops should have a portion of their troops matured, making them viable targets for hunting. Although he currently possessed Iris, an 8th tier, killing an 8th-tier monster would still be extremely challenging, likely resulting in significant casualties. Given the dangers of hunting high-tier monsters, it would be prudent to swiftly eliminate the surrounding low-tier monsters. As long as there were enough of them, even low-tier monsters could yield substantial points. Ren Qi's goal was to claim the top spot on the leaderboard, observing the relentless assault of the monsters around him. Ren Qi's demeanor gradually transformed into one of exhilaration. These creatures were not fearsome beasts. They were merely adorable, wriggling points. This Qi's troop type is actually succubi? How foolish of me to consider him a hypothetical adversary. Is it possible to conduct resource airdrops based on kill rankings? Perfectly suits my intentions. I will certainly secure first place. I eagerly anticipate what resources the first place airdrop will bring. I hope it does not disappoint me. In the Enwind Mountain Gorge, a young man was within his territory, observing as the golden dragon continuously unleashed its fiery breath upon the surrounding monsters, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His golden dragons had matured significantly, their strength greatly enhanced, and the surrounding monsters were essentially providing him with points. With a single breath, dozens of monsters were incinerated. The golden dragon's claws swept through the air, shredding various monsters effortlessly. Not to mention, several golden dragons wielded large-scale magical attacks capable of inflicting damage over wide areas. The recovery time is rather prolonged. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly serve as an exceptional tool for racking up kill points. At that moment, whether it was due to the dragon breath of the golden dragon attracting attention or not, a multitude of flying magical creatures swiftly approached from the distant sky. There were dozens of these flying monsters, each emanating the aura of a complete 7th-tier entity. The young man cast a glance, and a wild grin spread across his face. Ha ha ha, 7th-tier beasts, a bountiful source of points has arrived. Charge forth and slay this horde of 7th-tier flying monsters. Not a single one shall escape. He issued the command, and the surrounding golden dragons surged towards the 7th-tier entities. The two sides quickly clashed, transitioning from ranged attacks to close-quarters combat. The air was filled with wails of despair as numerous flying monsters sustained grave injuries and plummeted from the sky. Meanwhile, the young man's kill points soared. However, just as the young man reveled in his triumph, a surge of black mist suddenly enveloped one of the 7th-tier flying monsters, causing its speed to skyrocket. It breached the defenses of the golden dragons and, with glimmering claws, viciously pierced the body of one golden dragon. With a swift motion, it sliced through the dragon's scales, scattering them through the air. Accompanied by a mournful dragon's roar, the golden dragon bled profusely before plummeting to the ground. Chapter 79, An Endless Onslaught of Monsters. As the golden dragon fell, several 7th-tier flying monsters dove down, ruthlessly tearing its body apart. While there is a discernible gap between the 7th tier and the 8th tier fully mature entities, the advantage granted by the Black Mist, combined with a surprise attack, directly led to the demise of a golden dragon. Watching the fallen creature, the young man's heart felt as though it were bleeding. The 8th tier golden dragons were scarce in their daily recruitment, and he had only managed to recruit 2 by elevating his recruitment pool to tier 3. Moreover, each golden dragon's growth to maturity consumed vast quantities of magical flesh. If it required 500 pounds of 6th tier magical flesh to elevate a tier 3 unit to adulthood, then upgrading an 8th tier golden dragon to level 50 adulthood demanded an astonishing 50,000 pounds of 6th tier flesh. This immense demand for magical flesh meant that despite the young man's numerous kills, he had little surplus for trade. Thus, each golden dragon was a product of considerable resources. Form your ranks. Do not underestimate the enemy. Annihilate these creatures, the young man commanded with a fierce expression. In his view, the recent loss of a golden dragon was merely due to carelessness. As long as his golden dragons maintained their formation, these 7th tier flying monsters would pose no threat. Indeed, as he anticipated, the ensuing battle saw the 7th tier entities falling into disarray. However, the relentless and reckless assaults of these 7th tier flying monsters, coupled with the distractions from the ground forces, still inflicted damage upon the golden dragons. The battle concluded swiftly, with the surrounding monsters, including the 7th tier flying entities, being completely eradicated. Nevertheless, 3 golden dragons had perished, and several others were severely wounded, including the one lost earlier, for golden dragons had been lost. Damn it! How could these 7th tier flying monsters be so formidable? My golden dragons are 8th tier, the young man mused, realizing that the combat prowess of complete entities indeed surpassed that of mature ones. Had his golden dragons been complete entities, they would have effortlessly crushed their foes. Yet, he was relieved to have eradicated all the magical creatures. Such a multitude of 7th tier monsters would surely yield a significant increase in kill points. The young man accessed the leaderboard in the chat group to check his points. Upon seeing a substantial increase, a smile unfurled at the corners of his mouth. Though his ranking had not improved, he was now in tighter competition with the Black Dragon territory. Clearly, other lords were also striving to climb the ranks. At that moment, he noticed that the seductive demon territory, ranked 7th, had surged to 5th place. What the hell? How could this fellow's points rise so swiftly? The young man furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping in. Every appearance of this Kikiki stirred up a tempest. Could it be that this time they might breach the top 3? He shook his head, reasoning that even if he had elevated the seductive demon's tier with a holy scroll, a seductive demon could not possibly surpass a dragon. In the private chat of the Black Mist Alliance, everyone, I have cleared the magical creatures around my territory. If anyone is struggling, please send me your location, and I will come to assist. Alliance leader is formidable. To clear the surrounding monsters so quickly is truly impressive. By the way, what is your unit? To be candid, I am the lord of the 2nd-ranked Black Dragon territory. If anyone is in need, I can help. The message from the leader of the Black Mist Alliance instantly silenced the private chat. Previously, the leader had maintained an air of mystery, and no one had anticipated that he was the lord of the 2nd-ranked Black Dragon territory. Wow, the leader is actually from the Black Dragon territory. How cool is that? Impressive. Now that the leader is 2nd on the kill points leaderboard, he should be able to challenge for the 1st place. I see. The leader aims to kill monsters and increase points. Come to my territory. Although I can hold my ground, there are too many monsters, and I won't be able to climb the leaderboard. Ha ha ha. If our leader can become number 1 in the kill points, our Black Mist Alliance will gain notoriety. It will certainly bolster our reputation. In this situation, what use is reputation? The important thing is to instill fear in the other lords. Please don't misunderstand. While points are important, the priority is to assist our weaker members through the magical tide. I shall prioritize helping those lords who cannot hold out. Boss, come to me quickly. I can barely hold on. Damn it, there are just too many monsters. What the hell? Brothers, what's going on? The seductive demon territory has actually reached 5th place. Their points are increasing so rapidly. Really? How could the 5-element Thunder Lin and Necromancer units, which possess wide area attack capabilities, be so easily surpassed? Don't worry, it's just a seductive demon unit. Even if they have leveled up, they cannot possibly be more powerful than our Alliance leader's Black Dragon unit. Exactly. Leader, you go for it. We will handle the monsters here. Sushingha, the lord of the Black Dragon territory, frowned as he observed the messages in the private chat group. He too had noted the rapid increase in points from the seductive demon territory, which spurred his urgency to venture out and slay monsters. Of course, it was also an opportunity to consolidate his influence. As he watched the seductive demon territory's kill points continue to rise, Sushingha snorted coldly, fully armed. He mounted a black dragon and led his surrounding black dragons towards a member territory of the Black Mist Alliance. Meanwhile, within the seductive demon territory, the battle raged on. Whether it was due to Ren Qi's territory's location being relatively isolated from others, making it a clear target, the magical creatures attacking the territory seemed to arrive in an unending stream. A large pile of monster corpses surrounded the territory, forming what resembled a small hill. Yet a considerable number of monsters continued to surge forward. Among them were several 5th tier and above creatures, with the highest being 7th tier monsters. Observing the sky and ground filled with monsters, Ren Qi's brow furrowed. He was continuously slaying the monsters, but they were only tier 3. Anything beyond that was beyond his capability. Beneath Ren Qi's feet lay a multitude of the fallen demonic creatures, his wrists aching from relentless strikes. This should not be the case. The onslaught of demons had exceeded 6 or 7,000. So how could there be such a staggering number assailing him? By my grandmother. When did the tide of demons become so terrifying? If it were another lord, their territory would likely have succumbed long ago. Something is amiss, indeed. Even though my domain is graced by the enchanting succubi, their allure should not incapacitate these demons to such an extent. Chapter 80, Hellfire. A surge of points. Ren Qi pondered, feeling that the abundance of demons surrounding his territory was somewhat absurd. Surely, other lords were not besieged by such a multitude? Could it be linked to the unique environment here? In front of his domain lay the black mist forest, which undoubtedly concealed a vast number of demons, thus explaining their advance towards his territory amidst the demon tide. With a glance back at the looming mountains, Ren Qi's expression grew solemn. If the situation was indeed connected to the black mist forest, he could accept that. Yet, if there were other underlying reasons, it would cause him considerable concern. Nevertheless, the advantage of the current scenario was the sheer volume of demons, allowing the succubi to dispatch them swiftly, and his kill points continued to rise. Though the number of attacking demons was significant, and some were of higher rank, the majority were 3rd and 4th tier creatures, making them relatively easy for the succubi to handle. The higher tier demons were dealt with through targeted strikes by Illis and her companions. However, due to the overwhelming numbers, the succubi could no longer maintain a record of 0 casualties, and losses had begun to occur. Weaker succubi were falling victim to the claws of these demons. And while Ren Qi felt a pang of sorrow, he understood that this was a trial every lord must endure. The battle raged on. With numerous demons being vanquished by the succubi, yet an unending stream continued to surge towards the territory, as if an inexhaustible wave. This weighed heavily on Ren Qi's heart. Although the succubi were currently holding their ground, the passage of time revealed evident fatigue among them. After such prolonged combat, their stamina had significantly waned. If this continued, the casualties among the succubi would likely increase. Illis soon recognized the dire situation and swiftly approached Ren Qi. Master, the number of demons is escalating. We must conduct a large-scale extermination, or my sisters will not withstand it. I can unleash a powerful technique for a wide-area attack. The intensity will diminish, roughly to the strength of a 6th tier demon, but the range will expand significantly, which should alleviate the current predicament. However, it requires 100 energy crystals as a catalyst. Without hesitation, Ren Qi retrieved 100 energy crystals and presented them to Illis. Do your utmost. If the crystals are insufficient, request more from me. Illis nodded and ascended into the air. She gently closed her eyes, and the 100 energy crystals floated around her, quivering slightly. The energy within them seemed to be drawn forth, cascading into Illis's form. Illis suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a shadowy flower blooming within their depths. With a gentle push of her hands, dark blossoms materialized around the territory. These dark flowers rapidly spread outward from the territory's walls, enveloping an area of 500 meters. Illis's form trembled in the air, as if straining under the effort. Then, with a fierce clenching of her hands, a tremendous explosion occurred. The dark flowers erupted, and black flames surged forth like a fountain, engulfing all demons within the 500-meter radius. The searing flames elicited anguished cries from the demons, as many were swiftly incinerated. Illis gradually descended, leaning weakly against the wall beside Ren Qi. Master, this hellfire was summoned using the 100 energy crystals. It will burn for 10 minutes. Demons below the 6th tier cannot breach these flames, allowing my sisters to rest. Upon hearing Illis's words, Ren Qi immediately signaled all succubi to regroup. Magi and 2 other battle succubi fixed their gazes upon the inferno ahead, ready to intercept any demons above the 6th tier that approached. The demise of countless demons caused Ren Qi's kill points to surge dramatically. Coupled with the points he had previously amassed, his ranking soared to 3rd place, closing in on the 2nd-ranked Black Dragon territory. This sudden shift in kill points generated a considerable uproar in the chat group. Goodness, what is happening? How did Ren Qi's kill points surge so dramatically? I was stunned as well. I just refreshed the leaderboard and saw Ren Qi leap to 3rd. I clearly saw Ren Qi's kill points skyrocket by over 10,000. What gives? Did he slay a 9th tier demon? Impossible. Wasn't it said that Ren Qi's forces are composed of succubi? Even if they have leveled up, there's no way they could defeat a 9th tier demon. In the past, Ren Qi has surprised us many times. Who would have thought he would do so again? I initially believed Ren Qi's succubi were formidable but would rank low among the high-tier forces. Who could have anticipated he would rise to 3rd? Impressive. I can't think of any other words to describe Ren Qi. Humph. You fickle supporters. When it was revealed that Ren Qi commanded succubi, many scoffed. But I always believed in his prowess. Do you think Ren Qi might actually become number 1 on the kill points leaderboard? Unlikely. Absolutely impossible. He must have been lucky to use some wide area attack to slay a multitude of demons. He can't compete with the endurance of the top 2 dragon forces. Exactly. Mark my words, Ren Qi's ranking will surely decline. While he may be strong now, his stamina won't hold. Are you blind? Did you not see Ren Qi rise from 7th to 3rd, and you still doubt his strength? Exactly. Those who claim Ren Qi lacks endurance. If I were him, I would not tolerate such slights. The surge in kill points from the succubi territory naturally drew the attention of many new lords. Among them, the Black Mist Alliance. Most concerned with Ren Qi, engaged in discussions within their private chat group. Chapter 81. The method of restoring the source of power. What in the world is happening? How did the succubi territory rise to 3rd? It's about to blow the leader's mind. What are you saying? What nonsense is this? How crude. Can you even articulate properly? Enough of the noise, everyone. My unit is of the aerial kind, and I have already dispatched one to scout the area, successfully locating the domain of the succubi. It is ablaze, suggesting a large-scale attack has been unleashed, resulting in a dramatic surge in their kill points. I told you. Even if their succubi domain has upgraded its recruitment pool with a holy scroll, it is still unlikely to eliminate a 9th-tier monster. But a surge of over 10,000 kill points. How does that differ from slaying a 9th-tier creature? Could it be that our leader's rear guard is truly under siege by this individual? Do not fret. The leader is actively engaging the monsters surrounding our territory, and the points are rapidly approaching those of the top-ranked Silver Dragon domain. I am confident that the succubi domain cannot surpass our leaders, and this ranking will surely see our Black Dragon domain crowned as the victor. Indeed, I share that sentiment. In the succubi domain, Ren Qi seized a moment of respite to send a message to Luo Ming. How are things on your end? Have you encountered a large-scale monster attack? Luo Ming's reply came swiftly. Ren Qi, my situation here is quite secure. Most of my troops have reached maturity, and I have constructed numerous defensive towers. With relatively few monsters in the vicinity, I have successfully dispatched those attempting to invade my territory. Ren Qi paused, realizing he had forgotten that Luo Ming possessed blueprints for 4th-tier defensive towers and sufficient iron ore, likely allowing him to construct several 4th-tier fortifications against 3rd and 4th-tier monsters. The lethality of 4th-tier towers remains formidable. What a pity that the monsters are scarce. Otherwise, with those 4th-tier towers, you would have amassed a considerable number of kill points, likely ranking within the top 100. Having glanced at Luo Ming's kill points ranking, Ren Qi noted he had not entered the top 100. Luo Ming replied again shortly. This is quite satisfactory. Safety comes first. As for points, I do not place great importance on them. My priority is to develop cautiously and avoid danger. Ren Qi found himself at a loss for words upon reading this response. This fellow remained as prudently cautious as ever. After closing the private chat, Ren Qi's gaze fell upon the infernal flames blazing before his territory. According to Iris, these hellfire flames would burn for a full 10 minutes. Ren Qi had initially assumed that under the intimidation of the hellfire, the surrounding monsters would cease their frenzied assaults. However, he was mistaken. The monsters outside the hellfire continued to plunge into the flames. They had completely lost their sanity, driven solely by the desire to breach Ren Qi's domain. Most of these monsters were of the 3rd and 4th tiers. Upon entering the hellfire, they fell swiftly into its embrace. This resulted in a continuous rise in Ren Qi's kill points. Observing his rapidly increasing score, Ren Qi chuckled and shook his head. He had not anticipated that the onslaught of numerous monsters would ultimately yield a bounty of kill points. Had it been earlier, Ren Qi would not have felt such joy. After all, the corpses of the slain monsters, consumed by the flames, turned to ash, offering no resources. Yet now, these monsters represented pure points. Although he could not obtain monster meat or other resources, the substantial growth in points was quite a favorable outcome. Maggie and the 2 battle succubi remained outside the territory, vigilantly watching the hellfire ahead. Should any 6th or 7th tier monsters emerge from the flames, they would swiftly intercept and eliminate them. Although the hellfire could not slay 6th or 7th tier monsters, it would still inflict significant damage, allowing Maggie and the 2 battle succubi to dispatch them with ease. Meanwhile, the surrounding succubi took the opportunity to rest, feasting on monster meat and replenishing their energy. Gazing at the roaring hellfire, Ren Qi felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed an excellent means to accumulate points, if every monster attack yielded such an occurrence. While he might not gain resources like monster meat, his kill points would soar. Nevertheless, Ren Qi soon sensed something amiss with Iris beside him. She appeared exceedingly weak, her complexion pale. Taken aback, Ren Qi quickly checked Iris's attributes, only to be met with a grim realization. Iris's source power had diminished by 20%. Source power is the most critical attribute of a unit. A decrease in source power would result in a decline across all attributes of the unit. Should the source power fall below 50%, the unit would become utterly incapable of combat. If it dropped below 20%, the risk of death would loom at all times. Although source power can be restored, the recovery rate is painfully slow. Unless one possesses items that replenish the source of power, it is nearly a permanent affliction for the unit. Renshi had previously found it curious. While 100 energy crystals were a considerable number, such a vast expanse of hellfire had genuinely astonished him. Most critically, it could burn for 10 minutes. This was nothing short of a miraculous skill. Yet, it now seemed evident that this miracle came at a price. Why did you not mention that releasing this skill would deplete your source power? Ren Qi gazed at the weakened Iris, a mix of concern and reproach in his tone. Iris smiled softly. Everything is for my master. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you, master. Is this not the best course of action? Ren Qi fell silent, recognizing that what Iris said was indeed true. The ability to expertly leverage the advantages of a unit to enhance or protect the territory is an essential trait of any lord. However, knowledge is cold. Seeing Iris in her current weakened state pained him deeply. At that moment, Tina approached Ren Qi, her voice a gentle whisper. Master, what is source power? You seem quite anxious. I have a way to help Sister Iris restore her source power. Ren Qi paused, quickly inquiring, what method? Please tell me. Tina's gaze flitted between Ren Qi and Iris. Then she covered her mouth, giggling. What else could it be? Of course, it involves having Sister Iris absorb your essence. Chapter 82. The Assault of 8th Tier Monsters. Ren Qi was left dumbfounded, looking at Tina with a serious expression. We run a respectable domain here. Refrain from speaking inappropriately. Tina blinked innocently, her expression one of feigned innocence. Master, I am not being inappropriate. I merely wish for Sister Iris to recover her source power through your essence. Ren Qi frowned, cleared his throat, and fixed his gaze on Tina. Please clarify what you mean. Tina straightened her demeanor slightly, explaining, Master, you see, the power I provide you daily contains source power. However, I cannot directly transmit this power to Sister Iris. It must first go through you. This energy will transform into essence within your body, allowing Sister Iris to absorb it and thus replenish her lost source power. Of course, this process will be relatively slow, taking about a week to restore Sister Iris's depleted source power. Listening to Tina, Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the power she provided him contained source power. After a moment of contemplation, he asked Tina, ahem, how exactly does this essence absorption work? Although Ren Qi had some knowledge of essence absorption methods, they were often rather unorthodox. Tina smirked, looking at him with a playful glint in her eyes. Master, what do you think? Such matters, you should comprehend, do you not? Ren Qi's face flushed instantly, for he understood, yet it was not suitable for children. What do I comprehend? If I knew, would I need you to tell me? Ren Qi glared at Tina with mild reproach. It was indeed peculiar, other succubi. Even the 8th tier Illis spoke to him with utmost respect, while Tina's dialogues were rife with provocation. Perhaps it was due to her status as a fallen succubus. Tina playfully stuck out her pink tongue and declared, understood. Umph, master, you are truly fearsome. It's akin to me granting you power. All that is needed is for Sister Illis to perform the ritual again. At that point, you merely need to recline in bed, and Sister Illis will take care of the rest. Ren Qi stammered, what do you mean by take care of it? Your master is not that kind of person. With an innocent expression, Tina replied, Master, what are you thinking? It simply means Sister Illis will absorb energy normally. You need not concern yourself with it. For Sister Illis is quite knowledgeable. Illis, standing nearby, expressed her concern. Tina, will absorbing energy from our master have any adverse effects on his health? Observing Illis's worried demeanor, Ren Qi realized he had been overthinking. It was merely a matter of absorbing air, not what he initially feared. Tina nonchalantly reassured, Sister Illis, worry not. Thanks to my nurturing, our master is currently robust. Even if the sisters were to join forces, they could not drain him. Ren Qi asserted solemnly. Since Tina has stated this, Illis, you should proceed as she suggests. We must restore the source of power swiftly, so you may continue safeguarding our territory. Illis nodded in compliance. If it is for our master, then I shall obey. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from below, causing the entire iron wall to tremble. Ren Qi's heart tightened as he directed his gaze towards the front of the territory. A colossal stallion, engulfed in hellfire, charged forth, ridden by a figure equally enveloped in infernal flames, crashing directly into the iron wall. A Hell Knight, an 8th tier monstrosity. Observing the hellfire-enshrouded steed and its rider, Ren Qi's brow furrowed deeply. While the Hell Knight, as an 8th tier creature, was not particularly formidable in individual strength, one might even say it ranked among the weaker 8th tier entities. Its rarity lay in being a collective 8th tier creature. Typically, 8th tier beings operated solo, but Hell Knights appeared in squads of at least 10. As anticipated, more Hell Knights surged forth from the inferno, joining the leading knight. Ren Qi's expression grew increasingly grim as he counted a total of 15 Hell Knights, 15 8th tier creatures. Without hesitation, the Hell Knights charged toward the iron wall. Hell Knights, capable of wielding hellfire, found their strength amplified rather than diminished by the flames before them. Maggie and 2 other battle succubi hurried to join, but faced with 8th tier monsters, they dared not approach, resorting instead to long-range attacks. Unfortunately, the Hell Knights, being creatures of the dark, possessed considerable resistance against dark attacks. The flames of the fallen did little harm, often being devoured by the hellfire surrounding the knights. Master, allow me to descend. Illis, her face pale, struggled to rise and gazed at the hell knights below. Ren Qi shook his head. Illis had just suffered a loss of her source of power, rendering her combat capabilities severely compromised. She could not recklessly engage. Ren Qi pondered deeply. Hell Knights typically manifested only in areas of extreme darkness. While the Black Mist Forest was shadowy, it hardly qualified as a realm of utter darkness. The pressing concern was not the origin of these Hell Knights, but rather how to counter them. The Iron Wall, though resilient, could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the Hell Knights. Maggie and the other succubi could inflict little damage on the Hell Knights, and the other succubi seemed equally ineffective. As for his defensive items, they posed minimal threat to these 8th-tier Hell Knights. It was a dire situation, seemingly insurmountable. If it were only a single ordinary 8th-tier monster, there might be a strategy to counter it. However, facing 15 8th-tier Hell Knights, particularly those with formidable resistance to darkness, left Ren Qi feeling utterly helpless. Master, let me handle this. I will vanquish them. At that moment, Tina interjected. Ren Qi was taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively. Do not jest. You have yet to reach the mature form of level 50. Even a fully capable Illis could only manage a minor hindrance. To eliminate these Hell Knights is sheer folly. Tina insisted. Master, I am not jesting. Do not underestimate me. While I may struggle with other creatures, I can easily handle the Hell Knights. With that, Tina leapt from the iron wall, plunging towards the chaos below. Tina, Ren Qi called out anxiously, knowing her attributes and combat prowess were inferior to Illis. And she had yet to mature. How could she possibly contend with the Hell Knights? Illis, her gaze flickering, remarked, Master, if Tina has declared such, she must possess a plan. We would not deceive you. Ren Qi hesitated, then turned his attention back to Tina, who had reached the ground and surveyed the surrounding Hell Knights with a smile. A powerful aura of allure emanated from Tina, enveloping all the Hell Knights in her vicinity. The knights, previously charging toward the iron wall, halted their advance. Their gazes fixated on Tina. Ren Qi observed the unfolding scene with bewilderment. What was occurring? How had these Hell Knights succumbed to Tina's charm? Were they truly a band of lecherous beings? No, even though Tina's allure was potent, she had yet to reach maturity. Her charm should not be sufficient to ensnare them all. Then, Ren Qi noticed Tina's slightly pale complexion, indicating the exertion of her charm. A peculiar expression crossed his face. Was Tina depleting her source of power? Then, would she restore it through her nurturing, absorbing her own essence to replenish what she had lost? A perfect loop? Before long, Ren Qi observed that half of the Hell Knights began to slowly approach Tina, no longer displaying any aggression. The remaining half, however, appeared increasingly agitated, as if struggling against an unseen force. Soon, the half of the Hell Knights that had succumbed to Tina's charm stood behind her, weapons raised, targeting their remaining brethren. Meanwhile, the other half, having seemingly broken free from the allure, became more frenzied, their gazes fixed on the charmed knights behind Tina. Without hesitation, the liberated Hell Knights charged at Tina. A faint smile graced Tina's pale face as she retreated, positioning herself behind the knights under her thrall. The Hell Knights before her remained oblivious, still ensnared in the charm. Soon, the Hell Knight ahead launched a direct attack on the Hell Knight standing before Tina. Accompanied by a series of roars, the Hell Knight in front of Tina seemed to awaken from its enchantment. However, instead of retaliating against Tina, who had just bewitched them, they redirected their aggression towards the attacking Hell Knights. The attacking Hell Knights, in turn, relentlessly pressed their assault, as if intent on annihilating their counterparts. It was as though both factions had instantaneously turned against each other, plunging into a chaotic melee. Ren Qi was utterly astonished, never having anticipated such a turn of events. Glancing at Tina, who had stealthily returned, he inquired, What is happening? Why are they fighting amongst themselves? Tina took a breath, forcing a smile as she replied. Hell Knights are inherently pure beings, or one might say, rather single-minded creatures. They operate in packs, and their utmost priority is loyalty. They will mercilessly eliminate any traitors. I had enchanted half of the Hell Knights, leading the remaining ones to mistakenly believe that their comrades had betrayed them. When they launched their attack, the bewitched Hell Knights would awaken, yet unaware of their earlier enchantment. They would perceive their companions as traitors and thus attack them. This is why they have begun to fight each other. Renshi gasped, surprised that such a strategy was even possible. Tina's presence was akin to that of a master manipulator, skillfully stirring discord. Observing the Hell Knights below battling due to her intervention, Tina expressed her disappointment, saying, It's a pity that when I reach maturity, I should be able to seduce a couple of Hell Knights to fully submit and serve their master. Renshi chuckled. This is already a commendable outcome. By the way, did you not employ your primal power just now? Tina giggled. What? Does my master wish for me to siphon your essence? Rest assured, I merely enchanted them for a short duration. No primal power was needed. Once I mature, it will be even easier. Renshi nodded, observing the Hell Knights below, and remarked, But will they truly just fight it out like this? Won't they communicate? Tina softly replied, Hell Knights are inherently rigid and not particularly clever. which is why I said they can be easily manipulated. Ren Qi nodded in understanding. The battle below was fierce, with both factions intent on destroying one another. It was not long before casualties mounted among the Hell Knights, and the tumult of their conflict even created a sizable breach in the iron walls surrounding the territory. Yet, blinded by rage, neither side ventured into the territory, remaining locked in their bloody struggle. Half an hour later, only one Hell Knight stood, though its body was already cracked, clearly on the verge of collapse. Maggie and two other succubi seized the opportunity to move in and slay the last remaining Hell Knight. Only a few Hell Knight steeds remained, surrounding the fallen knight's corpse, whinnying incessantly. Ren Qi's eyes brightened at the sight. These were high-tier nightmares, excellent mounts that were tireless. It was said that nightmares commanded a high price at the Hylon trading post due to their additional uses, although Ren Qi was unclear on the specifics. He knew of their reputation as rich ladies' joyous machines. However, capturing a nightmare was no simple task. If they did not recognize you, they would rather die than be subdued. Ren Qi knew of only two methods to tame a nightmare. One was to exert pressure using a high-ranking dark creature's aura, and the other was to confine the nightmare in an area suffused with dark energy to gradually win its favor. After pondering, Ren Qi directed Maggie and the others to drag the corpse of the Hell Knight closer to the territory, placing it near the dark crystal tower. The surviving 8 nightmares followed, drawn to the dark energy emanating from the tower, their frenzied emotions gradually calming. Success. These nightmares could serve as mounts or be sold directly. Of course, if a wealthy patron showed interest, they could fetch an exorbitant price. Chapter 84, A Shock to All. Capturing 8 high-tier nightmares left Ren Qi in high spirits. The hellfire below had long since extinguished, and the succubi re-engaged in battle. Ren Qi also urged the dwarves to hasten the repairs of the damaged iron walls. The mass slaughter of demonic creatures, particularly the demise of 15 high-tier Hell Knights, caused Ren Qi's kill points to soar. The monitoring drones did not discern whether the Hell Knights were fighting amongst themselves. As long as they perished within Ren Qi's territory, it counted towards his kill tally. This propelled Ren Qi's kill points beyond those of the Black Dragon and Silver Dragon territories, catapulting him to the top of the leaderboard. First place, Succubi territory. Kill points, 77, 777. Second place, Silver Dragon territory. Kill points, 65, 544. Third place, Black Dragon territory. Kill points, 63, 222. Fourth place, 5 Elements Thunder Unicorn territory. Kill points, 59, 888. 5th place, Golden Dragon territory. Kill points, 57, 576. 6th place, Necromancer territory. Kill points, 54, 321. 10th place, Golden Knight territory. Kill points, 40, 004. 100th place, Dark Elf territory. Kill points, 23, 333. The changes in the top 10 leaderboard were not substantial, yet the order had shifted. The 5 Elements Thunder Unicorn had surged to 4th place, while the Cyclops had fallen out of the top 10. The fluctuations in the lower rankings were more pronounced, with numerous new territories breaking into the top 100, while others dropped out. It was evident that upon learning about the resource airdrop for those entering the top 100 kill rankings, new lords were fervently hunting demonic creatures, eager to elevate their standings on the leaderboard. Of course, this was true for those with strength. Some weaker lords chose to remain holed up in their territories, afraid to venture out. However, there were also cautious individuals like Lo Meng, who, after slaying the attacking creatures around their territory, ceased their efforts to increase kill points. Yet, such caution was rare. Most capable new lords opted to aggressively pursue the kill leaderboard. After all, while the specifics of the resource airdrop were unclear, it was certainly not to be underestimated, especially given the joint efforts of the 5 nations. At that moment, the chat group erupted with fervent discussions due to the changes in the kill points leaderboard. Ren Qi's rapid ascension to 1st place, especially with the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place contenders closely trailing, had created an immense stir. Wow, 1st place. Did you see that? Ren Qi has taken the lead. I knew Ren Qi was powerful and could secure a spot in the top 10, but I never anticipated he would do so in such a commanding fashion. Is this the succubi race? I'm in awe. If I could, I would tell my brother to awaken the succubi race. They're simply too strong. Initially, I thought the Black Dragon territory would overpower the Silver Dragon territory, but who would have guessed they were both outmatched by Ren Qi? The abundant resources for sale, combined with this 1st place kill ranking, are sufficient proof of Ren Qi's might. What of the succubi race? I must pledge my allegiance to Ren Qi. Save it. Ren Qi is remarkably low-key. Many friend requests have gone unanswered, and he likely won't join any alliances. Your hopes are futile. Indeed, such an exceptionally formidable new lord has no need to join an alliance. It would be more fitting for the esteemed Kikiki to assume the position of leader herself. Should Kikiki establish an alliance, I would undoubtedly be the first to insert myself. Nay, the first to join, aspiring to become a founding elder of the alliance. As a hunter of the wasteland, I wonder if Kikiki would welcome me into her ranks? I am able to contribute all my resources, and once Kikiki's territory expands, I could offer my assistance as well. Indeed, the inclusion of hunters into the territory would be mutually beneficial, as it indirectly enhances the strength of the domain. Within the chat group, a wave of hunters expressing their desire to join Ren Qi's territory surged forth. Observing the messages within the chat, Ren Qi shook his head. While the addition of hunters could bolster the territory's might, it was not something he would consider at present. After all, hunters differ from military units, lacking complete loyalty. Furthermore, with his units comprising succubi, he need not worry about management once his territory expands. Unless he aims to establish an alliance, he would not entertain the idea of accepting hunters, barring, of course, exceptionally powerful ones. At that moment, within the Black Mist Alliance, a scene of despair unfolded. What on earth is happening? How did Kikiki's territory leap to the first position? That's not even the most terrifying part. The opponent's points surpassed the second place by over 10,000. This is utterly alarming. Indeed, I thought our alliance would claim the top spot. But now it seems the gap has widened, and we've plummeted from second to third. What about that flying unit lord? Can we ascertain the situation of Kikiki's territory? Stop urging. I've already dispatched units to investigate, but visibility is entirely obscured. There are relentless waves of monsters attacking, as if drawn by a magnet. It's no wonder their points are skyrocketing. That explains it. But how is he managing to fend off so many monsters? Are succubi truly that formidable? What about the Lord? How is he faring? We must catch up. Enough. The Lord has withdrawn into himself. He has been immobilized mid-air while slaying monsters. On the plateau, Li Tianlan was directing the surrounding 5-element thunder unicorns in their relentless assault against the encroaching monsters. One by one, the monsters fell before the onslaught of the 5-element thunder unicorns, and Li Tianlan's kill points steadily rose. However, as she gazed at the leaderboard, her brow furrowed in concern. Despite her frenzied efforts to slay monsters, she had only managed to ascend to 4th place, while Kikiki had inexplicably surged to the top. At that moment, regret welled within Li Tianlan. Had she known, she would not have acted out of spite against that individual. Although they were still friends, she found herself at a loss for how to initiate contact. If only she could draw him into her alliance, it would significantly enhance her alliance's overall strength. As Li Tianlan pondered these matters, a private message appeared. Sister Tianlan, while I was slaying monsters, I discovered a sacred scroll on one of them. I recall the chat group mentioning this scroll. It seems quite valuable. Since I have no use for it, I wish to gift it to you. Chapter 85, Maggie's Ascendancy. Forcefully employing dark divine arts. Li Tianlan was momentarily taken aback. The private message was from Li Linen. She had managed to acquire a sacred scroll from slaying monsters. What extraordinary luck. Without hesitation, Li Tianlan made her way to Li Linen's territory. The surrounding monsters had largely been cleared, and only a few scattered monsters continued their futile assaults, posing no threat to Li Linen's domain. Sister Tianlan, you've arrived. Here, this is the sacred scroll. It's yours. Li Linen approached with tremulous excitement, presenting a sacred scroll to Li Tianlan. At this stage, any type of sacred scroll was an exceptional treasure for a new lord, and only Li Linen would so readily part with it. A wave of gratitude surged within Li Tianlan as she accepted the scroll and examined it. Upgrade Sacred Scroll. Effect: can assist 2 units in ascending 50 levels. A straightforward, yet potent effect. It could directly elevate 2 units by 50 levels. Once units reach level 50 in their adult form, further advancement becomes increasingly arduous, with the 10 levels leading to the 100-level complete form requiring substantial magical sustenance. This upgrade Sacred Scroll could elevate units by 50 levels. If utilized on a unit already at level 50, it would directly transform them from their adult form to their complete form. However, its limited application to only 2 units was a drawback. Noting the wear on the scroll, Li Tianlan sighed inwardly. It had evidently aged and lost much of its potency due to inadequate preservation. Otherwise, its effects would have been even more formidable. For Li Linen, this scroll held little value, given that her unit was a dwarf, so Li Tianlan accepted it without hesitation. However, she had no intention of using it for herself. Instead, she planned to present it to Kikiki. If she could leverage this scroll to win him over, it would yield a commendable outcome. Yet, recalling Kikiki's temperament, Li Tianlan furrowed her brow, uncertain if such a scroll would be sufficient to sway him. Meanwhile, outside the succubus territory, the battle raged on. Other new lords had largely weathered the current monster onslaught. Some of the more powerful new lords had ventured out of their domains to hunt monsters, seeking to augment their kill points. However, for Ren Qi, the monsters continued to pour in as if their tide would never cease. Standing atop the reinforced iron walls, Ren Qi struggled to discern the scene before him, as numerous spots were choked with the carcasses of monsters, obstructing his view. This was the result of hellfire and the fallen flame consuming many of the monster bodies. Symbolizing annihilation, the chaotic dark lightning surged forth, judging the heretics with fearsome electricity. Transforming into a sword of retribution, heed my vow. Dark lightning surged. Thunder rumbled. Dark bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, transforming into dark swords that plunged into the monsters below. A torrent of dark lightning surged forth, annihilating swathes of 3rd and 4th level monsters. 2 Fallen Thunder succubi had also reached level 40, continuously employing expansive dark lightning spells to eliminate the surrounding monsters. Yet, even with such prowess, many succubi were nearing depletion. Particularly Maggie. She had taken on the role of a healer on the battlefield, tirelessly assisting succubi in peril, which caused her energy to dwindle rapidly. Now, Maggie's complexion had turned pale, her body swayed unsteadily, yet she persevered. Nevertheless, the sheer volume of monsters slain, coupled with the constant supply of magical sustenance within the territory, allowed for rapid level advancement among the succubi. Some had begun to breach level 60, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. At that moment, Maggie too reached level 60. And as she did, a flash of dark light enveloped her, causing her aura to surge. She had ascended. In the face of danger, Maggie had drawn upon all her strength, and upon reaching level 60, she directly ascended. Although Tina had already reached 8th tier, the 7th tier remained a significant gap, allowing Maggie to leap 2 tiers directly to 8th tier. Sensing the new power surging within her, a glimmer of joy crossed Maggie's face. Elevated to the 8th tier, she awakened new abilities that could potentially alleviate the current predicament. However, her expression soon faltered slightly. Despite the elevation, her body was utterly depleted, rendering her incapable of harnessing this newfound power. This was not a mere game where one could level up and restore their state to full capacity. Glancing at Ren Qi perched atop the surrounding wall, Maggie gritted her teeth. She unfurled her 4 wings and gradually ascended into the air. Lord, bestow upon your devoted followers the dark powers to dispel pain, weakness, and calamity. The essence of darkness is omnipresent. As my conduit, cleanse your followers of their exhaustion. With that incantation, a torrent of dark energy surged from Maggie, transforming into droplets of shadow that cascaded from the sky and enveloped the bodies of the succubi battling below. The moment these shadowy droplets penetrated the succubi's forms, their fatigue vanished, and their strength rapidly surged back to its zenith. This was one of Maggie's abilities post-elevation, the broad-spectrum healing dark divination. Yet, Maggie herself was already on the brink of collapse. The exertion of channeling the dark divination while in such a weakened state caused her body to sway precariously in mid-air before plummeting downward. Observing this, Tina on the iron wall rushed forward to catch the falling Maggie, bringing her to Ren Qi's side. Master, Sister Maggie has exhausted a considerable amount of her primordial energy and has succumbed to unconsciousness, Tina said anxiously, her gaze fixed on Ren Qi. At that moment, Maggie's complexion was ashen, akin to one stricken with a terminal illness. Ren Qi, equally distressed, exclaimed, how could she recklessly employ her 8th tier abilities? This is sheer folly. Ren Qi had been aware the moment Maggie ascended. Although she was now at her limit, he knew that if she could recuperate, utilizing the dark divination would not incur any further damage. However, employing such power in her current state cost her 30% of her primordial energy, placing her in a perilous situation. If her primordial energy was not replenished promptly, Maggie's life could be in jeopardy. Tina, did you not mention that you could absorb my essence to replenish primordial energy? How is that accomplished? Ren Qi asked, urgency lacing his tone. Tina, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly replied, Master, you must accompany Sister Maggie and me to the bedroom. In a swift motion, Ren Qi cradled Maggie and followed Tina into the bedroom. Tina, please tell me quickly how to absorb my essence, Ren Qi urged, noting Maggie's increasingly frail state. Tina bit her lip and said, there are no other options left. With that, she pushed Ren Qi onto the bed, instructing him, Master, do not move. Then, Tina removed Maggie's garments and placed her in Ren Qi's embrace. Half an hour later, Ren Qi emerged from the bedroom, leaning against the wall, utterly drained. Although he was the Lord and benefited from Tina's nurturing, the absorption of his essence still left him weakened for a time, due to Maggie's unconsciousness. The process had taken on a somewhat intimate nature, yet upon its conclusion, Ren Qi felt not exhilaration but rather profound fatigue. With trembling legs, he approached the iron wall, peering down at the battlefield. A sense of relief washed over him as he noted the significantly diminished numbers of the frenzied attacking monsters. Thanks to Maggie's dark divination, all the succubi had regained their peak combat strength, rendering the surrounding monsters unable to breach the territory. As time passed, the higher-tier monsters dwindled, leaving only 3rd and 4th-tier creatures. The monsters at the rear of the horde seemed to regain their senses, retreating rather than continuing their assault on Ren Qi's territory. Observing the heaps of monster corpses surrounding his domain, Ren Qi couldn't help but marvel at the sheer scale of the attack. Such a multitude of monsters was indeed rare, even in the chronicles of the outside world. Instructing the succubi to begin their recovery, Ren Qi opened the chat group, where a new message from Xianming awaited. According to observations, all monsters attacking the territories of the newly established lords have retreated. The assault has concluded, and the kill score tally is now halted. With Xianming's announcement, the previously dynamic kill score standings came to a standstill, locking in the scores. All newly established lords turned their attention to the now fixed kill leaderboard. First place, Succubus territory, kill score, 177777. Second place, Black Dragon territory, kill score, 140004. Third place, Silver Dragon territory, kill score, 138999. Fourth place, 5-element Thunder Unicorn territory, kill score, 136544. Fifth place, Golden Dragon territory, kill score, 132223. 10th place, Necromancer territory, kill score, 122222. 100th place, Forest Elf territory, kill score, 45554. The rankings saw some changes, yet the top 10 remained consistent, albeit with a reshuffling of positions. The Silver Dragon territory garnered attention as it fell from first to third. However, the most striking was Ren Qi's Succubus territory, which had dramatically ascended from 7th to 1st place, boasting a kill score that surpassed the 2nd place Black Dragon territory by over 30,000 points. The chat group buzzed with a flurry of messages. Wow! Finally, the monster assault has concluded. The tide of monsters should be over, right? If they return, especially with greater ferocity, I don't know if I can withstand it. While it was so tough, this time, the defense of my territory nearly wiped out all my troops. You were lucky. I'm now left with nothing but a bare minimum, waiting for tomorrow to recruit new troops. If the tide hasn't subsided, once I finish my recruitment, I'll have to go hunting. I'm envious of those at the top of the kill score leaderboard. They need not worry about their territories being breached and can receive resource airdrops from the 5 great nations. Let us not dwell on that. We can only watch. But wow, Renshi really astonished everyone by taking the 1st place. Indeed, I initially thought that just breaking into the top 3 was pure luck. Who would have guessed that Renshi's kill score never ceased, catapulting him to 1st? What surprised me was the Golden Dragon territory. I expected them to at least be in the top 3, but they fell to 5th. Well, I have a little insider information. It seems the Lord of the Golden Dragon wanted to rapidly accumulate kill scores, so he charged out with the Golden Dragons, only to encounter a wave of 8th tier monsters, resulting in the loss of 8 adult Golden Dragons. Haha, I heard that too. Apparently, those 8th tier monsters weren't even attacking the territory, they were just passing by. And the Lord, blinded by the desire for points, launched an attack. Is this guy foolish? After all this time, he still doesn't understand that the creatures in this black mist are stronger than those outside. 8th tier monsters could very well be fully mature. The Golden Dragons, while powerful, are merely adults. How could they compete? Let us set that aside for now. Does anyone know what kind of resources will be airdropped this time? Who knows? But since it's a joint airdrop from the 5 great nations, it should be substantial. In the chat group, discussions were lively as numerous novice lords shifted their focus from the kill leaderboard to the rewards of the upcoming airdrop. No one knew what the 5 great nations beyond the Black Mist would bestow as rewards for the kill rankings, but one thing was certain. The rewards would undoubtedly be exceptional. After all, the materials contained within those transportable crates were exceedingly rare, and the frequency of their deployment could not be excessive. Aside from the chat group, many novice lords had formed alliances, and within their private chat groups, discussions continued to flourish. In the Black Mist Alliance, goodness, Kikiki is actually in 1st place. How is that even possible? Moreover, he leads our alliance leader by such a significant margin in kill points. Indeed, who could have anticipated this? I thought our leader's kill points had surpassed those of the Silver Dragon territory, and it seemed we were secure in our standings. Yet who would have predicted such a reversal? Who could foresee that the Black Mist jungle would constantly unleash monsters to assault Kikiki's territory? As if it were granting him free points? Stop being envious. If those monsters were incessantly attacking your territory, granting you points, would you refuse? Ah, that's a fair point. So many monsters attacking, yet they failed to breach Kikiki's defenses. His strength must be formidable. I doubt it's sheer strength. He previously sold a large quantity of defensive items, so his defenses must be quite high, combined with the multitude of monsters. That's likely why his kill points are so elevated. Enough of this. Where's our leader? 2nd place is still commendable. Let us celebrate. Observing the messages in the private chat, Su Xinghe's expression darkened slightly within the Black Dragon territory. He had rushed about, losing 3 Black Dragons and severely wounding 5 more. Yet he had only secured 2nd place. Kikiki, Ren Qi, clenching his fist tightly, he suppressed the fury boiling within him. After a moment's contemplation, he opened his friends list, found Li Tianlan, and sent her a message. Leader Tianlan, would you be interested in a collaboration? Chapter 87, Coordinates sent. Rewards are on their way. On the plateau, Li Tianlan glanced at the private chat on her communicator, her brows furrowed. She was aware that Su Xinghe was the leader of the Black Mist Alliance. And as an alliance leader herself, she had many friends among other alliance leaders. Collaboration? What do you mean? Li Tianlan replied directly, inquiring about Su Xinghe's intentions behind this message. Before long, Su Xinghe's response arrived. It's quite simple, Leader Tianlan. You must have seen that Kikiki has become the top of the kill leaderboard. I would like to invite you to join forces. If our 2 alliances unite, we can breach Kikiki's territory after the resource airdrop. His territory has just endured a frenzied assault from monsters. Its strength should now be quite diminished. If we join forces, It won't require much effort to conquer it. At that point, all items within Kikiki's territory, including the airdrop resources, will be evenly divided between our two alliances. What do you think? Li Tianlan's brows knitted tighter as she read Su Xinghe's message. He was actually trying to persuade her to attack Kikiki's territory. Without hesitation, she replied, impossible. Our alliance will not initiate an attack on any novice lord's territory. Leader Su, we are all situated in a mysterious place, with the surrounding circumstances completely unknown. It is imperative for novice lords to prioritize cooperation. After responding, Li Tianlan felt a lingering unease and added another line. I am already working to ally with Kikiki. If your Black Mist Alliance attempts to attack his territory, our Starry Sky Alliance will not remain passive. Li Tianlan had always believed in uniting with other novice lords to face the mysteries of this realm together. Kikiki's display might only reinforce her resolve to forge an alliance. Should she succeed in winning Kikiki over, it would undoubtedly bolster their confidence in facing the peculiarities of their surroundings. Conversely, teaming up with Su Xinghe to breach Kikiki's territory for resources and airdrop supplies was, in her view, an utterly foolish endeavor. At this juncture, it was crucial for novice lords to refrain from infighting and instead foster cooperation. Regrettably, not everyone shared Li Tianlan's peaceful intentions. Su Xinghe's expression soured as he read the reply from the private chat. How infuriating. This Li Tianlan intends to court Kikiki, while dismissing the prospect of directly breaching his territory to seize resources and the coveted top spot. What a foolish woman. Though seething with anger, Su Xinghe managed to restrain his impulsive desires. After all, if the Starry Sky Alliance truly supported Kikiki's territory, the Black Mist Alliance might find themselves at a disadvantage. Just wait. One day, I shall conquer your succubus territory, and all the resources within it shall belong to me. In the succubus territory, within Ren Qi's bedroom, Maggie stirred awake. Feeling her body, she was momentarily taken aback. My source power has recovered somewhat. It was then she realized she was lying on her master's bed, completely unclothed. Ah, Maggie exclaimed, retreating under the covers. Beside her, Tina giggled. Sister Maggie, the master has already left. It's just me here. You needn't be so shy. Maggie poked her head out from the covers, her face flushing as she looked at Tina. Why, you mean the master just went out? Tina laughed. You overexerted your source power earlier, and your body was already in a weakened state, making it dangerous. You needed to absorb the master's strength to replenish your source power. So, congratulations, Sister Maggie. Tina winked mischievously at Maggie. Congratulations? What do you mean? Maggie stammered, her tone becoming hesitant. Tina grinned widely. Of course, congratulations to Sister Maggie for having the master's body. I'm quite envious. What are you saying? Maggie panicked, feeling flustered. Tina teased, what? Sister Maggie, you're not happy? Maggie hastily replied, and no, everything of Maggie's belongs to the master. It's just. Maggie clutched the blanket, biting her lip, at a loss for words. Tina adopted a more serious demeanor, looking at Maggie. All right, Sister Maggie, I won't tease you anymore. You merely absorbed the master's essence earlier. Since you were unconscious, it required extensive skin contact. Maggie's expression shifted through various emotions, unsure if she should feel relieved or disappointed. Tina feigned seriousness, gazing at Maggie. Sister Maggie, although you didn't secure the master this time, I must tell you, if the opportunity arises in the future, you cannot let it slip by. As the lord of the territory, and with my support, being with the master will enhance our source power considerably. There are many benefits, and it might even help with leveling up. Maggie's face flushed bright red, stammering. But how can that be with my master? Tina shook her head. I'm just giving you a heads up. The master's body is incredibly precious. Sister Maggie, you must strive to ensure that future temptresses don't take advantage. Tina held a fond regard for Maggie, as she had saved many succubi during battles and had always cared for her. Currently, Tina was living with Maggie, receiving care in every aspect. At this moment, Ren Qi remained oblivious to Tina's subtle manipulation of Maggie, as he was busy directing the succubi and dwarves below to clear the battlefield atop the fortified iron walls. Outside, the monstrous entities, although many have been consumed by the flames of hellfire and the infernal blaze, still leave behind a considerable number of intact corpses from which one can procure demon flesh. However, the most significant bounty lies not in the flesh, but in the energy crystals and magic crystals extracted from within these creatures. This expedition can indeed be deemed a resounding success. Aside from the energy crystals, the discovery of 6 magic crystals within the corpses of just a dozen Hell Knights is already a remarkable windfall. Furthermore, there are blueprints for construction and defensive weaponry to be gained. Ren Qi gazed down upon the bustling territory below, a smile gracing his lips. He hoped to unearth even more magic crystals. Should that occur, his recruitment pool could ascend to the 4th tier. At that moment, a message from Xianming materialized in the chat group, pinned prominently at the top. With Xuanming's expertise, he had managed to alter the settings of the chat group, assuming the role of its master. Esteemed members, the kill points have been confirmed, and the rankings have been established. I have dispatched the coordinates of the top 100 territories, and the airdrop of resource rewards will arrive shortly. Chapter 88. Unbelievable. Dragon Country. In the highest level conference hall, representatives from the 5 great nations were all fixated on the enormous curtain before them, their expressions grave. After acquiring a general understanding of the situation within the Black Fog and establishing contact with Xianming, the 5 nations chose not to conceal the circumstances surrounding the Black Fog. Instead, they opted for transparency. After all newly appointed lords were compelled to enter the Black Fog, a fact impossible to hide. Now, all 5 nations were aware that resources could be airdropped into the Black Fog, and there had been a steady stream of inquiries over the past few days from those wishing to send supplies to the younger generation within the fog. Some high-ranking officials even sought to bribe their way to ensure resources reached the Black Fog, aiming to bolster their progeny's strength. Given that the secrets hidden within the Black Fog remain uncertain, the newly appointed lords within it find themselves in considerable peril. Naturally, the 5 nations have put a stop to all such activities. The materials required to create boxes capable of being sent into the Black Fog are exceedingly rare, thus preventing arbitrary distribution. Moreover, with all 5 nations focused on the Black Fog, no one dared to engage in covert maneuvers. After deliberation, the 5 nations resolved to use the magical tide encountered by the new lords in the Black Fog as a test, allocating resources for the initial transport based on the kill points rankings. Only the top 100 new lords would receive resource shipments. This decision stemmed from the limited number of boxes available, as only 100 could be dispatched in the first batch. Additionally, the 5 nations agreed to prioritize strengthening the most capable new lords. With numerous lords outside, the 5 nations were not lacking in numbers. Rather, they sought new lords with immense potential. Initially, Dragon Country proposed an equal distribution of boxes among the nations, allowing each to send resources to their respective new lords. However, Wolf Country opposed this notion due to their scarce resources, further exacerbated by ongoing conflicts, which limited what they could offer. Consequently, the representative from Wolf Country suggested that resources be allocated based on kill point rankings, thereby enabling their new lords to secure a greater share if they ranked highly. The other 3 nations shared this sentiment and readily concurred. Ultimately, the 5 nations agreed to distribute resources based on the kill points leaderboard, and this decision was promptly announced. Thus, the upcoming kill points ranking garnered everyone's attention. It not only indicated the quantity of resources one could obtain, but also represented the prestige of each nation. While the 5 nations had united in their dealings with the Black Fog, underlying rivalries continued to simmer. At this juncture, within the Lan Hai communication device, lords from various nations began to voice their opinions. There's no need to look further. Our Tiger Country's new lords will undoubtedly rank high, and the top spot will certainly be ours. Stop boasting. Our Eagle Country has a new lord awakened as an 8th tier silver dragon, with formidable combat prowess. The first place is undoubtedly ours. The top position will certainly belong to our Great Wolf Country. Our new lords are the most aggressive. Please, do you know what our Dragon Country's top scholar is? No, neither do I, but I've heard it might be a 9th tier being. How can you compete? Dragon Country? Don't be ridiculous. A succubus can hardly claim the title of top scholar. Even if they do, how formidable could they truly be? Exactly. I doubt any of your Dragon Country's ranks will even make it into the top 10. Our new lords from Wolf Country will surely dominate. How dare you speak such nonsense? Where are you located? Dare to send your coordinates? I am Zhang Qinghao from Dragon Country. Let us see what you can do. Zhang Qinghao? Huh. Who would bother fighting you? That would be foolish. The competition isn't about external strength. Once the kill points leaderboard is released, we shall see if you still have the audacity to boast. The Lan Hai Trading Post is the largest trading exchange globally, and the communication device connects lords from the 5 nations. The discussions surrounding the kill points rankings nearly escalated into conflict. This heightened anticipation among the outside lords for the kill points leaderboard. Although there had been friction among the 5 nations, it had not yet reached a breaking point. Each nation was generally aware of the other's strengths, yet none would concede superiority. The upcoming kill points leaderboard serves as a benchmark. The nation that ranks highest will speak with greater authority in future negotiations. At this moment, a message was pinned at the top of the Lan Hai communication device. The kill points leaderboard for the new lords in the Black Fog has been transmitted. The rankings are as follows. The kill points leaderboard was synchronized in real time, and upon seeing it, representatives from the 5 nations also received the information through their communication devices. Almost all the lords instantly opened the leaderboard on the Lan Hai communication device, their eyes quickly scanning the rankings. First place, Succubus Territory, kill points, 177777. Second place, Black Dragon Territory, kill points, 140004. Third place, Silver Dragon Territory, kill points, 138999. Fourth place, 5 Elements Thunder Unicorn Territory, kill points, 136544. Fifth place, Golden Dragon Territory, kill points, 132223. 10th place, Necromancer Territory, kill points, 122222. 100th place, Forest Elf Territory, kill points, 45554. Upon viewing the rankings on the kill points leaderboard, all the lords were momentarily stunned. It was entirely expected for territories like Black Dragon, Silver Dragon, and 5 Elements Thunder Unicorn to occupy the top 10, yet the glaring first place was held by the Succubus territory. Moreover, the lead was over 30,000 points ahead of the second place. What is happening? The Succubus territory is first? And with such a high kill point total? Is this a mistake? How could the Succubus territory possibly be first? There must be a bug. Hurry and fix it. We need to see who truly occupies the top position on the kill points leaderboard. The communication device buzzed with discussions, and the majority of lords suspected a display error. However, the kill points leaderboard remained unchanged, prompting several to express their doubts. Isn't the top scholar of Dragon Country a succubus? Could it possibly be them at the top? Don't be absurd. A succubus securing the top of the kill points leaderboard? I would find it more believable if the Wolf Country's leader was involved. Indeed, if the succubus faction were to secure first place, I would unhesitatingly livestream myself performing a handstand while defecating. Forget about the handstand. I would rather consume the excrement produced by a territory. As all the lords engaged in discussion, a new message prominently appeared on the communication device. The kill leaderboard is entirely accurate, and the nationality of each new lord has been confirmed and is now displayed. All the lords were momentarily taken aback by this announcement, before their gazes returned to the leaderboard. First place, Succubus territory, kill points, 177777, nationality, Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 89, Airdrop descends. Exceptional rewards. The lords were left in astonishment, as none had anticipated that the kill leaderboard was indeed genuine and devoid of any glitches. The Succubus territory had astonishingly claimed the top position. How is this possible? How could the Succubus faction achieve first place? What of the Succubus faction? Ren Qi's ability to secure a top spot among our Dragon Kingdom's elite proves his exceptional prowess. Our kingdom is indeed blessed with talent, and even the Succubus faction can stand proud among the elite. Isn't that messenger Xianming also from the Dragon Kingdom? Could there be some dark scheme at play? Indeed, it must be so. There is certainly foul play. We protest vehemently. Oh, how the tables have turned. The 5 great nations have been probing the territories at the edge of the black mist. Although they cannot ascertain the conditions shrouded by the mist, they are aware of the situation concerning the new lords, and none have claimed foul play. Yet you all are quick to cry out? Precisely. The lord of the Succubus territory is Ren Qi from our Dragon Kingdom, and he undoubtedly deserves this first place. Upon the display of national affiliation, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom began to vociferously support Ren Qi, despite their own astonishment. Look at this, our Dragon Kingdom occupies 6 of the top 10 territories, while the remaining 4 nations only claim 1 each. This clearly demonstrates our kingdom's strength. Indeed, where are those who were so vociferous moments ago? I recall the fellow from the Wolf Kingdom, who boasted that your nation would certainly dominate the top 10. What say you now? Rather than that, I am more concerned about the 2 who claimed they would live stream their handstuns and consume territory excrement. I wish to witness this unfold. Please inform me when it goes live. Long live the Dragon Kingdom. Glory to our great Dragon Kingdom. Ren Qi is remarkable. That is all that matters. Upon observing the national affiliations displayed on the kill leaderboard, the lords from the other 4 nations, apart from the Dragon Kingdom, appeared despondent. After all, the perceptive lords from each nation had been probing the black mist's edge, continually assessing the situation within. Their silence spoke volumes, affirming the authenticity of the kill leaderboard. In the Grand Assembly Hall of the Dragon Kingdom, the representatives from the other 4 nations wore expressions ranging from uncertainty to bitterness, with the representative from the Wolf Kingdom appearing as if he had consumed something foul. With only 1 territory in the top 10, and the subsequent rankings being utterly crushed, it was likely that the new lords of the Wolf Kingdom would receive resources amounting to less than 1/10 of their expectations. They had truly shot themselves in the foot. A representative from the Dragon Kingdom remarked, "Now that the kill leaderboard has been revealed, let us proceed with the previously agreed upon rewards and initiate the resource airdrop." The resources for this airdrop, particularly for the top 10, would be exceptionally plentiful, and with the Dragon Kingdom claiming 6 spots, the representatives were understandably elated. Were it not for the consideration of the other 4 nations' representatives, the Dragon Kingdom's representative might have been tempted to break into a dance. Meanwhile, within the black mist, the new lords observed the messages in their chat group with a mix of expressions. The rewards are about to be distributed. I wonder what splendid items will be included. The 5 great nations are collaborating to airdrop resources, which are bound to be exceptional, and the higher the ranking, the more rare the airdrop resources. What do you think will be the airdrop resources for the illustrious Ren Qi, as the first on the kill leaderboard? I would wager there must be at least 10 magic crystals. High-tier defensive equipment is surely included, alongside a multitude of other energy crystals. Nonsense. The airdrop boxes cannot hold too many items. I estimate they will contain impressive yet compact items. Enough chatter. I can see the airdrop boxes descending. Damn it. The lord beside me is among the top 100. I sincerely hope the boxes land in my territory. Incredible. The airdrop has truly begun. Look up. As the news of the descending airdrop boxes spread, all the new lords lifted their heads, their gazes fixed on the sky. Ren Qi also looked up. witnessing a dark golden box piercing through the black mist, deploying its parachute midair, and gently floating down towards his territory. The dark golden box, though not excessively large, was rectangular and intricately engraved, emanating a mysterious radiance. A total of 101 dark golden boxes broke through the mist, each descending towards the respective territories of the new lords. Among them was a reward for Xianming, and all the dark golden boxes floated down to their designated territories. Ren Qi keenly observed that as these dark golden boxes breached the black mist, the engravings on the boxes emitted a glimmer of light, parting the surrounding murk. It seemed that other items would not be able to penetrate the black mist to descend here. The dark golden box gradually landed directly within Ren Qi's territory. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren Qi approached the dark golden box and slowly opened it. Inside, he found 3 items neatly arranged. Ren Qi's gaze first fell upon the largest item, a suit of armor. Upon retrieving the armor, he discovered a piece of parchment affixed to it, detailing its attributes. Silverleaf Wind Dragon Armor. Grade, 9th. Effect 1. Immunity to physical attacks below 8th grade, with significant damage reduction against 8th grade physical attacks. And immunity to mental attacks below 7th grade. Effect 2. Skill Silverleaf Wind. The wearer can transform into silver leaves, evading attacks, and instantaneously teleporting up to 1,000 meters. Crafted from 9th grade Silverleaf Wind Dragon scales combined with various rare materials, this armor boasts exceptional defense while remaining lightweight. It is a true treasure among defensive armors. Special. Can only be worn by the Lord. Troops cannot don it. Note. Wearing this armor will increase enmity with the Silverleaf Wind Dragon. It is advisable not to wear it in the presence of such creatures. Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback, then a look of delight spread across his face. Indeed, the combined airdrop from the 5 great nations had yielded a 9th grade armor. With this armor, even if the Black Dragon were to attack, Ren Qi would face no peril. Alas, it could only be worn by the Lord. Had it been donned by Ellie, her combat prowess would have undoubtedly doubled. Clearly, the 5 great nations placed significant importance on the safety of the top lord, providing such a formidable defensive item. Next, Ren Qi turned his attention to the remaining 2 items. If the first was so impressive, the others surely would not be mundane. Opening the box adjacent to the armor, Ren Qi was greeted by a multitude of magic crystals, 50 in total. 50 magic crystals, a substantial offering. Ren Qi found himself speechless, uttering only 3 words. With these 50 magic crystals, his recruitment pool could immediately be upgraded to the 4th tier. Taking a deep breath, Ren Qi reached for a lighter box situated beneath the armor. With a curious expression, he gently opened it to reveal a scroll. A sacred scroll. The final reward was indeed a sacred scroll. Chapter 90. Territory Upgrade. Mirage. Gazing at the sacred scroll in his hands, Ren Qi's heart surged with excitement. The scroll he held was entirely pristine, remarkably well preserved. This signifies that this sacred scroll possesses its full might. Likewise, within the box lies a note detailing the scroll's capabilities. Territory Ascension Sacred Scroll. Effect. Can elevate a territory to the 5th tier, aligning with the territory's attributes. One of the finest sacred scrolls for fledgling lords. Capable of swiftly enhancing territory tier and bolstering the strength of new lords, exceedingly rare. As Ren Qi gazed at the scroll in his hands, his breath quickened with anticipation. To think it was a scroll for elevating territory tiers. It is essential to understand that for a lord, the territory is paramount. And for a nascent lord, it is of utmost importance. The determination of a territory's tier involves numerous factors, such as land area, defensive capabilities, and requisite territorial structures, among others. At present, Ren Qi's territory could barely be considered a 1st-tier territory. Yet, this scroll in his possession could elevate it to the 5th tier. This was indeed a windfall. Raising his territory to the 5th tier would result in exponential growth. Should monsters attack, those of the 3rd and 4th tiers would pose no concern whatsoever. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren Qi prepared to make use of the scroll. Following the instructions on the paper, he summoned all the succubi and dwarves within his territory, gathering them before the recruitment pool. He then approached the front of the recruitment pool, inhaling deeply as he gazed at the statue before him. Subsequently, Ren Qi pressed the sacred scroll against the black statue. Buzz! A surge of dark golden light erupted from the scroll, immediately merging into the black statue. What followed was a profound silence. 10 seconds later, the black statue shuddered violently, causing the ground around it to tremble. A torrent of dark golden light burst forth from the statue, rapidly radiating in all directions. The brilliance of the dark golden light was blinding, as if it sought to envelop everything in its vicinity. Boom! The surroundings began to quake. All structures beyond the recruitment pool began to crumble, disintegrating into dust. Had he not been mentally prepared, Ren Qi might have believed he was wielding a scroll for demolishing territories. As the previous structures collapsed into dust, entirely new edifices rose from the ground. Massive stones paved the earth, and fresh buildings swiftly spread outward. 8 kilometers away, dark golden walls soared into existence, swiftly encircling the area. A grand citadel began to form around them. In 10 minutes, tranquility was restored. Ren Qi and his companions found themselves within a colossal city. The entire citadel spanned an impressive 8 kilometers in length and width, encircled by a 100-meter-high wall forged from dark gold and fine iron, boasting formidable defenses capable of withstanding attacks from monsters of the 6th tier and below. Dark Golden Castle, Succubus Territory. Tier, 5th. Attribute, Dark Attribute Territory. Range, 8-kilometer length and width. Walls, 100 meters high, constructed from dark gold and fine iron, with exceptional defensive capabilities. Able to withstand attacks from monsters of the 6th tier and below. Weapons, 8 energy crystal cannons and 80 energy crystal small cannons per wall. Buildings, Dark Golden Lord's Mansion, Legion Outpost, Shadow Crystal Tower, Statue of the Territory Lord. Special Territory Effect, Mirage. The Lord can expend 10 energy crystals to activate the Mirage, disguising the territory as per their desire. Upon reviewing the state of his territory, Ren Qi felt a surge of exhilaration. His territory could now truly be regarded as a city, with walls not only providing robust defenses, but also housing energy crystal cannons. Although firing these cannons would require energy crystals, the energy crystal cannons could inflict damage on 8th tier monsters, while the small cannons were sufficient to harm 6th tier monsters, significantly enhancing the overall strength of the territory. The various buildings within the citadel were well equipped, with the statue of himself serving as the centerpiece. At this stage, he could confidently assert that he outclassed all surrounding fledgling lords. Furthermore, the final special effect of the territory was exceedingly practical. The Mirage could completely conceal the state of his territory. Should anyone rashly attack, they would be in for a considerable surprise. However, there were drawbacks. The territory's expansion was so vast that the succubi might find it challenging to occupy the walls fully. Additionally, with the enlargement of the territory, the consumption of resources would inevitably increase. Just the expenditure involved in firing the energy crystal cannons would likely be beyond Ren Qi's capacity to sustain. It appeared that for the time being, those energy crystal cannons would remain mere ornaments unless an 8th tier creature invaded. Otherwise, they must not be utilized. Oh. The burdens of a grand territory, the considerations multiply. If other fledgling lords were to hear Ren Qi's lamentations, they would likely berate him fiercely. What a spoiled complaint. Due to his mastery over the territory, Ren Qi could discern every detail within, enabling him to allocate resources more effectively. With the territory's expansion, the remains of the previous monsters were now encompassed within its bounds. Ren Qi instructed the succubi to dismantle these monster corpses. While they paled in comparison to the recent airdrop rewards, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Arriving at the Lord's mansion, Ren Qi produced 10 energy crystals and placed them upon his statue. As the 10 energy crystals vanished, ripples swiftly radiated from the statue, enveloping the entire territory. Mirage activated. From the outside, Ren Qi's territory began to shimmer, transforming from the dark golden castle back to its previous appearance. With the Mirage as a territorial skill, Ren Qi could now conceal his 5th tier territory. This was of paramount importance to him at present. After all, as the leading scorer on the kill leaderboard, he would undoubtedly attract attention. Should anyone discover his splendid castle, it might incite envy and covetousness from other territories, potentially leading to a coalition assault against him. While Ren Qi believed that under such mysterious circumstances, most fledgling lords would prioritize fortifying their territories for better survival, there would inevitably be opportunists fixating on others' domains. Though a 5th tier territory is indeed a bountiful reward, without a substantial army to leverage this advantage, Ren Qi could not effectively harness it. Given the extensive land area he now commanded, if an alliance were to launch an assault, he would undoubtedly face considerable challenges in defense. With the Mirage in play, others would remain oblivious to the fact that his most significant reward this time is a 5th tier territory, leading them to speculate about other potential prizes, thereby prompting a sense of caution. Of course, this is merely Ren Qi's proactive measure against unforeseen circumstances. Should a new lord truly attempt an invasion, Ren Qi possesses the strength to ensure that the adversary finds no way back, even against a territory boasting 8th tier troops. After employing the Mirage, Ren Qi returned to the recruitment pool. Succubus recruitment pool, mutated unique special. Recruitment pool tier, 3rd. Daily recruitment of 4 succubi, requiring 20 energy crystals. To upgrade the recruitment pool to the 4th tier, 5,000 energy crystals and 20 magic crystals needed. P.S. The 3rd tier mutated succubus recruitment pool has a low probability of recruiting mutated succubi. The higher the pool's tier, the greater the chance of recruiting mutated succubi. P.S. Future upgrades of the recruitment pool will require more resources. Upgrading to the 9th tier allows direct recruitment of fallen angels. Gazing at the attributes of the recruitment pool, Ren Qi felt a surge of excitement. He had now gathered the necessary energy crystals and magic crystals to elevate the pool S tier. Upgrading the recruitment pool to the 4th tier should enable him to recruit a greater number of succubi, with an increased likelihood of obtaining high-tier mutated succubi. Taking a deep breath, Ren Qi hesitated no longer and swiftly produced the required energy crystals and magic crystals for the upgrade. 5,000 energy crystals and 20 magic crystals transformed into a glimmering light, merging into the imposing black statue ahead. A deep hum resonated as a dark radiance emanated from the statue, causing the recruitment pool to ripple momentarily before settling into tranquility. The waters of the entire pool seemed to have become more translucent. The upgrade of the recruitment pool was complete. Ren Qi suppressed his exhilaration and checked the newly updated attributes of the recruitment pool. Succubus recruitment pool, mutated unique special. Recruitment pool tier, 4th. Daily recruitment of 6 succubi, requiring 30 energy crystals. To upgrade the recruitment pool to the 5th tier, 30,000 energy crystals and 60 magic crystals required. P.S. The 4th tier mutated succubus recruitment pool has a high probability of recruiting mutated succubi. The higher the pool's tier, the greater the chance of recruiting mutated succubi. P.S. Future upgrades of the recruitment pool will require more resources. Upgrading to the 9th tier allows direct recruitment of fallen angels. The number of succubi Ren Qi could recruit had risen from 4 to 6 each day, while the chance of recruiting mutated succubi had increased to a high probability. Further igniting his anticipation for the next upgrade of the recruitment pool, he pondered what transformations the next upgrade might bring, and whether it would enable the direct recruitment of high-tier mutated succubi. However, the resources required for upgrading the recruitment pool to the 5th tier were quite staggering: 30,000 energy crystals and 60 magic crystals. Though Ren Qi had recently obtained 50 magic crystals, and after upgrading the recruitment pool would still have 30 remaining, when combined with his previous acquisitions, he barely exceeded 40, leaving him still 10 short of the 60 needed. While 10 may not sound like an excessive number, Ren Qi was acutely aware that acquiring magic crystals was significantly more challenging than obtaining energy crystals. His reserves of energy crystals remained ample, yet after the upgrade, he found himself with only around 10,000 remaining. With the territory's upgrade to the 5th tier, the demand for energy crystals had also increased, making these resources seem somewhat scarce. After a moment of contemplation, Ren Qi instructed the succubi to expedite the decomposition of the defeated monsters' corpses. The demon flesh and materials could be sold to procure energy crystals. Before long, the succubi reported the results of their spoils from the recent battle against the monsters. Aside from those that had been incinerated, they had amassed over 30,000 pounds of demon flesh, along with a considerable amount of monster hides and teeth. Additionally, they had secured a fair number of energy crystals. Aside from a few contributed by the Hell Knights, only 2 magic crystals had been found on the entire battlefield. The paltry yield of merely 2 magic crystals from such a plethora of slain monsters underscored the rarity of these precious items. Opening the chat group, Ren Qi announced the availability of the demon flesh for sale, specifying that he would only accept energy crystals in exchange. However, interest was scant, as the recent monster offensive had just concluded, and the new lords had acquired considerable quantities of demon flesh, leading to an oversupply and a subsequent drop in prices. Ren Qi chose not to lower his prices. With the upgrade of his territory to the 5th tier, his warehouse's capacity had expanded, and it now boasted built-in storage facilities to preserve the demon flesh for extended periods. Thus, he decided to sell it gradually. Taking a moment, Ren Qi inquired about Luo Ming's situation. Although this young man had been too timid to venture out and slay monsters, resulting in his absence from the rankings, he had fortuitously obtained a blueprint for a high-level mechanical structure that aligned with his beautiful warrior queen units. Once constructed, it would automatically repair the mechanical injuries of the warrior queens. Upon learning about Luo Ming, Ren Qi glanced at the numerous private messages and friend requests, his brow furrowing slightly. Having secured the top spot on the kill leaderboard, he was now inundated with friend requests. There were countless private messages, some offering goods for sale, others seeking refuge, and many desperate scavengers pleading for shelter. He declined all friend requests. The sheer volume was overwhelming, and should anyone genuinely wish to connect, they could initiate the request themselves. Subsequently, Ren Qi began to swiftly peruse the private messages. Given that he had previously announced his intention to acquire sacred scrolls, he wanted to see if anyone had reached out to sell him one. To his surprise, several messages indeed indicated that individuals were willing to part with sacred scrolls. However, one message stood out among the rest. Qi, I have a sacred scroll here that I can give to you. If you're interested, contact me. The sender's name was Li Tianlan. Chapter 92, Trading the Sacred Scroll. As Ren Qi read the private message from Li Tianlan, he raised an eyebrow slightly. He certainly remembered this woman. Previously, she had sold him fine iron at a reasonable price, earning his goodwill. However, her incessant inquiries later had become tiresome, prompting him to cease communication. Now, he found it unexpected that she had initiated a private message, offering him a sacred scroll. What was the meaning of this? Yet, upon reading her message, Ren Qi shook his head. Her tone conveyed a hint of arrogance, making her rather amusing. Did she truly believe that a mere sacred scroll could sway him so easily? And to speak to him in such a haughty manner, truly. It seemed she did not comprehend his temperament at all. Ah, it's Tianlan. It's been a while since we last spoke. How have you been lately? Ren Qi composed a calm response and sent it without hesitation. After all, she had directly offered him a sacred scroll. Was it inappropriate to adopt a polite tone? Not at all. In the Highlands, Li Tianlan read Ren Qi's reply, momentarily taken aback. She thought, this guy's response is giving me goosebumps. I have a sacred scroll that can elevate 2 troop types by 50 levels. Are you interested? Ren Qi pondered her message for a moment. That sounds quite appealing. What are the conditions? His interest was piqued, as his mutated succubi had a chance to advance every 10 levels. Elevating them by 50 levels could potentially allow Iris and Tina to ascend to the 9th tier. This was exceedingly enticing for Ren Qi. However, he was also aware that she would not simply gift him the sacred scroll without a catch. It is nothing, merely an invitation for you to join our celestial alliance. Rest assured, we can provide various materials at a discounted rate, provided that you lend us your assistance in times of danger. Furthermore, upon your acceptance into the celestial alliance, I shall directly offer you the position of vice leader. Ren Qi furrowed his brows upon reading this message. He was indeed enticed by the sacred scroll, yet he found it difficult to accept Li Tianlan's conditions. Thus far, he had no intention of joining the alliance. After pondering for a moment, Ren Qi replied directly, I will not join any alliance. However, if possible, I would be willing to form a private alliance with you. Should your territory encounter peril, I will offer my aid. If you are unwilling, consider this our correspondence concluded. Joining the opposing alliance would grant him the sacred scroll and the title of vice leader, along with access to discounted resources. However, for Ren Qi, it seemed excessively troublesome. After all, if he were to assist the Celestial Alliance every time they faced danger, it would effectively bind him. Nevertheless, forming a private alliance with Li Tianlan was acceptable, especially given her status as an 8th tier 5 elements Thunder Unicorn unit, which had secured 4th place on the recent kill leaderboard. Her strength was commendable. Li Tianlan, upon reading Ren Qi's reply, also frowned slightly. However, she did not hesitate and promptly responded with 2 words, deal. After their previous encounter, she had gained a general understanding of Ren Qi's character and recognized his preference for straightforwardness. Forming an alliance with him was a promising beginning, at least allowing for some dialogue. As for persuading him to join the alliance, that would depend on future opportunities. Learning from past experiences, Li Tianlan refrained from further inquiries and directly informed Ren Qi that she had sent the sacred scroll to him. Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Li Tianlan to agree so readily. Furthermore, she had not engaged in unnecessary conversation but had been succinct and efficient. This left Ren Qi with a more favorable impression of her. In truth, he held a certain admiration for Li Tianlan. After all, she had initially offered him an exceptionally low price for purchasing refined iron, which had been quite helpful to him. He had also heard that Li Tianlan, through her personal charisma, had been expanding the Celestial Alliance significantly, perhaps due to her alliance's mission to ensure the survival of all members amidst the dark mist. Many newly established lords chose to join her Celestial Alliance. It had now begun to emerge as the foremost coalition among the new lords within the dark mist. With her recent 4th place ranking on the kill leaderboard, her fame had further increased, and her future accomplishments were likely to be considerable. However, these matters held little relevance for Ren Qi. His primary focus was on enhancing his lordly power, gathering resources, and continuously upgrading his recruitment pool, all while striving to summon a fallen angel as swiftly as possible. The presence of a fallen angel would grant him confidence. Even in the face of the enigmatic dark mist, he decided to send a succubus, accompanied by a squad of succubi, to procure the sacred scroll from Li Tianlan. His attention then shifted to other private messages regarding the sacred scrolls. Soon, Ren Qi engaged in private conversations with them to ascertain the status of their sacred scrolls. 3 individuals confirmed possession of sacred scrolls, while the others merely sought to establish a connection under the pretense of selling them. Upon learning that the latter did not possess any sacred scrolls, Ren Qi promptly deleted their messages and added them to his blacklist. The remaining 3 new lords offered sacred scrolls with identical effects, all of which were upgrade scrolls. However, their effectiveness was quite limited. One could elevate a unit from 5th to 6th tier, another from 6th to 7th tier, and the last one could only promote a 3rd tier unit to 4th tier. Since these scrolls applied to only one unit and had minimal upgrading power, Ren Qi's interest was swiftly extinguished. Nevertheless, he decided to negotiate prices with the 3. The first individual demanded 5,000 energy crystals, which Ren Qi outright rejected. While sacred scrolls were valuable, such a scroll could not possibly warrant that price. The individual was simply making exorbitant demands. The second individual did not ask for energy crystals, but instead requested 10 magic crystals. Ren Qi unsurprisingly declined, as he was in urgent need of magic crystals, which were the most challenging resource to acquire for upgrading his recruitment pool. The final individual offered a more reasonable price, 100 energy crystals and 1,000 pounds of 4th tier magic meat. Of course, his sacred scroll was the least impressive, but Ren Qi still opted to proceed with the transaction. After concluding the dealings regarding the sacred scrolls, Tina approached, swaying her hips as she held several architectural blueprints. Master, These are the building blueprints I found on those Hell Knights. I thought you might like to see them. Renshi glanced at Tina and inquired, how is Maggie? Is she doing well? Tina giggled. Sister Maggie is feeling much better now. Thanks to your infusion of essence, her original power has been significantly restored. With a bit more essence, she might even be able to get out of bed. Chapter 93. Do you have any other treasures I might peruse? Upon hearing Tina's words, Renshi's legs instinctively trembled. Although absorbing essence wouldn't cause him significant harm, the fleeting sensation of energy loss made him feel as if he had exerted himself excessively, leaving his legs weak. Ahem, perhaps we should discuss this tomorrow, he said, clearing his throat and accepting the construction blueprints from Tina. The blueprints were all salvaged from the Hell Knights, totaling 6 in number. Ren Qi used his appraisal mirror to examine them, discovering that 5 were 4th-tier blueprints for relatively common structures. Among them were 2 blueprints for 4th-tier arrow towers, 1 for a 4th-tier anti-air cannon, and 2 for 4th-tier anti-air magical arrow formations. Of these 5, the 2 blueprints for the 4th-tier anti-air magical arrow formations were the most valuable, as the recent monster invasion had taught the new lords just how troublesome airborne creatures could be. In comparison to ground assaults, aerial monsters posed a greater challenge due to their extensive attack range. Once constructed, the 4th-tier anti-air magical arrow formations would only require energy crystals to launch arrows with 4th-tier attack power, making them incredibly practical. Furthermore, they could be perfectly adjusted for angle, making them formidable against aerial foes. However, Renshi had no use for these construction blueprints, as he was already in a 5th-tier territory, where all structures were of that tier. These 4th-tier blueprints would do little to elevate his territory and would be better sold for energy crystals. His gaze then fell upon the final blueprint, causing him to pause momentarily. Blueprint for the construction of a light priest barracks. Tier, 6th tier. Effect, can construct a 6th tier light priest barracks, allowing the fixed summoning of level 50 light priests daily using energy crystals. Description, an exceptional 6th tier construction blueprint. Possessing it is akin to possessing a 6th tier unit recruitment pool. Aside from the high energy crystal cost for each summoning and the fixed level 50 light priests that cannot be upgraded, there are no drawbacks. A barracks construction. The ability to summon level 50 light priests daily using energy crystals. Upon gazing at the final blueprint in his hand, Ren Qi inhaled sharply. This construction blueprint was not merely exceptional, it was superlative. With this blueprint in his possession, he could establish a light priest barracks and summon 6th-tier light priests every day. This is essentially a second recruitment pool. Although the summon light priest is fixed at level 50 and cannot be further upgraded, it does eliminate the need for prior leveling. Subsequently, Ren Qi's gaze fell upon the construction requirements of the light priest barracks blueprint. Construction requirements: 20,000 pounds of wood, 10,000 pounds of stone, 8,000 pounds of refined iron, 100 energy crystals, and 5 magic crystals. The materials required for construction are indeed substantial, and the inclusion of magic crystals adds to the challenge. However, in comparison to the end product, these materials seem relatively manageable. Nevertheless, a pained expression soon crossed Ren Qi's face. This blueprint is nothing short of exceptional, yet he finds himself unable to utilize it. After all, his demon troops possess dark attributes, while the light priest is of the light attribute. Should he construct the light priest barracks, it is likely that the summoned light priest would engage in conflict with the demons in his territory. Moreover, as indicated by its name, the light priest is an auxiliary troop, and light energy naturally inflicts burning damage on dark beings, regardless of its supportive abilities. In such a scenario, if the demons were gravely injured, a healing ability from the light priest could potentially lead to their demise. What a pity, this construction blueprint must be sold. Ren Qi felt an undeniable reluctance, especially given that it pertains to a barracks type. However, it is better to part with it than to hold on to it uselessly, hoping to exchange it for something else to maximize his benefits. After some contemplation, Ren Qi first shared the information of the previous 5 construction blueprints in the chat group, successfully selling them for a total of 2,000 energy crystals. He then proceeded to post the details of the light priest barracks construction blueprint in the chat group. Offering a 6th-tier light priest barracks construction blueprint, possessing it is tantamount to having a second recruitment pool, extremely rare, and prioritizing exchanges for various rare items. Such an exceedingly rare item, of course, could not be traded for energy crystals, and even magic crystals didn't pique Ren Qi's interest. He sought exchanges for rare items instead. The moment the information about Ren Qi's construction blueprint appeared in the chat group, it ignited a frenzy of discussions. Wow! The esteemed Ren Qi produces nothing but top-tier goods. Does such a construction blueprint truly exist? It's like having a second recruitment pool. Damn it. I'm truly enlightened. Such things exist, and I sell everything to obtain it. Don't even think about it. Ren Qi is notorious for being a shrewd businessman. Didn't you see that he only accepts equally rare items in exchange? Shut up. What kind of shrewd businessman? Isn't it normal to trade such rare items for something equally rare? Ren Qi, I possess an ancestral jade pendant passed down for over 100 generations, incredibly rare. I'll trade it for you. Don't disrupt the conversation. I have a standard rare item, a holy scroll. I wonder if Ren Qi would consider exchanging for it. While holy scrolls are precious, can they truly compare to this barracks construction blueprint? Ren Qi. Don't mind him. I'll trade you this airdrop reward. The chat group was inundated with a flurry of messages, as nearly all the new lords were stirred by Ren Qi's announcement. Even those who typically remained silent in the group began to surface, no longer lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, Ren Qi's private messages and friend requests surged to a staggering 99. Furrowing his brow, Ren Qi promptly rejected all friend requests. He then turned his attention to the private messages, scanning for those offering items in exchange, eager to see what they had to offer. After perusing for a considerable time, Ren Qi found nothing that met his expectations. Some of the new lords had decent offerings, including relatively high-tier holy scrolls, yet Ren Qi still felt somewhat underwhelmed. Just then, he noticed a private message. Ren Qi, hello, I am Bellamy, the Lord of the Silver Dragon Territory. I possess a unique building blueprint for the 5 elements teleportation array. I wonder if I could exchange it for your light priest barracks construction blueprint. Staring at this message, Ren Qi was momentarily taken aback. Not solely because the sender was the Lord of the Silver Dragon Territory or a foreign newcomer, but rather due to the intriguing name of the 5 elements teleportation array. He had not previously encountered anything distinctly Eastern, and the term array evoked memories of his earlier observations of the dynamic black mist in the sky. An array. The Silver Dragon Territory ranked 3rd on the kill leaderboard, having initially been 1st. He pondered whether this construction blueprint was a reward from the recent airdrop or obtained from the black mist. Glancing at the attributes of the 5 elements teleportation array blueprint, Ren Qi raised an eyebrow and typed a response. I find this construction blueprint quite intriguing. However, the value of this blueprint alone is insufficient to warrant an exchange for my light priest construction blueprint. Therefore, do you have any other valuable items to present for consideration?